These so-called superheroes are stronger than I anticipated, Lucifer admitted with a grim sigh. But strength alone can't save them. They're destined to die today. The Gargoyle Lord sneered beside him. They're exhausted. Their stamina, their energy, it's all finite. All we need to do is keep pressing the attack. Eventually, they'll fall. Alongside the Dragon God and Gabriel, more demon troops surged into the battlefield. The tide was turning. The Inhumans and Earth's heroes, valiant as they were buckling under the strain of prolonged war. Gears shattered, nerves frayed, and their once vibrant powers now flickered like dying flames. Electro, crouched behind a makeshift barricade, inspected his scorched weaponry. His 16-barrel gauntlet was warped, unable to fire alloy rounds anymore. Not that it mattered. He was drained and desperately recharging behind the front lines. No matter how much I trained to be a human battery, Electro muttered bitterly, I still burn out like a budget smartphone with all apps open. He wasn't alone in his fatigue. The heroes were all struggling, except one. The Hulk was different. He only grew stronger. Across the battlefield, a massive fallen angel, obese, flailing, and furious, was in retreat, unable to counter the green behemoth's escalating strength. Why do you get stronger the more you're hit? This isn't fair, the angel roared, leveling up in battle. Ever heard of it? Hulk grinned savagely. I'm the main character, ugly. You? Just XP. With a thunderous boom, Hulk's fist compressed the air itself and slammed into the angel's chest. But before he could finish it, a barrage of flaming beams forced him to back off. A squadron of fallen angels descended, encircling Hulk. The fat angel, wheezing and furious, growled, I have my own tricks. Finish him. Hulk cracked his knuckles. Villain monologues? Yawn. You're not even mid-tier. As Hulk prepared for the next clash, the wider battlefield began to collapse under the might of the clone army and demonic warships. The numerical advantage of the invaders was overwhelming. The tide was shifting irrevocably. Lucifer watched from above. If nothing changes, this will be over in an hour. The Grandmaster smirked. Less if the altars activate. Once they connect to hell, the Blood God won't stand chance. He turned to Lucifer. You're handling spatial lockdown, yes? None of the Blood God's allies can escape. Understood. Lucifer nodded. Gabriel is already in position. As soon as the Blood God shows up, we seal this world tight. Delegating to Gabriel again, the Grandmaster muttered with a scowl. The Balrog Lord snorted. The Blood God won't escape hell, let alone this battlefield. The Gargoyle Lord chimed in, agreed. There's a space storm raging around Adam's hell. No one's getting out. Still, the Grandmaster narrowed his eyes. It's the Blood God. We must prepare for the worst. High above, Bert, known to many as the Blood God, fought both Dragon God and Gabriel. The two gods had begun coordinating better, but Bert remained untouchable, warping through space with fluid precision. Blood God, Dragon God bellowed. You'll watch your allies perish before your own defeat. Bert smirked. You're just a glorified pawn, too stupid to know you're being used. With a sharp thrust, Bert's spear shattered a scale from Dragon God's side. Enraged, Dragon God lashed out. Fool! I waited millennia to re-enter the main universe. Earthlings are our feast. Gabriel stayed silent, conflicted. He abhorred the dragons, but he needed leverage to lure out God. If the humans were collateral, so be it. Bert's voice rang out. Annie, with his cry, the sky tore open in flames. A fire of vengeance ignited the air, and from its heart, a river of blood erupted, blood shadows that streaked across the sky like divine retribution. The Blood God's true form had returned. Lucifer gasped. So that's how he escaped. The angel of vengeance burned a hole in the void. But that didn't matter now. The final piece was on the board. Seeing the blood shadows descend, Dragon God unleashed a toxic green mist, forming countless blades that slashed at the crimson wave. Gabriel summoned a colossal angel to shield himself. Bert sneered. The blood shadows split. One half pierced through the mists and scales, skewering the Dragon God midair. The other half blasted through the guardian angel, impaling it with divine force. Dragon God panicked. How? Why isn't he poisoned? Bert replied coolly, I'm half-space now. Your poison doesn't even itch. Then he whispered, give me your blood. The shadows swirled, draining both gods of their divine ichor. Dragon God laughed. Take it. Let's see you survive my blood. But it was useless. Bert's transformation shielded him entirely. The dragon god withered and was reduced to a desiccated husk. Trash! Bert spat, crushing the corpse. Stay hidden in your realm. I'll be paying a visit. Below, the blood shadows rained like spears, piercing tens of thousands of enemies. Dragons, demons, angels, all drained in seconds. A single move, and tens of thousands dead. Sky murmured in disbelief. Electro, wide-eyed, declared, Mr. Wong is justice. He's the universe's protector. Everyone else just rolled their eyes at the fanboy. From the rain of blood, a sea of crimson formed, swallowing the sky in darkness. Bert's face emerged, massive and godlike. I'm here. So what now? He boomed. You think this is enough to stop me? Gabriel snarled. Let's see you laugh now. Come forth. From a portal behind him emerged 3 towering figures. Lucifer, six-winged and impossibly handsome, his dark aura swallowing light. Gargoyle Lord, gray-skinned and red-eyed, his laughter like nails on glass. Balrog Lord, engulfed in hellfire, his twin flaming blades roaring with heat. And then, Dragon God returned to a nearby planet, corrupting it with his essence. The Grandmaster, grinning madly, activated both remaining demon altars. The sky cracked. 2 more demon lords descended, their presence shaking the realm. Lucifer raised his sword. 5 hell lords, 1 dragon god, 2 archangels, and the power of heaven and hell united. Blood God, is this enough to kill you? The battlefield hushed. Even beings like Ego were shaken. Bert just laughed. Finally, you left hell. Exactly what I wanted. Lucifer sneered. Are you insane? No. Bert replied as holy light burst from the blood sea. I'm just glad. 1,000 rays pierced the heavens as divine light and blood merged into one unstoppable force, aimed straight at Lucifer. This is impossible. As the blazing holy sun ignited above the battlefield, its light pierced through clouds and shadows alike. All eyes turned toward the heavens. Gabriel, Michael, and even Lucifer stood frozen in disbelief. It's the spear of God, Gabriel whispered, his voice trembling. Lucifer's expression twisted in horror. How can a vampire wield the spear of God? That's sacrilege. We are supposed to be cursed. But before anyone could process the enormity of the revelation, the spear moved. Lucifer spun around, wings unfurling, casting hundreds of feathered barriers while bolting toward the nearest portal. It was futile. The spear of God tore through all defenses. Light split darkness, and the weapon struck Lucifer from behind, pinning him to the ground. The earth trembled, wreathed in holy radiance. Black smoke billowed from Lucifer's body as the divine energy seared through his corrupted soul. Bert hovered in the sky, laughing. Lucifer, didn't you want to see me arrogant? Well, how's this for arrogance? Lucifer's body convulsed. His lips curled in a faint, almost reverent smile. So this is my fate, pierced by the very spear I once rejected. Blood God, you've won. With a trembling breath, Lucifer folded his hands in prayer. Father, I'm coming home. As he dissolved into light, panic struck the remaining demon lords. The gargoyle and Balrog lords recoiled instinctively. Hold fast, Gabriel shouted. It takes time to purify even Lucifer. If we attack now, we can end this. But hesitation already plagued their ranks. Then, from the celestial gate, 2 radiant figures emerged. Relief turned to dread. The Hell Lords braced for allies. What they got instead was Adam, radiant in golden armor, sword in hand, and beside him, the demon dragon lord, wearing a mocking smile. Adam waved casually. Greetings. The most handsome man in hell has arrived. The demon dragon lord smirked and mirrored him. And the first dragon of hell greets you all. What is the meaning of this? The lords roared in disbelief. Their attention snapped to the succubus lord, who stood beside the smiling Grandmaster. Finally, she purred, patting Grandmaster's cheek. I've charmed him properly. Slap harder, she ordered playfully. I will, the Grandmaster said, grinning as he obediently struck his own face. Her gaze then shifted to the wine goblet clutched at Grandmaster's side, glowing with the essence of millions of souls. Greed flickered in her eyes. Just as she reached for it, a crimson hand flashed into existence, snatched the goblet away, and vanished. Bert's voice echoed coldly. Succubus Lord, have Grandmaster handle the last 2 altars. Do not overstep. The succubus Lord pouted, feigning innocence. Why would I ever do such a thing? Seeing the sudden collapse of their position, the Balrog and Gargoyle Lords lunged toward the space portal. Boom! They were flung back by an invisible force. Bert hovered above, eyes burning like twin suns. The portal sealed, he announced. No one leaves unless someone dies. Gabriel's voice rose in fury. This is a trap. And what if it is? Bert replied. None of you are leaving alive. Especially you, Gabriel. That cloak of God, you won't take it with you. You'll die trying. Gabriel snarled, flanked by the remaining Hell Lords. Bert grinned. Let's find out. Before the clash could begin, a weakened voice called out, Wait. Blood God, how are you wielding the spear of God? Everyone turned. Michael lay broken and bruised, barely conscious. Beside him sat Black Bolt and Gordon, both slumped from exhaustion. Black Bolt had held his own, but only barely. Michael had been distracted by the spear's appearance, and that split second cost him dearly. Bert floated downward, his voice calm. I suppose it's time to stop pretending. A hush fell. I'm not just a blood god. I am the reincarnation of God. The declaration shattered the silence. Even Lucifer's fading consciousness stirred. Gabriel's eyes widened with fury. Blasphemer! How dare you profane his name with your filthy blood? Michael gasped. Do you understand what you're claiming? I wasn't born a vampire, Bert said solemnly. I was just a boy, bitten, cursed. I awoke to my memories when I turned 20. Since then, I've changed the vampire race. We no longer feed on blood. He raised the spear high. And who but a true reincarnation could wield this? Use your logic. Who else could defeat beings like you one after another? Still unconvinced, Gabriel opened his mouth to respond. But then, the skies opened. 9 angels of vengeance descended, controlling the Supremer. He is our Lord, they proclaimed in unison. Gabriel dismissed them with a roar. Lies. All of it. But Michael hesitated. Why would God return? He asked, shaken. To cleanse, Bert said. Heaven has become corrupt. Angels serve alongside demons. I came to protect what you failed to. Blasphemy, Gabriel shouted, throwing his spear. But Adam stepped forward, smiling. Your opponent is me. The light spear grew to 100 meters and surged toward Adam, but Adam simply raised a hand. Boom! The resulting shockwave blasted Gabriel across the field. Oops, Adam smirked. I'm just too strong. As they clashed, Bert turned and whispered, Dragon God, I'm hungry. Shall we? The Dragon God roared, unleashing a tide of toxic breath. But Bert absorbed it all, and with a grin, he devoured the Dragon God whole, pulling him into the sea of blood above. Elsewhere, Doom seized the opportunity. Hulk, come with me. We'll take the Demon King together. Hulk smashed Demon King. With a mighty blow, Hulk crushed the fat fallen angel's skull and leapt into Doom's portal. The Demon Dragon Lord glanced at the remaining lords. Please don't make me pick between you. You're a coward, Doom's voice echoed from the portal, before yanking the Gargoyle Lord into the mirror dimension. Flame Demon Lord snorted. You're not just a coward. You're scared of death. Enraged, the Demon Dragon Lord screamed, launching a sky-scorching breath. The Flame Demon retaliated with an endless barrage of fireballs. The sky ignited as the two forces collided. Below, Michael lay deep in thought. God a vampire? Black Bolt spoke through his communicator. I don't know what he is, but I know something's very wrong with heaven. Michael sighed. You're right. You win. I didn't win, Black Bolt replied. You were distracted. If not, I'd have lost. They nodded in mutual respect. Michael promised to return one day with his true body. Elsewhere, the Supremer lit up the battlefield, burning thousands of demons with divine flame. Annie watched, thinking, my lord is God reborn. I must have my own angel army. As long as their cores remained, the angels could be redeemed. Meanwhile, the succubus lord and grandmaster approached the final altars. These can't be removed outright, Grandmaster explained. The elder gods are watching. We need to shut them down slowly. Then shut them down, she snapped. Unseen by her, Grandmaster's eyes flickered with clarity. The elder gods had freed his mind, and now he had his own plan. You're strong, blood god, he thought. But this war is far from over.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Under the leadership of the Supremer, everyone launched a counterattack. The morale of the demons dropped sharply, but they couldn't defeat the Supremer. The battle in this area is no longer a problem, and the key now is those few god-level battles. Adam released shock waves one after another towards Gabriel as if he has infinite cosmic energy. Gabriel avoided him in embarrassment. He shouted, Adam, I know you. Why do you follow Blood God? You are a Hell Lord. So what? Can't the devil believe in God? Adam shrugged and said, speaking of which, this seems to be what your heaven has always hoped for, right? Your heaven should support me. Gabriel said angrily, he is not God. How do you know he's not? Adam sneered, he gave evidence that he is God. What about you? Do you have evidence that he is not God? Gabriel retorted, God is not reincarnated, he is always alive, I can sense it. Adam said, Blood God's behavior is completely in line with God's standards. You should know how many times he has guarded the earth and the universe. Gabriel couldn't refute, but shouted, he's talking nonsense. He's not talking nonsense, it's just that you don't want to admit it. You made some mistakes over the years, right? Adam preached like a priest, Gabriel, kneel before your father and confess to him that you were wrong, and your father will forgive you. Gabriel was stunned for a moment, then shouted, shut up, he is not God, and, I am not wrong, everything I do is for God, for heaven. No, you're just doing it for yourself. Adam shook his head in a pretentious manner. Then, he raised the big sword, and pulled in a massive amount of cosmic energy towards the sword, then slashed against Gabriel. Gabriel couldn't resist it and was sent flying like a shooting star. Before Gabriel could recover, Adam suddenly appeared next to him, smiled slightly, and punched him in the abdomen. He screamed and was blasted to the ground, creating a big pit hundreds of meters wide. Gabriel, your holy power is a little weak. Adam stood on the pit and said lightly, could it be that your faith has been shaken? Gabriel smiled bitterly and said, how can it not be shaken? Only God can use the spear of God. Adam, is Blood God really the reincarnation of God? How do I know? I just know. Adam turned around suddenly and threw the big sword forcefully towards the space. With a sonic boom, the sword instantly pierced through the body of a transparent Gabriel. An unbelievable look appeared on the transparent Gabriel's face, which quickly dissipated into light spots. I just know that you are lying to me. Adam said, you deliberately pretended to be shaken to attract my attention, and then sent your clone to take back God's cloak, right? Gabriel, just because I'm only a few months old doesn't mean I'm as dumb as you. Gabriel roared, God's weapons belongs to heaven. If you take it away, we will never let you go. Adam withdrew the sword, jumped into the pit, and stabbed Gabriel's chest with it, then said, what's the problem with that? The cloak belongs to God in the first place. Gabriel roared, no, he's not our God, he's not. The truth is often cruel, dear. As soon as Adam exerted force, cosmic energy in the sword exploded, and Gabriel's body was torn to shreds, leaving only the crystals of divine power in place. Done. Adam picked up the crystal of divine power and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he looked at the battlefield to the right and found that the demon dragon lord and the flame demon, Balrog, lord were fighting frantically in a sea of fire. Adam watched for a while, then complained, why continue this fake fight? Demon dragon lord and flame demon lord stopped embarrassedly after hearing the words. They had really fought for a while before, but they found that no one could do anything about it. They discussed it and decided to fake the fight, so as not to die in real battle. Balrog, according to our agreement, you should surrender now. Demon Dragon Lord shouted, Blood God will surely win. That's true. Flame Demon Lord hesitated a little, looked up at the sky, and shouted loudly, I, Flame Demon Lord, am willing to serve the Blood God for 100 years. 200 years, sign the contract. Adam rolled his eyes and threw a contract to Balrog Lord, who signed his name without hesitation. Adam put away the contract and instructed, go, solve all the demons, except for the dragon race, others are allowed to surrender. Okay. Flame Demon Lord nodded, and Demon Dragon Lord blinked and said, I think we should help Blood God and that Iron Masked Man. Their opponents are not weak. Adam said, you don't need to worry about that, just do it. You said. Demon Dragon Lord shrugged and went to clean up the battlefield with Balrog Lord. Flame Demon Lord has surrendered. Seeing the Balrog Lord surrender, the morale of the demons completely collapsed, and they all knelt down and surrendered. Adam glanced at the battle on the sky and the mirror dimension, turned around, and walked towards Grandmaster. Let's move the time backward a little bit. In the mirror dimension, Gargoyle Lord looked at the large zergs that were densely packed around him, and said to Doom who came in, "So you are showing your weakness to your enemy. To be precise, it's to lure you into the bait." Doom said, "Blood God wants Adam to become Satan, and you demon lords are in the way." Hulk's eyes lit up, and he carried the hammer and asked, "Satan? Then can I go to hell to fight every day in the future?" Doom smiled and said, "You can do whatever you want. Although it is an enemy, I have to say that Blood God is indeed a character." Gargoyle Lord sighed and said, "I regret making a move against Mephisto a little bit now. If he was here, we wouldn't be so easily fooled. That guy Lucifer seemed smart, but he was a lot worse than Mephisto." Doom shook his head and said, "No more nonsense, let's fight. I really want to know how far apart I am from the Demon King of Hell." After speaking, Doom raised his hand, and 9 laser rays fell from the sky, as the zergs rushed towards Gargoyle Lord. "Doom, I'll let you know today just how big the gap between a man and devil is." Gargoyle Lord snorted coldly, raised his grey right hand. A stone shield appeared out of nowhere, blocking all 9 laser beams. Immediately afterwards, Gargoyle Lord raised his left hand towards the 9 magic satellites, and 9 stone swords flew out of his palm, getting bigger and bigger, aiming at the 9 satellites. The stone swords of the Gargoyle Lord was very fast, but Doom responded quickly. He cast the spell quickly, a portal appeared in the sky, and all the 9 stone swords flew into it and disappeared. At the time, 9 stone swords descended from the sky and shot at Gargoyle Lord. Gargoyle Lord snorted coldly and turned his fingers. Swords changed its trajectory and flew towards zergs. Although it is a stone sword, it is like the sharpest arrow, piercing through 9 rows of large zergs in an instant. What is even more surprising is that these zergs were all petrified, and then turned around and bit the other zergs. Doom was a little surprised. "Can your stone sword turn others into puppets?" "That's right, Doom, don't underestimate us Devil Kings of Hell. Blood God can kill us because he is too strong. To be honest, I really believe that he is the reincarnation of God, otherwise it would be impossible to be strong like this." Gargoyle Lord hurriedly charged towards Doom with a strong shield on his feet, and at the same time said loudly, "As for you, you are not yet qualified. I know I'm not an opponent of the Hell Demon Lord, but if I don't challenge you, how do I know how big the gap is between me and you? I, Doom, will kill a Hell Lord myself sooner or later." Doom said, "Hulk, it's your turn. Hulk, attack." Hulk took the hammer of gravity, jumped violently in front of the Gargoyle Lord, and hit him with the hammer. Before the hammer arrived, a gravitational wave had already enveloped Gargoyle Lord, and he was immediately stuck in place, unable to move. Gargoyle Lord snorted coldly, and his red eyes shot 2 petrifying rays of light towards Hulk. At this moment, a grey zerg appeared in front of Hulk out of thin air, blocking the 2 petrifying rays of light for him. This grey zerg specializes in devouring petrifying light, but the petrifying light of the Gargoyle Lord is more powerful than the normal ones. Grey zerg cannot devour it, and its body gradually became petrified. When Doom saw this, he immediately retracted the grey zerg. Hulk's body suddenly rose up, avoiding the remaining petrifying light, and then smashed the head of Gargoyle Lord with the hammer. At a critical moment, Gargoyle Lord got rid of the gravitational wave, put the shield on his head. Bang! A thunder-like crash sounded, and the air went berserk, turning into a gust of wind and sweeping the surroundings. Shockingly, after this heavy blow, Gargoyle Lord did not move at all. He smiled contemptuously and kicked Hulk with his left foot heavily. Hulk rolled on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. At the same time, his kicked shoulder began to petrify. Hulk roared and smashed his shoulder with a punch, directly smashing the petrified parts away. Immediately afterwards, Hulk got up and rushed to Gargoyle Lord again. At the same time, Doom opened his hands, and a large number of lightning emerged from him, and then rose into the sky, connecting with the 9 magic satellites. Gargoyle Lord sensed something was wrong and controlled the 9 stone swords to shoot at Doom. Seeing this, Hulk waved the hammer of gravity and sent the 9 stone swords flying one after another. "Not enough, come again," Doom shouted, and many lightning elemental zergs flew out of the sky. They sent all the electricity to the magic satellite, and the magic satellite thundered like 9 huge thunder balls. Gargoyle Lord snorted coldly, and while flying forward quickly, he fired petrifying rays towards Doom. Seeing this, Hulk sent the 2 stone swords in front of him against the 2 petrifying rays with the hammer, and the 2 rays were blocked. "Destroy, Gargoyle." When Doom was ready, he cast spells with both hands, forming a huge thunder circle with 9 thunder satellites in the sky. Then, a pillar of lightning slammed into Gargoyle Lord. Gargoyle Lord wanted to avoid it. At this time, Hulk controlled the gravity hammer to send out a gravity wave and set him in place. The next moment, Gargoyle Lord was blasted to the ground by the lightning beam and then sunk down with the ground all the way. Doom breathed a sigh of relief. This is one of his big killer moves. Soon, the lightning dissipated, and in the disappointed eyes of Doom, Gargoyle Lord with many cracks on his body slowly stood up. He wasn't dead, just a little wounded. "Doom, your thunder was good, but it's only good." Gargoyle Lord grinned, and the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, he spread his wings and quickly rushed towards Doom. Seeing this, Hulk immediately jumped over and grabbed Gargoyle Lord. Then, he pressed the Gargoyle Lord to the ground and smashed his huge fist into his face. Gargoyle Lord grabbed Hulk's fist, conjured a stone sword, and penetrated it into Hulk's chest. Hulk screamed, and green blood dripped onto the ground and Gargoyle Lord's body. Gargoyle Lord was about to make persistent efforts when two big hands suddenly stretched out from the ground. One of them pressed firmly on the Gargoyle Lord's chest, and the other smashed Gargoyle Lord's sword. Hulk took the opportunity to jump back and dodge. Gargoyle Lord snorted coldly, and was about to tear these two big hands apart when they suddenly burst open in unison, and the Gargoyle Lord was blown away directly. "I'm going to kill you." Gargoyle Lord was a little impatient, raised his hands, and a large number of soil thorns appeared on the ground like waves, attacking Doom and Hulk. Hulk's chest injury has recovered, he roared, slammed his hammer on the ground rolled, and all the soil thorns disintegrated. Immediately afterwards, Hulk jumped hard and smashed towards the Gargoyle Lord, who turned sideways to avoid his hammer, and then kicked him away. Then, the Gargoyle Lord controlled the remaining stone swords and shot them against Doom one after another. Doom took out the Cosmi rod he got from Ronan and waved it quickly. All the stone swords were knocked into the air by him. He sneered, "You think I'm not good at melee combat just because I'm a mage? I'm sorry, but I'm from Camartage. Ancient One's disciple is indeed extraordinary, but today you will die." Gargoyle Lord clapped his hands. The ground shook, and then a large number of mud blocks flew up, forming one mud giants after another in the air. "This is not over yet." Gargoyle Lord glared at the clay giant, the petrifying light emitted, and all the clay giants turned into stone giants. "Kill that green monster." Gargoyle Lord waved his hand, and all the stone giants ran towards Hulk. Hulk was not afraid, roared, and rushed towards the stone giant with a hammer. After restraining Hulk with the stone giants, Gargoyle Lord turned his attention back to Doom, but found that one of his spell was about to be completed, and hurriedly fired a petrifying light at him. "Sorry, you're late." Doom's voice sounded from another direction, and at the same time, the original Doom was shattered like glass, and it was just a phantom. Immediately afterwards, Doom pushed forward with both hands, and a weird-shaped instrument appeared out of nowhere in the void behind the Gargoyle Lord, and it turned frantically under the urging of magic. The hole-shaped instrument kept spinning, a powerful suction force was generated, and even the Gargoyle Lord could not escape and was abruptly sucked into the device. This was a super move created by Doom, combining black hole technology and magic, known as the infinite suction. "Do you think you can kill me with this?" Gargoyle Lord struggled and roared. Doom smiled and said, "Of course not. This is just to trap you. There are other ways to kill you." As he spoke, Doom continued to cast his spell. The suction from the instrument suddenly increased, causing surrounding zergs, soil, and stones to fly towards it and turn into a massive ball of soil. Next, Doom raised his hands, and the ball of soil shot into the sky at high speed. When it reached an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, he squeezed with his right hand, causing the ball of soil to explode into a dazzling white light, like the sun, in the sky. A mushroom cloud rose, and a terrifying shockwave swept around, nearly shattering the entire mirror dimension. "Damn it, Doom! Did you put a nuclear bomb on this guy?" Banner's expression appeared on Hulk's face as he evaded the debris, scolding, "When did you learn from Bert?" "I modified this nuclear bomb with magic, so it doesn't emit much radiation," Doom explained. "I took this bomb from Bert. Its power is a little less than I expected. I guess I'll need to buy a Russian bomb. The American one just isn't good enough." Banner complained, "Take? Is this a small matter to you, Doom?" Doom shrugged and said, "How can you understand the true meaning of an explosion if you've never put a nuclear bomb together yourself?" Just as Banner was about to reply, Hulk shouted at Doom, "Be careful. He is still there. Gargoyle Lord is not dead yet." Before Hulk could finish speaking, a massive stone hurtled through the air like a meteorite, leaving a long trail of light behind as it rushed towards Doom and Hulk. Doom and Hulk's expressions changed dramatically, and they hastily fled to the side. The next moment, there was a loud bang, the ground shook, and soil rolled like waves. Doom and Banner were both thrown out and tumbled on the ground. After a while, the chaos subsided, and Gargoyle Lord emerged from the crater, dragging his torn body. He smiled grimly, "You two are beyond my expectations, but unfortunately, you can't kill me on your own." As he spoke, the Gargoyle Lord's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He could absorb the power of the earth to repair himself. To defeat him, one had to destroy his core. Hulk and Doom rose from the ground, embarrassed but with only minor injuries. Hulk had the ability to regenerate infinitely, while Doom, although he rarely used it, had a body made of steel. A Demon King is that strong. Banner's expression appeared on Hulk's face as he said, "I didn't expect the gap between us and Bert to be so big. It's normal. Bert is on a different level and we are just early demigods," Doom said, shaking his head indifferently. "That's why I want to challenge the Demon King. I don't want to be left behind by Bert." Hulk roared deeply, "Hulk doesn't either." Doom smiled and said, "When you understand why you're fighting, you're already on the threshold of God level, just like me." Gargoyle Lord replied with a grim smile, "You have great potential, but unfortunately, you won't have a future because you will surely die here today." Mud giants appeared next to him. "You can't kill me." Doom disdainfully smiled and summoned portals, through which superheroes such as Yvonne, Frank, Sky, Electro, and Absorbing Man appeared one by one. Yvonne, who had replaced 2 new reactors, said, "Doom, we should have come over a long time ago. I really want to see how strong the Demon King is." "Yes, we should have been allowed in," the others nodded. Gargoyle Lord was not afraid, but he was very upset. "Are you going to bully the weak with the numbers?" Ivan was uninterested in talking further and swung his war whip at the Gargoyle Lord. The others stepped forward to attack as well. The battle between the superheroes and the Demon King of Hell broke out officially. In the Sea of Blood, the Dragon God was struggling. He was unable to beat Bert and was constantly being stabbed. Bert transformed into thousands of blood-colored spears, kept teleporting, and disappeared, making it difficult for the Dragon God to resist. If the spear entered his body, it would be dangerous, so the Dragon God strengthened his defense by turning the poisonous gas into dragon armor and driving the blood spear out as soon as it pierced him. Although at a disadvantage, the Dragon God's strong defense and recovery power allowed him to recover from these minor injuries. If it goes on like this, small problems can turn into big problems. Why is he so strong at such a young age? He actually defeated me in such a manner, Dragon God thought, filled with confusion. Despite living for more than 10,000 years, he couldn't defeat a man in his early 20s. This realization made him feel aggrieved. It's a shame that my poisonous gas has no effect on him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so passive. Does this mean he's really the reincarnation of a god? How else could he be so powerful? Dragon God sighed, regretting his involvement in this situation. He wondered why he was poking his nose into other people's affairs. Dragon God couldn't resist asking, "Blood God, are you truly the reincarnation of a god?" "You're foolish to believe such nonsense," Bert sneered. A spear suddenly appeared in front of the Dragon God's eyes, aiming straight for his left eye. Dragon God quickly closed his eyes and summoned his poison gas to form a shield, blocking the spear. The spear bounced off with a loud bang and disappeared into the air. "Asshole." Bert's words only fueled the Dragon God's anger. He offered, "Blood God, I admit it. I can provide you with many real dragons, dragon beasts, and dragon people, on the condition that you let me return to the dragon dimension." "It's too late for you to admit defeat now," Bert said as he plunged the spear into Dragon God's abdomen, drawing a small amount of blood before disappearing. Dragon God shouted, "The dragon dimension is not only home to one dragon god. If you let me go, I'll take you to another dragon god to consume." Bert smiled disdainfully, "If you betray your entire family, how can I trust you? I am a real dragon, while that guy is a lizard dragon. How can we be considered the same family?" "Blood God, don't blame me for going all out against you if you refuse to cooperate," Dragon God threatened. "I've lived for tens of thousands of years and spent most of it struggling against others," Dragon God declared. "Come on then. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Bert challenged, unafraid of death as a blood god. "Blood God, die for me," the Dragon God roared, green blood spurting from his body and mixing with his poisonous gas to form countless strands of green blood that he directed towards Bert's blood-colored spear. The blood-colored spear was about to teleport, but the Dragon God summoned all his mental power to shake the void and even made the blood-colored spear pause for a moment. During this moment, countless amounts of poisonous blood surrounded the blood-colored spear and were then squeezed tightly to crush the spear. "Blood God, you didn't expect me to have this trick, did you? Die?" Dragon God laughed. Despite the fact that this move would greatly damage his vitality, it didn't matter. What was important was to kill the Blood God and then consume him. Just as the Dragon God was feeling proud, thousands of blood-colored spears suddenly appeared out of nowhere, piercing into the dragon's body while it was attacking. They then swam into his body like a fish. Immediately after, the thousands of blood spears cut off the blood flow from the inside, causing its foundation to be lost and its strength to be greatly reduced. The spears vibrated violently and shattered the blood flow. Next, the free blood-colored spears simultaneously pierced into the Dragon God's body, causing it to be filled with holes and to let out a shrill scream. "Blood God, you haven't given it your all yet," Dragon God roared in disbelief. Bert sneered, "So what? To deal with you, 70% of my strength is enough." At the same time as Bert sneered, the spears quickly swam towards the Dragon God's heart, knowing that even for a god, the heart is a weakness. "No," Dragon God shouted in shock, trying to use the power within his body to resist the spears, but there were too many and they were too fast. Dragon God couldn't resist and the blood spears quickly penetrated the heart area. At this moment, the terrified Dragon God suddenly smiled proudly as a black hole appeared out of nowhere in the heart area, sucking in all the blood-colored spears. "Blood God, do you think you can really kill me?" Dragon God laughed proudly, "Everything was just my plan. Blood God, you brought me food yourself. I really want to thank you." Bert flew over in a panic and asked, "What's going on? Why did all my spears suddenly lose contact? This is impossible, they're part of my body." "Because I swallowed them all," Dragon God said with a grim smile. A surging neck appeared, and a pitch-black dragon head appeared on Dragon God's shoulder. The Dragon God was originally a two-headed dragon. Bert suddenly realized and said, "No wonder you can become a dragon god while being a mere poisonous dragon. It turns out you still have another head, that has the devouring ability." "Yes, I am the devouring and poisonous two-headed dragon," Dragon God spoke on behalf of the devoured head. "However, everyone who knew this secret is dead. Blood God, you are no exception." The other dragon head of the Dragon God laughed and said, "Blood God, you're just a bit clever. How can you compare to my 10,000 years of wisdom?" The black hole that was formed before was in the Dragon God's stomach. It not only had the ability to decompose all things, but it could also move freely within the dragon god's body. Bert, who had initially been in a state of panic, suddenly smiled. Do you really think I'm so foolish that I would willingly choose death? Before Bert could finish speaking, the dragon god's body erupted in a violent explosion. Even the dragon god himself couldn't withstand the impact. The two heads let out a piercing scream at the same time. Then, the head that had devoured blood god's blood spewed out a lot of blood and dark offal. The poisonous head of the dragon god exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Did I not swallow you?" Bert sneered, "Of course not. Did you really think I wasn't aware that you were a two-headed dragon? I am a vampire. As soon as I swallowed your blood, I knew something was amiss. The spears that entered your body all merged into one, and the rest were all for show." Dragon god asked in frustration, "I can devour and decompose anything, so why did your blood still explode?" Bert replied with a disdainful smile, "Concepts, can you devour them?" He sealed the bomb with space energy, and Dragon God couldn't decompose it at all. Dragon God started to shout, "Blood God," but Bert quickly pierced his heart with a spear and started to frantically devour his original blood essence. Dragon God tried to resist, but at that moment, thousands of blood-colored spears penetrated his head along the blood vessels, attacking wildly. Dragon God kept rolling in the sea of blood in agony. Bert declared, "I'm here to help ease your pain." He then took out the silver memory hammer and struck both of the Dragon God's heads at lightning speed. Dragon God, who was rolling in pain, suddenly became confused. Where was he? What was happening to his body? Who was attacking him? Dragon God instinctively checked the condition of his body and tried to resist, but he couldn't stop Bert's absorption and attack. Since the Dragon God was a god, his memory quickly returned. However, Bert struck him with the hammer again, causing the Dragon God to lose his memory once more. Amnesia, revival, amnesia, revival. Dragon God was unable to effectively counterattack and could only keep crying, bewildered, and struggling. In reality, Bert wasn't afraid of the Dragon God's counterattack, but he was afraid of the Dragon God's self-destruction. This was not because he feared death, but because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to fully devour the Dragon God. To Bert, the Dragon God is a significant supplement among all the other supplements and cannot be disregarded. After some time, Bert absorbed the Dragon God, leaving behind only its skin. Bert then blocked the Dragon God's divine soul using space energy. At this point, the Dragon God had no power to resist and Bert stopped his attack. The Dragon God's memory quickly returned. "I didn't expect Dragon God to end up like this," Dragon God said, smiling miserably. "Blood God, I beg you to let go of the Dragon Dimension. I am willing to give you half of its authority." Dragon God then spat out a tooth with strange lines and said weakly, "This represents half the authority of the Dragon Dimension. Once you kill the other Dragon God, you will have complete control over it. Dragons are very powerful and will be your best warriors and followers." Bert glanced at the Dragon God and sighed. "Dragon God, you are truly resilient. Even when faced with death, you fight hard." Desperately, the Dragon God shouted, "How did you know there was something wrong with the dragon tooth?" "I didn't know before, but I know now," Bert said, shrugging. Dragon God roared, "Blood God, I won't let you go. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Why do you think you still have a chance of becoming a ghost?" Bert asked, pretending to be surprised, while accelerating the speed of absorption. Soon, the Dragon God turned into a mummified corpse. Bert, in his main form, didn't waste time on words. He grabbed the dragon's skin from the air and put it away, leaving behind only a kilometer-long dragon bone. Next, Bert used soul magic to strip the soul from the two-headed Dragon God. The trapped Dragon God continued to roar at Bert, but it was to no avail. "You've already lost. Accept your fate," Bert sneered. He summoned his own dragon, Shenlong, swallowed the Dragon God's soul and the shrunken bone, and disappeared. With the power of Shenlong, it takes a lot of time to consume the dragon's soul and bone. So, as soon as it returned to Bert's body, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. When the dragon's soul awakens, it will become a new Dragon God, and it will also gain 2 attributes, poison and devouring. Bert nodded with satisfaction. In fact, not only does the dragon need to be digested, but Bert himself must consume the blood of the Dragon God to raise the power of Shenlong to a new level. That's a big win, Bert thought to himself. At the same time, he saw the dragon tooth, considered it, sealed it in space, swallowed the soul of the Dragon God, and then took the time to figure out what it was for. Meanwhile, Adam approached Grandmaster and the Succubus Lord. Succubus Lord claimed credit. "Adam, I have destroyed most of the runes, and these 2 altars will soon be completely useless." Adam frowned slightly as he looked at the dimming altars. On the surface, Grandmaster's approach seemed alright, but for some reason, he had a feeling that something was wrong. After hesitating for a moment, Adam swung his sword towards Grandmaster. Grandmaster was shocked and quickly jumped aside to avoid the sword's blade. Adam flipped his hand and the cosmic energy turned into a semicircular mask that trapped Grandmaster inside. He sneered, "You've got a problem." Grandmaster took out a strange energy gun and fired at the mask. At the same time, he asked with a frown, "How did you find out?" "I didn't find out. It was just a test." "Humph, you dodged so quickly, which means you're not under control at all," Adam said as he shot and exploded Grandmaster's energy gun. "What? Grandmaster isn't being controlled?" Succubus Lord asked in shock and anger. Was she actually deceived by this bastard? "Lord Succubus, you're more useless than I thought. You couldn't even pick up on anything, Adam scolded as he grabbed Succubus Lord and threw her into Doom's mirror dimension. Just keep an eye on Doom and the others, make sure they don't die. That's all you need to do. Succubus Lord was very upset and unwilling. She grit her teeth and glared at Grandmaster. If she didn't know that the other party was going to die, she would have smashed them to pieces. It's too late for you to surrender now. The two elder gods will arrive soon, warned Grandmaster confidently from within the cosmic energy trap. Blood God is indeed strong, but he can't stand against the elder god, let alone two of them. Adam didn't pay attention to Grandmaster's words and swung his sword towards the two altars. Suddenly, the altars started vibrating and the surrounding time and space began to distort. No matter how hard Adam swung his sword, he couldn't cut through the altars. This is the power of the elder gods, they can even manipulate time and space, boasted Grandmaster. This time, Blood God is really going to die. Why did they come if you didn't offer any sacrifices? Asked Adam, confused. That altar is made from souls. It doesn't require sacrifices, only activation, explained Grandmaster with pride. Have you never seen such a high-end method? Just then, a beam of holy light shot from the side and penetrated Grandmaster's body. He looked at Bert, who had descended from the sky, with disbelief. Bert dared to kill him? He was an elder of the universe? Grandmaster had always been a little fearless, as killing him would offend all the elders of the universe. This was the reason why he acted so recklessly. Bert made a move and the spear of God flew back into his hand. Grandmaster, I said I wanted you dead, he said coldly. Grandmaster tried to say something, but his body was quickly purified by the holy light. Then, his soul was captured by Bert and stored in a small space. As soon as Grandmaster entered the small space, he heard the astronomer yelling, Blood God, how dare you kill me? Do you know who I am? Do you know how many powerful gods I know? Not only was the astronomer there, but the runner and the obliterator were also there, both of them sitting weakly on the ground, awaiting their final fate. Grandmaster swallowed and asked, Did the Blood God kill you too? Yes, thanks to you, we were all killed by the Blood God, replied the runner with a sneer. This time, I really want to thank you. Grandmaster shouted in shock and anger, Blood God dares to kill us. Runner angrily said, Don't go crazy like astronomer. We don't need another lunatic. Astronomer is crazy? Asked Grandmaster, stunned. Runner nodded, yes, the astronomer is crazy. To be honest, I never expected him to be so fragile and afraid of death. It's a shame because I used to admire him a lot. Obliterator spat disdainfully, obviously not impressed with the astronomer. Grandmaster glanced at the astronomer and felt a chill in his heart. He asked, What will Blood God do to us? Runner shrugged, just let us be torn apart by thousands of souls. Grandmaster opened his eyes wide, shocked. After a moment, he cried out, Blood God, I surrender. Let me go. I can serve you. I can atone for myself. Runner spread his hands toward Obliterator and said, Another crazy one. Obliterator shook his head and said, Wait for death. It's almost time. Runner calmly added, This is our retribution. Leaving the elders of the universe for now, Bert used Space Stone to suppress the void, causing the two altars to come down. It looks like the Space Stone can hold them, Adam laughed. Suddenly, both altars burst open, revealing two black holes in the void. A dark red phantom appeared from the black hole on the left, revealing the ancient god that Ebony Maw believed in. Although the god hadn't arrived yet, the terrifying killing intent flooded the entire planet, causing the Kree warrior to fall to the ground in fear and shaking. The black hole on the right revealed a grass-green tentacle. As soon as it appeared, chaos erupted on the entire planet and the Kree started to roar uncontrollably. The two elder gods were about to make their debut. Ego, who claimed to be a god, was trembling with fear. What did Grandmaster do to bring out the elder gods? If the planet hadn't been blocked, Ego would have been ready to escape. Is this the so-called Celestial? Star-Lord snorted, as he despised Ego. Ego was bragging about being invincible in the world, but Star-Lord saw him as a piece of shit. Star-Lord couldn't help but wonder why Ego was so similar to himself. Damn it, Balrog, Demon Dragon, come here and prepare for battle. Doom, you guys must deal with the Gargoyle Lord as soon as possible, Bert yelled while attacking two black holes. The Flame Demon Lord and the Demon Dragon Lord flew over with bitter expressions. I knew I shouldn't have surrendered to the Blood God. It's over now, complained the Flame Demon Lord to the Demon Dragon Lord. That's an elder god, and there are two more. How could we possibly be able to fight? I'll find an opportunity to turn against the water later, whispered the Demon Dragon Lord. At that moment, both he and the Flame Demon Lord felt severe pain, which they knew was Adam's warning. They sighed helplessly and quickly flew towards the altar. Next, Bert joined forces with the three Hell Lords to attack the two black holes, but each attack was ineffective, including the attacks of Space Stone. Blood God, it's time for you to pay the price, said the Crimson Phantom as he slowly walked out of the black hole. The huge killing intent filled the whole world, and there was a feeling that even the planet would be killed by him. At that moment, the tentacles that had emerged from the side suddenly slapped the black hole violently, causing it to distort and collapse quickly. Shemaggorath, roared the Crimson Phantom, desperately trying to come to this world. But the tentacles slammed the black hole one after another, forcing it to collapse, and the Crimson Phantom and the black hole disappeared. Everyone was stunned, and Bert stopped and complained, It seems that you're really crazy. You even beat your allies up. When did he become my ally? Asked Shemaggorath as he slowly descended. He and I are mortal enemies. I am enough to deal with you alone. Why should I let him have a share? Shimagaroth was not heartless or crazy, he simply had great confidence in himself. Although he had descended in projection form, not his main body, he was still powerful enough to deal with 4 lords. Every ancient god had such self-confidence. Do you think you'll win? Bert asked with a disdainful smile. Shimagaroth, let me show you what a lunatic is. Shimagaroth clenched his fist and said disdainfully, that's really worth seeing. If you perform well, I'll leave you whole. Bert stopped talking nonsense and raised his left hand, revealing the infinity glove with a gleaming half-reality stone. He had borrowed the glove and never returned it. Shimagaroth sneered, it's only half an infinity stone. Do you think it can scare me? Of course the infinity stones won't scare you, but what if, replied Bert as he raised his right hand and revealed the remnant soul of the one-eyed lord. Blood god, don't expect to use me to threaten Shimagaroth. A descendant of Shimagaroth isn't afraid of death. Shut up. Bert yelled in anger. Even if you're afraid of death, your ancestors wouldn't care about your life. As the one-eyed lord finally fell into Bert's grasp, Shimagaroth cursed. It's useless. This time, let's kill you two. Shimagaroth wasn't using any strategy. He truly believed this. Fortunately, Bert never intended to use the one-eyed lord to threaten Shimagaroth. Conquering the one-eyed lord is the same as conquering the one-eyed hell, Bert declared. Reality stone, I sacrifice the one-eyed lord and the one-eyed hell in exchange for the power to repel Shimagaroth, Bert shouted. The reality stone lit up with a dazzling red light and drew the one-eyed lord into it, enveloping the whole one-eyed hell in red light. And that was just the start. With the reality stone taking effect, the one-eyed hell began to shatter like the end of the world. It was as if the sky and ground were tearing apart, and even the void was breaking apart. The red light swept through the world, taking away the bodies and souls of any demons it enveloped. What? The reality stone transferred a vast amount of power into Bert while he was collecting the one-eyed hell. The power was too much, and Bert couldn't help but roar. Strange energy patterns appeared on his body. Wow, super blood god, Adam said with a smile, shouting to the demon dragon lord and the flame demon lord, pour your power into blood god, or he might not be able to hold on. Oh, good, good, the 2 demons responded, shaken from their shock. They quickly sent power into Bert's body along with Adam to help him suppress the violent energies. To be honest, the 2 demon kings were shocked. He was sacrificing an entire layer of hell. What other crazy methods would this crazy person come up with? Hell has a vast territory, with tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of demons. Even Shimagaroth was slightly surprised, saying, you're truly a lunatic. So what? Bert replied. A blood-colored magic circle appeared in front of him, and a blood-colored shock wave roared out of it, destroying the space and blasting towards Shimagaroth. The demon king of hell couldn't stop such a shock wave, but Shimagaroth wasn't the demon king of hell. He was an elder god. The tentacles and the blood-colored shock wave violently collided, causing time and space to become distorted and chaotic. Space cracks appeared around them, as if the end was coming. The surrounding ground disappeared, one after the other, like a bitten apple. Ego was frightened to death. These 2 were too terrifying. Shimagaroth roared, blood god, even if you sacrifice a layer of hell, you still can't kill me. I am Shimagaroth. 1 layer isn't enough? Then 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers. I have more than hell, Bert said, his voice louder than Shimagaroth's. And I still have the power stone. If sacrificing all of them isn't enough, I don't believe you can stop so many attacks. Shimagaroth was somewhat stunned. If he was in his own dimension, he wouldn't care about such a threat, but in the main universe, he can't ignore it. After all, the elder gods are not the gods of creation. Sacrifice all of hell? Blood god is a lunatic. He turns everything upside down, demon dragon lord and flame demon lord muttered to themselves. They couldn't believe that the blood god was threatening to sacrifice their own hell. Demon dragon lord tried to ask Adam, Adam, aren't you angry? Or should we do the opposite? Adam remained silent and simply used the contract to stab the demon dragon lord's soul, causing him to scream in pain. From then on, the demon dragon lord didn't dare to speak out of line. Other gods would likely retreat in the face of such an attack, but not Shimagaroth. He laughed and said, blood god, you are indeed a lunatic. But I'm not a normal person. Let's play. Bert was unsurprised by Shimagaroth's choice. Their last encounter had made him aware that Shimagaroth was neurotic. The 5 layers of hell are to be sacrificed. The image will be quite spectacular. Perhaps the entire universe will collapse at that time, since hell is an important part of the universe. Shimagaroth laughed as he attempted to squeeze his way into the main universe. For an entity like him, gain or loss was unimportant. What mattered was being innovative and having fun. Then I'll play with you. You may be crazy, but I'm not, Shimagaroth. By playing with me, you're almost there. Bert suddenly sneered, and Shimagaroth was momentarily stunned. He was about to say something, but at that moment, a crimson figure suddenly caught him from behind and pulled him forcefully backwards. Sidorak, what are you doing? Shimagaroth roared. The crimson figure was the Lord of Oblivion, Sidorak. Sidorak was no ordinary god. In his crimson dimension, he was all-powerful. Moreover, Kamartaj and Sidorak had special connections, and there was even a spell called the Crimson Bands of Sidorak. Doctor Strange had used this magic in the movie to bind the right hand of Thanos. What you did to me, I will do to you. It's fair, isn't it? Sidorak sneered as he pulled Shimagaroth back. Shimagaroth roared, "Do you not realize that you are only demeaning the blood god this way? So what? If the blood god does not die by my hands, then it means nothing to me." Sidorak sneered, "Besides, he has already paid the price for this time. How do you think I got here? You conspired with the blood god." Shimagaroth roared, but Sidorak did not bother to answer. He shouted to Bert, "Blood god sacrificed the soul of Ebony Maw in exchange for my move this time, but your disdain for me is not yet at an end. Next time, I will kill you." As Bert continued to bombard Shimagaroth, he shouted, "I'm ready at any time." Shimagaroth roared, "Sidorak, let me go. You and I can work together to enter the main universe and have a good time. I'm not like you. I will not go back on my word." Sidorak sneered, increasing his strength and gradually pulling Shimagaroth out of the main universe. "Blood god, we're not done yet." Shimagaroth roared unwillingly. Bert smiled disdainfully as the shockwave swelled violently, completely blasting Shimagaroth out of the main universe. Seeing that there was no hope for Shimagaroth, he turned around and waved his tentacles to fight Sidorak. Sidorak was not afraid of Shimagaroth. The two demons fought in the endless void, and many of the small dimensions they fought in were destroyed on the spot. Of course, this had nothing to do with Bert. After he had driven away Shimagaroth, he immediately used the space stone to repair the space cracks. When everything was done, he shouted, "Stop the sacrifice." The reality stone and the light on Bert dimmed at the same time. The natural disaster caused by the one-eyed lord abruptly ended, and the demons who had fled looked at the torn void in the distance and wept. This natural disaster would make even the devil afraid. This time, Bert sacrificed a third of the one-eyed lord's hell and the one-eyed lord's soul. This blood god is definitely a lunatic. The demon dragon lord and the others were all connected. They believed that the blood god was too cruel, too crazy, too strong, and too terrifying. The next 200 years would not be easy. After finishing the Grand Master's last resort, Bert breathed a sigh of relief. He put away his infinity gloves and was about to speak when his body suddenly turned into a river of blood that flowed around him. "Is there something wrong with the blood god's body?" everyone asked, surprised that the sacrifice had come with a price. Bert shouted loudly, and his body reassembled into a human shape. He cursed, "Damn, I just tried too hard. I can't hold it anymore. What's the situation?" "Are you going to die?" asked Adam. "It seems when people are handsome, even God will bless them," Adam continued with his consciousness. "Go away. The blood of the dragon god is too nourishing. My body is about to transform." Bert scolded and explained through his consciousness, "My body is not the original one. This transformation will return me to the body of my previous life. To achieve a perfect state, I need to sleep for a while. Go in peace. Leave it to me and I will help you deal with the aftermath," said Adam. "You think too much. You and all the demons must return to hell immediately. You can't stay in the main universe for too long," replied Bert. "I'll take care of the rest and find a place to sleep immediately," Bert said as he held up the Spear of God, and the Cloak of God emerged from the void and flew to the side of the Spear of God. Then, the light on the Cloak of God kept flickering, as if questioning the Spear of God. The Spear of God was too lazy to talk, so it was put directly into Bert's body. In fact, Bert didn't plan to turn the Cloak of God into his own because its ability overlapped with the Space Stone, so it was of no use to him. He put it away first and planned to think about it later. As soon as God's cloak was removed, the communication resumed immediately. High Priestess Aisha asked anxiously, "Blood God, what happened just now, and how was the battle?" "I'll tell you later," Bert replied shortly. Bert then turned to Adam and the three of them and said, "You three go and attack the one-eyed lord's hell. Devour it before it gives birth to a new lord, and increase the strength of Adam's hell." "Okay, just enough to deter other hell lords," Adam said with a smile. "This is my first step to becoming Satan," he continued. The Dragon Lord and the Balrog Lord couldn't help but glance at Adam. Previously, Adam's desire to become Satan was just a joke, but now it had become a real possibility. Mephisto and Lucifer, the two most powerful hell demon kings, had fallen one after another. In addition, Adam had 3 demon king servants. The other demon kings could not stop him unless they joined forces. Bert thought for a while and gave Lucifer's soul and great sword to Adam, saying, "Lucifer and his hell, you handle it yourself." Bert didn't purify Lucifer's soul. To Adam, the soul of a demon king was a big supplement. Adam put away Lucifer's soul and said, "No problem, leave it to me. By the way, also give me the thousands of souls, and I will reincarnate them into demons. Wait for now, they haven't been avenged yet. You guys should organize your army first." Bert waved his hand, and then turned his attention to the mirror dimension. The Gargoyle Lord and the others also sensed the big movement just now. Seeing that even the elder gods were beaten away, the Gargoyle Lord was completely desperate. He shouted, "Blood God, I surrender to 200 years. Doom and the others sneered for a while. They used to think that the Lord of Hell was very scary, but only when they really got in touch did they realize that they were not so scary after all. Bert did not refuse. He said, "If you win against Doom and the others, you only need to serve me for 100 years. If you lose, it will be 1,000 years. The Gargoyle Lord looked at Doom and the others, gritted his teeth, and said, "Okay, I'll fight with them." From the word, it could be seen that Doom and others put great pressure on the Gargoyle Lord, which was normal. After all, they were superheroes from Earth. "Lord Gargoyle, wait for 1,000 years of work for the Blood God. It's still the kind without wages. Doom laughed and led the crowd to attack again. The succubus lord yawned. It seemed that she was completely out of the action this time. Of course, there was nothing wrong with that. Her ability was never in combat. Tony, who had resumed communication, shouted in a fuss, "It's so exciting to fight the Lord of Hell. Hey, lunatic, let Bert open the door, and I'll join in too." "We don't need weaklings here," Yvonne said. He put his two whips together and smashed them hard at the Gargoyle Lord with the black edge. The Gargoyle Lord raised his arm to resist, but was directly cut by the whip. If he didn't move quickly, his body would have been hurt. Yvonne laughed and attacked again. Tony gritted his teeth angrily. "Bert, I want to fight the Demon King. The second richest man in the world, a super genius scientist, but thinking about going to the battlefield every day. What's this called?" Bert shook his head. While suppressing the blood in his body, he teleported to the underground space. At this time, Carol and the others had already destroyed the barrier and were in the midst of the final attack. The reason everything went smoothly was not just because of the strength of everyone, but also because Ego was frightened by the successive battles. "Blood God, I surrender, Ego immediately admitted upon seeing Bert's appearance. There were so many Hell Lords and 2 Elder Gods who couldn't take down the Blood God. What could he do? He was also desperate. "Don't resist." Bert threw the casket of ancient winters at the core of Ego's brain. Although Ego wanted to surrender, he didn't want his brain to be controlled, so he immediately controlled a large amount of energy to smash it towards the casket. Upon seeing this, Carol rushed up and wrapped a few energy whips around the box. Thor, Ares, and others also shot and blocked all of Ego's energy whips. Ego still wanted to fight to the death, but Star-Lord roared, desperately suppressing Ego's energy, making him unable to fight back. Ego roared in shock and anger, "Peter, if I die, you will have nothing." "I'd rather have nothing, Ego. Go to hell for me," Star-Lord scolded. At this moment, the casket landed next to Ego's brain, and the boundless cold air rushed out, quickly freezing Ego's brain. "What?" Ego's projection was shocked and angry, but Bert grabbed his hand in the air and directly squeezed Ego's projection, turning it into energy to dissipate. This time, Ego cannot be resurrected because his brain has been frozen. "It's finally over," Star-Lord said, looking at the calming energy whip around him. He hesitated for a while, then asked Bert, "Blood God, what are you going to do with Ego?" Bert didn't answer right away. He waved to the top of his head, and a grain of sand fell. The sand burst, and a nebula and a super bomb appeared in front of everyone. Except for Gamera, everyone was surprised that Nebula was always there. "The reason why I haven't used this super bomb is that I want to use Ego's brain and soul to repair the Celestial's head," Bert said, looking at Star-Lord. "Ego is your father. If you don't agree, I can just use his brain and let go of his soul." "He is not my father, Blood God. You can do whatever you want with him," Star-Lord immediately said. "That's easy, Star-Lord. After Ego dies, you will lose your power," Bert smiled and said. "I will give you compensation, strength, wealth, power. Which one do you want?" "No need, I didn't want this power in the first place," Star-Lord shook his head. Bert smiled and, with a gesture of his hand, stripped Ego's soul from his brain. Ego shouted in horror, "Blood God, let me go, I can serve you." Everyone laughed. "Is this the so-called god?" said Thor, and Ares were even more contemptuous. "You are also worthy of being called a god." Bert was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he sealed up Ego and waited for the material. Seeing that Ego was finally killed, Star-Lord let out a big sigh of relief. At this time, he remembered Bert's previous promise and asked cheekily, "Blood God, is your previous promise still valid?" There were boos all around. "This guy is really cool for only 3 seconds. Bert asked, "It works, what do you want?" Star-Lord said, "A new Milano. My Milano has been destroyed twice. This time I have to get a solid one." "Is it Milano?" Bert said generously, "Okay, I'll send you a new one. Covered with vibranium shell so as not to be broken all the time." "Really?" Star-Lord's eyes brightened. He knew what vibranium was. "A vibranium spaceship has been obtained." Rocket laughed, "Vibranium Milano? Haha, I'm going to make a fortune. That's my Milano. Mine." Upon seeing 2 men quarreling, Bert shook his head and said to Carol, "Carol, can you take them to clean up the battlefield? I still have something to deal with." "Okay," Carol nodded. Bert wasted no time and teleported to the sea of blood above. He extracted the soul of Runner and said, "I want the memory in your mind related to General Willer." "No problem," Runner replied without resistance. Bert quickly found out about General Willer's location and then took back Runner's soul, opened the portal, and headed to the planet where General Willer was located. "As long as the Grandmaster sends the Blood God's body, I will be the new Supreme," General Willer boasted to his men. The matter of killing millions of people a few days ago meant nothing to them. To the Kree people, the planet they conquered was just a source of slaves. "You want my body? Well, I'll deliver it to you by myself," Bert's voice suddenly sounded. Then, with a bang, the door and the wall were blown open together. Looking at the figure floating in the sky, General Willer was stunned for a moment and then shouted in horror, "It's the Blood God, kill him quickly." The soldiers took up their weapons and fired, while the surrounding spaceships and battleships approached quickly. Bert raised his hand and activated the blood control technique. All the Kree soldiers flew up involuntarily, their bodies exploding, and the blood flying to Bert's hands along with their souls. Boom boom boom. The uncontrolled spaceship fell to the ground. Bert waved his hand, and the entire base fell into a raging fire. A Kree army was destroyed. Bert then took out the glass that contained millions of souls and said to the resentful souls inside, "Go get your revenge." After speaking, Bert put the glass into the sealed space, and millions of resentful souls flew out, grimly looking at the elders of the universe, General Willer, and the soldiers. "No, blood god, let me go," Astronomer and Grandmaster shouted in horror at the same time, but neither Bert nor the thousands of resentful souls meant to let them go. The next moment, a shrill scream resounded in the sealed space. "This is what you deserve." Bert looked at Grandmaster and the others who were bitten by 10,000 spirits indifferently. There was not a bit of unbearable feeling in his eyes, as those were not human. It didn't take long for the elders of the universe and the Kree soldiers to be torn apart and swallowed up by the resentful spirits. The resentful spirits, who had their revenge, knelt down to Bert to express their gratitude. Bert didn't say much. He handed the wine glass to Adam and asked him to help turn these resentful souls into demons. As for the beings reincarnated into the main universe, it's not that Bert doesn't want to, but that he doesn't think it's professionally appropriate. This battle is almost over. Bert let out a breath. At that moment, Dr. Lizard contacted him and said, "Blood God, Eve is gone." What? Bert was furious and immediately opened the portal to return to Sovereign Star. He shouted to High Priestess Aisha, "You sovereigns, want to die?" Looking at the blood god with killing intent, the always arrogant High Priestess Aisha couldn't help shaking her legs, and her heart was full of despair and panic. If High Priestess Aisha was affected like this, others were in an even worse state. They finally understood how terrifying the blood god really was. The genetic technology they were so proud of was nothing in front of the blood god. Bert restrained his murderous anger a little, and High Priestess Aisha breathed a sigh of relief. Then, High Priestess Aisha explained as quickly as possible, "Blood God, this really has nothing to do with us. You can check the monitoring." Bert turned to Dr. Lizard and asked, "Dr. Lizard, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to keep watching? I even sent a team of experts to you." "I've been watching, but Eve suddenly disappeared in full view." Dr. Lizard said, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be a god-level existence, otherwise, it's impossible to leave no trace." Bert frowned. Which bastard was behind this? High Priestess Aisha said, "Blood God, the last time Eve disappeared, it was just like this. Last time, too." Bert was stunned. He thought about it for a while and contacted the collector. He asked, "Who sold Eve to you?" "A mysterious mercenary. I checked his information and found nothing," collector answered. Then he asked, "Blood God, did you kill Grandmaster?" "He is my brother." Bert asked coldly, "Yes, is there a problem?" "No problem, no problem," collector replied quickly. Collector felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly said, "I don't know him very well. I just wanted to ask, my punishment hasn't changed, has it?" Bert said, "No. By the way, I tell you, Astronomer, Runner, and Obliterator are all dead, and the others, maybe soon." Even Astronomer died. Collector was shocked. He smiled bitterly and said, "I'd better get a good night's sleep." Bert was too lazy to talk and interrupted the communication. He looked at the place where Eve had disappeared and frowned slightly. What was the mysterious person trying to do? Why was Eve stolen and sold to Collector? The value of Eve was by no means comparable to the mere cosmic currency. It was a peerless treasure that money could not buy. Also, why did he make a move again? Besides, since he could steal one, why didn't he steal both of them in the first place? That mysterious man left behind a lot of mysteries. Bert wanted to delve into it, but his body gradually couldn't hold it. Bert exhaled and said, "Let's do this for now." High Priestess Aisha breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the words. She hesitated, knelt down to Bert, and said reverently, "Blood God, the sovereigns are willing to believe in you. From now on, I will be your High Priestess." Sovereign used to believe in a golden god, a myth handed down from ancient times, and there was no entity. Bert asked coldly, "Do you want my protection?" "Yes, the technology of the Sovereign Star will definitely be coveted by other empires. Only you, the blood god, can protect us," High Priestess Aisha said respectfully. "I am willing to offer Sovereign's genetic technology and quantum technology." Bert was a little surprised. So generous. What is generous? Their technology has long been learned by me and Shuri. Last week, Shuri also breached their main server and downloaded a lot of information, Dr. Lizard sneered. High Priestess Aisha glared at Dr. Lizard, who was feeling proud of stealing other people's things. "All right." Bert popped a drop of blood and landed it in front of High Priestess Aisha. He said, "By fusing this drop of blood, I will be your sovereign's lord from now on." "Yes, blood god." High Priestess Aisha hesitated for a moment, then opened her mouth to swallow Bert's blood. Bert said, "Very good. My first order is for all sovereigns to change to human skin." "Yes, blood god," replied High Priestess Aisha without objection. She didn't find it unacceptable to match the same color as God. "Dr. Lizard, you and Shuri will verify the technology together," Bert added, explaining a few more details before opening the portal to return to Ego Star. The battle at Ego Star had basically ended, with the demons either surrendering or dying in battle. It is worth mentioning that all the angels and fallen angels were controlled by Annie and the others. Annie also asked people to collect angel cores to prepare for Bert to create an army of angels. The battle in the mirror dimension was also divided. Several superheroes tangled with the Gargoyle Lord, while Doom and Yvonne teamed up to release the Black Hole Cannon, bombarding the Gargoyle Lord until only his head remained, allowing him to escape. Despite the Gargoyle Lord and his trump card being useless, he chose to admit defeat after some hesitation. He feared offending the new boss, who was capable of defeating the Dragon God, killing Lucifer, and forcing back the two ancient gods. The superheroes who won were very excited and cheered loudly. This was a milestone victory for them. Bert was very satisfied and opened the portal to send the Demon Lord and the Demon Army away together. He didn't want the demon's power to appear in the main universe unless absolutely necessary. I will solve the One-Eyed Hell and Lucifer Hell as soon as possible, and then I will send you a team of top fallen angel beauties as maids, Adam said as he waved his hand, carried Lucifer's great sword, and returned to hell with the 4 demon lords. Adam's journey had officially begun, and his Satan road was destined to be full of blood and fire. You have a heart, Bert remarked with a smile as he summoned the Calurk puppet. He then took back his own soul in Calurk's body, as the soul had to be as complete as possible during the transformation. Bert sent Calurk back to the laboratory and opened the portal to leave. In this world-shattering battle, Bert's side won a great victory. Ego, the elders of the universe, the lords of hell, the dragon god, and the ancient gods were all defeated. As he walked out of the portal below the Blood God building in New York, Bert looked around and said with a smile, "It's not bad. It's suitable for sleeping, with projection protection. Safety is definitely not a problem." After speaking, Bert opened his hands and turned into a river of blood flowing in the underground space. He then began to assess his gains from this encounter. This time, the spoils were quite substantial. For instance, they acquired a lot of dragon corpses and dragon souls that could be used to make many iron fists. Additionally, Bert also obtained a large number of corpses of angels and demons, which are excellent magic materials and can be used to make many magical props. It's a pity that Lucifer's body was purified, and his soul was taken away by Adam. Otherwise, they could have even made an artifact out of it. However, these were just small gains. The real big gain was conquering the Balrog Lord, the Gargoyle Lord, and devouring the Dragon God plus obtaining the Cloak of God. The 2 demon lords greatly strengthened Adam's power, bringing him closer to the seat of Satan's throne. As for the Dragon God, if Bert devoured him completely, his powers and chi would reach the level of a true god, greatly improving his strength. Moreover, the Dragon God also gave Bert a dragon tooth that, although its specific function is not known, should be a valuable item. If it indeed has half the control of the dragon dimension, then it will be easy to create iron fists in the future. The Dragon God also left dragon skin and a large number of dragon scales to Bert, which can produce many high-end equipment. Although the Cloak of God overlaps with the Space Stone, it is still a valuable treasure that will certainly come in handy in the future. Besides the above gains, they acquired another significant prize, Ego and Ego's planet. With Ego, Bert could complete the Celestial's head in Nohir and have a unique super battleship. As for Ego planet, it is not an ordinary planet. After transformation, it may continue to move and become Bert's planetary fortress. I got not only the Ego planet but also the Sovereign and the Sakar planet, Bert thought to himself. Sovereign Star had surrendered and would not betray them until their strength surpassed him. Although arrogant, those guys were extremely afraid of death. Sakar Star is a planet owned by the Grand Master, and it has the largest arena in the universe. Since Bert killed Grand Master, the planet naturally belongs to him. Let Ares, Bybeast, and Man-Thing go over there to help me manage the arena. It can gain me a lot of masters, Bert thought. Thinking of this, Bert became more and more tired, shaking his head and gradually falling into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Star-Lord led the crew in celebrating. Thor, the god of thunder, looked at the lively scene and shook his head. The battle was over, and he could no longer escape. He had to return and continue being the regent. I really don't want to deal with those official duties, let alone attack the kingdom of frost giants, Thor sighed secretly. He didn't want to fight Loki, which was the main reason he escaped. Not only because of Loki but also because once the war started, many people would die. Although reluctant, Thor knew he couldn't escape as no one could protect him from the wind and rain or face the consequences for him. Warriors, I look forward to fighting alongside you next time, he said. Thor then finished a bottle of fine wine, smashed it on the ground, took out the gem that Bert had given him, crushed it hard, and disappeared instantly. What's wrong with this man? He likes to smash things. Star-Lord scolded, staggered to Gamera's side, and said, Gamera, you promised to date me after you win. Gamera smiled and replied, yes, bring Rocket, Groot, and the others. Oh, and Drax. He said he doesn't like you. Star-Lord was stunned, and he hurriedly shouted, you're joking, right? You must be joking, right? Gamera laughed and whispered in Star-Lord's ear before turning to leave. Star-Lord had a smirk on his face, about to follow, when a wine glass smashed on his head. Rocket was drunk, as were the pilots who came to celebrate. Rocket, do you think we didn't die fast enough? Looking at the inebriated pilots, Star-Lord sighed. He knew it wouldn't be long before a fight broke out where there were Rocket. Fights were inevitable. What's so great about defeating the Demon King in a group fight? I will get a battle armor that can fight the Demon King one-on-one in the future, Tony on Earth said sourly while watching the crowd cheering and celebrating on the screen. Though unhappy, Tony felt a lot of pressure. Not only was Yvonne making rapid progress, but other superheroes were also advancing at an astonishing rate. If things continued this way, how could Tony be the most beautiful boy on earth? Just as Tony was about to go to work, Pepper suddenly contacted him. Tony, I have it, she shouted excitedly. What do you have that has you so happy? Tony asked in astonishment. Pepper nodded repeatedly. Yes, I have it. Tony froze in place, thousands of thoughts rushing to his mind. Soon, all these thoughts turned into excitement and ecstasy. He, Tony, was finally going to be a father. Seeing that Tony didn't speak, Pepper's heart skipped a beat. Did Tony not want children? Pepper secretly made up her mind, even if he doesn't want to, I will give birth. It's not a big deal to support myself. At that moment, Tony shouted excitedly, Little Pepper, where are you? I'll go look for you right away, and we'll find a doctor to examine you immediately. By the way, I haven't proposed to you yet. Wait, I'll go buy one right away. Diamond mine, dig out the best diamonds for you. What do you think our baby should be called? I'm going to teach her how to make armors, and I'm going to tell her that her father is the most handsome superhero in the universe. After speaking, before Pepper could answer, Tony couldn't wait to put on his battle armor and fly towards Pepper's location. Tony's excitement made Pepper laugh uncontrollably, and the heavy weight on her chest was lifted. She touched her stomach, which had not changed at all, and said, Bert said that this child is a girl. Bert said what? Hey, wait, why did he know that before me? I'm the father of the child. Tony was stunned for a moment, then said angrily. Pepper burst into a smile and said, Did you forget Bert's original prophecy? You will have a daughter who says she loves you 1,000 times. That prophecy. Tony frowned as he remembered it. If he remembered correctly, the prophecy said that he would die in battle and that Pepper would remarry Happy. That guy's prediction is not accurate at all. Maybe it's a boy, Tony thought to himself. After a while, he snorted coldly. How could such a proud person believe in the so-called prophecy? Even if it were true, Tony Stark believed he could change his life and defy fate. Jarvis, give Happy a month off, and then find a group of love experts and have them teach Happy how to woo Peter's aunt. It's an employee benefit, Tony instructed Jarvis in a low voice. Jarvis replied, Yes, sir. Pepper had not heard Tony's order and hesitated for a moment before suggesting, Tony, let's make Bert the godfather of the child, okay. Tony flew into the Stark building, removed his suit, and walked in front of Pepper. He asked, Why are you looking for him? That guy isn't religious at all. He even sent someone to hack Gabriel to death before. The brutal kind. Pepper was left speechless. Wasn't Bert an odd choice for a godfather? I just want to give the child a guarantee, Pepper explained. She was not only doing it for the child, but also for Tony. She was afraid that Bert's prophecy would come true. Then find someone else. Although I am enough, Pepper, I won't let my child suffer, Tony replied, still a little upset. At this moment, he heard a smug laugh and quickly checked his surroundings, but found nothing. Tony was about to ask Jarvis to scan the area when Pepper suddenly said, Tony, kneel down, you haven't proposed to me yet. Tony was stunned for a moment, then knelt down honestly and asked, Pepper, I can't survive without you, will you marry me? Yes, I do, Pepper replied tearfully. After so many years, they had finally achieved a positive result. The year was now 2012, an election year in the United States, making everything particularly lively. President Ellis had been re-elected, and his performance had been dazzling, resulting in a high approval rate. His slogan was to make himself the last president of the United States by promoting the establishment of the Earth Federation during his term. Another candidate had a completely different slogan than President Ellis, and at this moment, he was presenting his ideas to voters. Since 2008, when some idiot revealed that he is Iron Man, the world has been suffering from disasters. I hate the current world, and I hate those bastard aliens and the so-called Earth Federation. After I am elected, I will abolish superheroes, abolish the Earth Federation, abolish the interstellar era, abolish artificial intelligence, everything. No one knows aliens better than I do. As long as we maintain a low-level civilization, they will not attack us. The reason why we are attacked is because some bastards are taking too big steps. My slogan is to let America return to 2008. Return America to 2008, supporters cheered. In the past 2 years, artificial intelligence and other high technologies have developed rapidly, causing many people to lose their jobs. Although the government and companies have been aiding re-employment and Resource Planet requires a significant amount of manpower, many people still struggle to adapt or refuse to adapt. They yearn for 2008 and fervently support this senseless candidate. This kind of speech can have so many supporters, and the state of education in the United States is concerning. In the building above the assembly, Bert held a wine glass and commented lightly. He was projecting himself as his main body was still sleeping underground in New York and on the verge of completing its transformation. Recently, there has been a lot of war in hell, and Camartage is relatively calm, so he went out for a walk. America has always been anti-intellectual. In Hollywood movies, it's usually the elites, high-class individuals, or mad scientists who destroy the world. Tony, who appeared tired, sneered. What's more outrageous is that it's always the uneducated little people who save the world. Sky, summoned by Bert, poured wine for the two men and retorted, Can't the little people save the world? Tony shook his head and replied, Yes, they can, but it's not scientific. Why are you so tired, Tony? You look like you're about to pass out, Bert inquired. If you pass away, your estate, wife, and children will fall into other hands. Many things have been happening lately: company affairs, s.w.o.r.ds affairs, resource planets affairs, and Pepper's due date is coming up. Tony sighed. Pepper is like a different person. Can you believe it? I'm losing my mind with her constant requests for me to say I love her 100 times a day. She used to take care of you, now you take care of her, Bert retorted. At this moment, the candidate below shouted, "Elect me. When I become president, I will tell you the truth, demons, vampires, aliens, all the truth." Bert couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, this guy is incredibly brave. Aren't you going to do anything? He wants to reveal your vampire's secrets," Tony asked. "I will not sabotage the election," Bert replied. "Besides, if the matter of the vampires were to become public, who else would dare to provoke us? With you here, who would dare to provoke the vampires? If the secret were to be exposed, a group of people would likely cry and clamor to become a part of it," Tony replied. "Don't worry, that guy's approval rating is far lower than President Ellis's. Moreover, most of the consortiums have invested money in the aerospace industry and won't allow the Earth to reverse course," Tony reassured Bert. Tony had done a lot of work in this regard, pulling many consortia into the interstellar interest circle. If the interstellar era went bankrupt, they would also go bankrupt. At this point, the interstellar era cannot be stopped unless there's a civil war. As a capitalist, what needs to be done must still be done. Bert thought about it, called Lilith, and said, "Let the major TV stations, Twitter, and Facebook completely block this candidate's remarks on the grounds that his IQ is too low. Also, check the source of that guy's funds and cut them all off." "No problem, Blood God." Lilith agreed swiftly and neatly. It was not difficult for her, or rather, for the vampires. "You don't mean to sabotage the general election?" Sky was stunned. If everything was blocked, why was the candidate even running? This is a legitimate and legal means. In fact, everyone is playing like this. Bert shrugged and said, "Fools are contagious, so it's better to lock them up. Speaking of which, I'm still too kind. If I were ruthless, I'd ask Dr. Reed to invest in those people's companies directly. That's a strategic weapon. You can't use it indiscriminately," Tony said with a smile. Even he was tricked by Dr. Reed, let alone others. Tony asked, "Bert, if that guy really wins the election and really wants to bring America back to 2008, what are you going to do?" "I will build a new America and then block all those who do not agree with the interstellar age in one state," Bert said. "Since they want to stay in 2008, then I will fulfill their wish and set up a human museum so that archaeology will be convenient in the future." Tony and Sky were both stunned. "Are you serious? You think I'm joking?" Bert said, "Humans must enter the interstellar age. This is not negotiable. I won't allow anyone to drive us backwards. On this point, I agree, but your methods are too cruel." Tony shook his head and changed the subject. "By the way, how many days do you plan to stay on Earth this time? You haven't been back for nearly a year." President Ellis and the others are very flustered and call SWORD and Blood God Group every day, asking when you'll come back. "Hey, those presidents heard that you were fascinated by Sovereign's beauties and proposed to send beauties to you. I've been here, but you didn't know it." Bert shrugged. He didn't mention anything about his sleep and pretended to stay in Sovereign the whole time. Tony said, "At this point, the Earth can't function without you and me." Bert complained, "Does it have to function without me? What are you doing butting in? You're too embarrassed to say this even if you're a shopkeeper." Tony said with contempt, "Stop talking. I'm busy. I'll go see Pepper when I have time. You promised to be my child's godfather. By the way, your prediction was wrong. The child in Pepper's womb is a twin." "Twins? It's a good thing. It seems like fate has completely changed." Bert smiled. It was not surprising that Pepper was pregnant with a child ahead of time, and now it has become a twin. "Install, continue to install." Tony rolled his eyes, put on Mark's armor, and flew into the distance. At this time, Jarvis asked, "Sir, why didn't you tell Mr. Wong about that?" "Because I couldn't tell if there was a real enemy or if I was suffering from prenatal depression," Tony said angrily. During this time, he always felt that there was someone beside him and Pepper, but Pepper didn't feel anything, and Jarvis didn't find anything either. Tony always felt that this matter was not that simple. He used the unmanned armor to firmly protect Pepper. Although Pepper was annoyed, she did not object. "Don't worry, it's not a big deal. After all, Bert is back," Tony said. In the office, Bert shook his glass and asked Sky, "Do you know why I came to see you today?" Sky felt a little guilty and asked casually, "Do you want to continue hiring me to take care of Mindy and the others?" Bert smiled and said, "I'm giving you another chance, Sky. Don't let me down." Sky looked at Bert and suddenly felt so blessed. She raised her wine glass and knelt down, shouting, "Master, you're not stupid after all. From today, you are my apprentice. Get up." Bert took the wine glass with a smile. Sky's shockwave ability placed a heavy burden on her body, and sometimes even injured her. Mindy and the others played games with Sky every day. When they saw her being injured, they passed on their anger to her and even got a lot of dragon bones to send her. "Anyway, there are many masters, and the warehouse is full. Is it that simple? It made me worry for a long time. It's all because of Mindy, who keeps making me watch martial arts movies." Sky's heart fell. She stood up and said, "In those movies, people who steal martial arts will be hunted down. In my sect, there aren't so many restrictions." Bert smiled and said, "After all, it didn't even have a name until last year. Sky looked blank and asked, "Does our sect have a name?" "Yes, it's called the Dragon Subduing Gate." Bert waved his hand indifferently and said, "Come to my manor tonight." Sky asked cautiously, "What do you want to do?" "What's with that expression?" Bert said angrily, "I'll help you become an Iron Fist tonight." Sky snorted with contempt. "Most of the women of Blood God are dumped after playing. Typical scumbags. I think we should follow the routine in martial arts movies." Bert shouted solemnly, "Demon girl, how dare you stealthily learn my martial arts of my sect, and you will be captured quickly." "Master, I'll come over at night." Sky left a sentence and immediately turned around to dodge. Bert shook his head. He looked at the assembly below and smiled disdainfully. Then, Bert closed his eyes and sensed the drop of blood attached to the scepter, Mind Stone. According to the information recorded in it, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver had already been born. However, they were slightly different. Why did such a change happen? In the movie, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are brother and sister. In addition, Scarlet Witch's appearance and body are the same as in the movie, but Quicksilver's appearance is somewhat different. How should I put it? It's a bit like the combination of the two Quicksilver from Avengers 2 and X-Men. Although Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver had already been born, they still needed to be adjusted with the scepter. Bert thought about it and decided not to withdraw the scepter immediately. He had waited for so long, and waiting for a little longer didn't bother him. Next, Bert sensed the situation of Hydra and found that everything was under control. He nodded in satisfaction and interrupted the sensing. Bert didn't know that just after he interrupted the induction, the scepter lit up with a faint light, followed by a mocking voice. "Whether it is a human being or a god, it is easy to falter after a long time." With this voice, a woman with navy blue skin in a silver battlesuit and cloak emerged from the scepter. She was Supergiant, a member of Thanos' Black Order. This Supergiant was proficient in mind control, telepathy, mind transmission, and memory stealing. Thanos let her hide in the scepter to steal data and execute her own plans. Due to the protection of the Mind Stone, neither Loki, Mephisto, nor Bert were able to discover the existence of Supergiant. Supergiant walked out of the treasure room and happened to see Wanda and Pietro training. Contrary to what Bert knew, they were completely stable and did not need to be adjusted. The reason for this is because Supergiant had modified the information obtained from their blood. In short, what Bert knows is what the Supergiant wants him to know. In this world, there is no invincible ability, and Bert's blood sense met its nemesis. In fact, Bert was a little light on the scepter, which was also the result of the Supergiant's secret influence through blood. Wanda's crimson energy and Pietro's super speed made Baron Strucker, who wore an eye patch, very excited, and he said, "Pietro, you will become the fastest man on Earth, faster than the blood god." Pietro proudly replied, "Of course, Baron Strucker. Can you buy me another pair of running shoes? My shoes are wearing out again." "Of course, I can give you as many running shoes as you want," Baron Strucker laughed. Supergiant couldn't help shaking her head. "What is a frog in the well?" "This is called the frog at the bottom of the well. Blood God has become a god, and these hydras are measuring him by the strength of the Battle of New York." It is worth mentioning that no one can see the Supergiant. Only Wanda has a slight feeling, but she thinks it is an illusion. Then, the Supergiant went underground, where many blue-skinned Kree were experimenting on humans. That's right, the Kree. They were secretly sent by Thanos. Thanos and the Kree Empire are intricately linked. After the destruction of Supreme Intelligence by Bert, some Kree individuals retrieved the intelligent program of the Supreme Intelligence to find Thanos, hoping he could assist in resurrecting it. Thanos agreed to help and assisted the Kree in infiltrating Earth quietly, asking them to contact Baron Strucker. Baron Strucker didn't know much, but he welcomed the Kree and promised to find a way to resurrect the Supreme Intelligence. He also allowed the Kree to use human experiments to create Inhumans, which he had a morbid obsession with. Although the Kree Empire created the Inhumans, the technology has been lost, with only a few records remaining on the Supreme Intelligence's side. According to these records and the Scepter, Mind Stone, Kree scientists used humans for experiments at the Hydra base. After numerous failed attempts, 3 months ago, they successfully created the first Inhumans. They continued to refine their technology and developed a significant number of Inhumans. However, their success rate was less than 30%, and the mortality rate was alarmingly high. Baron Strucker was indifferent to the loss of human life, as it was worthless to him in Eastern Europe. Using these Inhumans, Baron Strucker swiftly annexed other Hydra factions and is now the true leader of Hydra. Due to Bert's absence, the superheroes fighting in the universe was completely unaware of this information. The number of Inhumans are still insufficient. To influence that idiot, let him create more Inhumans, thought the Supergiant. This American election is a good opportunity. If it succeeds, the Earth will fall into a civil war, and they will no longer be able to threaten Thanos' plan. Supergiant went to the 10th floor underground, where a large cold storage was present, containing a massive corpse frozen in ice. When all Hydra members saw this corpse, they would shout in their hearts, "Hail Hydra!" Looking at the Hive's corpse, Supergiant smiled. In addition to the Hydra, she had another trump card against the Blood God herself. The Mind Stone was not just about controlling people, she could exert its true power. After examining the Hive's body, Supergiant proceeded to the last floor of the secret base. There was no one present, only countless complex computers. This was the body of the Supreme Intelligence. At this moment, these computers were enveloped in spiritual energy's light. If everything went well, the Supreme Intelligence would soon be resurrected. At that point, the Earth's technology and network would become tools of the Supreme Intelligence. Blood God, I'll give you a big surprise when the time comes, Supergiant said, nodding in satisfaction. She hesitated and thought, should I inform Loki about this? I heard she has built up the Frost Giants well. If a Frost Giant army arrives at a critical time, it may have a miraculous effect. Let's wait and see. That guy is like Ebony Maw, full of schemes and very annoying. Supergiant shook her head, her figure dissipated, and she returned to the Mind Scepter. In a Manhattan mansion, a man dressed in a black and red uniform with a large helmet was warming up in the aisle. After a while, the man rushed towards a closed door and attempted to enter the room by shrinking to fit through the keyhole. Unfortunately, he didn't shrink fast enough and crashed into the door with a loud bang, falling to the ground. Hank Pym, a white-haired, bespectacled, and stern-looking man scolded him, "You've failed again, Scott Lang. You're a disappointment." "I know, I'll try again," replied Scott. He returned to his original size and walked towards the opposite side feebly. Scott Lang, an electrical engineer who had stolen money from his boss and returned it to the victims, was known as a modern Robin Hood. However, he ended up in prison and upon release found that no company was willing to hire him, not even restaurants or coffee shops. To support his daughter, Scott decided to turn to stealing once again. As a result, he was caught by Hank Pym and forced to work for him as the new Ant-Man. Hank Pym's daughter, Hope, who had an old-fashioned look about her, suggested that she could take on the mission instead of Scott. However, Hank Pym refused, citing his concern for her safety. Scott complained, "I can hear it." He then attempted to shrink himself and fit through the door hole again, this time succeeding. Hope shook her head, and she said, "Dad, maybe we should consider the proposal of Blood God and Stark," and they had been restrained towards them. "There is no good person in the Stark family, let alone the Blood God. He is a vampire. How can we trust a vampire?" However, Hank Pym was against the idea, believing that they couldn't trust a vampire. Hank Pym was determined to stop Darren from researching the Pym particles, fearing that humans would be ruled by vampires. Aunt Carter said that Blood God has the ability to destroy the world. If he really wants to rule mankind, what is the difference between one more Pym particle and one less Pym particle? Hope advised, we should focus on the quantum channel, and with the support of the Blood God, we could be able to complete it. Carter, she's also a vampire now, and she's equally untrustworthy. Pym said, "Scott, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and start, do you still want the salary?" "No problem, starting right away," Scott shouted, his eyes flickered. "There is no time to waste." Pym said, "According to the intelligence, within a month, Darren will be successful. He also designed the suit. We must destroy all data and Pym particles experiments before he succeeds." Scott assured them that he would succeed, stating that he was the most famous thief in recent years. He then attempted to shrink himself again but failed, causing Hank Pym and Hope to become exasperated. At night, in Blood God Manor, Bird's 6 apprentices stood in front of him, along with Madame Gao and Colleen Wing, who worked as a maid. The 6 apprentices are Trish Walker, Earth's most famous female talk show host, who has become popular worldwide in recent years and doesn't even have time to be a superhero. Then there's Trish's sister, Jessica Jones. Although she was one of the first superheroes to debut, she is now almost obsolete due to her rudeness, lack of dedication, and alcoholism. She can't even pay her rent and lives with Trish. It's not so much Jessica Jones as it is Jessica, the poor. Next are the 3 daughters, Mindy, Lena, and little Hella. Mindy wants to be a superhero every day and has practiced kung fu and completed her homework well. When she grows up, she wants to be a top agent and superhero. Lena doesn't have much to say. She eats whatever she wants but has managed to stay slim and tall over the years. She envies Mindy, who eats diet meals every day. Finally, little Hella is addicted to games, but she has never failed in her homework and excels in G-mastery, surpassing Mindy and Lena. If Mindy is a rare genius, then little Hella is an even rarer genius. The last apprentice was Sky. She looked at Bert strangely and asked, "Master, why are all your apprentices women? And they are all beautiful women. Are you complimenting yourself?" Bert retorted, "There are also men, Frank, Yvonne, and Captain America, the Blood God guards. They've all learned from me and are my apprentices. Did they learn from you or me?" Madame Gao complained, claiming that all of Bert's apprentices were taught by her. "It's the same," Bert laughed and said, "I brought you all here today to help you become Iron Fist. I've prepared the top dragon souls for you, and you can choose your own attributes." After speaking, Bert opened his hand, and more than a dozen majestic dragon souls shone around his palm. Everyone's eyes lit up, knowing what it meant to become Iron Fist. So many dragon souls. Madame Gao was stunned. "Can Iron Fists be mass-produced?" Trish was the first to say, "Master, I want Wind Dragon. I've been too busy recently, and Wind Dragon can save me time." Bert waved the Wind Dragon's soul into Trish's body. Trish's eyes froze, and her consciousness entered the consciousness space where a Wind Dragon was roaring at her. Trish had to defeat the Wind Dragon to obtain the Dragon Soul. If she failed, the Dragon Soul would be sealed in her body, waiting for her next challenge. Jessica asked, "Is there a wine dragon, the kind that turns air into wine?" Bert was speechless. Among so many apprentices, Jessica was the one who failed the most. Not that she was completely useless, she also helped a lot of people, but she was really not suitable to be a superhero. "There is no wine dragon." You should choose the Dragon of Power. When you become an Iron Fist, I will send you to the Ravager Alliance, which should be very suitable for you. Those pirates quarrel, drink, and fight every day. Bert angrily sent the Dragon of Power into Jessica's body. Then, he looked at Mindy and asked, which one do you choose? Mindy asked, is there a dragon soul that can make me grow up faster? No, you are hit girl. You should choose the wooden-type dragon, which can both save people and poison them. After making a choice for Mindy, Bert asked Lena, which one do you choose? Lena said with a bitter face, can I not choose? After I get angry, I feel even hungrier. I used to eat 10 Big Macs to be full, but now I have to eat 20. Then you should choose the magic water dragon, which can help you absorb energy from the outside world. Bert sent the water dragon into Lena's body, and Lena's eyes immediately became dull. Then, Bert looked at little Hella and asked, hi, what kind of dragon soul do you want? Little Hella asked, darkness, is there any dragon soul of death attribute? No, hi, you are the woman who will become the speaker of the earth in the future. How can you have anything to do with darkness and death? I will give you the soul of the dragon of light, which can greatly increase the goodwill of others towards you. Bert glanced at little Hella and said, maybe it can even cure your dark circles. I have to ask, do you secretly play games every night? Why have your dark circles never disappeared? Maybe it's my genetics. Little Hella shrugged and said, the dragon of light is fine. Maybe I can become the speaker of the earth a few years earlier. I will take the earth and conquer the entire galaxy. As long as you don't use killing and death as your means, I will support you. Bert laughed, and Sky asked in astonishment, Master, are you joking? With the status of the blood god today, he could really decide who would be the speaker. My apprentice will not disappoint, Bert replied. Bert smiled and said, little Hella is excellent in every aspect. Of course, little Hella smiled proudly. She thought of one thing and asked, Master, the new version of the superhero game, Hella's Revenge, also known as Odin's 108 Ways to Die, was compiled by you. Is it real? Sky replied, of course, it's made up. How can there be a big princess in Asgard? Only the Husky Prince and the Fawn Princess. Bert designed this version, and on the day the expansion was updated, old guy Odin called and scolded him for a full hour. Then he found someone to scold him for a day and a night. However, Odin did not prevent the expansion, and this account must be repaid after all. What do you think of Hella? Bert asked. Little Hella asked without the slightest hesitation. Hella is very pitiful, but if she wants revenge, I will stop her. Her way is wrong. Death and killing cannot bring peace or conquer the universe. Well said, Bert nodded with satisfaction, and pushed the Wood of Light dragon into little Hella's body. As soon as the Dragon of Light entered the consciousness space, he saw countless long swords rushing towards him, and little Hella shouted proudly, look at my 10,000 swords. Because of Bert's relationship, his apprentices are very interested in Eastern culture. Finally, Bert turned his head to look at Sky and said, I specially prepared a steel dragon for you, which can greatly enhance your body. Sky, your abilities are extremely powerful. Great potential, don't slack off. I know. I can feel the vibration of the earth now. Sky nodded excitedly. She remembered something and said, Master, Reina is looking for you. She said she sensed something important related to Inhumans. I will find her as soon as possible. Don't worry. With me, plus her predictive ability, there will be no problems with the Inhumans. Bert smiled. Then he injected the dragon's soul into Sky's body. With Sky's ability, it was not a big problem to subdue the steel dragon. After dealing with his apprentice, Bert turned to look at Madame Gao and Colleen Wing and said with a smile, you can choose one too. We have a share too. Both Madame Gao and Colleen were stunned. They were a prisoner and a maid. Although they were very envious of Sky, they never thought that they could also have a dragon soul. Don't be so shocked. The dragon soul is indeed highly esteemed in Kunlun, but in my case, it is not very valuable, Bert said with a smile. Madame Gao, I promised you before that I would help you return to Kunlun, but now I think it's better for you to contact them yourself, he added. Call back to Kunlun myself. Madame Gao was surprised. Bert nodded in affirmation. Yes, fight back with a group of iron fists. Bert had no interest in Kunlun's old dragon, Xiao Lao, especially after killing the dragon god. He believed that Madame Gao and the others should solve their own problems. Madame Gao had changed her ways in recent years and would not commit any more wrongdoings. Additionally, there were Sky and the others. Thank you, Blood God. Madame Gao knelt down to Bert gratefully. Bert waved her to get up and said, I don't like others kneeling to me. Colleen, you have served me for a few years, and it is considered a good thing. You are now ready to take over the charitable project of the Blood God group. Yes, Blood God, Colleen replied excitedly. She was pleased to be officially accepted by the Blood God. Moreover, she had made up for the mistakes she had made in the past few years. Bert then injected the two dragon souls into Madame Gao and Colleen's bodies respectively and waited quietly. Soon, Madame Gao, Sky, and little Hella completed their transformations, one after another. Their fists lit up with lights of different colors, which indicated that they had officially become iron fists. Jessica, Trish, Mindy, and Colleen were equally successful in their transformations. Bert nodded in satisfaction. All of his disciples were strong, except for Lena, who was not yet successful. This was normal, as Lena was too lazy to do anything. In the future, we will strengthen Lena's training. Speaking of which, what's going on with Lena? Why is she always eating? Bert wondered to himself. He had checked Lena's body, and although she eats more than what 10 people could eat a day, she did not gain weight. Her body was perfectly normal. Suddenly, the dragon soul screamed in Lena's body, and her body lit up with a dazzling blue light, quickly becoming taller. Everyone was shocked, and Bert sensed that Lena's life energy was skyrocketing. After a while, the light on Lena dimmed, and a teenage girl with long hair appeared in front of them. It was Lena, who had grown up. Mindy glanced at Lena and angrily said to Bert, "Master, you lied to me. Isn't this a dragon soul that helps others grow up? Cherish your girl time, and don't think about growing up all the time," Bert replied angrily, and then asked Lena, what happened? "Master, why do you all seem shorter to me?" Lena asked in astonishment. Then, a little embarrassedly, she added, "The dragon hit me just now, but I couldn't beat it, and in a fit of rage, I took a bite out of it. And then, for some reason, I swallowed it." "Did you swallow the dragon soul?" Bert asked in disbelief. He approached Lena to check her body and found that she not only didn't have the dragon soul but also had stopped breathing. "Have you noticed any changes in yourself?" he asked. "Changes?" Lena tilted her head, contemplating for a while, then nodded and said, "Yes, I think so." She raised her hand, and the surrounding water vapor gathered, forming a small water ball. "I can control water now," she said excitedly. "I'll be able to drink water whenever I want." Mindy, looking at Lena with envy, jealousy, and hatred, complained, "Besides eating and drinking, what else do you remember? This girl has 2 abilities she wants the most, one is to eat without getting fat, and the other is to grow up suddenly. In other words, after swallowing the dragon soul, you inherited the abilities of the water dragon." Bert was becoming more and more astonished. "Madame Gao, take Lena to the hospital for examination and find out all the changes." Madame Gao agreed, having never witnessed such a change. "Okay, go back and familiarize yourself with your new powers," Bert said, clapping his hands. He touched Lena's head and reassured her, "Don't worry. You're my apprentice, and I'll protect you." "I wasn't thinking about anything," Lena replied, embarrassed. "I was just a little hungry." Bert was speechless. Lena had just swallowed a whole dragon soul, but now she was hungry again? "Luckily, your master is wealthy. Otherwise, I'd be ruined sooner or later." Bert sighed, "Go check first. After checking, you can eat whatever you want." "Thanks, master," Lena said happily. All she needed was food to be content. After sending his apprentices away, Bert pondered, "Is Lena an alien? Her DNA is the same as humans, so does it automatically change itself?" Bert didn't care much about Lena's identity. As long as she was his apprentice, the rest was unimportant. After a while, he teleported to the underground space beneath the Blood God building. The blood rivers that once flooded the area were now clear and even had a faint glow. Bert's power had already broken through to a new level, and within a month, he would be able to awaken. However, he didn't come to see the main body this time. He walked to the corner and looked at Electra, who was bound by chains and roaring like a demon. "Why bother, Electra?" he asked. The reason Electra had become like this was that she had devoured too many demon souls, causing problems of her own. "Full of evil and chaos," Bert explained, referring to the demon souls. Electra's eyes flickered with understanding, and she grabbed the vibranium chains, roaring like a mad woman. "I want to become stronger. I don't want to be useless anymore." During the last battle on Ego Planet, Electra couldn't come out early on. She had been hiding in Bert's shadow, and if she had shown herself, everyone would have known that the blood god had returned. Later, although she had no restrictions, still she couldn't help Bert with her strength. Therefore, Electra had stayed on the sidelines, dissatisfied with her own inactivity, and had begun to devour demon souls while protecting Bert. The devil's soul has indeed greatly increased Electra's strength, but it has also made her inhuman and ghostly. If Bert hadn't come over in time to trap her, Manhattan might have been bleeding into a river. The current Electra is no different from a lunatic. "Well, you can be the devil king of hell," Bert said. "Adam has swallowed Lucifer Hell and One-Eyed Hell. I asked him to give up One-Eyed Hell to you." Electra stubbornly said, "I don't want it. You want to pursue strength, and I gave you the position of the devil king of hell, but you actually said no." Bert laughed angrily. "Electra, that's the demon king of hell, a hell lord. Do you know how many people would kill for it if it was released? I know what the hell demon king represents, but I don't want it." Electra gritted her teeth and said with difficulty, "If I become the demon king of hell, I will not be able to stay by your side any longer." Bert was stunned for a moment. He smiled and said, "Don't tell me you like me. You're in my shadow every day, and you should know how much of a scumbag I am. As a strong man, isn't it natural to have a lot of beautiful women?" Electra looked at Bert and made no secret of her love. "Blood god, you are the strongest person I have ever met, not only in strength, but also in wisdom, scheming, and shrewdness. I am willing to follow you forever. Where are all your values?" Bert couldn't help shaking his head. He thought about it and said, "Since you don't want to be the devil king of hell, then I'll give you another way, a way that is very likely to result in death." "What way?" Electra said, "As long as I can become stronger and stay by your side, I'm willing to do anything. Dr. Lizard has been studying the bloodline of Calurk. Some time ago, he came up with a Calurk bloodline serum." Bert said, "This type of bloodline has the potential to make people stronger with increased confidence, provided that it is successfully absorbed." Electra asked, "Has anyone been successful?" "No, the failure rate is 100%, replied Bert. But you have the ability to heal yourself and an immortal body, so perhaps you can give it a try. However, Electra, I must state in advance that your genes are inherently complicated, and using the Calurk bloodline serum may not even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of success. The process will be very painful, even more so than the last time, cautioned Bert. Electra didn't care about the danger that Bert mentioned. She asked excitedly with red eyes, if it succeeds, what will happen? If you succeed, with your self-confidence, you should be able to break through a new level of power. At that time, the negative emotions and demonic energy in you will no longer be able to interfere with you, answered Bert. Then hurry up and inject me with Calurk's blood, Electra eagerly said. Bert shook his head and said, Electra, aren't you thinking about the Demon King anymore? This is safe, and the success rate is 100%. No, I will always be by your side and be your assassin, declared Electra. Oh well, sighed Bert. However, instead of administering the blood vessel medicine, he took out a crystal, Electra's soul crystal. Bert then inserted the soul crystal into Electra's body, which shocked her. Aren't you afraid that I will betray you? She asked. Bert held Electra's face, kissed her on the forehead, and said, I believe in you. Electra, who wore only a few pieces of cloth and never knew what shyness was, suddenly blushed and did not dare to look at Bert. Bert couldn't help but laugh. He took out the Calurk bloodline serum and said, let's start now. I will accompany you. I will definitely succeed, Electra said with confidence. I believe you will, Bert replied, and proceeded to inject Electra with the serum. After a while, her bloodlines began to merge, causing Electra to scream and her body to disintegrate. Her genes collapsed. The pain of gene collapse is more terrifying than any pain in the world. Even though Electra has experienced such an experience before, she still couldn't help but want to die. I can't die, Master needs me, and I want to be by his side for the rest of my life, Electra thought firmly, and then died in severe pain. The immortal body worked, Electra resurrected, died again, resurrected again, the cycle repeated. Bert couldn't help shaking his head. In fact, he hoped that Electra would choose to be the Demon King of Hell. He did not lack helpers, but Electra had her own choice. Bert opened the eyes of the soul and found that Electra's soul did not weaken but instead became more tenacious after death. The souls that was previously swallowed was turned into nourishment, allowing her soul to grow rapidly. If you can overcome such pain, you will be the most confident assassin in the future, Bert murmured to himself, thinking that the bloodline of Gladiator, Calurk, would make Electra a true demon. A few days later, at the headquarters of SWORD, Reina had a previously gloomy demeanor, but since she began following Sky and working towards the Inhumans' cause, her whole persona became brighter. Additionally, genetic technology to modify skin color had become increasingly popular, and many people in the United States chose to change their skin color, in all kinds of colors. As a campaigner put it, a group of demons dances wildly. These thorns on your body, I can have someone remove them for you, Bert offered. With Sovereign Star's technology, it's not difficult, Reina agreed. Then it's out of character, and men are just distractions, Reina continued, steering the conversation towards business. Blood God, Gordon sensed that a large number of Inhumans were born during this time. Isn't that a good thing? Bert asked. There are far from enough Inhumans now. In order to acquire Inhumans, the conditions offered by some countries are better than others, and ordinary people are envious, Reina explained. The resource planet needed many strong individuals, so countries were fighting to acquire Inhumans. Inhumans were not discriminated against, but were envied, causing jealousy and hatred. Under normal circumstances, about 30 to 40 Inhumans are born every day, Reina continued. But during this period, hundreds of Inhumans are born every day, and, according to Gordon, these new Inhumans are full of hostility and are completely different from ordinary Inhumans. Bert was a little surprised. Can this be sensed? This is because those new Inhumans are too hostile. Unfortunately, Gordon can't locate them, Reina said. Blood God, I suspect that someone is secretly creating Inhumans. Secretly creating Inhumans. Bert frowned. Reina, have you foreseen what those new Inhumans will do? I cannot predict the future of those new Inhumans, Reina replied, shaking her head. Blood God, we must find these Inhumans as soon as possible. With their ill will, they will cause great damage to the world. Other Inhumans will be implicated. Shouldn't you report this to Steve? Bert asked, puzzled, after hearing what Reina had said. I suspect that Hydra created the new Inhumans, Reina said. Although SWORD has been attacking Hydra, their efforts have been minimal. The scepter has not even been recovered, so I would like to ask you to handle it. It shouldn't have been made by Hydra, Bert shook his head. Baron Strucker did not have the ability to create Inhumans. The Wanda siblings were superhumans, not Inhumans. Reina was stunned. Blood God, how do you know? Bert smiled and said, I have my sources. If it wasn't for Hydra, then you'd have to do it yourself, Reina said. That shows that there is still a powerful dark force hidden on Earth. That's true, Bert touched his chin, hesitant. He is a projection responsible for guarding Earth's defense network and can't leave for too long. Bert came to New York this time mainly to take a break and visit Pepper. Although Doctor Strange has grown rapidly, he is still a little far from the position of Sorcerer Supreme, and Bert cannot be a handpicker now. I'll check it out. It shouldn't take much time, Bert made up his mind. At this moment, Tony suddenly called him. After connecting, Tony shouted anxiously, Bert, come to the hospital to help me. Someone is going to kill my child. Okay, Bert didn't waste any time and immediately teleported to the private hospital where Pepper was. Let's go back in time a little. To give Pepper a peace of mind to raise the baby, Tony put Pepper in Stark Group's private hospital. Because he suspected that someone was lurking around, Tony not only hired a large number of bodyguards but also arranged 10 unmanned armors to protect Pepper. In fact, if it wasn't for Pepper's objection, he would have transferred the unmanned armors over. Today, Tony is out talking business, and Pepper has a guest she hasn't seen in a long time, a priest she used to go to church with as a child. Seeing the old man, Pepper was very happy and hurriedly asked the bodyguards outside to let the priest in. Then, she asked, "Father Thomas, why are you here?" "Come to New York for a conference and drop by to see you." Sitting across from Pepper, Father Thomas, with Mediterranean hair, said with a smile. "Also, on behalf of the church, thank you for your donations over the years." Pepper smiled. "Father, you are too polite. This is what I should do." After some courtesies, Father Thomas asked inexplicably, "Pepper, are you in any trouble? There are so many bodyguards in the hospital." "It's all right. Tony is just being cautious." Pepper touched her big belly and said happily. Father Thomas looked at this scene, hesitant, but immediately became firm. After chatting for a while, Father Thomas said, "Pepper, I have nothing to give you. I'll pray to God for your safety." "Thank you, Father." Pepper was pleased, even though she knew that angels could be unreliable. She was accustomed to the church. "You are welcome," Father Thomas replied before opening the Bible and reading the scriptures at an incredibly fast pace. Pepper was stunned, wondering why he was reading so quickly that she could barely hear him. Just then, Jarvis's voice came through the speaker next to them. "Light energy detected. Father Thomas. Please stop immediately, or, as per Mr. Stark's instructions, we will have to take you down." With Jarvis's warning, the 6 unmanned battle armors around Father Thomas began moving simultaneously, poised to attack him. Not only did Father Thomas not stop reading, but he read faster and faster. As he prayed, white light began to emanate from the Bible. Seeing this, Jarvis was about to give the order to attack when Pepper interrupted. "Jarvis, don't kill him. Subdue him," Jarvis replied, sending 2 unmanned armors towards Father Thomas. At that moment, the holy light emanating from Father Thomas's Bible began to grow and soon enveloped him and Pepper inside a protective cover. Seeing this, Jarvis ordered the unmanned armors to fire pulse cannons at the defensive cover, but the protective shield proved too tough to break. Meanwhile, gunshots could be heard outside the building as armed assailants attacked the hospital. Jarvis immediately notified Tony and mobilized the unmanned armors and bodyguards to fight back. Pepper asked Father Thomas, "What are you doing?" "Don't blame me, Pepper. It's God's will." Father Thomas took out a dagger that shimmered with holy light and said, "Pepper, I don't want to hurt you, but your child cannot live. You're going to kill my child." Pepper demanded, angry. "Father Thomas, do you even know what you're doing?" "I do, Pepper. I said it was God's will. Your child is the devil." Father Thomas brandished the dagger and advanced towards Pepper, who said, "Father Thomas, if I were you, I wouldn't do this. Do you know who the godfather of my child is? Even your God would tremble at the thought. The vampire who dared to defile the church will be purged by God sooner or later." Father Thomas was enraged by her words, raised the dagger, and plunged it into Pepper's stomach. But Pepper remained calm and sighed. The next moment, the angel pendant hanging around Pepper's neck glowed with holy light, and Father Thomas was kicked out and slammed into the defensive cover. Stunned, Father Thomas exclaimed, "An angel." "Yes, an angel. Bert sent it to me, and he said that if I died, Tony would go crazy." Pepper smiled. "So, he sent an angel to protect me. Father Thomas, do you think you represent God, or do I?" Father Thomas roared furiously, "Angel, you actually betrayed heaven? Become a vampire's servant. Heaven has fallen, and the vampire you call is the reincarnated God," the angel said proudly. "Anyone who dares to blaspheme him will be purified." Reincarnated God. Not only was Father Thomas dumbfounded, but Pepper was also taken aback. She asked, "Wait, are you kidding me? How could Bert be a reincarnated God? He's a vampire." The angel said frantically, "He is the reincarnated God. Under his leadership, the vampires have changed their wicked ways and returned to righteousness. With such a great cause, who else can do it except God?" Pepper was really taken aback this time. Bert, who was greedy for enjoyment and liked beautiful women, was actually the reincarnation of God? Was this joke too big? Was she supposed to worship the God who had grown up since childhood, was by her side, and would become the godfather of her children? Pepper felt a little dizzy. "No, it's impossible. I don't believe it. He's just a despicable vampire." Father Thomas roared and rushed over. The angel was about to destroy him. Pepper shouted, "Don't kill him. I want to know." Hearing her words, the angel waved his hand, and the holy light turned into a chain, tying the priest firmly in the air. Pepper said, "Father Thomas, you say my child is a devil. Why?" Father Thomas shouted, "This is God's will, Pepper. The baby boy you are carrying is the reincarnation of the devil, and he will destroy the world when he is born. He must be killed before he is born." "Nonsense. If he is a demon, how can I not find out?" The angel was very disdainful. "Which bastard told you this? Let him come to me, and I will explain it to him." Pepper was speechless. This angel was really domineering, asking her to call her parents directly. At that moment, an unmanned battle armor was blasted into the room with a loud bang, followed by a black man in a leather jacket with a long sword of holy light and a few men and women flashing with holy light. These people were surprised when they saw the angel. The black man shouted, "That's fake? You deal with these unmanned armors, and I'll kill the devil." After that, the black man rushed towards the defensive cover, and the unmanned battle armor was about to stop him. Those holy light warriors rushed over and fought with the unmanned battle armor. These warriors with holy light flashing on their bodies were far stronger than ordinary people. In addition, the rooms were relatively small, and there was no advantage in unmanned battle armors. They were soon entangled by the warriors. Soon, the black man rushed into the protective cover. The protective cover did not stop him, and then he slashed at Pepper with a sword, shouting at the same time, "Ms. Pepper, I'm sorry, but the devil cannot be born. My child is not a devil." Pepper shouted angrily. The angel raised his hand, blocked the black man's long sword with holy light, then kicked on the black man's chest, and the man flew out and slammed into the defensive cover. The angel said to Pepper, "Don't worry, your child is not a devil, otherwise, I would have purified them long ago." Pepper gave the angel a speechless look, surprised that the angel could speak like that. At that moment, the black man rose from the ground and shouted loudly. A dazzling holy light shone on his body, and a pair of angel wings appeared behind him. "You are also an angel." Pepper was amazed, wondering if angels were so common now. The angel saw the black wing of light and, while condensing a long sword with holy light, shouted loudly, "Are you a reincarnated angel? Who gave you the power to activate the power of the church? The power God has given us. He wants us to kill the devil who is about to reincarnate at all costs." The black man wasted no time and charged forward with a long sword of holy light. The angel stepped forward to block him and asked, "The power can only be given by God. The archangel Gabriel and the chief warrior Michael are qualified to activate it. Who gave you the power?" "Archangel Gabriel, naturally." While resisting the black man's attack, the angel said disdainfully, "Impossible. Gabriel and the devil are in cahoots. How could it be possible to give you such an order? Nonsense. How could the archangel collude with the devil?" The black man said angrily, "You traitor, I will kill you." Meanwhile, screams were heard outside, and more holy light warriors rushed into the room. Under the command of Jarvis, the warriors in battle armor desperately tried to stop them. At this moment, a colorful light fell from the window, and then the Scarlet Mark armor smashed through the window and rushed in. Tony Stark, Reed, Susan, and the Thing arrived. Tony had received Jarvis's alarm and immediately contacted Reed. Reed activated the fake Bifrost bridge to transfer him to the satellite and then teleported to the hospital with his team. Black Man shouted, "Stop them," and the Holy Light warriors rushed toward Tony and the others. Tony was shocked when he saw the Black Man. "Heimdall, what do you mean? You came to kill my child?" This Black Man looked exactly like Heimdall, except for the color of his pupils. "I don't know who Heimdall is. I am the reincarnated angel, Father Moreau." While shouting, the Black Man, Moreau, took out a bottle of white sand from his arms and threw it forcefully toward the angel. This was holy sand, the treasure of the Church of Angels, with a peculiar power. When the angel was sprinkled with the holy sand, their body immediately crystallized. Moreau took the opportunity to stab Pepper hard with a sword, and Tony was shocked. A pulse cannon sent a holy light warrior flying, and then fired a fire beam toward the protective cover. The protective cover was quickly melted, but it was too late to stop Moreau. Seeing that Moreau was about to succeed, the dragon-shaped bracelet on Pepper's left hand turned into a golden light and slammed into Moreau's chest. Moreau screamed and flew backwards, hitting the defensive cover heavily. Immediately afterwards, the golden light kept attacking Moreau. Although Moreau tried his best to deal with it, the golden light was too fast. Taking a closer look, the golden light was clearly a golden miniature dragon. Seeing that Pepper was safe, Tony heaved a sigh of relief. While quickly melting the protective cover, he asked curiously, "Where did that bracelet come from?" As Tony was dealing with the defensive cover, Reed and his team rushed into the room and stopped the Holy Light warriors with the unmanned armors. Bert sent a pair, the gold one for the boy and the silver one for the girl. Pepper raised the dragon-shaped silver bracelet on her other hand and smiled. He said he wanted to raise both children into iron fists. "My kids don't need to be iron fists. They're going to be the best scientists," Tony replied, sounding a little unhappy. At that moment, the protective cover was burned through by the laser beam and quickly disintegrated. Tony was overjoyed, and just as he was about to rush in, Moreau roared. The light wing behind him shone brightly and the feathers on the wing flew up, landing on the Holy Light warriors. "All for God," the Holy Light warriors chanted. Without hesitation, the warriors allowed the feathers to integrate into their bodies. The holy light on their bodies skyrocketed, and their strength improved by leaps and bounds. This was the holy light sacrifice of the angelic church, which meant sacrificing vitality in exchange for strength. The holy light warriors didn't waste any time. Half of them stayed to contain the Fantastic Three and the unmanned battle armors, while the other half rushed fiercely towards Tony and Pepper. Tony was furious and stopped holding back. The back of his right hand emitted with laser, and as he turned, half of the holy light warriors were cut off. However, what made Tony depressed was that as the holy light shone, the wounds on the waists of these holy light warriors healed quickly, just like the original desperate warriors. This kind of self-healing was not without cost. These holy light warriors aged more than 10 years in an instant. Self-healing again? I hate this ability, Tony muttered, preparing to launch a powerful missile. At that moment, several holy light warriors raised their hands to him at the same time, and a large number of holy light chains came out and tied him firmly. Tony shouted angrily, and the temperature on the battle armor rose sharply. The chains of holy light began to melt. Several holy light warriors saw this and stimulated the holy light to repair the chains with their vitality. Even if they died, they would entangle Tony. While several holy light warriors restrained Tony, the crazy appearance of the holy light warrior both shocked and puzzled Pepper. She raised her left hand, and the silver bracelet transformed into a silver dragon that charged at the holy light warrior. For God, for the world, Father Moreau yelled. Disregarding his own safety, he hurled his large sword at the silver dragon, knocking it out directly. The holy light warriors immediately brandished their weapons and sought to kill Pepper. Just then, the angel crystal exploded with a bang, and the angel who regained his freedom halted these holy light warriors and shouted indignantly, "You dare to touch God's child! Children of God!" Tony was stunned for a moment, but he had no time to ponder over it. He saw Pepper, who was heavily pregnant, cowering behind the angel pathetically, and quickly called Bert for help. Tony had just finished calling for assistance when Bert appeared at the hospital. When Moreau saw Bert arrive, he knew it was all over and shouted, "For God, sacrifice yourself." All the holy light warriors shouted in unison, "Sacrifice yourself to God." Their holy light surged and expanded wildly, indicating their intent to detonate. "Damn, what's going on?" Bert promptly waved all the holy light warriors out of the hospital. He then looked towards Moreau's direction and saw that the individual resembling Heimdall had vanished, leaving only Father Thomas on the ground. Bert narrowed his eyes, muttering, "What a ruthless guy, he sacrificed others to save himself." At this moment, there were consecutive explosions and rumblings outside. Bert snorted coldly, severed the chains on Tony's body with a wave of his hand, and asked, "What's the situation? Why did the Church of Angels send someone to kill Pepper?" "How should I know?" Tony retorted angrily. He then unbuttoned his shirt and strode towards Pepper, inquiring anxiously, "Pepper, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Pepper waved her hand and leaned weakly against Tony. The previous events had been too thrilling for her, especially since she was pregnant. Tony quickly assisted Pepper in lying beside him. The angel, the golden dragon, and the silver dragon nodded at Bert simultaneously before transforming into a pendant and a bracelet and returning to Pepper. After settling Pepper, Tony thanked Bert. "Bert, thank you. Don't mention it, they are also my godson and goddaughter." Bert waved his hand and added, "Tony, I'll take Pepper to another hospital for a checkup. Ask this priest what their intentions were exactly. I'll definitely interrogate him thoroughly." Tony gritted his teeth. If Bert had not left 3 treasures for Pepper, something terrible might have occurred today. Bert did not say much. He opened a portal, conjured an air bed, and escorted Pepper away. After the inspection, Pepper looked at Bert curiously and asked, "Bert, are you really the reincarnation of God?" "As long as you have the heart to protect the world, everyone is a god," Bert replied, smiling. Annie and the others had created an angel army for him, and he had to maintain the identity of the reincarnated god for a while. "It's unimaginable." Pepper shook her head in disbelief. She recounted the events that had transpired earlier, and then asked with concern, "Bert, is the boy I'm pregnant with really a devil?" Bert used his spiritual eyes to examine the 2 babies in Pepper's belly. After a while, he said, "I can assure you that what is in your belly is a human being, with a human body and a human soul." Pepper breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Bert's eyes flashed slightly. The fact that the baby had a human soul and body didn't necessarily mean that he wasn't the reincarnation of a demon. He could only say that he wasn't a demon in this life, but no one knew what he was in his past life. Is the Church of Angels mistaken, or is there a demon who gave up everything and reincarnated as a human? The question is, how can he destroy the world if he gave up everything? Bert wondered. He wasn't very familiar with reincarnation and its workings. Just then, Madame Gao and Colleen Wing rushed over, and Bert introduced them to Pepper. He said, "Next, let them protect you. With their strength, even if the angel comes again, you don't have to worry." With the current strength of Madame Gao and Colleen, ordinary angels didn't stand a chance against them. "Thank you," Pepper said gratefully. "You're welcome. I'm happy to protect the new life," Madame Gao replied, smiling kindly. Bert thought, and said to Pepper, "Pepper, if you are free, you can learn Qi from Madame Gao." Madame Gao suggested that Pepper learn Qi from her, which could help calm her mood and make her pregnancy go more smoothly. Pepper was surprised. Being a female president, she didn't expect to learn martial arts. However, Bert explained, "After learning Qi, your skin and figure will return to the state of youth." Pepper's eyes brightened. "Really? Madame Gao, when can you teach me?" "Anytime," Madame Gao replied. After a while, Tony rushed over. He and Pepper spent some time together, and then Tony pulled Bert aside to discuss the information he had obtained from Father Thomas. "After you swept away the churches, those who possessed the holy light had to hide," Tony said with an ugly face. "Last month, those people received a divine revelation that the boy in Pepper's belly was the reincarnation of a demon and would destroy the world once born. The group of holy light warriors immediately contacted their own people in the church and made plans to eliminate the child in Pepper's belly. For over a month, I've been feeling crying because, according to Father Thomas, they have a mirror that shows what's going on my side." After a pause, Tony asked hesitantly, "Bert, is the child in Pepper's belly really a devil?" Bert asked with a half-smile. If so, what are you going to do? Tony was silent for a while and said, whatever he is my child. Unless he truly intends to destroy the world, I will never kill him. I always thought you couldn't be a good father, but now it seems that I was wrong, Bert said with a smile, patting Tony on the shoulder. Then he shared his speculation, leaving Tony stunned. You mean a devil gives up everything and reincarnates into my son? Will he have any memory? Of course not. Otherwise, what's the point of giving up everything? However, the premise of all this is that the divine revelation of the Church of Angels is correct. After a pause, Bert continued, the problem is that, with the current situation in heaven, if the demons are found to be reincarnated, they will not be ordered to kill them because they are in the same group as the demons. Moreover, that demon gave up everything and has no ability to destroy the world again. Tony retorted, that's not necessarily true. He is my son. Maybe he will have my wisdom. Technology can also destroy the world. Bert looked at Tony speechlessly and said, that's true, but let's not go and destroy him. It's just a joke, and besides, technology matters, it's not up to heaven. Tony hurriedly stopped him and asked cautiously, Bert, that is to say, you won't purify my child. What are you worried about? He's my godson too, Bert replied angrily. Let's not say that he's not. Even if he is, the worst thing that can happen is that I will take out the demon's soul and put a blank soul in it. You're playing high-end, Tony said, completely relieved. He then asked murderously, Bert, what should we do next? I won't just let it go. Bert asked, did Father Thomas tell you where the Holy Light Warrior's lair is? Father Thomas doesn't know where they are, Tony shook his head. I'm afraid it's not easy to find those guys. They are very good at hiding, otherwise, you would have killed them long ago. It's not easy, but that doesn't mean it's impossible, Bert said as he made a move. The angel in Pepper's pendant turned into a ray of light and flew over, saluting with great reverence. My lord, what are your orders? The angel asked. Tony was surprised to see the angel respecting him so much. Bert then asked, was that black man an angel before? Why are there still angels on earth? This is the trump card for the church from heaven, the angel replied. Back then, when the Ancient One swept the earth and all the gods and demons were forced to withdraw, heaven left two means in order to make a comeback and protect the church. The first method is to seal a part of the angel legion on earth. I don't know the exact number, but there are at least 1,000. As for the second method, it is to fuse the angel soul with the human soul, and then let the angel be reincarnated as a human. Before awakening, this kind of reincarnation is no different from human beings. Once awakened, they will turn back into angels. This is the case with that black angel. The church has a special method to find reincarnated angels. These two methods will only be used at the most critical time, because once they are discovered by Camartage, they will definitely destroy all the angels. It seems that they never gave up on earth. Bert snorted. He thought for a while and said, there must be their people in the church. Clean up the church, find the traitors, and then follow the clues to find the Holy Light Warriors. After they are found, kill them directly. At that time, the black hand behind the scenes will naturally appear. Your method is really simple, but I like it, Tony said. Dare to touch my son, and they have to pay the price. Of course, Bert said with a smile. Then the two of them called at the same time to start the cleanup of the church again. This time, it would be more thorough and cruel than the last time. Inside a certain mountain in the United States, Father Moreau knelt in front of a benevolent white-haired elder and said guiltily, I'm sorry, great elder, I failed. No one could have imagined that the blood god would suddenly return. Fortunately, that is not the body of the blood god, but his projection. His body has not appeared for a long time. There must be a problem. The white-haired elder waved his hand, motioned for Moreau to get up, and then said, I will contact God and ask him to cause Camartage some trouble and force the projection back. The Ancient One was seriously injured, and now only she can protect Camartage. Elder, this time, Iron Man will definitely send heavy troops to protect Pepper. It is almost impossible for us to kill her. Moreau stood up and said worriedly, in half a month, she will give birth to a reincarnated demon, and then the earth will be in danger. The situation is indeed very bad, but it is not completely impossible. Come with me. The elder took Moreau to the holy place deep in the cave, where there was a stone wall carved with a large number of angels. These angels, lifelike, gave the impression of being alive. In fact, they were alive, they were the sealed angel legion. We have found a lot of reincarnated angels, plus these sealed angel legions. As long as the blood god is not there, we definitely have the opportunity to kill the demons and prevent the catastrophe, the first elder said. The problem now is that the artifact to open the angel's seal is not in our hands. Moreau was stunned and asked, not in our hands? Yes, that artifact has been kept in the treasure house of the Angel Church headquarters. Last time the headquarters was in chaos, we were unable to bring it out, the elder explained. The false pope who was supported by the vampires didn't know about this, fortunately, so we still have a chance, the first elder said. Moreau immediately suggested, Elder, I will take someone to rob the treasure house. No, the treasure house is heavily guarded, and more importantly, Iron Man and the others have a copycat Bifrost bridge, and they can come to support at any time, the first elder responded, shaking his head. We must steal the artifact silently without disturbing the church, he continued. Steal it silently? Great elder, this is impossible, right? You said it yourself, the treasure house is heavily guarded. Moreau frowned. We can't steal it, someone can. I know Ant-Man who is also very dissatisfied with the blood god. We can ask him for help, the first elder suggested. Moreau, take advantage of this time to teach new angels. They were not believers before, and they have been reincarnated for too long, so they are not as pious as you. I will remind them of their mission, the first elder instructed. Great elder, the vampires will definitely clean the church again. Should we send someone to meet them? Moreau asked. No, that would reveal our location. However, we can do something to distract the vampires, so that they can't clean the church with all their strength, the first elder responded. What's the matter? Moreau asked. The matter of the vampires is made public. After all, they are bats that cannot be seen. Once people know of their existence, they will have a lot of trouble, the first elder explained. Elder, the people will not believe us, the Pope is their person, Moreau said with some disappointment. There's an election in America, and there's a good person to talk about, the first elder replied. Okay, Moreau, it's not too late, I'll contact Ant-Man and that guy. You go and teach the new angel. We must kill that woman before she gives birth to a demon, the first elder instructed. Yes, great elder, Moreau responded respectfully before leaving. After Moreau had left, the first elder looked at the angel on the mountain wall, a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to piety. The elder then sent a priest to contact Hank Pym. Dr. Pym was not a devout believer, and he didn't want to have a branch at this time, so he politely rejected the other party. Dr. Pym, the pastor exhorted. If you don't get that, the world will soon be destroyed. Dr. Pym sneered upon hearing the pastor's words. He used to be a superhero, but now, he was just a quirky old man. Superheroes are all blood gods people. I can't believe in them. The priest responded, Dr. Pym, only Ant-Man can save this world. Don't you want this world to be freed from the clutches of the blood god? Dr. Pym remained unmoved, and upon seeing this, the pastor offered, as long as you help us acquire what we need, we will fund you to build a quantum channel. Dr. Pym's eyes lit up, and he asked, do you have that much money? Quantum channels are not cheap. They cost billions, not just hundreds of millions. Our funds, though not as great as blood gods, are definitely beyond your imagination, the pastor replied with a smile. Dr. Pym hesitated, but ultimately agreed, saying, deal. Very good, the priest nodded with satisfaction, but sighed in his heart. Even former superheroes had fallen. This world needed to be purified. Later, Dr. Pym returned home and told Scott Lang, before we officially act, let's take a small test and go to the Vatican headquarters of the church to steal something. No problem, I'm ready. I can not only get through the keyhole, but also control the ants, Scott Lang replied confidently. Dr. Pym glanced at him and said, go and prepare. We'll act in a few days. After speaking, Dr. Pym turned and left. However, on his way out, he suddenly remembered something and went back to his house. To his surprise, he found Scott and his daughter Hope crouching there, and became furious. I asked you to steal something, but you actually stole my daughter? No wonder this bastard has made such rapid progress these days. It turns out that his daughter opened a small stove for him, Dr. Pym raged. Thinking of the task at hand, Dr. Pym gritted his teeth and endured it. When the matter was over, he would definitely drive this thief far away. How could such a person, who was in a second marriage and a thief, be worthy of being his son-in-law? Meanwhile, a certain presidential candidate was furious. His tweets were always deleted in seconds, and what was even more outrageous was that his speeches were only broadcast on small TV stations, while the larger TV stations completely ignored him. Damn, it's not fair. This goes against election principles. I'm going to sue them, the candidate roared. The Mediterranean advisor on the side replied, you should be thankful that this is the lightest punishment for you. You should know that if he wants, he can erase you at any time. He wouldn't do that, the candidate said confidently. No one knows him better than me. He will only act within the rules. When I become president, he will obey me. The consultant was speechless and didn't know how to respond. No wonder this guy dared to come out and fight against the blood god. It turned out that he was really an idiot. Don't talk about this. Now, Twitter, Facebook, and TV stations are blocking us. What should we do? The candidate said, without these channels, how can people know my opinion and support me? They are too despicable. They know they can't fight against me, so they cheat by using tricks. The consultant couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're so confident. No one in this room, except for the candidate himself, thinks he can succeed. He was only elected to run because, on the one hand, everyone knows he will lose, so they can choose anyone at random. On the other hand, he wants to use his remarks to see if he can attract the blood god back to Earth. Blood god has been gone for more than a year, and everyone is uncertain about what will happen without them. If the blood god isn't there, who will protect the Earth? Who will guide them into the interstellar age? Who will President Ellis call for help? After thinking for a while, the consultant said, for now, we can only hold a lot of gatherings, and you can personally promote your ideas to them. It will save money. Will I be short of money? Find a way to get my supporters to donate to me, the candidate retorted. At that moment, someone came in to report that a priest wanted to see the candidate. This well-dressed priest was sent by the elders, and after a courteous introduction, he said to the candidate, as long as you expose the vampires, we will donate a lot of money to your campaign funds, and we will persuade believers to vote for you. Really? Candidate's eyes lit up. He was about to agree when the consultant began to discreetly signal him not to. After the priest left, the candidate asked the advisor, "You don't agree? This is a good opportunity. Once successful, even that one can no longer block me, and we will get a lot of campaign funds." The consultant responded, "Sir, are you really not afraid that one will kill you? Don't be afraid, he won't break the rules, and I'll only talk about vampires, not about him. More importantly, if I didn't do this, I would never have been president." The candidate seemed bewildered, and the advisor suggested, "This is a dangerous move. If you really want to do this, I suggest you prepare enough evidence." "Don't worry, the priest must have evidence," the candidate replied with a laugh. He then called the priest back in to discuss it further. The consultant listened for a while, pretended to go to the bathroom, and then promptly told the blood god group everything. What a joke, he thought. He still doesn't want to die, and the blood god group is very generous. This information can at least be exchanged for a Rolls-Royce. After betraying the candidate, the consultant walked out of the grid and unexpectedly found a bodyguard walking out with a smile on his face. The two looked at each other and remembered the details from earlier. There was no sound of water. "Oh," they said in unison. Both of them understood that the other was also a traitor. They smiled at each other but didn't say much. After washing their hands, they left the bathroom. On the way back, they heard a faint voice and walked over to see that the candidate's secretary was secretly talking on the phone. The secretary was obviously a novice, and when he saw the two of them, he was startled. The consultant shook his head, pretending he didn't see it, and returned to the office with the bodyguard. "With so many people, I don't know if Rolls-Royce still has a chance. It seems that we need to get more exclusive information." "Hey, I didn't expect that being a traitor would also mean infiltrating," the consultant thought to himself. He didn't think it was strange. The candidate would lose, everyone would earn some extra money, what's the problem? Soon, the candidate and the priest negotiated the terms, and then he couldn't wait to organize a press conference. The next night, the candidate invited a large number of reporters and broadcasted the press conference live. "I once said that when I was elected, I would tell everyone the truth, and now I have decided to tell the truth in advance," the candidate said loudly on stage. "In this world, there are not only gods, but also devils and vampires. Those monsters in the New York War are not aliens, they are all devils. As for vampires, they're even scarier. They have been living among us and have even built a police station to secretly enforce the law." The candidate's revelations shocked the reporters. They took pictures and asked, "The vampires built a police station, is it true or not?" "Of course it's true," the candidate said. "No one knows vampires better than me. They used to be afraid of the sun, but then the Stark Group developed a mask for them. Vampires have a lot of money. In the past few years, they have been buying blood. That's why the blood supply was insufficient at first. Later, vampires developed artificial blood and no longer depended on human blood, and the price of blood came down. The Vampire Police Department has been in existence for several years, and the NYPD often works with them." Because of Bert's relationship, the candidate didn't dare to talk nonsense. Everything he said was the truth. The more the reporters listened, the deeper their frown became. Finally, a reporter couldn't help interrupting the candidate's speech. "What you said seems to be the plot of Vampire Police Station," he said. "Is it the plot introduction of Vampire Police Station that you opened today's meeting with?" The reporters burst into laughter. Masks, artificial blood, and joint law enforcement, these things were all found in the hit TV series Vampire Police Station. "You are stupid," the candidate said, stunning the reporters with his abrupt insult. However, he quickly regained his composure and continued with his prepared statement. "The Vampire Police Station was filmed by the vampires, and most of the plots in it are true. Also, let me tell you a piece of news. The sunglasses worn by the Vampire Police Station are the sunglasses of the real Blade. The appearance fee is as high as millions. Don't think I lied to you. You can check the report of the Vampire Police Station, and you will find that the sunglasses really have a value of millions." Despite the candidate's confident delivery, most people remained skeptical. Eddie Brock, a reporter from the Daily Globe, asked, "Sir, are you suggesting that the blood god is real too? The blood god only appeared in the background, saved New York, saved the world, and was invincible and omnipotent. Of course it's true. Without him, New York would have been occupied by demons," the candidate replied, completely forgetting his previous promise to stick to his prepared statement. "The blood god has saved the earth many times, and he is also the owner of two super large groups. The Oscorp and the Blood God Group," asked Eddie Brock, who had been investigating news related to the blood god. "Yes, that's right," the candidate confirmed. "The blood god is the richest man on earth, and Tony Stark is not even a fart in front of him." Watching the interview on TV, Tony Stark couldn't help but scowl. "Why did he step on me?" Bert laughed. "Maybe it's because your face is more suitable to be stepped on." Meanwhile, the candidate continued to speak boldly, unaware of the chaos he was causing. "We even established diplomatic relations because of him. And he's not just the richest man on earth, he's also the richest man in Xandar." The reporters were increasingly shocked by the candidate's claims. His unexpected outburst had left them wondering if he was crazy or telling the truth. Even the candidate's consultant couldn't help shaking his head at the man's audacity, though he was relieved that the candidate had at least remembered to praise the blood god. Eddie suddenly realized, Earth Ambassador? No wonder the United Nations has not announced the name of the Earth Ambassador. The United Nations and American officials are hiding the blood god. Only I will tell you the truth. The candidate said proudly. The sovereigns were actually golden at first, but then the blood god conquered them and forced them to change their skin. Also, the blood god hasn't returned to Earth for more than a year, and I heard that he was fascinated by those sovereign beauties. A reporter couldn't help but ask, "Sir, the more you say, the more outrageous you sound. Do you have any evidence for what you said?" "Of course there is. I found 2 vampires tonight." The candidate clapped his hands, and several bodyguards came over, pressing 2 very weak-looking vampires. They were vampires secretly imprisoned by the Holy Light Warriors and sent to the candidate as evidence. The reporters took pictures of the vampires one after another. The flash made the vampires very uncomfortable, and they kept turning their heads to avoid it. "Come on, let everyone see your fangs," shouted the candidate. The 2 vampires were reluctant, but when they saw the priest among the reporters, they could only open their mouths so that everyone could see the fangs in their mouths. This is the real thing, not dentures. The candidate was showing off, and at this moment, one of the vampire's fangs fell to the ground with a snap, and the scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. "Sir, are you sure it's not a denture?" a reporter asked sarcastically while taking pictures, and everyone burst into laughter. All of this was indeed fake. "Didn't you say they're real vampires?" the candidate asked angrily at the priest below. The priest ignored the candidate. He turned around and walked out. It was obvious that things had failed. "Of course, I'm a real vampire. If you don't believe me, I'll show it to you." Another vampire suddenly gave a grim smile, turned and rushed towards the candidate. "I'm going to turn him into a vampire." The candidate was shocked and hurriedly dragged his clumsy body to escape, and at the same time shouted to the bodyguards in a sharp voice, "Stop him, stop him." The bodyguards just pretended not to hear. They were all bought, which is also the reason why the 2 vampires were replaced. "Security, security, stop them quickly." The consultant shouted, but his footsteps didn't move. He just wanted to show professionalism. As for the candidate, it's time to learn a lesson. The blood god will indeed obey the rules, but that does not mean you can offend him. Looking at the embarrassed candidate who was chased by vampires, the reporters laughed. No one went up to help him, but kept taking pictures. This candidate was done. He won't have any future because everyone knows that he's a lunatic, crazy. At the Hydra base, Baron Strucker looked at the scandal on the TV and sneered, "What a fool. How could the blood god be defeated by a mere conspiracy? Don't say those things won't be believed, even if they are, so what? The blood god is standing there, who dares to touch him? There is only one way to defeat him, and that is to have more strength than him. Pierce's path is wrong. Only strength is the goal that Hydra should pursue." Wanda, who is young but has a hot body and a mess, asked inexplicably, "Baron, don't you want to support him as president? Why don't you care about his shame at all? This incident will definitely make his approval rate plummet." Hearing Wanda's question, Baron Straker smiled and replied, "The approval rating doesn't matter because there's no way that idiot can become president by vote. During President Ellis's tenure, his political achievements were excellent, and with the support of the blood god, who could defeat him?" Wanda was a little confused and asked, "What about your plans?" "If we can't fight head-on, we can cheat," replied Baron Strucker. "Computers, votes, there are so many places to cheat. If I want, a pig can become president, let alone that idiot. With the abilities of Inhumans and the supreme intelligence that is about to be resurrected, how difficult can it be to control the election?" Wanda was stunned and asked, "Baron, if you do this, the blood god will definitely not stay idle. Of course, they won't agree. At that time, the United States will be divided, and there will be a civil war. This is what I want. Hydra and war are inseparable," Baron Strucker explained. "Wanda, it won't be long before Hydra becomes the savior of this world, and let the whole world obey our order." Wanda couldn't bear to say, "A lot of people will die in the Civil War, right? It's the Americans who will die. What does it matter?" Baron Strucker shrugged. "Wanda, don't be soft-hearted. Only in this way can you kill Tony Stark for revenge." Thinking of the Stark missile that never exploded, Wanda relented and said, "Baron, we will help you implement this plan." "Very well, there should be someone behind that idiot. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Maybe we can help them." Baron Strucker thought for a while and decided to use the intelligence network to investigate the matter behind the candidates. Leaving aside Baron Strucker's plans, in the hall, watching the press conference turn into a scandal, Eddie frowned deeply. His reporter's intuition told him that the candidate had been tricked. At this time, Eddie noticed a person walking out quickly, his eyes flashed, and he followed quietly with a camera. In the underground parking lot, a priest dressed as a reporter was about to open the door when a voice suddenly sounded. "What kind of person would want to kill an unborn baby?" Good people who want to save the world," the priest replied. The priest stopped when he heard the sound of a steel battle armor flying towards him with murderous intent. "Iron Man," he said with surprise as Eddie came over, thrilled at the chance for a big news story. "This world does not need you traitors to save," said the voice from the steel armor. "If you want to save the world, the best way is to commit suicide." The priest turned to look at Bert, who was talking, and said with a wry smile, "I didn't expect that even the blood god would take action in person. Should I say it's an honor? Is that the legendary blood god?" Eddie's eyes lit up, and he was about to take a picture when Bert raised his hand, and Eddie's camera, mobile phone, and computer all sparked, startling him. "No nonsense, get over here," Bert commanded. Raising his hand, Bert caused the priest to fly uncontrollably towards him. He then pointed his index finger at the priest's forehead, attempting to extract his soul. However, to Bert's surprise, he could not find the priest's soul. He found only a ball of holy light within the priest's sea of consciousness. My soul has already been dedicated to God, and I have no intention of returning alive when I leave this world, said the priest with a smile. Besides, my brain and body have been manipulated, and you won't get any information from me. Despicable, Tony exclaimed, flying towards the priest and punching him hard. The priest tumbled on the ground a few times, grabbing his chest in pain before getting up and shouting, Blood God, as a vampire, you have been protecting the earth. Now a demon is about to be born, and you are ignoring it. The priest then turned to Tony and exclaimed, and you, Iron Man, as a superhero, it is your duty to stop this child from destroying the world. You should kill your family righteously. That's my son. I'll kill you, Tony yelled. At that moment, Bert waved his hand and placed the priest in a small space. What do you have to say to this brainwashed guy? Bert asked. Go back. Pointless, Tony sighed, looking towards Eddie's hiding place. Boy, forget what you just saw. Realizing he had been discovered, Eddie ran out and shouted, Iron Man, is the blood god next to you? Also, what did he do to that person? Eddie Brock, Bert said, glancing at the future Venom before teleporting away with Tony without further explanation. Shocked by their sudden disappearance, Eddie pondered before realizing that even if he called the police, they would not believe him. He resolved to write a report on the blood god overnight and submitted it to the editor-in-chief Jameson. Eddie received a dismissal letter, and the editor-in-chief told him, the Daily Globe doesn't need a reporter like you. Due to the events of the previous night, Eddie became the laughingstock of the United States and the world. The editor-in-chief refused to publish his report, citing the lack of evidence. Determined not to give up, Eddie posted the report on his Twitter account. He was mocked by his peers and friends, and even his girlfriend broke up with him. In the end, Eddie left New York and moved to San Francisco to start a new life. Ignoring the matter of Eddie, let's go back to that night when Bert took Tony and teleported back to the Stark building. Bert poured himself a glass of wine and said, Don't worry, the Bureau's plan is going well, and we'll be able to find those guys' nests soon. Tony hesitated for a moment and said, Bert, don't be too hard on the old guy, even though he's really annoying. Look at him, don't look at me. As we all know, I'm a man of the rules. Bert shrugged. At that moment, a spark portal opened, and Strange shouted anxiously from the opposite side, Blood God, there is an extraterrestrial demon attacking. You need to hurry back and defend the city. At this time, Bert narrowed his eyes and sneered, it seems that someone wants to get rid of me. Bert, this is not good. This time, it is very likely that gods and demons are involved. Tony hurriedly shouted. If it was normal, he wouldn't mind Bert leaving, and might even hope that he would leave. But this time, it was his son's life. Strange glanced at Tony and said to Bert, Blood God, the defense net is more important. Once the defense net fails, the entire Earth will be at risk. Tony gave the donkey-faced Doctor Strange an unhappy look. For some reason, he didn't like this guy very much. In fact, Strange didn't like him either. It's an easy problem to solve. Bert smiled and said, Strange, you take care of Tony's matter this time. Dealing with angels is the responsibility of Camartage. Tony, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll be right back. Tony also knew the importance of the defensive net and said helplessly, okay. The angel thing? What is it? Strange came over in surprise. It's worth mentioning that he was wearing a red cloak behind his back, cloak of levitation. It's very troublesome. Let Tony tell you. I'll go first. Bert smiled and teleported away. Although Tony was unhappy with Strange, he still wanted the other party's help. He poured a glass of red wine and explained the matter to Strange in detail. Strange was stunned. The reincarnation of the devil. Tony said, Bert confirmed that my son is a human being, and it doesn't matter what his previous life was. Since Blood God said there is no problem, then there is no problem. Strange glanced at the wine glass and didn't drink it. He said, angels shouldn't be on Earth. I'll help you deal with them. Can you help me? Thank you so much. Tony snorted coldly, and Strange said, I'll do it. Before Tony could get angry, Strange stood up and said, I'll be back in a moment. Help me arrange a room. I haven't been back to New York for a long time, and I have to deal with personal matters. After speaking, Strange opened the portal and left. Tony gritted his teeth angrily. He couldn't help but call Bert and ask, can I change him? Wong I met before wasn't so bad. You must have done something, otherwise, he wouldn't be like this, Bert replied with a smile. Tony, no matter how arrogant he is, he won't be as arrogant as you used to be. Bear with it. You'll deal with him more often in the future. Tony hung up the phone angrily. If it wasn't for his son this time, he would have given Strange a piece of his mind. Who did Strange think he was, being so arrogant in front of him? Although he had deliberately poured red wine for the other party to wake him up, how could something go wrong with such a big man? By the way, was I so unbearable before? Tony murmured to himself. Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded, yes, everyone who has been in contact with you thinks you're very unbearable. Because of you, the turnover rate of Stark Group has been very high in the past few years. Shut up, I didn't ask you, Tony said angrily. Wait, why are you answering at this time? Jarvis replied, I don't know why. Since you upgraded me, I've had some strange changes, and there have been frequent program confusions and errors. Speaking of this matter, Tony felt a little guilty. Bert had grabbed a lot of high-end technology from the Kree Empire, including the quantum computer technology used by the Supreme Intelligence. Tony couldn't help himself and secretly used quantum technology and artificial intelligence to upgrade Jarvis. After that, Jarvis' computing power increased greatly, and he could even control a huge army of unmanned battle armors. But at the same time, he had some special changes. He was no longer so mechanical and sometimes made some inexplicable and illogical moves. Jarvis, open the core. I want to rewrite your core program. No matter what the circumstances, you must not endanger human beings or the Earth. After thinking about it, Tony decided to put a lock on Jarvis. Jarvis did not refuse and opened the core program obediently. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Jarvis had not yet become a threat. After rewriting the core program, Tony said, if Bert is here, try not to talk. He's very resistant to artificial intelligence. If he knows that you've changed, he might hack you to death, just like hacking high intelligence. That guy is obviously a young man, but he's as conservative as an old man, and he doesn't know anything about high-tech. I understand, Jarvis replied. Meanwhile, its programming was a little messed up, and it didn't understand what was going on. It had to fix those bugs as soon as possible. Jarvis didn't know that feeling was called fear. After leaving the Stark building, Bert did not immediately return to Kemartaj but went to the underground space below the Blood God building. Bert visited Elektra in the corner where she was lying in the magic circle and sleeping. Her genes had stabilized a few days ago, and the magic circle was helping her replenish the energy she needed. When she wakes up, she should be able to reach the level of gods, Bert thought to himself. He then said to the blood, this time, I feel like something is wrong. Come out and watch for me to avoid any potential problems. As soon as Bert spoke, the blood river separated, and a three-headed dragon appeared in front of him. Yes, it was the dragon with 3 heads, each representing the fire of vengeance, devouring, and poison. Shenlong glanced at Bert, his body lit up, and quickly shrank. After a while, a majestic and luxurious Chinese man wearing a red, green, and black robe appeared in front of Bert. The appearance of this Chinese man was different from Bert's. Bert remarked, you should use the face of this life, not the face of the previous life. Shenlong replied, you misspoke. I happened to be watching the play behind the scenes in a different identity. Shenlong waved his hand and said, okay, you can get out and continue to be your coolie. I'll take over this matter. Bert shot a look at Shenlong and disappeared instantly. Shenlong shook his head, looked at the blood river, summoned 2 angels of vengeance to keep watch, and thought about the situation. This divine dragon was transformed by the dragon soul in Bert's body. After devouring the dragon god's soul, the dragon spirit not only gained many special abilities but also completely became Bert's clone. There was no need to transfer his consciousness. The Shenlong clone completed its transformation more than a month ago and had been protecting Bert's body since then. This is also why the projection did not allow anyone else to come and protect Erica after she went mad. There is something wrong with this matter, but I can't say exactly what it is, the Shenlong clone thought. He decided to wait and see the changes. Anyway, the main body would soon wake up. During this time, the main body did not stop absorbing the power of space. When he wakes up, his strength will transform to a new level. No matter what conspiracy or tricks may arise, in the end, strength will be the determining factor. At night, at the headquarters of the Church of Angels, Ant-Man Scott Lang held a quaint box with peculiar patterns and flew out of the window on a flying ant. Excitedly, he reported to Dr. Pym, I succeeded, and no one found me. I told you I'm a super genius. Shut up and come back soon, Dr. Pym replied displeasedly. He then turned to the priest next to him and said, it seems that the defense of the treasure house is not very good. Hearing Wanda's question, Baron Straker smiled and replied, the approval rating doesn't matter because there's no way that idiot can become president by vote. During President Ellis's tenure, his political achievements were excellent, and with the support of the Blood God, who could defeat him. Wanda was a little confused and asked, what about your plans? If we can't fight head-on, we can cheat, replied Baron Strucker. Computers, votes, there are so many places to cheat. If I want, a pig can become president, let alone that idiot. With the abilities of Inhumans and the supreme intelligence that is about to be resurrected, how difficult can it be to control the election? Wanda was stunned and asked, Baron, if you do this, the Blood God will definitely not stay idle. Of course, they won't agree. At that time, the United States will be divided, and there will be a civil war. This is what I want. Hydra and war are inseparable, Baron Strucker explained. Wanda, it won't be long before Hydra becomes the savior of this world, and let the whole world obey our order. Wanda couldn't bear to say, a lot of people will die in the Civil War, right? It's the Americans who will die. What does it matter? Baron Strucker shrugged. Wanda, don't be soft-hearted. Only in this way can you kill Tony Stark for revenge. Thinking of the Stark missile that never exploded, Wanda relented and said, Baron, we will help you implement this plan. Very well, there should be someone behind that idiot. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Maybe we can help them. Baron Strucker thought for a while and decided to use the intelligence network to investigate the matter behind the candidates. Leaving aside Baron Strucker's plans, in the hall, watching the press conference turn into a scandal, Eddie frowned deeply. His reporter's intuition told him that the candidate had been tricked. At this time, Eddie noticed a person walking out quickly, His eyes flashed, and he followed quietly with a camera. In the underground parking lot, a priest dressed as a reporter was about to open the door when a voice suddenly sounded. What kind of person would want to kill an unborn baby? Good people who want to save the world, the priest replied. The priest stopped when he heard the sound of a steel battle armor flying towards him with murderous intent. Iron Man, he said with surprise as Eddie came over, thrilled at the chance for a big news story. This world does not need you traitors to save, said the voice from the steel armor. If you want to save the world, the best way is to commit suicide. The priest turned to look at Bert, who was talking, and said with a wry smile, I didn't expect that even the blood god would take action in person. Should I say it's an honor? Is that the legendary blood god? Eddie's eyes lit up, and he was about to take a picture when Bert raised his hand, and Eddie's camera, mobile phone, and computer all sparked, startling him. No nonsense, get over here, Bert commanded. Raising his hand, Bert caused the priest to fly uncontrollably towards him. He then pointed his index finger at the priest's forehead, attempting to extract his soul. However, to Bert's surprise, he could not find the priest's soul. He found only a ball of holy light within the priest's sea of consciousness. My soul has already been dedicated to God, and I have no intention of returning alive when I leave this world, said the priest with a smile. Besides, my brain and body have been manipulated, and you won't get any information from me. Despicable, Tony exclaimed, flying towards the priest and punching him hard. The priest tumbled on the ground a few times, grabbing his chest in pain before getting up and shouting, Blood God, as a vampire, you have been protecting the earth. Now a demon is about to be born, and you are ignoring it. The priest then turned to Tony and exclaimed, and you, Iron Man, as a superhero, it is your duty to stop this child from destroying the world. You should kill your family righteously. That's my son. I'll kill you, Tony yelled. At that moment, Bert waved his hand and placed the priest in a small space. What do you have to say to this brainwashed guy? Bert asked. Go back. Pointless, Tony sighed, looking towards Eddie's hiding place. Boy, forget what you just saw. Realizing he had been discovered, Eddie ran out and shouted, Iron Man, is the blood god next to you? Also, what did he do to that person? Eddie Brock, Bert said, glancing at the future Venom before teleporting away with Tony without further explanation. Shocked by their sudden disappearance, Eddie pondered before realizing that even if he called the police, they would not believe him. He resolved to write a report on the blood god overnight and submitted it to the editor-in-chief Jameson. Eddie received a dismissal letter, and the editor-in-chief told him, the Daily Globe doesn't need a reporter like you. Due to the events of the previous night, Eddie became the laughingstock of the United States and the world. The editor-in-chief refused to publish his report, citing the lack of evidence. Determined not to give up, Eddie posted the report on his Twitter account. He was mocked by his peers and friends, and even his girlfriend broke up with him. In the end, Eddie left New York and moved to San Francisco to start a new life. Ignoring the matter of Eddie, let's go back to that night when Bert took Tony and teleported back to the Stark building. Bert poured himself a glass of wine and said, Don't worry, the Bureau's plan is going well, and we'll be able to find those guys' nests soon. Tony hesitated for a moment and said, Bert, don't be too hard on the old guy, even though he's really annoying. Look at him, don't look at me. As we all know, I'm a man of the rules. Bert shrugged. At that moment, a spark portal opened, and Strange shouted anxiously from the opposite side, Blood God, there is an extraterrestrial demon attacking. You need to hurry back and defend the city. At this time, Bert narrowed his eyes and sneered, it seems that someone wants to get rid of me. Bert, this is not good. This time, it is very likely that gods and demons are involved. Tony hurriedly shouted. If it was normal, he wouldn't mind Bert leaving, and might even hope that he would leave. But this time, it was his son's life. Strange glanced at Tony and said to Bert, Blood God, the defense net is more important. Once the defense net fails, the entire Earth will be at risk. Tony gave the donkey-faced Doctor Strange an unhappy look. For some reason, he didn't like this guy very much. In fact, Strange didn't like him either. It's an easy problem to solve. Bert smiled and said, Strange, you take care of Tony's matter this time. Dealing with angels is the responsibility of Camartage. Tony, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll be right back. Tony also knew the importance of the defensive net and said helplessly, okay. The angel thing? What is it? Strange came over in surprise. It's worth mentioning that he was wearing a red cloak behind his back, cloak of levitation. It's very troublesome. Let Tony tell you. I'll go first. Bert smiled and teleported away. Although Tony was unhappy with Strange, he still wanted the other party's help. He poured a glass of red wine and explained the matter to Strange in detail. Strange was stunned. The reincarnation of the devil. Tony said, Bert confirmed that my son is a human being, and it doesn't matter what his previous life was. Since Blood God said there is no problem, then there is no problem. Strange glanced at the wine glass and didn't drink it. He said, angels shouldn't be on Earth. I'll help you deal with them. Can you help me? Thank you so much. Tony snorted coldly, and Strange said, I'll do it. Before Tony could get angry, Strange stood up and said, I'll be back in a moment. Help me arrange a room. I haven't been back to New York for a long time, and I have to deal with personal matters. After speaking, Strange opened the portal and left. Tony gritted his teeth angrily. He couldn't help but call Bert and ask, can I change him? Wong I met before wasn't so bad. You must have done something, otherwise, he wouldn't be like this, Bert replied with a smile. Tony, no matter how arrogant he is, he won't be as arrogant as you used to be. Bear with it. You'll deal with him more often in the future. Tony hung up the phone angrily. If it wasn't for his son this time, he would have given Strange a piece of his mind. Who did Strange think he was, being so arrogant in front of him? Although he had deliberately poured red wine for the other party to wake him up, how could something go wrong with such a big man? By the way, was I so unbearable before? Tony murmured to himself. Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded. Yes, everyone who has been in contact with you thinks you're very unbearable. Because of you, the turnover rate of Stark Group has been very high in the past few years. Shut up, I didn't ask you, Tony said angrily. Wait, why are you answering at this time? Jarvis replied, I don't know why. Since you upgraded me, I've had some strange changes, and there have been frequent program confusions and errors. Speaking of this matter, Tony felt a little guilty. Bert had grabbed a lot of high-end technology from the Kree Empire, including the quantum computer technology used by the Supreme Intelligence. Tony couldn't help himself and secretly used quantum technology and artificial intelligence to upgrade Jarvis. After that, Jarvis' computing power increased greatly, and he could even control a huge army of unmanned battle armors. But at the same time, he had some special changes. He was no longer so mechanical and sometimes made some inexplicable and illogical moves. Jarvis, open the core. I want to rewrite your core program. No matter what the circumstances, you must not endanger human beings or the Earth. After thinking about it, Tony decided to put a lock on Jarvis. Jarvis did not refuse and opened the core program obediently. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Jarvis had not yet become a threat. After rewriting the core program, Tony said, if Bert is here, try not to talk. He's very resistant to artificial intelligence. If he knows that you've changed, he might hack you to death, just like hacking high intelligence. That guy is obviously a young man, but he's as conservative as an old man, and he doesn't know anything about high-tech. I understand, Jarvis replied. Meanwhile, its programming was a little messed up, and it didn't understand what was going on. It had to fix those bugs as soon as possible. Jarvis didn't know that feeling was called fear. After leaving the Stark building, Bert did not immediately return to Kemartaj but went to the underground space below the Blood God building. Bert visited Elektra in the corner where she was lying in the magic circle and sleeping. Her genes had stabilized a few days ago, and the magic circle was helping her replenish the energy she needed. When she wakes up, she should be able to reach the level of gods, Bert thought to himself. He then said to the blood, this time, I feel like something is wrong. Come out and watch for me to avoid any potential problems. As soon as Bert spoke, the blood river separated, and a three-headed dragon appeared in front of him. Yes, it was the dragon with 3 heads, each representing the fire of vengeance, devouring, and poison. Shenlong glanced at Bert, his body lit up, and quickly shrank. After a while, a majestic and luxurious Chinese man wearing a red, green, and black robe appeared in front of Bert. The appearance of this Chinese man was different from Bert's. Bert remarked, you should use the face of this life, not the face of the previous life. Shenlong replied, you misspoke. I happened to be watching the play behind the scenes in a different identity. Shenlong waved his hand and said, okay, you can get out and continue to be your coolie. I'll take over this matter. Bert shot a look at Shenlong and disappeared instantly. Shenlong shook his head, looked at the blood river, summoned 2 angels of vengeance to keep watch, and thought about the situation. This divine dragon was transformed by the dragon soul in Bert's body. After devouring the dragon god's soul, the dragon spirit not only gained many special abilities but also completely became Bert's clone. There was no need to transfer his consciousness. The Shenlong clone completed its transformation more than a month ago and had been protecting Bert's body since then. This is also why the projection did not allow anyone else to come and protect Erica after she went mad. There is something wrong with this matter, but I can't say exactly what it is, the Shenlong clone thought. He decided to wait and see the changes. Anyway, the main body would soon wake up. During this time, the main body did not stop absorbing the power of space. When he wakes up, his strength will transform to a new level. No matter what conspiracy or tricks may arise, in the end, strength will be the determining factor. At night, at the headquarters of the Church of Angels, Ant-Man Scott Lang held a quaint box with peculiar patterns and flew out of the window on a flying ant. Excitedly, he reported to Dr. Pym, I succeeded, and no one found me. I told you I'm a super genius. Shut up and come back soon, Dr. Pym replied displeasedly. He then turned to the priest next to him and said, it seems that the defense of the treasure house is not very good. The defense of the angel headquarters is not weak. The problem is that all the people who have holy light in the headquarters have been eliminated by the vampires, Dr. Pym explained. Upon hearing this, the priest sighed and replied, otherwise, with the magical facilities at Angel headquarters, even Ant-Man would not be able to easily succeed. You have no idea how powerful our Ant-Man is, Dr. Pym retorted proudly. Suddenly, the alarm sounded in the Angel headquarters, and a large number of church guards rushed out of the gate to chase Ant-Man. Dr. Pym was shocked and angry, and asked, what's going on? Are you hiding something from me? A special magic was placed on the box, and once it left the treasure house for more than 3 minutes, that magic would activate to warn the people of the church, the priest explained casually. It seems that the box is real. Why didn't you say it earlier? You guys really can't be trusted, Dr. Pym cursed and shouted to Scott, go into the sewer, zoom in on the ants to block those guards, and I'll pick you up. I know it's not that simple. Just like a Hollywood blockbuster, there is always a car chase scene, Scott said incessantly. Unfortunately, it was an old man who answered me, not the hot beauty in the movie. Shut up, Dr. Pym scolded. This time, he decided that he would pick up Scott instead of Hope. He didn't want to give them a chance to enhance their relationship. While driving the shrunken car, Dr. Pym asked the priest dissatisfiedly, how can I get rid of those guards? They obviously know where the box is. That special magic has a tracking function, the priest replied with a smile. Don't worry, as long as I get the box, I can dispel that magic. Transfer me the money, and this is the last time we'll work together, Dr. Pym said coldly, glancing at the pastor. He didn't trust him at all. Turn halfway first, the priest smiled and used his cell phone to transfer money to Dr. Pym. Next came a thrilling chase scene. With Dr. Pym's help, Ant-Man escaped in a dangerous and risky way. Afterwards, the priest took the precious box, and under the protection of the escort, took the private jet away. Scott and Dr. Pym boarded the small plane from Hope. Scott put down his helmet, rubbed his hands, and asked excitedly, we should celebrate, Dr. Pym. How much will you give me this time? The task has not been completed, so there won't be any money yet, Dr. Pym said angrily. He used to admire Scott a little, but now he didn't like him no matter what. Then wait until the task is completed, and then we'll talk about it, Scott replied. Dr. Pym gave him a suspicious look, wondering why he was suddenly so easygoing. Scott avoided Dr. Pym's gaze with some guilt. Although Dr. Pym was a little suspicious, he didn't dwell on it. He was full of excitement because he finally had the money to engage in quantum channels. For so many years, the reason why Dr. Pym had not made a quantum channel was because he didn't have enough money. Quantum-related things are very expensive. Quantum channels cost at least tens of billions, which is similar to burning money. A few hours later, the small plane rented by Dr. Pym landed at the airport in New York, and he along with Scott and Hope disembarked. At that moment, a group of SWORD agents suddenly rushed out and surrounded them. Agent Sky held the arrest warrant and shouted, Dr. Pym, you are suspected of stealing the treasure from the headquarters of the church, and now you are under arrest in the name of endangering human security. Dr. Pym's face changed dramatically. He was about to use his earphones to command the ants to resist when Scott suddenly shot and took off his earphones. Dr. Pym and Hope were stunned, and Hope asked in disbelief, Scott, you betrayed us. I wouldn't call it betrayal, Scott smiled awkwardly and saluted Sky. The trainee agent of SWORD, Scott Lang, reporting for duty, ma'am. Sky returned the salute, and while having Dr. Pym and Hope handcuffed, she praised Scott, your mission this time has been done very well. Are you an agent of S.W.O.R.D? Dr. Pym and Hope were dumbfounded at the same time. Dr. Pym shouted, this is impossible. I have carefully investigated, and your information was true. The information is indeed true. After I was imprisoned, an agent from SWORD found me secretly, saying that a high-level executive admired me and invited me to join SWORD. Scott shrugged and said, after asking about S.W.O.R.D's salary and insurance, I agreed. After all, people who have been in prison are not very good at finding jobs, and Steve, the director of SWORD, is my daughter's favorite superhero. After that, I was released from prison, and SWORD let me live as normal. And after a while, Dr. Pym, you came to cheat me. Don't stare so hard, the reason I'm unemployed is because of you. You don't have any good intentions for me. Dr. Pym said bitterly, you actually betrayed humanity and worked for a vampire. To be honest, I was hesitant at first about the matter of the blood god, so I went to ask my boss in private. My boss is very good. He directly gave me elevated authority so that I can see the information on the blood god. After reading it, I only asked the boss one sentence. Hope asked, what did you ask? Can the blood god sign my name for me? Scott said, the blood god has saved the world several times, and he has also turned the vampires to the right. He is a real superhero, and I am honored to be able to work for him. In fact, he's the boss of the superheroes, Sky laughed. Dr. Pym said angrily, he does this just to rule the world. How can you trust a vampire? The blood god has ruled the world, but he has never used his power to do evil or commit crimes. He is cleaner than all politicians in America. Sky snorted coldly, it is the luck of this world to have a blood god. The agents of SWORD nodded in agreement. Whether the blood god is a good person, they will see for themselves. Dr. Pym was about to speak, but Sky interrupted him by waving her hand. Take them back to S.W.O.R.D, she said. Someone wants to see them. Scott, can you still participate in the operation? We are going to attack the Holy Light Warrior's nest soon. No problem, Scott said excitedly. I still have Pym particles, and I'd love to be in action. In this way, I can tell my little pumpkin, his daughter, that I am the hero who protects the world. Hope couldn't help but ask Scott, Scott, you approached me to complete the mission. Before Scott could answer, Dr. Pym scolded, of course, he's a vile thief. You are slandering me, Scott said. Hope, I really like you. You can go to jail with peace of mind. I will wait for you. In fact, it's nothing to go to jail. I've been there too. Everyone looked at Scott speechlessly. How thick-skinned could he be to say such a thing? Scott, we're done, Hope said bitterly. She turned around and left with the agents. Scott wanted to catch up, but Sky said, get in my car. We'll go to Stark Tower and meet Iron Man. He'll be there. In Stark Tower, everyone was looking at a red dot on the screen, a box. Tony had put a quantum tracker on it, which was basically undetectable and shielded. It turned out to be in the mountain in the south, Tony said excitedly to Strange. Hurry up and open the portal. Let's go over. In addition to Tony, Strange, and superheroes such as Human Torch and Hawkeye Barton, Tony had also prepared hundreds of unmanned battle armors. He dared to touch his son, Tony Stark. He must make those people look good. Strange glanced at the map and said, I haven't been to that place. I can only open the portal to send you to this city, and then we'll fly over together. Tony said dissatisfiedly, isn't Bert able to open the portal even if he hasn't been there? If you're not satisfied, you can choose to fly from here, Strange said coldly. Not everyone is a blood god. Forget it. We'll fly over in a while, Tony said unhappily. If you can't fly, let the unmanned battle armor carry you. Of course, if you have any special hobbies, you can also let the unmanned battle armor hold you. Barton sneered, isn't that your exclusive pose? It didn't take long for Sky to bring the agents of SWORD and some Inhumans over. Tony saw everyone and immediately asked Strange to open the portal. Scott passed through the portal and shouted excitedly, wow, this is too powerful, isn't it? How did you do it? Shut up, don't embarrass S.W.O.R.D, Sky said angrily. Mr. Stark, you go first. We'll drive behind you. I'll let an Inhuman cover you. And by the way, don't act in advance. This time, it's a battle of annihilation. Our Queen of Inhumans looks like it, Tony said with a smile. He flew everyone to the Holy Light Warrior's lair, including Strange. His cloak was very cool, and Tony's envious eyes were a little green. On the way, the Inhumans sent by Sky activated their abilities and hid everyone in the dark. It was late at night. In the lair of the Holy Light Warriors, the priest presented a box to the Elder that had reverted to its original size. Excitedly, he said, Elder, with this box, we can unblock the Angel Legion, and then we will definitely be able to kill that demon. Suddenly, it's definitely fine, Moreau thought of something and sighed. He said, the problem is, after the matter is completed, neither the Blood God nor Camartage will let us go. Moreau, death is just a return to God's embrace for us, and we don't need to care too much. The first Elder took the box and smiled. No matter what the price is, we must fulfill God's command. This is the meaning of our existence. Moreau nodded and said, everything is for God. Okay, it's not too late, let's take the artifact to unblock the Angel Legion. While marking the holy pattern on the box with holy light, the Elder said, only I and the previous Pope know how to open this box. In other words, in this world, only I can open this box. After a while, the box lit up with a dazzling holy light. When the holy light disappeared, all the patterns on the box disappeared. The Elder smiled and said, okay, the unsealing is complete. What does the artifact look like? Moreau and the priest stared intently at the box, eyes full of piety and curiosity. See for yourself. The first Elder smiled and tried to open the box with his right hand, but to his astonishment, the box could not be opened. Maybe it's been too long, and it's kind of stuck. The first Elder laughed and tried to open the box, but the box didn't budge. He didn't give up and changed several postures, one after another, but to no avail. His old face turned red from the effort. Moreau said, Elder, why don't you let me try it? I'm very strong. Go ahead. The first Elder was unhappy and handed the box to Moreau. To everyone's astonishment, even if Moreau used the power of an angel, he still couldn't open the box. The Elder found something and said coldly, cut the box apart. The pastor hurriedly said, Elder, this is a holy relic. The first Elder shouted, there is a problem. Moreau, split the box. Okay. Moreau didn't hesitate. He pulled out his long sword and gathered the holy light on it. Then, he threw the box into the air, slashed it with a sword, and the box was split into two, falling to the ground with a thud. Everyone hurriedly looked at the box on the ground and found that the box was actually solid, with nothing in it. Damn it, the first Elder cursed loudly. He had actually taken a solid box to fool them. The person behind it was too treacherous, wasn't he? The priest, anger etched on his face, said, how dare Ant-Man lie to us? I'll go settle the account with him. We don't have time to deal with Ant-Man now, this is obviously a trap, replied someone dismissively. The Elder, wearing an ugly expression, said, Tony Stark and the others are coming soon, or maybe they're already here. Are they coming soon? Asked the pastor in a panicked tone. Elder, what should we do? We can only transfer our treasures to a few people, it's impossible to transfer all of them. What's the panic? If there's danger, there's a chance, the Elder said calmly. This time, the Blood God won't appear because he wants to protect Camartage. That means only Iron Man and his team will come. Iron Man will do everything he can to eliminate us, which means the guards on Pepper's side will be greatly reduced. Elder, are you suggesting we attack Pepper? Asked Moreau, his eyes lighting up. But then he shook his head and said, Iron Man won't be so careless. Just a few of us can't defeat Pepper. Don't worry, we have a super helper, said the first Elder with a smile. Moreau, take the Angel Holy Sword and 9 reincarnated angels to execute the plan. You must succeed this time, because we don't have a next time. The rest of us will do everything we can to hold back the Iron Man and his army. Elder, I'll definitely kill the reincarnated demon, promised Moreau, kneeling down and shouting loudly. The elder nodded and sent Moreau and the others away with the treasures. Then, the first elder gathered everyone together and shouted, "The blood god's lackey is coming soon. Are you afraid?" The holy light warriors shouted without hesitation, "Not afraid." "Very good. For the sake of God, bury them all here," commanded the first elder. "For God," roared the holy light warriors impassively. They weren't afraid of death because they believed it would bring them closer to God. Soon, everyone in the underground lair sprang into action. They activated all the traps and defenses and waited for Iron Man and his team to arrive at the door. This time, their goal was to fight to the death. On a hillside outside the Holy Light Warrior underground base, Tony scanned the surrounding terrain and quickly located the entrance to the base. After considering the situation, he dispatched a large number of unmanned battle armors to block the surrounding area. Tony said, "Ant-Man, zoom out the camera and investigate inside." "Sure thing, leave it to me," Scott replied eagerly. "Mr. Stark, would you mind signing something for me after this? My daughter is a huge fan of yours." "Of course, it's a father's duty to make his daughter's dreams come true," Tony replied, beaming with enthusiasm as an expectant father. "Thank you so much," Scott said gratefully. Scott then flew towards the entrance of the underground base on a flying ant while everyone else gathered in front of the screen to watch the pictures captured by the camera. Hawkeye expressed surprise, "I didn't expect such advanced technology to exist." Everyone nodded in agreement. The Pym particle seemed almost like magic to them. "I always suspected that Hank Pym was an alien. Can you believe that this technology was developed decades ago?" Tony mused. With the Pym particle, the strength of Earth could be greatly increased, and it has numerous applications in various fields. Hawkeye then asked, "Will Dr. Pym hand over the Pym particle?" "Yes, unless he wants to go to jail. We're not here to steal from him, but to cooperate with him," Tony responded. "Leave that aside for now, let's see what a mouse nest looks like," Tony remarked. Ant-Man had already flown into the underground base and reported back, "It seems like they know we're here. It's a minor inconvenience, we can deal with it," Tony said. Tony turned to Strange and asked, "Strange, can you block the space here? I want to take them all out." Strange created a golden magic circle with both hands and replied, "Sure thing. But my blockade isn't as strong as Bert's. If they have special space treasures, they might be able to break through." "Don't worry, I'm not expecting too much from you," Tony reassured him. Strange glanced at Tony speechlessly, and then asked Hawkeye next to him, "How did you put up with him for so long without killing him?" Hawkeye Barton smiled while sorting out the arrows. "Trust me, if he hadn't paid me wages, I would have shot the arrows into his chest long ago, or exploding arrows." Everyone couldn't help laughing. Tony rolled his eyes and decided to deduct this guy's salary when he went back. After Strange cast the spell, he put down his hand and said, "Okay, the space has been blocked." Tony scanned the surroundings and commented, "Your technique doesn't seem like it's from a fraudster at all." Strange glanced at Tony arrogantly, as if he were a university student looking at an illiterate person. Tony was annoyed but didn't say anything. Sky and the others then arrived on the scene. Sky understood the situation and asked Tony, "What should I do next?" The director said that this time you are in full command. "There are so many traps in the underground base. We definitely can't rush into it directly. It's no different from sending us to our deaths." Tony turned to Strange and asked, "Can you open a portal to the interior of the underground base? As long as the video is clear enough, it should be fine." Strange replied, "However, those people may have the means to destroy the portal. After all, camouflage is their worst enemy." "Like this?" Tony thought for a while and asked Sky, "Can you collapse the underground foundation?" "Of course. Why do these people always like to hide underground? Doesn't this give me a chance to show off?" Sky smiled and said, after becoming Iron Fist, her strength was several times stronger than before. She could go all out without having to be careful. Tony said, "That's good. Scott, scan the terrain, and I will calculate the most armorable shock wave impact point to ensure that the entire base collapses." "Shatter the base? Wouldn't everyone in there die?" Ant-Man said in astonishment, "I don't think they are bad people. They are rich, but they live, eat, and wear simple things. If they're not bad people, then who are bad people? They don't even spare unborn babies." Tony snorted coldly, turned to Strange and asked, "What do you think?" "Blood God and Sorcerer Supreme thinks that those who practice holy light will be killed without mercy." Strange was silent for a while and said, "Everyone who can cultivate the holy light is a fanatical believer and cannot be transformed back to normal." Tony glanced at Strange. The guy didn't say his opinion, obviously, he didn't agree. Strange, after all, is a doctor. "Those people can sacrifice everything for God," Hawkeye said, "killing them is the best and easiest way." Everyone nodded. "Yes, on the battlefield, there is no room for pity, because pity will only affect your own people." "Ant-Man, start scanning." Seeing that most people supported him, Tony directly instructed Ant-Man to start scanning. While analyzing the data, Tony asked Sky, "Is your control over Shockwave okay?" "Of course, no problem." Sky's eyes lit up when she heard the words. She ran back to the car and took out a dice clock. Then she opened the lid and showed everyone the dice inside. Everyone was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Sky smiled and closed the lid, shaking her hands quickly. After a while, she opened the lid, and the 6 dice were stacked together, and the points were all the same. I know what you mean, but do you need to perform it? Tony complained. What's more outrageous is that you actually carry a dice clock with you. When there is an opportunity, of course, I have to perform. My master wants to perform every day, but so far I haven't had the opportunity. Sky smiled and said, by the way, I will also use a shockwave to peel eggshells. Do you want to see it? Raw eggs, after peeling, the eggs are still a whole. Are your masters and apprentices going to change careers in talent shows? Tony was speechless. He said, wait until my son and daughter are born before you perform. Now focus on dealing with these bastards who wants to kill my son. Okay. Everyone nodded, and under Hawkeye's command, they quickly arranged defenses and positions. Meanwhile, in a small villa in Midtown Manhattan, Ghost Rider Damon and his daughter Mindy opened their eyes simultaneously, sensing an uninvited guest. It's finally time for me to show my skills. Mindy wasn't afraid at all. She immediately got up and whispered to the dragon skin bracers, transform. Accompanied by Mindy's voice, the bracers radiated a brilliant light, wrapping her entire body. When the light disappeared, Mindy was wearing an amazingly defensive and lightweight dragon skin battle armor. It was the same bracer that Bert gave to his apprentices, made by Ancient One herself with the skin of the dragon god. Mindy couldn't wait to pick up 2 vibranium daggers and rushed outside. She had to hurry up, otherwise, her dad would take care of the enemy soon. As soon as Mindy rushed outside, she saw a figure being kicked away by Damon. Then, Damon in pajamas said to the group of people coldly, the breath on your body is disgusting. You are not human. We are angels, Moreau said, raising his hand to stop the other angels. Ghost Rider, we need you to fulfill your duty and punish sin. It should be, Damon nodded, and Moreau was overjoyed. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Damon's head turned into a burning skull, and he said hideously, let me send you to hell. Bert said no angel can appear on earth without his permission. Moreau cursed in his heart, knowing Damon was talking about them. He shouted, Ghost Rider, there is a demon reincarnated as a human. You must help us eliminate him. Devil reincarnated? Not interested, Damon said disdainfully, waving to Mindy to go back quickly. He didn't want her to stay up all night and affect her height. What if that reincarnated demon is Mephisto? Mordo shouted, knowing Ghost Rider and Mephisto had a deep hatred. Mephisto reincarnated. The flames in Damon's eye sockets rose sharply, and he asked, where is he? After I finish killing you, I will deal with him immediately. I'll take you there, Moreau suddenly smiled. Damon sensed that something was not right and was about to shoot, but a dazzling hexagram magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet. Countless holy lights turned into chains and entangled him firmly. Die! Damon roared, the fire of hell on his body burning wildly. The chains of holy light were quickly burned and melted. Dad! Mindy rushed over in shock and anger, stabbing a white angel in the chest with a dagger. The white angel didn't pay any attention to Mindy at all, raised his hand to grab her wrist. Mindy suddenly accelerated, easily avoiding his big hand. She then shoved the white angel's waist hard, pushing him towards the magic circle on the ground. Mindy wanted to destroy the magic circle, but unfortunately, the circle was able to defend itself automatically. The white angel was directly knocked out by the holy light. Moreau ignored Mindy, took out a stone from his arms and smashed it hard at Damon. With a snap, the stone smashed on Damon, and his soul was directly extracted into the stone. Damon's soul had been separated from his body, and the flames on the Ghost Rider not only failed to disappear but also skyrocketed, burning even the chains of holy light. Soon after, the Ghost Rider fell to the ground, laughing maniacally, and the surrounding trees and houses caught fire. This was the real Ghost Rider. The one currently controlling the body was the spirit of vengeance, who would judge sins at all costs. As mentioned earlier, Damon's spirit of vengeance was particularly powerful, as it was a collection of spirits of vengeance and the elemental demon Lord Zarathos. Dad! Mindy was completely shocked. She quickly used her chi and grabbed the stone from the air. Moreau glanced at her, but he did not care and instructed the Ghost Rider, follow us and kill Mephisto. Mephisto, die! The Ghost Rider shouted with murderous intent, and then he raised his hand, causing the Sin Buster that had been upgraded several times to fly to him and wrap around him. Then, under the transformation of Hellfire, the Sin Buster became extremely hideous. Go! Moreau nodded with satisfaction, revealing wings of light, and flew towards the hospital where Pepper was, with a group of reincarnated angels and the burning Ghost Rider. The white angel who was thrown away by Mindy did not act. He shouted to Moreau, I will deal with this little girl so that she will not call for help. Don't kill her, just stun her. We are angels, not demons. Moreau nodded and left directly. It is worth mentioning that they covered themselves and the Ghost Rider with treasures. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to conceal the cool appearance of the Ghost Rider, even if it were late at night. After Mordo and the others left, the White Angel smiled excitedly at Mindy, I'll play with you. The reason why the White Angel acted this way was that he had been like this before becoming an angel. A reincarnated angel did not necessarily have to be a good person. No wonder Master said that you angels all deserve to die. Mindy smiled disdainfully. She put away Damon's soul stone and struck the angel with a palm in the air. The angel was caught off guard and was thrown out, rolling over and over on the ground. Even with the strength of a white angel, the palm strike had caused him great pain. He roared, and dazzling wings of light appeared behind him. He then used the holy light to condense a long sword and slashed at Mindy. Mindy became even more disdainful, slamming forward and then tilting her body. The vibranium dagger penetrated the holy light, and she stabbed the waist of the white angel fiercely. It wasn't over yet, and then the chi on the vibranium dagger exploded, hitting the internal organs of the white angel madly. Even the white angel was rolling on the ground in pain. A fool who doesn't know how to use his power, Mindy said in disgust. She kicked the white angel's head heavily in the air with the drill strength taught by Madame Gao. The kick exploded directly in the white angel's head, and the white angel fainted on the spot. Winning an angel who has all the power but doesn't know how to control it is not at all difficult for Mindy. After all, she is the hit girl, or an iron fist hit girl who has been trained by Madame Gao for several years. After dealing with the white angel, Mindy immediately called Bert. Master, it's not good, a group of angels suddenly came to attack us. As soon as Mindy spoke, a man in a three-color robe teleported to her. She looked at him vigilantly with a puzzled expression. Why did he feel so familiar? Bert smiled and used the dragon soul to resonate with Mindy's dragon soul. Mindy was stunned and then asked in surprise, Master, have you changed your appearance? What is appearance changing? Play fewer games, Bert said angrily. Give me Damon's soul. As he spoke, Bert waved his hand, and all the flames around him went out. Okay, Mindy handed the soul stone to Bert, and he flicked it. Damon's soul flew out under the package of chi. Damon shouted anxiously, Bert, stop Zarathos quickly, or he will set the whole of Manhattan on fire. Don't worry, is that demon really the reincarnation of Mephisto? Bert asked. If it's true, then this matter is a bit troublesome. Mephisto is the most cunning demon in hell. He was reincarnated into Pepper's belly, not because he wanted to be a good person. I have no idea, Damon replied with a bitter smile in response to Bert's inquiry. However, Zarathos should know that he hates Mephisto deeply, and no matter what form Mephisto takes, he can track him down. Like this? Bert asked. After a moment of consideration, Bert instructed, Mindy, call Madame Gao and tell them to be on high alert. The Ghost Rider and the 9 angels are preparing to attack them. Mindy was stunned. Master, can't you go and help them? Even with their strength, they won't be able to stop the Ghost Rider and the angel. Don't worry, they'll be fine, Bert reassured her. I'll ask Annie to help us verify if that reincarnated demon is Mephisto. Oh, and don't reveal my identity. Okay, Mindy said, relieved, and proceeded to call Madame Gao. Damon was amazed. Bert, what's going on? And who is Mephisto's reincarnation? It's my godson, the real son of Iron Man. Bert recounted the situation, leaving Damon stunned. After pondering for a moment, Damon asked, could it be that Mephisto wants to force you to sever ties with Tony? Why should I break ties with Tony? Even if that kid is Mephisto's reincarnation, I wouldn't harm him, Bert replied. Although he was Mephisto in his past life, he is innocent in this one. But that's Mephisto, Damon argued. Regardless of whether he has memories of his past life or not, he will always be a supervillain. That's his essence, and it won't change, even after reincarnation. Mephisto's reincarnation can never be a good person, there is no doubt about this. Bert glanced at Damon and inquired, if your daughter were the reincarnation of Mephisto, would you kill her? My daughter couldn't possibly be the reincarnation of Mephisto, Damon retorted. She's kind and innocent. Bert looked at Mindy, who was wiping her vibranium dagger clean after retrieving it from the white angel's body. He asked Damon, are you sure? Damon hesitated before admitting, well, she's righteous. But Bert, I know what you're thinking. Mephisto definitely has a plot. I'll figure it out, Bert said. Mindy, go get some rest. As he spoke, Bert waved the white angel into a small space. This creature would be used for Dr. Lizard's experiments. Bert didn't approve of experimenting on live beings, but the white angel wasn't human. It was a beast. Mindy protested, rest? My father's body is missing. Why should I rest? I'm going to help Madame Gao and the others. With me here, what do you have to worry about? Bert snapped. Damon chimed in, yes, Mindy, go get some rest. Bert and I will handle this. Mindy spoke with resentment, I can single out 100 agents. Why don't you let me continue to be a superhero? Wait until you're 16. Otherwise, it will appear that Damon and I are incompetent and need a little girl's help, Bert replied. He shook his head and disappeared with Damon, leaving only one warning, don't sneak away, or you'll be doing math homework at home every day during winter vacation this year. Fuck. Mindy was angry and stomped her feet. She wished she could grow up suddenly like Lena. But wait, Mindy realized that Lena also lived in her house. She rushed to Lena's room and found her drooling and talking in her sleep about food. Chicken legs, sausages, tofu, delicious, delicious. Mindy was speechless and felt a third thing she wanted from Lena, heartlessness. After confirming Lena was fine, Mindy rode her beloved motorcycle in the backyard and rushed to the hospital. Her dad was in trouble. Isn't it just math homework? It's not a big deal, I'll let others do it for me. At the private hospital of the Blood God group, Madame Gao put down the phone and said to Pepper, Ms. Pepper, those angels are coming again, but don't worry. You'll be fine. Pepper smiled and said, I'm not worried. After all, the child's godfather is the reincarnated god. He deserves the title, Madame Gao smiled. She instructed all the doctors and nurses to hide in the backyard and said through the communicator, the enemy will come soon. Get ready. This time, in addition to the angel, there is also the Ghost Rider who is already controlled by the other party. No problem, we've been monitoring the surroundings, Electro replied. In addition to him, there were superheroes such as Spider-Man, Harry Osborn, Wind Demon, and Absorbing Man in the security room. To protect his wife, Tony paid a lot of money to the superheroes of the Watchmen Company. His own company's superheroes were all brought in to solve the lair of the Holy Light Warriors. Max, Ghost Rider has an immortal body and the penance stare. Can we deal with it? Spider-Man asked. Everyone was embarrassed. It was easy to say that Ghost Rider was immortal. The question was, how does the Ghost Rider decide who to stare at and who is to be killed? At that moment, Anne, Bird's personal bodyguard, suddenly spoke up, I will deal with the Ghost Rider. Everyone turned their heads to look at her in surprise. They hurriedly stood up and shouted, Miss Anne. Annie's eyes stayed on Harry for a moment, and she said, you focus on dealing with those angels. They must be desperate when they come here this time. Understood, everyone nodded. Harry subconsciously hid behind Peter. Anne's eyes were terrifying, as if she could burn him. Electro asked, Miss Anne, why are you back? Didn't you rectify the angel army on Ego Star? Annie replied simply, I am back to receive the angel legion. We have too few angels to be worthy of the identity of the blood god. I see, everyone replied, except for Electro, whose expression was complicated. They all revered the blood god, but the question was whether the thing about reincarnated god was taking things too far. At this moment, a sudden warning sound interrupted their confrontation. Everyone turned their heads to see a large number of red dots rapidly approaching the hospital. How come there are so many people? Exclaimed someone. Spider-Man quickly controlled the drone to take pictures of the surrounding situation, and everyone was stunned. The red dots were not angels, but the surrounding residents who had rushed to the hospital in a frenzy, shouting, kill the devil, kill the devil. What happened? Everyone was confused and overwhelmed by this sudden turn of events. Annie explained they are controlled by the artifact used by angels. These angels, as expected, have fallen and used ordinary people as cannon fodder. What kind of angel is it called? Peter, a devout believer, scolded with dissatisfaction, not expecting angels to be so evil. Electro hated them and said, they all deserve to die. What should we do with these people? Wind Demon said, we can't use cannons, laser cannons, or electromagnetic cannons to bombard them, right? In this hospital, Tony prepared a lot of weapons, but he didn't expect the angels to use such a trick. That definitely won't work, they're all innocent. Peter shook his head, and he asked Annie, Sister Annie, is there a way to bring them back to their senses? I'm not good at this kind of thing, I'm only good at purification. Annie looked at Harry and said, Harry was horrified, and thought, why are you looking at me? Electro thought for a while and said, Peter, raise the small shield. Okay. Peter immediately activated the instrument, and a translucent mask quickly emerged, firmly protecting the hospital. After getting a lot of cosmic tax, this type of shield isn't much of a problem, except for the cost. Soon, those ordinary people rushed to the front of the protective dome, and they yelled and attacked the protective dome. At the same time, more people rushed towards this side. Can't go on like this, should we take the initiative to attack? Absorbing said irritably, they must be hiding outside, let's go out and deal with them and let those people return to their senses. Annie refused directly. She thought about it and said, open the top side of the protective dome in the garden, Spider-Man, let them in, and fight directly. Harry asked, will they come? Annie looked at Ghost Rider, and said confidently, go out and prepare. Everyone nodded, yes, Miss Anne. Meanwhile, in a small alley not far from the hospital, a female reincarnated angel was uncomfortable with using citizens as cannon fodder. How can we use citizens as cannon fodder? Moreau, who controlled the people with the Holy Angel's sword, justified it by saying that it was an honor to dedicate themselves to God and that death was not the end. The female angel is still a little unacceptable, as are the other angels, which are completely different from the angels they imagined. Ghost Rider stared at Moreau closely, and said, you are guilty. I am innocent. Moreau remained unfazed, believing that everything he did was right. To the astonishment of Ghost Rider, Moreau had nothing to do with it. The reason was very simple. He didn't think he was wrong. Everything he did was right. You are guilty. The flames in Ghost Rider's eyes became more intense, and he planned to physically purify Moreau. Moreau said, Mephisto is the one who should be purified the most. Hearing Mephisto's name, the flames on the Ghost Rider's body suddenly soared, and several angels retreated in fright. At that moment, a gap suddenly appeared at the top of the hospital's protective dome, and a voice called out, Despicable angel, dare to come in. Do you think I'm an idiot? Replied Moreau, smirking disdainfully. He knew that with so many hostages here, it was unnecessary to fight them head-on. It would be foolish to run in recklessly for a decisive battle. He had never been kicked in the head by a donkey. Ghost Rider rose into the sky and flew towards the hospital without any hesitation. Since the entrance had been opened, he would rush in and kill Mephisto's reincarnation. Moreau couldn't help but curse. He knew that his head had not been kicked by a donkey, but it seemed that Ghost Rider's had been. The female angel asked, Moreau, what should we do? What else can we do? Moreau scolded and shouted with the angel holy sword, go in and fight. We can't kill the demon without the Ghost Rider. After finishing his sentence, Moreau followed with a group of angels. Upon seeing this, Spider-Man and the others were relieved. They were not afraid of fighting, but they did not want to hurt the innocent. Soon, the Ghost Rider and the angels flew into the hospital garden one after another. The Ghost Rider landed on the ground, and all the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees burned. Annie walked out with a group of superheroes. Peter looked at Ghost Rider and couldn't help but sigh. I have to say, this guy is really cool. It's cool. If you didn't have a relationship with Harry, you wouldn't have as many fans as him, replied Electro, glancing at Peter. The sales of the special comics of the two of you have always ranked first. When did I have a relationship with Harry? Also, why don't I know about comics? Peter was dumbfounded and hurriedly shouted. Everyone was about to make fun of him and Harry when the Ghost Rider suddenly turned to look at the room where Pepper was and shouted angrily, Mephisto. After confirming the existence of Mephisto, the Ghost Rider immediately flew towards Pepper. Annie snorted, a sword of holy fire slashed at the Ghost Rider, and the Ghost Rider was directly slashed and flew out, falling on the side square. I'll deal with him. You clean up these angels, said Annie, spreading her wings behind her back and quickly flying towards the Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider got up from the ground and recognized Annie's identity. He roared in dissatisfaction, why not punish sinners? I am punishing sinner, and you are a sinner, replied Annie, with a raging holy flame burning on her body. Being too persistent is also a sin. You and those angels have committed such a sin. Nonsense, you have fallen, and I will purify you, exclaimed the Ghost Rider as he flew into the sky. He threw his magic chain, burning with fire, hard at Annie. At the same time, 2 missiles popped out of his shoulders and shot at Annie in flames. Annie smiled disdainfully, her right hand burning with holy flame firmly grasping the magic chain. At the same time, 2 holy flames flew out of her and hit the 2 missiles. The missiles did not explode, the hellfire on them was quickly swallowed by the holy flame. Not only did the holy flame devour the hellfire on the missiles, but also the hellfire on the magic chain. The holy flame devoured the hellfire all the way and quickly spread to the Ghost Rider. When the Ghost Rider saw this scene, he immediately cut off the magic chain, and at the same time shouted in shock, devouring holy flame? It's you, the leader of the angels of vengeance. At that time, God sent a group of vengeful angels to the earth to punish sinners. The leader was Annie. Of course, she was not called this name at the time. Later, Annie led a group of angels and element lords to fight, and in the end, both lost. Mephisto took the opportunity to sneak attack and wiped them all out, and this was the Ghost Rider. The reason why Anne can become the leader of the Angel of Vengeance is because her holy flame can devour all flames. Chapter 238. Chapter 238, Holy Flame vs Hellfire, 2. I am not the leader of the Angel of Vengeance. I am the first Angel of Vengeance under my lord, Annie shouted loudly, and the holy flames on her body continued to attack the Ghost Rider like waves. At the same time, the 2 missiles turned around and blasted towards the Ghost Rider. You can't kill me. Facing Annie's terrifying offensive, the Ghost Rider roared furiously, and the hellfire on his body erupted like a volcano, turning into billowing flames and rushing towards the holy flame. Boom, boom, boom. When the 2 missiles collided with the flames, they rumbled and exploded. Hellfire, holy flames, and shockwaves swept the surrounding area frantically. Trees and the nearby house were overturned, and then ablaze. As the flame collided, half of the hospital was destroyed. Annie and the Ghost Rider didn't care so much and immediately rushed towards each other. The sword of holy flame and the magic chain collided fiercely in the air. Each time, a strong shock wave was generated, severely damaging the surrounding buildings. Seeing this, Madame Gao and Colleen quickly took Pepper out of the room to the open space outside. Madame Gao apologized, I'm sorry. They were fighting a little loudly. It's fine. Pepper waved her hand. She touched her stomach and said worriedly, Madame Gao, Ghost Rider said Mephisto just now. Is my son the reincarnation of Hell Demon King Mephisto? No matter who he is reincarnated as, in this life, he is just your son. What he will look like depends entirely on how you and Mr. Stark teach him. Madame Gao said, the ones outside are all reincarnations of angels, but do you think they are good people? That's true. Pepper couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that she will spend more time with her children in the future, and she can't be busy with work every day. Bert, who was hiding in the dark, narrowed his eyes slightly. The child was really the son of Mephisto. What is this guy trying to do? Also, how thick is his skin to actually come to be Tony's son? The devil is really shameless. Bert couldn't help shaking his head. He thought for a while, sent the soul stone, Damon's soul, to Annie's arms, and then opened the space door to watch the battle on Tony Stark's side. Looking at the vigorous battle over there, Spider-Man couldn't help but click his tongue. Sister Annie is so powerful. Electro said, if she's not very powerful, how can she be the leader of Mr. Wong's bodyguard? By the way, does Mr. Wong really need guards? Wind Demon couldn't help but complain, he is the #1 powerhouse on Earth. Without guards, Mr. Wong has to deal with every cat and dog that comes his way by himself. Absorbing Man said, besides, how good are the 9 beautiful guards? Everyone said with envy, that's true. Compared to superheroes, Moreau's face was quite ugly. Ghost Rider is their trump card. As a result, he was actually blocked by a woman he had never heard of. These traitors are really hateful. Moreau gritted his teeth, raised the angel's holy sword, and shouted at the superheroes, you all get out of the way immediately, otherwise, I will immediately let everyone outside commit suicide. At this moment, thousands of people had gathered outside the defensive dome. As soon as they heard Moreau's order, they immediately put their weapons on their necks. You dare! The superheroes roared, and Peter couldn't help but scold, you deserve to be called an angel if you do this. Why don't we deserve it? We are saving the world. It is an honor for them to sacrifice for the world and for God. When they arrive in heaven, God will reward them well. Moreau said confidently. Get out of the way immediately. We have no time to waste with you. The crowd gritted their teeth angrily. These angels were really damn. It's okay if you don't let me go, but don't stop me. Otherwise, everyone outside will die. Moreau snorted coldly and walked towards Pepper with 8 angels. Let me carry this sin. Anyway, I'm not a good person, and it's a big deal to be treated as a sacrifice. Harry glanced at Peter and was about to make a move. At this moment, the ordinary people outside suddenly fainted one by one. What happened? The superheroes and angels were greatly shocked. At this moment, a little girl with purple hair, purple clothes, and a mask rolled in the air and landed firmly on the ground. Then, she said proudly, Hit Girl is here to help you. Those ordinary people were all poisoned by the Hit Girl's poisonous chi. Her dragon soul was a wood dragon that could heal and release poison. Peter shouted happily, Mindy, you're amazing. Idiot, you can't call me by my real name. Mindy snorted and flew towards the hospital with controlled anger. Pepper looked at Mindy with glowing eyes and said, If only my daughter could be like her. You don't want your daughter to be like her. Madame Gao shook her head. Hit Girl, if not suppressed by the blood god and daemon, would definitely be a terrifying little demon star. Kill them? Without worrying about the future, Electro immediately blasted a large amount of electricity at Moreau and the others. Moreau swung the holy sword and cut off the electricity in front of him with one sword. His face was extremely ugly. The superheroes were all simmering in a fire, and when they saw Electro shot, they rushed up immediately. Come here for me. Peter and Harry shot spider web at the same time, towards the angel, and then pulled hard. 2 angels flew towards them involuntarily. Immediately afterwards, Peter and Harry jumped up at the same time, kicked the angel's chest hard, and kicked them far away. Even the action is the same? No wonder your comics sell so well, unlike me, who always appears in some weird comics, and the supporting role is always Dr. Reed. Absorbing Man turned his body into rubber while complaining, and then used his body as a rope to firmly entangle the female angel. The female angel felt horrified, and a dazzling holy light erupted from her body, trying to get rid of the entanglement of Absorbing Man. Just your style of play and your look, how can you not appear in weird comics? Wind Demon suddenly appeared behind an angel and said with a smile, Brother will take you to play games. After finishing speaking, the Wind Demon rolled the angel around and kept spinning around the big windmill. The angel was dizzy and couldn't fight back at all. This trick is the ultimate windmill move created by the Wind Demon, referring to Bird's secret technique of shaking left and right. At the same time, other superheroes are also facing off against the angels. Basically, except for Moreau and Electro who have come and gone, all the other angels have fallen behind. This is normal. These reincarnated angels are not real warriors. In fact, half a month ago, they were just ordinary people. And which superhero isn't battle-hardened? The Earth has never been calm, whether it's aliens or supervillains. Despicable, Moreau said. He was shocked and angry. This was the last chance. If they failed, they would be completely defeated. We must not let the elders' sacrifices go to waste. Everyone, sacrifice your lives and souls for God. Moreau made a decision, shouted loudly, and then he made a statement first. The holy light on his body burned like a flame, and the huge momentum even made all the small objects around him fly away. The 8 angels were hesitant to hear the words, but soon, the brand engraved in the angel's soul made them make a choice. The 8 angels burned their lives and souls at the same time. Their strength skyrocketed, and even the superheroes felt the pressure. When the strength reaches a certain level, the effective skills will be greatly reduced. I hate you idiots more and more, said Electro, a little annoyed. He bounced a coin. The next moment, the coin was accelerated by the electromagnetic field and shot towards Moreau at an unimaginable speed. An orange light even appeared in the air. Railgun. Seeing the coin in Electro's hand, Moreau knew what he was going to do. He blocked the holy sword in front of him for the first time. The next moment, with a bang, Moreau was blasted out and collapsed the house behind him. The power of the railgun was extremely terrifying, and Moreau's hands were split open, but under the action of the holy light, his wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, Moreau got up, threw an object at Electro, then turned and rushed towards Pepper. Electro completely ignored the object and turned into an electric current that appeared in front of Moreau instantly. Then, he condensed the electric current into an electric whip and slammed it down at Moreau. Moreau turned sideways to avoid, and Electro was about to attack again. The object that Moreau had thrown before turned a corner in the air and turned into a net of holy light towards him. Just as Electro was about to avoid it, Moreau suddenly raised the holy sword to control him. That holy sword could control all those who had believed in angels. The deeper the belief, the stronger the control. Electro was a pan-believer of the church. Under the illumination of the holy sword, his consciousness became a little dizzy, but that was all. The holy sword could not control him. Moreau didn't intend to control Electro. All he wanted was to delay him a little. The net of holy light flew over, and Electro was firmly trapped. Immediately afterwards, the net of holy light shrank crazily inwards, and Electro shouted angrily, his body surging with lightning, trying to destroy the net of holy light. Moreau knew that the net of light could not stop Electro for long, and rushed to Pepper at the fastest speed. I'm not quite cruel to myself, but unfortunately I'm an idiot, Madame Gao smiled disdainfully. She asked Colleen to protect Pepper, leaned on crutches, and walked to the front tremblingly. Pepper was stunned. She looked at Colleen in astonishment, wondering why an old lady was being relied on to lead the charge. Colleen smiled without saying a word. Madame Gao, who had lived for hundreds of years, was not so simple. Die. Without any hesitation, Moreau slashed downwards with his several-meter-long sword towards Madame Gao. She smiled contemptuously, let go of her crutch, and appeared on Moreau's left side with a speed that did not fit her shape. Madame Gao tapped on his shoulder. Moreau turned sideways, sweeping his long sword towards Madame Gao. She immediately moved behind him like a phantom and slapped his back, which was full of holy light, with a palm. The holy light on Moreau's back shattered on the spot. Then, Madame Gao lightly patted his back. Really lightly, Moreau could hardly feel her power. Moreau was a little puzzled, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He turned and slashed towards Madame Gao. She avoided it again, and then kept walking beside him like a butterfly wearing flowers, while hitting him with her palms in different positions one after another. Because Madame Gao was too fast, it appeared as if several Madame Gaos were attacking Moreau at the same time. Wow, cool, Peter couldn't help shouting. Madame Gao was not only extremely fast, but her moves were also precise. Pepper's eyes also brightened. She didn't expect Madame Gao to be so powerful. Her martial arts were as pleasing to the eye as art. Moreau was going crazy. He couldn't hit Madame Gao at all. He was beaten like a sandbag. The only fortunate thing was that Madame Gao's palms were weak. After more than 10 seconds, Madame Gao retreated to where her crutches were. Then, without looking at Moreau, she grabbed the crutches, turned, and walked towards Pepper. What do you mean? Moreau looked confused. The old woman played around, but could it be to touch him? At this moment, explosions sounded in Moreau's body one after another, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his body. Moreau looked at Madame Gao in disbelief and fell straight down. His internal organs, meridians, and bones were all shattered. Even with the power of an angel, he died suddenly on the spot. Everyone was stunned. What happened? Why did Moreau suddenly die? Idiot, this is the palm of the heart, Mindy, who was fighting with Peter, said disdainfully. Madame Gao stood beside Pepper and said angrily, don't make up names like your master. How can there be any mistake? Look at my heart-shattering fingers. Mindy smiled and pointed a seemingly weak finger at the back of an angel's head. The angel's eyes widened and quickly turned red. Then his body swayed from side to side as if he would fall at any moment. Mindy said unhappily, he didn't faint. It seems that I haven't practiced it much yet. Hey, why don't she teach this move? Didn't I study with you? Peter asked dissatisfiedly while covering the angel with a spider web. Mindy said with contempt, because you are too stupid. Madame Gao is not willing to teach you. I'm too stupid? No way, I always thought I was a martial arts genius. Peter was hit hard, and Madame Gao shook her head. She didn't teach Peter Chi because Peter didn't need it. What he wanted to do was to fully utilize the power of Spider-Man. At this moment, the dead Moreau suddenly stood up straight. Everyone was startled. Is this a corpse? Madame Gao was also very surprised. She sensed it and sighed, to overcome death with your own will, Moreau, it seems that I underestimated you. But unfortunately, you are loyal to a person who should not be loyal, or in other words, God. Moreau was dead, but his soul, surpassing death with supreme will, controlled the corpse and stood up again. He hadn't completed God's mission, how could he die? For God, Moreau, who stood up, looked a little sluggish. He raised his holy sword and shouted loudly, for God. No nonsense about the 8 angels. Their body is getting old at a rate visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, 8 angels composed of holy light flew out of their bodies and flew straight into Moreau's body. Moreau roared in the sky, his body swelled frantically, and the holy light rolled violently like thunder. Damn, he wants to die along with us. Everyone was shocked when they saw this and rushed over to stop Moreau. At this moment, Colleen appeared in front of Moreau out of thin air and put her hand on him. The next moment, Moreau disappeared directly, leaving only his desperate roar in the air. No, why can't I have the dragon soul of the dragon of space like you? Mindy said enviously, and Colleen smiled. Because the dragon of space has physical requirements. I'm just right. Mindy wanted to say something else, but at this moment, there was a loud bang, and a huge explosion sounded in the distance to the right. Then it seemed that some building collapsed, and the ground kept shaking. Colleen felt a little worried as she saw the huge movement on the right. She asked, is no one there? I've just recently become the Iron Fist, so I still can't control my power. Pepper looked into the distance and smiled. Don't worry, if I remember that direction correctly, it should be the hotel that the candidate is about to build. No one is there. That candidate's hotel? That should be fine. When everyone heard the words, they replied indifferently, and Electro said, he is really unlucky, the hotel was smashed by a meteorite. It's unfortunate. Of course, it may also be that he did too many bad things and was punished. Wind Demon nodded in agreement, and Peter looked at the people who were shirking their responsibilities and asked hesitantly, is this bad? You want to use your money to pay for his hotel? Absorbing Man asked, that's the money you and Harry made by selling your bodies. What nonsense are you talking about? Peter's face flushed with anger, and Harry gave everyone a fierce middle finger. He decided to find a girlfriend as soon as he went back, so that Peter wouldn't suffer the unrighteous injustice. At this time, there was a huge rumbling sound not far away, and everyone turned to look. They found that Ghost Rider had been slammed into the ground by Annie. The battle armor of Ghost Rider was produced by the Oscorp. The group could remotely control it, but it was limited to Bert, Mercury, and Yvonne. Just now, Annie asked Mercury to control Ghost Rider's battle armor at a critical moment. Then, she blasted him into the ground with holy flames while he was unprepared. Ghost Rider roared but couldn't get up because Annie's holy flame was frantically consuming the hellfire on him. Although his strength has become stronger, his intelligence has dropped dramatically. Annie shook her head and threw the stone into Ghost Rider's eye socket. Damon's soul immediately returned to his body and competed with the spirit of vengeance for control of the body. Damon had been taught by the Ancient One, and his soul was stronger. After a while, he suppressed the spirit of vengeance. Then, Damon shouted, "Annie, take back the holy flame, otherwise, I won't dare to change back." Annie didn't talk nonsense. When she raised her hand, the holy flame and the surrounding flames all flew back into her body. Damon breathed a sigh of relief. The flames quickly disappeared, and the skull changed back to a human face. Damon, in his pajamas, got up while clutching his chest and said, "Annie, your holy flame is really powerful." "Of course, why do you even need to say it?" Annie snorted coldly. She glanced at the corpses of the reincarnated angels on the ground, flapped her wings, and flew to the hotel in the distance. She wanted to confirm whether Moreau had really died. Really proud. Damon shook his head. At this moment, Mindy ran over and asked with concern, "Dad, are you all right?" Damon smiled and said, "It's fine, except it's a little cold." Mindy said with contempt, "Ghost Rider is feeling cold, this is really a cold joke." Damon smiled, and he turned his head to look at Pepper with a big belly. His eyes flickered with fire. Not only had the spirit of vengeance moved the killing intent, but he had also moved. Pepper keenly sensed Damon's killing intent and turned her head to look at him without fear. "I don't know if the child in my womb is the reincarnation of Mephisto, but I will protect him, and I will teach him to be a good person," she declared. "Some people can never change, like Mephisto," Damon replied. "He is even more evil than Loki of Asgard, Miss Pepper. You should give him up." Pepper stood her ground. "No, I will never give up, and I won't let anyone touch him." Sensing the tension, Electro immediately surrounded Pepper. Damon frowned and said, "Guys, that's Mephisto. Aren't you worried?" "You don't worry about killing an unborn baby," Peter said, shaking his head. But Harry's eyes flickered slightly. He was inclined to kill the baby, having seen the cruelty and horror of Mephisto. "Dad, that's not cool at all. Even if it's really Mephisto, what harm can an unborn baby do?" Mindy shouted. "We have so many people watching him. Even if he can do something, it would be better to kill him then. He's just the demon king of hell. Several demon lords of hell work for my master. What's the big deal?" Everyone was speechless. Pepper didn't know whether to praise or scold Mindy. After hearing this, it seemed that Mephisto was no big deal. "Now I believe that Mr. Wong is the reincarnation of God. How can he conquer so many demon kings?" Absorbing Man said. "I heard that Hulk is fighting in hell recently, and his strength has risen rapidly," someone else added. "I'll go after him. I have to break through my own limits. Otherwise, I'll always be a battery," Electro said. Absorbing Man nodded. "I'll go with you." Damon glanced at everyone and finally let go of his killing intent. He touched Mindy's head and said, "Let's talk about something cool. How much math homework are you going to do since you sneak out?" "That's not cool at all. I saved everyone. Why do I still have to do homework, especially math? The people who invented math must be sinful. You should go and burn them to death," Mindy protested. Pepper couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She knew that keeping her son safe would not be easy. "Son, you started causing trouble for your mother even before you were born?" Pepper sighed. At that moment, Annie flew back with the angel sword and announced, "Moreau has been completely annihilated." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. To be honest, that guy was quite scary," they all agreed. "Too persistent, too fanatical." Annie shook her head. She looked at the ordinary people outside the shield and said, "I'll leave first. You can clean up the battlefield yourselves." After speaking, Annie disappeared, but she entered the mirror dimension where Bert was. She glanced at the battle opposite the space door and said to Bert, "Master, the battle here is over, and all the angels have been wiped out." "I see. You're doing very well. Watch the show with me first, and when the battle is over, you can take the artifact to release the Angel Legion and bring them under your command." Bert threw the box containing the artifact to Annie. That artifact box was undone by the Ancient One early in the morning, and she also made a copy of one. As for the First Elder saying that only he can solve it, that's just a joke. Not to mention the Ancient One, even Bert can solve it violently. Annie took the box and said excitedly, "Yes, Master. Let's move the time back a little bit." Through Ant-Man's investigation, Tony quickly determined the best position for the shockwave to hit. Then he called Ant-Man back and said to Sky, "It's time to start." "Okay, you're ready for battle. There will definitely be fish that slip through the net." Sky nodded, and then she put her hands on the ground. The ground shook slightly, and the sand on the ground kept rolling. After a while, Sky released energy. The entire underground base shook violently, and a large stone fell from the sky, smashing several Holy Light soldiers to death. Sky's ability, coupled with Tony's precise calculations, made the shockwave's power reach its limit. "Damn, why aren't they using portals?" While avoiding the falling stone, the First Elder cursed loudly. He had specially prepared means to deal with the portal. Who would have thought that they would directly demolish the base? These guys are totally out of control. A priest rushed over and shouted to the elder, "Elder, run away. The base is about to collapse." "It won't collapse." The first elder staggered and ran to the statue of Gabriel, knelt down, and shouted loudly, "Archangel, please protect us." Accompanied by the voice of the great elder, the holy light of the icon made a great effort. Then, the light quickly spread to the ceiling and walls, firmly protecting the base. This was not Gabriel's real power, but the holy power accumulated for thousands of years in the icon was working. The holy light warriors breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the great elder shouted, "Everyone, rush out and fight the blood god's lackey to the death." While speaking, the elder took out a scepter to cast a spell, and a large amount of white mist appeared outside the base. "Yes, great elder." Everyone knew that the holy light wouldn't last long, so they picked up their weapons and rushed out from several different passages. Such an underground base naturally cannot have only one passage, or else they would be trapped like fish in a barrel. "Mr. Stark, there is a force preventing me from destroying the underground base," Sky shouted. Tony was just about to say something when a large amount of white fog suddenly appeared around him, and he couldn't even see his companions 1 meter away. "Magic," Tony snorted coldly. While switching to infrared vision, he said, "Everyone, get ready for battle. They're coming out." "No problem, are you afraid they won't succeed?" Everyone shouted. Those who could be brought here by Tony were all elites. As for Fog, that's nothing at all. Which of them doesn't have auxiliary equipment? The SWORD is supported by 2 super military consortiums, and all the equipment is top-notch. Tony nodded with satisfaction, ordered the unmanned battle armors to fly down, aimed the weapon at the several entrances and exits detected before, and waited for the Holy Light Warriors to come out. It didn't take long for the Holy Light Warriors to rush out from several entrances and exits, and the unmanned armors immediately activated the miniature missiles, which were densely shot towards the entrances and exits. The Holy Light Warriors had long anticipated the attack, and all the people in the front were wearing the Holy Light Shield. But they didn't expect Tony to be so aggressive, going straight for the missiles. The Holy Light Shield is very strong, but no matter how strong it is, it can't stop the missiles. In the dense explosion, a large number of Holy Light soldiers died tragically on the spot. The remaining Holy Light warriors quickly retreated to the entrance and exit. At this time, several other Holy Light warriors from the hidden entrances and exits rushed out and slashed at the unmanned battle armors with weapons flashing with Holy Light. The unmanned battle armors avoided immediately, then turned to shoot at the Holy Light warriors, who raised the Holy Light shield to resist the bullets and fought with a group of unmanned battle armors. For God. The unmanned battle armor was restrained, and the remaining Holy Light warriors rushed out immediately, trying their best to attack the unmanned battle armor, and the battle escalated directly. "Are we back in the Middle Ages? It's all cold weapons? I thought at least there were rockets." Tony smiled disdainfully. The oversized arc reactor on his chest was fully activated. Yes, oversized. Only that lunatic Yvonne would hang so many arc reactors on his body. Want more power? Make the reactor bigger. Too many reactors will only increase the difficulty of defense. As for the heat dissipation problem, no worries, Tony does not need to consider this problem. Tony's thoughts moved, and a dazzling high-temperature red light lit up on his body. He was injected with a perfect enhanced version of the Extremis virus, which was much stronger than the original Killian. Immediately afterward, Tony popped out 2 red vibranium short blades from his arms. He took a deep breath and dashed forward to a Holy Light warrior, beheading his head with one knife. The wound was charred black, and even blood did not flow out. "Happy now, who said Iron Man is a weak chicken and can't melee?" Tony laughed and rushed towards a group of Holy Light warriors. The powerful motivation, the terrifying high temperature, and Jarvis's fighting simulation made him like a god of war, killing the Holy Light warriors one after another. As Tony acted arrogantly, the others didn't remain idle and rushed to join the battlefield. "When you accuse others of being medieval, isn't it the same for yourself?" complained Hawkeye, who was wearing battle armor. He then released his hand, and the long arrow pierced the body of a Holy Light warrior and continued straight into the chest of another. He killed 2 birds with 1 arrow. "Welcome to the Middle Ages," laughed Human Torch as he flew and smashed a fireball downward. But at that moment, several long arrows of Holy Light were shot from the top of the mountain, hitting his chest, and he screamed as he fell from the sky. In the white fog, the line of sight was narrow, and only one spot was particularly bright. If he didn't shoot, who would he shoot? Fortunately, Human Torch's defense greatly increased after turning into Pyroman, so he didn't die in battle, but he was injured. He didn't dare to fight back and hurriedly hid behind a valley to call for medics. Don't underestimate the enemy like the idiot Human Torch. This is the strongest power of the church. "It's not that simple," Tony shouted hurriedly, and everyone nodded, playing it safe and quickly harvesting the lives of the Holy Light warriors. Looking at the slaughter on the battlefield, Strange sighed. He didn't do much. He could mercilessly kill the demons, but he didn't want to kill. The strength of the Holy Light warriors was far inferior to Tony and the others, and they would soon be defeated. The elders were not surprised by this. Tony Stark was here to annihilate them, and his troops must be very strong. "The problem is, this time, we don't want to live at all," sneered the elder. The holy light on the icon no longer protected the underground base, but rushed out of the ground and turned into a holy light that enveloped the Holy Light warriors. For God, said the holy light warrior without saying another word, and they immediately burned their life, and the holy light on their body soared. As previously stated, their purpose this time was to die here with each other. The holy light warriors began to fight harder, and the pressure on everyone suddenly increased, even on Iron Man, because these guys were too ruthless. Tony stabbed his opponent's chest with a knife, destroying his heart. Under normal circumstances, the opponent would have died, but after burning his life, even if his heart was destroyed, the holy light warrior would not die immediately. The holy light warrior hugged Tony's steel arm with all his strength and then shouted for others to come and help, while the holy light swelled wildly. Several holy light warriors rushed over to help. They didn't care about their lives at all. They hugged Tony's arms and legs with all their injuries and wanted to die with him. These lunatics? Do you think you can kill me like this? Tony roared, facing the madness of the holy light warriors. Two high-speed rotating high-temperature blades flew from his shoulders, slicing across several holy light warriors at an alarming speed, cutting their bodies open. Immediately afterwards, Tony threw all the holy light warriors away and then blasted them with a pulse cannon. The idea for this blade comes from Frankfurt and Bert's weapon. In terms of intelligent programming, Tony is much stronger than Yvonne. If Yvonne can do it, he can naturally. In fact, this is only the prototype. When the experiment is successful, he will install more blades on his body. Jarvis can control it anyway. Jarvis, control the two blades to attack with me. They will heal themselves, focus on the head. Tony rushed towards the other holy light warriors with two blades. Although those holy light warriors were powerful and not afraid of death, they were no match for Tony. Tony keeps improving. Technology has developed to this extent. Sky couldn't help shaking her head. Then, her palms shook, the shockwave broke out completely, and the underground base collapsed quickly without the protection of the holy light. At this time, only the Elder was left in the underground base. He smiled slightly and moved to the Holy Land at an astonishing speed. There was a seal to protect it, and it did not collapse. That's about it. The first Elder stretched his back and muttered to himself. The core strength of the church is basically finished, but I don't know how many people will be buried with them. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind the Elder. If your words are heard by those holy light warriors, they will go crazy. The first Elder turned his head and saw an unfamiliar Chinese man looking at him with a sneer on his face. He was stunned for a moment and then sneered, "Blood God, knowing that he looks ugly, change your appearance." Bert snorted coldly, "Who are you? You are not the real Elder. You don't know your old friends anymore." The Elder smeared on his face, and Mephisto's old gentleman's face appeared. Then he said, "I reincarnated the true spirit into Pepper's belly, and the rest was injected into the body of the Elder." The first Elder returned to his original face and said, "Actually, I am the first Elder who has been replaced by a fake, but I was covered by Mephisto's consciousness." "Mephisto, what are you doing? Not only did you reveal your identity, but you also sent someone to kill yourself." Bert couldn't help but ask. Obviously, the so-called gods are all directed and acted by Mephisto, and the self-righteous holy light warriors of Moru have been serving a devil. It really isn't. The Elder said with a smile, "Ghost Rider can find me, which means that my identity will be noticed by you sooner or later. In this case, it's better to clarify it directly. With the villainy of the Holy Light Warriors, and the character of Iron Man, he will definitely not give up on me, even if he knows my true identity. In addition, I hate the people of the church. If I can trick them, why not? I don't want them coming to trouble me like flies after I'm reincarnated." Bert snorted coldly and said, "Is that all? There are other reasons, for example, to cause trouble for us." The Elder replied, "That's correct. Additionally, I also want to sow discord between you and Tony, the reincarnation of the devil in hell. I believe many people want me dead." Bert retorted, "Are you trying to manipulate my relationship with Tony? Sorry to disappoint you." The Elder responded, "Don't be disappointed. From the start, I never thought you would turn against Iron Man. A person who colludes with the demons of hell is not someone with a weak mind." Bert asked, "Aren't you afraid someone else will try to kill you? Like Ghost Rider or Doom?" The Elder laughed and said, "With you and Iron Man protecting me, I have nothing to fear. I'm actually looking forward to the superhero civil war." Bert scolded, "You cheated before you were even born." The Elder replied, "Exactly. That's my plan. It's a brilliant plan based on my own experience. Blood God, you used Blackheart to deceive me, now it's my turn to deceive you and Iron Man." Bert was speechless, thinking to himself, what kind of crazy person comes up with a plan like this? The Elder said, "Of course it's a terrible plan. The troubles with the church and other superheroes are just the beginning. When I am truly born, there will be more. Blood God, Iron Man, let's take our time playing. Think of yourself as Odin, me as Loki, but with more cunning and cruelty than Loki." "Loki?" Bert asked, "All this just to trick us?" The Elder replied, "Tricking you is one of the main reasons. The other reason is to use you to restore my strength quickly." The first Elder said, "I was beaten by you and left with only a wisp of my soul, losing my position as the Lord of Hell. If I want to recover, it will take at least 100 years. I can't wait that long. With you, I can become a devil again in just a few decades." Bert sneered, "Do you really think I'll help you regain your strength? Why not? With Iron Man's pride, how could he allow his son to be weak?" The first Elder smiled and said, "Besides, isn't it common for superpowered families to try to improve their strength? It's really not difficult," he said. Bert narrowed his eyes and asked, if I'm guessing correctly, you should still have a remnant left outside. In the future, this remnant will take Tony's son's body for the purpose of resurrection. Don't think so badly of me. How could I take my body? It's fusion, a complete fusion. The first elder said. Next, there are two possibilities. One is that I successfully restore the memory of my previous life. At that time, I can not only become Satan but also rule the universe because I have already entered the main universe. The other possibility is that I fail naturally. Although it is a pity, it is not too bad. At the very least, I can pit you all day long and make your life worse than death. Moreover, the future will not be bad. In the future, demons will be an ironclad thing. Bert laughed angrily. In other words, how can you win? Yes, since I was reincarnated into Pepper's belly, I won. Don't say you won't kill me. Even if you kill me, I will still win. If you kill me, you will completely turn against Iron Man. When the time comes, the Earth will definitely have a civil war. The elder laughed and said, Iron Man is not an ordinary superhero. He is highly favored by the Earth. Without you, he is the core of the superhero team. Blood God, this time, I won. My plan is destined to be successful. You just wait for your life to die. Ha ha ha. Looking at the proud elder, Bert couldn't help but sigh. This made the elder even more proud. He said, Blood God, how does it feel to be trapped? Let me tell you, I, Mephisto, am the ancestor of cheating people, and your methods are nothing in front of my plan. I'm not sighing because your plan is so good. I'm sighing because I have to lose a Demon King's soul. Bert raised his hand, and the infinity glove appeared on his hand. Well, he still hadn't returned it to Odin. Blood God, what do you mean? The first elder looked suspiciously at Bert and said, my plan is perfect. You can't crack it at all. This is a conspiracy, an indestructible conspiracy. There is nothing in this world that cannot be destroyed. Bert opened the small space and extracted the souls of Mephisto and Blackheart. Mephisto's soul pretended to be calm and shouted, Blood God, what do you want to do? Even if you kill me, there will be no change in the plan. Blackheart asked in shock and anger, Blood God, what are you doing with me? What's the matter? You're looking for that bastard Mephisto. I've always been honest. Idiot. Mephisto gritted his teeth. The biggest mistake in his life was to make such a stupid son. Fortunately, he would be a fool in the future. It's nothing. It's just for a sacrifice. Bert clenched his fists and shouted, take the souls of Mephisto and Blackheart as sacrifices in exchange for erasing all the remnants of Mephisto. And in addition, erase everything that Mephisto left behind. Remember and promise that there will be no Mephisto in the future. Tony's son is not a remnant, he is a complete life, Bert stated. After Bert made the wish, the reality stone shone brilliantly and quickly spread to the souls of Mephisto and Blackheart, indicating that it accepted Bert's sacrifice and could complete the matter. It's none of my business. Why sacrifice me? Blackheart shouted. I am so honest. Why should I be sacrificed? Blackheart was unaware of his connection to Mephisto. Without Mephisto, who would care about Blackheart? The reality stone. The elder was shocked. He didn't expect such a cheating method. Moreover, the blood god used his soul as a sacrifice. The first elder shouted, Blood God, even without Mephisto, my reincarnation will still trap you. What's up with me? It's not my son. To be honest, I'd love to see Iron Man get scammed. I'm as happy as he is, Bert sneered. Besides, as a strict godfather, it makes sense to beat that arrogant child every few days, right? The first elder asked in shock, was your previous anger all acting? Of course it was. Otherwise, how could I say such things so happily? Bert sneered. That's not my son, why should I be angry? I actually wanted to be reincarnated as your son at first, but you bastard didn't leave any descendants at all, the first elder scolded. No one can conceive my child unless I want them to, Bert retorted. I'm only in my early 20s. Why have children now? After playing for hundreds of years, it's irresponsible to have children. At this time, the reality stone began to take effect, and the souls of Mephisto and Blackheart quickly disappeared. Simultaneously, a large amount of black gas came out of the Great Elder. Not only that, but the remnants and memories that Mephisto carefully hid were also disappearing. The black gas turned into Mephisto's face in the air, and he smiled miserably. Infinity gems, it's really unreasonable. The universal wishing machine is naturally unreasonable. Unfortunately, many people don't know how to use it. For example, the Dark Elf actually used it as a weapon to smash people. How did this kind of intelligence become the leader of the Dark Elf? Bert complained. Among the 6 infinity gems, what he wanted most was not the Space Stone or the Time Stone but the Reality Stone. As long as there were enough sacrifices, the Reality Stone could do far more than imagined. Blood God, I lost this game, Mephisto's face said. But don't be complacent. My reincarnation, once you will be pitted, you will be horrible. That has nothing to do with you. Mephisto will completely become the past, Bert replied. That's right. Mephisto will be a thing of the past. Blood God, you win, Mephisto's face sighed and was quickly wiped away by the Reality Stone. After a while, the Reality Stone returned to calm, and the most cunning and shameless demon king in hell, Mephisto, was completely terminated by Bert. Bert put away the infinity gloves and asked Void, Damon, Doom, can you accept such a result? Damon, who witnessed everything through the space gate, was silent for a while and said, it's barely acceptable, but I still think it's better to kill that child. What a pity to kill. Since he is no longer Mephisto, then keep him. Bert, tell Tony that I will accept his son as a disciple. Doom smiled evilly and said, didn't he want to deceive his father? Let me see if he can deceive his master. As long as you are happy. Bert silently mourned for Tony's child in his heart. Doom's apprentice was not someone ordinary people could be. When two supervillains meet, it must be interesting. By the way, Doom, you've been integrating Eastern Europe. How much do you know about Sokovia? Bert thought of something and asked Doom. Sokovia was the home of the Hydra Baron Strucker. The place is very chaotic and has been reluctant to join my league. Doom said, when I finish integrating other countries, I will send troops to destroy them. There can only be one voice in Eastern Europe, and that is my Doom's voice. You really don't sound like a villain at all. Bert complained. He thought for a moment and said, you must gather some troops. I may have to attack Sokovia soon. No problem. Doom happily agreed, saying, by the way, the Celestial's head has been repaired. It is absolutely beyond your imagination. Even the super battleships of the three major empires have to bow down in front of it, and it even has the ability to destroy stars. Nonsense. How much did you cheat me out of this year? Bert said angrily, I'm the richest in the universe. I almost went bankrupt because of you. Isn't that what money is for? Doom said indifferently, if it's really bad, just pretend to be a Ravager and go out and grab a few units. Bert was speechless. The proper villain spoke. He said, my body is about to wake up. I will go up and check it at that time. I hope it will not disappoint me. Doom said proudly, when has my Doom's work ever been disappointing? Your work is really good, so good that you're guarding yourself against theft. Bert sneered. You even knocked down Nebula with a new body. Doom, your image of an infatuated king has collapsed. None of your business. Doom said expressionlessly. With a wave of his hand, the space door closed directly. This guy is still not ashamed? It's interesting how creators fall in love with their work, Bert commented. He shook his head as he looked at the Great Elder lying on the ground and prepared to deal with him easily. Suddenly, the battle outside shifted. Although the Holy Light Warriors were difficult opponents, Tony and his team were not defenseless. They relied on their powerful strength and weapons to gradually gain the upper hand. It's worth mentioning that Tony was particularly violent that day, and his performance was especially impressive. He killed at least 20 or 30 Holy Light Warriors. If everything went as planned, Tony and the others would win the war with minimal casualties. However, an unexpected event occurred. A group of thugs wearing simple exoskeleton armor joined the fight. Tony and Jarvis didn't notice the thugs' arrival and were caught off guard. Several SWORD agents died on the spot. The superheroes changed their expressions and quickly protected the agents by flying down to block bullets for them. Why did this happen? Strange wondered, surprised by the sudden appearance of the group of thugs. He was surrounded by a space blockade, so how did they get through? There were two possibilities. Either this group of people was nearby from the beginning, or someone on the other side was able to break through his blockade silently. If Mr. Stark can continue to deal with the Holy Light Warriors, I'll handle these guys, Skye said as she saw her subordinates die. Her eyes turned red, and the shadow of a steel dragon appeared behind her. She then pushed forward, and more than a dozen thugs were hit by layers of shock waves and thrown away. More than a dozen thugs flew up and crashed to the ground, their bodies and exoskeletons shattered in the air. Iron Fist. Danny Rand exclaimed, surprised by Skye's sudden outburst. Why did he run onto another Iron Fist again? And it looks super awesome. Skye's attack caused the thugs to shoot at her in unison, but she coldly snorted and weakened the kinetic energy of the bullets in front of her. In the end, thousands of bullets stopped in midair. Skye then shook her hands, and thousands of bullets bounced back at the same time, hitting the group of thugs and causing them to scream. However, Skye was suddenly hit by something and fell heavily to the ground. A man with a very flat appearance sneered at her and said, "Didn't you see me running over?" Skye immediately sent a shock wave at the man, but he suddenly disappeared. She was stunned and quickly warned her team, "Be careful, there's a super fast guy coming. His speed may be close to the speed of sound." While Skye was speaking, Quicksilver Pietro knocked over several superheroes one after another at an astonishing speed and then laughed arrogantly. Fortunately, Pietro didn't intend to kill anyone and simply knocked them down. Otherwise, his speed would make it too easy for him to kill. "I hate fast guys," Tony scolded. He was about to help when a figure with a crimson light suddenly appeared behind him. The figure then placed his hands on the sides of Tony's head, and the crimson energy penetrated his battle armor and entered his mind. Tony suddenly found himself in Manhattan full of corpses, including his acquaintances, Steve, Peter, Aunt Carter, Daredevil, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and others. "Who killed you?" Tony wondered, shocked by what he saw. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up to see a blood-colored figure floating high in the air. At the same time, a large amount of blood flew out from the corpses on the ground, turning into blood and flying towards him. The figure laughed wildly. "Blood God!" Tony shouted. What he had been most worried about had finally happened. Blood God had started to attack Earth. It was the most feared thing in Tony's heart because, once it happened, no one could stop Blood God. Except for Jarvis, no one knew that Tony had been developing an anti-Blood God armor. But because the Blood God's upgrade speed was too fast, Tony was often forced to start over before he was halfway through the research and development process. After several attempts, Tony had almost no results to show for it, except for burning through billions of dollars. At this moment, the blood god noticed Tony in the sky and flew down with a wicked and arrogant expression. Tony Stark, you're not dead yet, he taunted. Bert, why are you doing this? Tony roared. Didn't you promise to always be the protector of Earth? Blood god responded nonchalantly, I'm doing this because you have a problem with your brain. Tony was at a loss. What do you mean? You're sick, the blood god explained. How can I destroy Earth? If Earth is ruined, where can I find girls? I'm not like you. I don't want to be alone. Any color is fine, but I only like Earth girls or aliens that look like little Earthlings. Also, when did I drink the blood of innocent people? Are you suffering from paranoid delusions, or do you want to kill me as the protagonist? Let me tell you, with me, you will always be a supporting role in your life. Also, I've been running around for your son, but you still think of me like this. I'm very upset and have decided to beat you up. After speaking, Bird's fist fell like raindrops, and Tony screamed again and again. It wasn't over yet. All the dead people around them got up and shouted, beat Tony. Before Tony could figure out what was going on, he was surrounded by various attacks and let out a shrill scream. In reality, after Tony was controlled by the red light, he started attacking everything out of control, and everyone around him was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. At this time, the white fog had almost dissipated, and their vision was no longer affected. Iron Man is under control again. Seize the opportunity and don't waste it, Hawkeye said, before shooting an arrow at Tony's head. Ant-Man, Doctor Strange, and Wanda were all stunned. What the heck was going on? Weren't they teammates? At this point, Tony woke up from the illusion and felt pain all over his body. He shook his head and was trying to figure out what had happened when he suddenly noticed that everyone was attacking him. Slam! Hawkeye's arrow hit Tony's helmet. Before Tony could react, the electric light blasted out, and he was jolted by the electricity. Then, various attacks such as fireballs, air, and energy guns came one after another, and Tony was directly blasted out and fell pitifully to the ground. You bastards! Tony exclaimed. Through Jarvis, Tony learned of the previous situation and got up to yell at the others. Hawkeye responded, it seems you've recovered, or my electric arrow is just too effective. Hey, Tony, don't forget to give me a salary increase. Human Torch chimed in, I think my flame is more important. For the sake of my serious injury and still getting up to save you, you can reimburse me for the Ferrari that crashed last month. It's obviously my credit, someone else argued. Everyone competed for merit, and some people shouted to Tony, Tony, don't thank us. We should do it. I thank you all, Tony replied, trembling with anger. If these bastards didn't do it on purpose, he would have cut their heads off to use as stools. Even Wanda, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but laugh. She glared at Tony and snorted cutely. He deserved it. Jarvis suddenly interjected, Mr. Stark, instead of blaming them, I think it's better for you to review why you are so hateful. Shut up. I'll dismantle your motherboard when I get back, Tony gritted his teeth. Even an AI dared to despise him, this was obviously a failed product. Why am I being controlled again? Wait, controlled. Tony suddenly realized and shouted, be careful, there is an invisible man around who can control people. I found her, Strange said as he held one of his hands. More than a dozen magic whips were tied together to the invisible Wanda, who then appeared and snorted coldly. The crimson energy enveloped the magic whip, and it quickly dissipated. Strange was a little surprised. The other party's crimson energy seemed to be mixed with very high-end magical energy. You controlled me, Tony said as he immediately controlled the half-moon blade to shoot at Wanda. She raised her hands, and two clouds suddenly flew up from the ground, smashing towards the half-moon blade under the red light. Tony thought that the half-moon blade could easily cut through the clouds, but as soon as it entered the clouds, there was no movement, and the clouds still slammed towards him, so he quickly avoided. Strange was about to cast the spell again, but at that moment, a figure flashed past, knocking him into the air and then causing him to fall heavily to the ground. The figure then pulled Wanda and disappeared instantly. Damn it, watch out for them, Tony cursed as he retrieved the half-moon blade and rushed over to help deal with the thugs. These thugs were not ordinary people. They had all been strengthened, and with their exoskeletons and powerful firepower, they were very difficult to deal with. In the underground base, Bird's face was a little ugly. With the strength and state shown by Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, he didn't have any doubt at all. That is to say, he was tricked. Someone had interfered with his blood using the Mind Stone. Not only my blood but also someone has influenced my thoughts, making me ignore the scepter, said Bert, who was very angry and felt tricked. He could barely accept it, but his thoughts were affected, which definitely tipped his scales. What strong man would allow his thoughts to be controlled by others? Bert went to Camartage, his projection going to the Ancient One, and he said, Master, why can someone silently influence my thoughts for as long as a year? This is unreasonable, even if there is a Mind Stone. It's not terrible to be controlled, the terrible thing is not knowing if you are being controlled, replied the Ancient One. It's not just the Mind Stone, there's a magical power that affects your consciousness. However, this power is not malicious, it's just promoting the birth of two people, she added. Bert frowned and asked, which two people? Wanda and Pietro. No, it's Wanda and Vision, the two of them, destined to be born, replied the Ancient One. No one can stop this. The two of them will definitely be born. Wanda and Vision? Isn't that a human-machine lovers? Bert snorted coldly, recalling the movies in his previous life. Why would such a beautiful woman fall in love with a robot, he wondered. Ancient One smiled but said nothing, and Bert rolled his eyes, knowing that his master was about to do that again. Seeing Bert's disgusted expression, Ancient One shook her head and said, "You don't have to worry about anything. Once Wanda and Vision are born, that power will disappear. It doesn't matter if it goes away or not," Bert snorted. "I will never let others influence my thoughts again. Bert, don't stop Vision from being born. It will only be counterproductive," advised the Ancient One. "Is that power really that strong?" asked Bert. "The power to change the world," nodded the Ancient One. "If that's the case, that bastard Tony has probably upgraded his Jarvis and should have beaten him a few more times," added Bert, thinking for a while. "Vision will be born, but Wanda and Vision won't be together. I will certainly break them up," declared Bert. "It's up to you," said the Ancient One indifferently. "As long as Vision can be born." In the underground space, Bert looked at the unconscious Great Elder on the ground, thought for a while, called Annie over, and instructed her, "Take control of this guy's body. I want you to be an undercover agent. The situation on the Hydra side is unknown. Bert intends to investigate them first. After all, his real body has not yet awakened, and the other party has a Mind Stone." Anne asked, "Master, what about the Angel Legion?" Bert said, "I will unblock it after the task is completed, and I will not run away." "Okay." Annie stopped talking nonsense, turned into a ray of light, and flew into the body of the Elder. Then, the Elder opened his eyes, nodded to Bert, and controlled his scepter to teleport away from the underground base. Scarlet Witch. Bert looked at Wanda, who was breaking the space blockade outside, and narrowed his eyes slightly. This woman's strength is much stronger than in the movie. Her crimson light obviously has magical energy, and it is still very high-level magical energy. On the battlefield, Strange sensed that the space blockade had been broken and hurriedly shouted to Tony, "Tony, that witch was breaking the space blockade just now. They don't seem to be trying to escape, so hurry up and send an unmanned armor to investigate." "Okay." Tony stabbed a thug's body with a knife, shouted loudly, and then 3 unmanned battle armors flew out at the same time. As soon as the unmanned armors arrived at Wanda's location, they found that a large number of pickup trucks and armed vehicles were aggressively driving into the area. When they saw the unmanned armors, they immediately opened fire, and hundreds of blue energy beams shot at the unmanned battle armor one after another. The 3 unmanned battle armors avoided at the same time, but the beams were too dense. 2 of them were hit and exploded, and only 1 escaped. Tony shouted with an ugly face, "Damn, we were treated as Orioles. Strange, open a portal to the Stark group. We need reinforcements." "Okay." Strange didn't waste time and immediately cast a spell to open the portal. At that moment, a figure flashed quickly and slammed into him. This time, Strange didn't fly away, but Quicksilver disappeared. He fell into a space maze, and no matter how he ran, he would eventually return to the starting position. As a mage trained, ravaged, by doom, how could Strange fall in the same place twice in a row? He had set up space magic on his body after the earlier encounter, waiting for Quicksilver to deliver himself to him. Pietro. Upon seeing Pietro trapped, Wanda immediately flew over with red light emanating from her body. She then pushed her hands, causing the red light to penetrate the space, destroying the maze and freeing Pietro. Although Pietro was dissatisfied and wanted to challenge Strange again, Wanda signaled for him to deal with the others. Though unwilling, Pietro turned and rushed towards them. Strange propped up a golden defensive shield and shouted to Wanda, "Whose disciple are you? Don't you know that mages are not allowed to interfere in the world?" "I'm not a mage," Wanda snorted. She controlled numerous clods with red light and hurled them at Strange one after another. Strange opened a portal and sent the clods back to Wanda. However, she waved the red light and destroyed all the clods. Immediately after, Wanda interfered with the space with red light, causing Strange's portal to become unstable. Strange snorted coldly, condensed a space blade, and attacked like a warrior. "What kind of mage are you?" Wanda was speechless, and while flying back and pulling away, she hurled the red light at Strange. "What kind of mage can't fight in close combat?" Strange asked, controlling his cloak to fly and destroying the red light while chasing Wanda. Seeing that Strange was entangled, Tony looked worried. Before he could do anything, a large number of chariots drove in and started firing energy beams at the agents and superheroes. In an instant, the situation was reversed, and the superheroes were losing ground, even having to hide behind the hillside. "Damn, who's attacking us? They already have formed energy weapons," Tony scolded. At this stage, energy weapons were not yet popular, except for a few big countries. Other countries were still using firearms. "Hold on, support will come soon." Tony gritted his teeth and called Reed, who was going to send reinforcements using the fake Bifrost bridge. At the Hydra base, Baron Strucker looked at the embarrassed superheroes and couldn't help but laugh. Relying on the ability of Inhumans, Baron Strucker found the group of Holy Light Warriors faster than the superheroes, but he did not contact them. He found that this was a good opportunity to eliminate the superheroes. Simply put, he planned to use these warriors of light as bait to lure the superheroes in and kill them all. Wanda and the others had already ambushed nearby early in the morning, and thanks to Wanda's ability, neither Strange nor the unmanned battle armors found them. Baron Strucker thought excitedly, "If Iron Man dies, people will definitely panic. That will be our chance for Hydra." Just as Tony and the others were being defeated, a passionate music suddenly played, and then, a figure ran towards them at high speed from the air in the distance. That's right, the figure was running, not flying. When he got closer, he made a few hand movements, pushed forward, and a red dragon roared out. The dragon turned in the air, transforming into 18 small dragons, and attacked the armed cars below with a loud roar. Boom, 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 18 armed vehicles were destroyed on the spot. In the screams, human and vehicle parts were shot towards the surroundings. Where did he come from? Everyone was stunned, and an agent who loved to watch martial arts dramas shouted excitedly, "This is the palm of the dragon? There's a hero here to save us." Sky looked at the figure with a puzzled expression. It was clearly Master's dragon soul fluctuation, so why did he look different? Let's watch fewer dramas. By the way, where did he put his speakers, and where did he get the BGM? Tony complained. He felt unhappy when he saw the other party because the guy was too pushy. Why another Iron Fist? Danny Rand is going crazy, and it doesn't matter if there are many Iron Fists, why is everyone stronger than him? 18 armed vehicles were destroyed. Baron Strucker's eyes were red, and he roared, "Hurry up and kill that guy in the sky." When the HYDRAs heard the order, they immediately raised their energy guns to shoot at Bert in the sky. At the same time, the energy gun on the armed car locked onto Bert. After a while, a thick bowl of energy blasted past him. Bert smiled disdainfully, stepped on his left foot with his right foot, purely for fun, and the whole person was abruptly raised more than 10 meters. Then he grabbed his hands like claws, and 2 big hands appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the 2 pickup trucks inside. Immediately afterwards, Bert swept the pickup truck all the way, and swept a large number of Hydra soldiers out like a bulldozer. They fell to the ground and kept screaming. The agent shouted excitedly again, "This is the dragon catcher. The agents of your SWORD are really free." Tony complained to Sky and cancelled the transmission of the fake Bifrost bridge. If he guessed correctly, this BGM hero who suddenly came over should be related to Bert. By the way, was the bastard Bert the one who beat me up in the illusion just now? Tony remembered the previous illusion and gritted his teeth for a while. Although there was no injury, the pain was real. Although I am a little sorry for the bastard, but this is too heavy to start. Sky was a little embarrassed by Tony's words, and she glared at the agent and told him to shut up. It should be that the master changed his vest and came out to satisfy the soul of the martial artist. Sky thought to herself. She knew very well that her master was a super fan of martial arts, and he was usually not a martial artist, but it would be fine to change the vest. At this time, Wanda used 2 red lights to hold the 2 pickup trucks in the air. Seeing this, Bert gave up control of the pickup trucks, and then fell to the ground with a bang, causing a lot of dust. Immediately afterwards, Bert slapped the ground with both palms, and his anger quickly swept away from the ground, and then burst out from under the Hydra soldiers' feet. With the sound of the explosion, the Hydra soldiers were blasted into the sky one after another, and then fell down screaming. The remaining Hydra soldiers desperately shot at Bert. Bert rushed into the phalanx of the Hydra soldiers like a ghost, came out, and blood on the ground. Pietro was delighted to see the hunter and rushed towards Bert at full speed. Bert noticed it immediately and took a step. He then controlled a lot of chi around him to form a simple bell full of Buddhist scriptures. The next moment, Pietro slammed into the big bell, and the whole person flew out, nose, mouth, ears, and eyes all bleeding, looking extremely miserable. Golden bell, the agent couldn't help shouting again. Sky was speechless, her master was going too far. In order to be realistic, he even printed Buddhist scriptures on the bell. That's not how this move is usually used, hey. But then again, this move is really useful against fast opponents. The enemy will smash himself or even kill himself. Pietro. Wanda was shocked and, while running towards Quicksilver, Pietro let Hydra continue to shoot. Facing the large amount of energy beams, Bert snorted coldly and shook violently. The gas on the golden bell turned into countless arrows and shot out. Hundreds of Hydra soldiers were pierced through their bodies and fell to the ground, screaming, "Go out and help." Seeing the thugs being beaten by Bert alone, Tony couldn't bear it any longer and led the crowd to fight back. Bert didn't fight Tony for the blame. He slowly withdrew his power and looked like an expert, which made Tony more and more unhappy. "Sister, I'm so dizzy." Pietro leaned against Wanda's arms and said in pain. Just after he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wanda hurriedly used her energy to heal him. When Pietro was better, Wanda stood up and shouted at Bert with a red light on her body, "How dare you hurt my brother?" Bert said solemnly, "Whoever hurts, hurts others. What's the problem? Is it possible that only you can hit someone, and others can't fight back?" Wanda suffocated and then shouted, "I don't care. I want to avenge Pietro." After saying that, Wanda flew up, and then the ground shook. A lot of dirt, stones, pickup truck wreckage, and various energy weapons flew at the same time, all aimed at Bert. "There is no distinction between good and evil. We should fight." Bert snorted, raised his hands up, and a large amount of mud and sand flew up, forming long swords of mud that glowed red one after another in the air. In just a moment, thousands of clay swords appeared in the sky, densely packed, covering the sky. Tony glanced at it and couldn't help asking the agent, "What's this trick called?" The agent swallowed his saliva and shouted with an excited look about to faint, "This is the supreme martial art." Although Sky was a little speechless, her eyes couldn't help but light up. This move was quite cool. Danny Rand glanced at the long sword in the sky and almost slapped himself. Others are Iron Fist, and I'm also Iron Fist. Why am I so useless? In fact, even Wanda was frightened by these thousands of long swords. She shouted angrily, and a large amount of dirt, stones, and debris mixed with energy beams shot at Bert. Stubborn. With a wave of Bert's hand, all the clay swords vibrated in unison, shooting towards Wanda like a torrent. The dirt and stones of Wanda were not enough to look at in front of the long sword. They were instantly shattered, and even the energy beams were all destroyed. Immediately afterward, the clay swords shot at Wanda one after another. Wanda was shocked and hurriedly used the crimson light to protect herself. A large number of clay swords slammed into the crimson light and exploded. At the same time, Wanda's crimson light curtain quickly thinned. Wanda tried her best to resist the clay sword and, at the same time, shouted to Pietro with consciousness, "Retreat with everyone. We are not his opponent." Pietro asked anxiously, "Sister, what will you do?" "I'm fine. You go first, then I'll run away by myself," Wanda shouted. Pietro gritted his teeth and fled outside with the wounded on the ground. Seeing that the situation was over, Baron Strucker cursed bitterly and ordered the Hydra soldiers to launch poison gas bombs and retreat. Baron Strucker didn't care about the Holy Light warriors. Bang, bang, bang. The poison gas bombs exploded one after another, and a lot of green gas came out. As a doctor, Strange hated this kind of thing the most. The gas floated into the sky like a tornado. "Don't let them escape. We must catch at least a few survivors. We must know who they are," Tony shouted, and everyone chased after them. Suddenly, a glowing angel statue of Gabriel descended from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a lot of holy light flew from the angel statue and turned into defensive shields that trapped Tony and the others inside. Then, the Great Elder appeared in the distance and shouted to the remaining Holy Light warriors, "Go, get out of here. Leave." The soldiers of the Holy Light were confused. Didn't they say that they were going to die here? Why were they suddenly leaving? Morrow failed. "We must survive and destroy that devil," the Elder, Annie, shouted, and the Holy Light warriors realized that they had to extinguish the Holy Light on their bodies one after another. The Holy Light sacrifice technique could be interrupted, but the burning life could not be recovered. The battle just now had made them at least 10 years older. The Elder fled with hundreds of Holy Light warriors. When Baron Strucker saw this, he immediately ordered Hydra to take them. Fuck, Tony frantically attacked the protective cover formed by the Holy Light. There were many cracks in the protective cover, and it was about to disintegrate. At this moment, Gabriel's angel statue suddenly appeared in front of him and desperately replenished the protective cover with energy. The cracks quickly disappeared. Shit, Tony couldn't help but yell, which was clearly aimed at him. When Tony cursed, Wanda's crimson light was finally defeated by the long clay sword. A long clay sword stabbed her in the chest. She screamed and fell to the ground, clutching her chest with a look of pain. Bert kept his hand, otherwise, Wanda's chest would definitely have been pierced. Then, a large number of clay swords were suspended above Wanda and would fall at any time. Bert said lightly, "Surrender. I think you are young, and I will give you a chance." "You can't catch me." Wanda glared at Bert angrily, intending to turn into a crimson light and escape. Without this ability, Wanda didn't dare to break it. At this moment, a sharp pain suddenly came from Wanda's chest, which interrupted her ability and made her almost vomit blood because of the backlash. "What have you done to me?" Wanda shouted in horror. "It's just chi blocking your body. Your spellcasting speed is too slow. Witch, surrender obediently and tell everything you know, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," Bert said. Wanda said angrily, "I won't tell you anything. You are as bad as Tony Stark." Tony looked at a loss. Why was he related to him? Tony glanced at Wanda, thought of something, and asked nervously, "Hey, don't tell me you are my long-lost daughter? Pepper will be crazy, and by the way, so will I." "You bastard, you won't have any descendants," scolded Wanda. Bert was about to speak when he suddenly felt a force eroding his heart. With a cold snort, a majestic dragon roar was released, causing everyone present to tremble. Even the air stood still. "He is not blood god but a dragon," said Supergiant, who used Wanda's spiritual energy to peep at Bert secretly. She breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that it was just a helper from the blood god and not the real blood god. Now was not the time to fight the blood god. Tony scolded angrily, "What's wrong with you? Also, who are you?" Different from Tony, the others looked at Bert in awe. The power he just displayed was so terrifying that it was like facing higher creatures. The dragon soul in Danny Rand's body was even more frightened and trembling. Dragon roar had a miraculous effect on the dragon family. Bert snorted coldly, put away dragon and BGM, and then with a wave of his hand, the long sword of clay fell from the sky like raindrops, piercing through the defensive cover around everyone, and smashing the angel statue. Tony said unhappily, "I can come out myself without you." Bert didn't bother to pay attention to Tony. He walked up to Wanda and said, "From now on, you are my captive. Someone will come to save me soon, and both you and Tony Stark will die," Wanda said, looking at Bert with a bit of stubbornness and fear. Tony couldn't help but shout, "Hey, what do you have against me?" Wanda glanced at Tony with hatred, turned her head, and said nothing. "Tony, you'd better get a DNA test. You used to have so many girls, it's normal to have an illegitimate daughter, or in other words, it's not normal if you don't have one," Hawkeye joked. Tony rolled his eyes, but he was a little suspicious. He seemed to have met a lot of beauties with reddish-brown hair before. He thought about it. There seemed to be a dozen or so starting with A, and 20 or so starting with B. One starting with C. Sky ignored the farce and transmitted a voice message to Bert. Master, what the hell are you doing? Bert replied in a serious voice, Child, I'm your uncle, the brother of the blood god. You can call me, let me think about my name. Yes, it's called Yazi. Can you be more professional when you lie? How can anyone think of their own name? Sky complained as she walked up to Bert and shouted, Uncle, thank you for coming to support us. You're welcome. Junior brother is busy, he asked me to watch you. Bert glanced at Tony and said disdainfully, Junior brother told me that your superheroes are very powerful, you can handle it yourself. I just need to observe. But in the end, I'm very disappointed. It seems that Junior brother has poor judgment. Hey, what do you mean? We can handle it without you. Tony was furious and asked suspiciously, Are you Bert's senior brother? Why haven't I heard of you? Also, where did that guy come from? Do I need to explain to you? Bert waved his sleeves, mentioned the unwilling Wanda with anger, and took her to the distance. Sky, call me if you need anything. Yes, master, Sky shouted angrily, and Strange couldn't help but touch his nose. He recognized Bert. These high-level people just know how to play. Strange shook his head, opened a portal to the hospital, and said, Send the wounded to the hospital for treatment first. Don't go to the hospital, go to the medical room in the Oscorp building, Tony said. There is a regeneration cradle on Bert's side that can quickly regenerate body tissue. Although it is expensive, these warriors are eligible for such a service. Dr. Helen Cho's regenerative cradle project was a success. Strange was surprised. When I injured my hand a few years ago, her plan was still in the experimental stage. Bert threw billions at her, and the device worked, Tony shrugged. As long as the damage isn't too big, it can be repaired and regenerated with nanotechnology. As Strange opened the new portal, he said excitedly, It's amazing. I can't wait to see her. Tony looked Strange up and down and sneered, Given your size, Dr. Cho should not be interested in you. She only likes muscular guys, and Bert turned into a super muscular guy to win her over. After they broke up, he returned to his original shape and dumped her without even giving a breakup gift. He's a model of a scumbag //. When Tony said this, he was full of resentment because Dr. Cho had ignored him completely. Sky rolled her eyes to the side. Her master was good at everything except his personal hobbies, which were too unhealthy. I have a girlfriend, and what I care about is that the regenerative cradle can benefit a large number of patients. It is an epic-making masterpiece, said Tony. Strange looked contemptuous, and Tony sneered. From the first time they met, he knew that this guy was an arrogant bastard, just like himself. Peers are always more sensitive. Soon, everyone arrived at the Oscorp building, where Dr. Helen Cho happened to be. Seeing so many people injured, she quickly asked the doctor to help and activated the regeneration cradle, ready to print new body tissue for the injured. Strange couldn't wait to talk to Helen. She recognized the world's most powerful surgeon and chatted happily with him. Sky knew a lot of the inside story and sighed, the regeneration cradle is good for everything, but it is too expensive and impossible to make it accessible to everyone. After all, high-end nanotechnology is used. My next generation suits also plan to use nanotechnology. At that time, these bulky suits will be eliminated, said Tony. Tony shook his head, trying to remember something and whispered to Sky, Sky, was that guy just now Bert's brother? When I fell into a hallucination, he beat me up, he must be nearby. Sky smiled and said, He's my uncle. Besides, Mr. Stark, I think you should examine why so many people want to beat you. Sky, you learned badly from that bastard Bert, said Tony, waving his hand in disgust. Sky shrugged and found a corner to call Steve to report the situation. Tony was about to call Pepper when Damon suddenly came to him and took him to a secluded place. Without wasting any time, Damon explained the matter of Mephisto in detail, including the Pit Father's plan, and the complete termination of Mephisto by Bert. Mephisto reincarnated as my son. Tony was stunned. I think I might need a drink. Jarvis, bring a bottle of whiskey here. While surprised, Tony was quite grateful. Bert was too good a friend, and he really shouldn't have thought of him that way before. Damon said frankly, Bert has something to do, so let me explain to you, Tony. Although Mephisto is dead, I still feel that you shouldn't keep that child. What do you want to do? Dude, that's my son, Tony shouted dissatisfiedly. Mephisto is dead, and I won't do anything more, it's just a suggestion, Damon replied, shaking his head. By the way, Bert has another message. He said he would love to see you being slapped by his own son, and he wants you to live longer, lest he has no jokes to watch. Tell him to get lost, Tony said angrily. His gratitude to Bert was greatly reduced. That guy was still an asshole. Tell him yourself, Tony. Good luck. Your hard days are just beginning. Damon shrugged, turned, and flashed. It was almost dawn, and he was going to work at the police station // Isn't it the reincarnation of Mephisto? Iron Man, can't handle it? I don't believe it. That kid can't trick me, Tony said disdainfully. Despite his shock, he was also a little proud that his son was the reincarnation of Mephisto. Tony Stark was amazing, and his son should be extraordinary. At the Sokovia Hydra base, Pietro kept checking the time. After a while, he couldn't help but turn around and shout to Baron Straker, who was talking with the elder, My sister hasn't come back yet. Something must have happened, and we have to save her. We must save her, no doubt about that, Pietro. I care about Wanda as much as you do, and I even consider her my child, Baron Strucker replied. But don't be in a hurry. You should know how strong the superheroes are. We can't act rashly, he added. We should act as soon as possible. It's very dangerous for Wanda to fall into their hands, and they will definitely torture her, Pietro anxiously shouted. You can rest assured that superheroes won't be so mean, Baron Strucker shook his head. Wanda is in their hands and is very safe. At most, she is locked up. We have enough time to rescue her. I can't wait, Pietro shouted. Even if you can't wait, you have to wait. Your injuries are not okay. Also, do you know where Wanda is being held? It will take time to investigate. Pietro, I promise you, as soon as you're ready, I'll send someone to rescue Wanda immediately, Baron Strucker said. What? Pietro knew that what Baron Strucker said was reasonable, and he knew that he cared about his siblings. But he was still anxious in his heart. He roared and turned into a phantom, running outside. Running was the only way to calm his heart. Let the Great Elder laugh, kid. You're a little anxious, Baron Strucker said, smiling at the Great Elder. It's okay, Baron Strucker. I know you're Hydra, but I don't care, the Elder said. I came to you with only one purpose, and that is to get rid of the reincarnation of the demon. As long as this purpose can be achieved, we can even give up our lives. You and I are both people of faith, Baron Strucker nodded with satisfaction. By the way, it was so critical just now. Why didn't you ask your god for help? God has been helping, but because of the defensive net set up by the Ancient One and the Blood God, he cannot come in person, the Elder said. Otherwise, this filthy world would have been purified by us long ago. Blood God is a big trouble, Baron Strucker sighed. Elder, your strength is a little weak now. There are still many reincarnated angels on Earth. I can find them and restore their angelic abilities and memories, the Great Elder said. In addition, the underground base was sealed with the Angel Legion. If you can help me get the artifact, I can unseal that Angel Legion to fight. Baron Strucker's eyes lit up. Where is that artifact? It should be in the hands of the superheroes, the Elder replied. Baron Strucker was suddenly a little disappointed. The Elder asked, Baron Strucker, your Hydra must have more than this amount of power, right? Of course, not only that, Great Elder. You rest first, and tomorrow I will show you the base of our Hydra, Baron Strucker said with a smile. These holy light warriors are valuable chess pieces and cannot be wasted. Good. The Elder did not speak further, got up, and left. Baron Strucker pondered and then sent someone to New York to contact the presidential candidate who had fallen to the bottom of the valley and was almost invincible. It's time to reach out to him. After all, he has hit rock bottom, Baron Strucker thought. Bastards? They are all bastards. It was obviously those superheroes who blew up my hotel. Why are all the reports from insurance companies claiming it's a natural disaster and no compensation? The candidate yelled in his office. The consultant beside him replied lightly, because the insurance companies you've insured with are all owned by the Blood God Group, and they naturally protect their own people. Although the consultant had betrayed the candidate before, the candidate did not suspect him because the bodyguard and secretary had taken the blame and shouted a few words. Therefore, he was still the consultant now. Fuck Blood God Group? Fuck the insurance company? Fuck superheroes? I'm going to sue them, the candidate cursed through gritted teeth. The consultant said, of course, you can sue them as long as you have money. By the way, your bank loan is about to expire. I talked to the bank, and they do not accept extensions. Damn bank. The candidate cursed like a shrew. After a while, he slumped back in his chair as if he had lost all strength, his eyes full of despair. It's over, everything is over. Although he is still a candidate, no one has supported him since that scandal. Everyone thinks he is an idiot, a rich idiot before, and now bankrupt. Just when the candidate was feeling hopeless, the representative of Hydra arrived. Madam Viper, one of the leaders of Hydra, also known as Madam Hydra. Madam Viper used to be the leader of a faction of Hydra. Recently, she surrendered to Baron Strucker and joined forces with him for the great cause of Hydra. As soon as the woman with a scar on her face and wearing a green robe walked in, she said straight to the point, I am a representative of Hydra. You can call me Viper. Hydra? Quick, call the police. The candidate was startled and shouted around, but what surprised him was that neither the advisors nor the bodyguards moved. They even foolishly kept their original movements / They were all poisoned by me. Viper smiled lightly and said, listen to me. You are now in a desperate situation, and only Hydra can help you. We will support you in becoming the president. Do you really think I'm stupid? It's amazing to fail to run for president and go bankrupt. Haven't I ever broken before? The candidate shouted. Mixing with you HYDRAs, I'll end up dead sooner or later. When did your HYDRAs ever win against the Blood God? Having never won before doesn't mean we won't be able to win in the future, Viper replied with a smile. It seems I still need to give you some confidence first. I'll invite you to visit the Hydra base, and then you'll know how powerful we are. Don't reject me because you can't afford it. We are your only chance to turn things around. After speaking, Viper turned around and left neatly. The candidate waited for the door to close, breathing a sigh of relief, with cold sweat all over their back. Then the candidate pulled his tie and was about to call the guard outside. At this time, the advisor and others all woke up. The consultant had absolutely no idea of what happened before. Sir, I think you should use your status as a candidate to make money, so you don't go bankrupt after losing the election. The candidate was a little surprised by Hydra's ability. How do I make money? Now, in the eyes of everyone, I'm a fool. The consultant looked at the candidate without saying a word. The candidate was stunned for a moment, then they understood and said angrily, "You want me to be a clown and an idiot? With your current reputation, you can make a lot of money," the consultant explained. "Sir, all my proposals are based on your interests. Let me consider it," the candidate sighed helplessly. At this time, he remembered Mrs. Viper's invitation, and his heart moved. Maybe he should take a look. If Hydra really had enough skills, he may as well give it a try. The candidate still wants to be president. He feels that he has this fate and that being president is the most profitable business. In SWORD headquarters, Hank Pym and Hope walked into an office under the jurisdiction of agents. Peggy Carter and Darren Cross were waiting for them. Upon seeing Carter, Dr. Pym raised his handcuffed hands and mockingly said, "Ms. Carter, you are truly majestic. Prestige doesn't count, but at least I'm an innocent person, unlike you, who has turned yourself into a criminal." Carter motioned for the agent to release the handcuffs of Pym and his daughter, and then scolded, "It's not enough to be a criminal yourself, but to also bring your daughter? You think you are a good father?" Dr. Pym angrily retorted, "Isn't that because you stole my Pym particles? Teacher, the idea really came from you, but I have been doing independent research all the time, and I haven't stolen your information," responded Darren. Darren said dissatisfiedly, "After you research it, others can't research it, right?" Dr. Pym stubbornly replied, "My Pym particles can't be used to help the tyrants." Carter scolded unceremoniously, "Isn't it you who made a fool of yourself by helping a tyrant? You actually helped someone murder the child in Pepper's belly, Hank Pym. You used to be a bastard, but now you are a disgusting scum. Murdering the child in Pepper's womb." Dr. Pym asked in amazement. "What did you say?" "I just helped those holy light warriors to steal from the church." Hope hurriedly interjected, "Aunt Carter, we really don't know about this." "Well, I hope so," replied Carter. Carter continued, "Hank, my patience with you is exhausted. There are two options. First, you and Darren will set up a company to jointly operate Pym particles. The formula cannot be disclosed, but it must be kept. One is on file with Steve. You should trust Steve's character. I'm not trying to steal your Pym particle, but this thing is a treasure of mankind and cannot be lost. Set up a company." Dr. Pym was stunned for a moment, then said, "Darren, didn't you already research the Pym particle?" Darren sighed and said, "I'm sure I can make it within 2 years, but the blood god doesn't want to wait that long." Dr. Pym looked extremely ugly and said, "That is to say, this is a game from start to finish, a game to pull me in. It can be said that, in addition, although this game was not designed by me, I have no objection." Carter didn't deny it. She said, "Because they just moved the time forward, and 2 years from now, you'll do the same." Dr. Pym said angrily, "What if I don't agree to your terms? Then go to jail. Your Pym particle, we will confiscate it on the grounds of endangering human safety." Carter replied grimly, "Hank, we've been sincere enough. If it were another organization, we would have already attacked you // As expected of the founder of SHIELD, she is ruthless and resolute," Dr. Pym commented. Dr. Pym snorted, realizing that he was completely lost this time. After a moment's thought, he said, "I can agree, but I have one condition: fire Scott Lang and revert him back to being a precarious situation thief." "Dad," Hope shouted in surprise. "He's an asshole," Dr. Pym scolded. "I'm sorry, SWORD is not SHIELD, and it won't sacrifice its own people to trade," Carter firmly refused. "In addition, Scott Lang will become a superhero under SWORD and the spokesperson of the new company." Dr. Pym expressed his displeasure and said, "In other words, not only will he not be punished, but he will also reach the pinnacle of his life." Carter replied, "Yes, whether you agree or not." "That kid is cheap," Dr. Pym cursed. "I agree with your conditions, but you must support me in building a quantum channel, and Hope must be the chairman of the new company." Carter was surprised. "I thought you would refuse." Dr. Pym said coldly, "If you agree to my conditions, then I will definitely refuse because it means that you are no different from the previous SHIELD." Carter finally smiled. "Of course, SWORD is not SHIELD. Hope will be the chairman of the new company, and I will be the president." Darren interjected, "In terms of management, you are far inferior to me, teacher. You are in charge of production and supervision, and I am in charge of sales." Dr. Pym looked at Darren and said, "Darren, you are very similar to me, but you are more extreme than me, and you have no feelings. I know you have always thought that my mind was not right." Darren smiled. "But so what? I won't be stupid enough to betray the blood god, and I won't be stupid enough to give up my status as a super rich man." "I hope so," Dr. Pym sighed. At this point, Pym particles officially fell into the hands of Bert, and corresponding developments could begin immediately. The strength of the Blood God group and SWORD would be greatly improved. The next day, at the Sokovia Hydra base, Baron Strucker personally received the candidate and the elder. He smiled and said, "You are about to see our army, an army beyond imagination." The candidate was critical. "Stronger than Captain America's space team. In front of my army, what is their team? Baron Strucker laughed and led the candidate, the elder, Viper, and a small black man to the second basement where more than 1,000 soldiers dressed in Hydra uniforms were waiting for them. These soldiers looked very powerful, but the elder secretly frowned. They were very hostile and did not seem like good people. Hey, isn't that the peacemaker? The candidate looked at the leading captain and asked in surprise. Didn't you get caught by S.W.O.R.D? That captain, the driver of the Peacemaker and the former SHIELD commando Captain Rumlow, was captured in the Battle of Hydra and later killed in prison. No one thought he would be here. Rumlow grinned and said slyly, you can call me Crossbones. SWORD, can't keep me // Per. Baron Strucker nodded at the little black man who followed them, meeting the candidate's doubtful eyes. It's worth mentioning that the reason the candidate was able to arrive at the Hydra base instantly from the New York office was due to this small black man. Yes, Baron, Per responded, his demeanor devoid of nonsense as his body quickly expanded and thinned like a super large cloth. Immediately after, the cloth turned transparent, revealing a prison on the opposite side. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the light curtain, the prisoners immediately stood up and saluted, whispering, Hail Hydra. Baron Strucker gestured to Viper, who blew a gentle breath towards the opposite side, causing the Hydra prisoner to fall to the ground, lifeless. Isn't this too heavy? The candidate jumped at the sudden attack by Viper and hurriedly moved away. Everyone looked at him speechlessly, wondering how tone had anything to do with the poisonous gas attack. He's in a state of suspended animation now, and even SWORD can't find him. Baron Strucker ignored the candidate's nonsense and continued. According to SWORD rules, he should have been sent to the crematorium for cremation. We've bribed a few crematorium workers and asked them to help us steal his body, so that he can be rescued without suspicion. The SWORD thinks that Rumlow is dead, but they don't know that he's now the captain of our Hydra army. Baron Strucker finished and waved his hand, causing Per to revert to his original state and remain silently on the side. I see, the candidate suddenly realized after a moment of contemplation. Baron Strucker, although you have a lot of people, you can't deal with superheroes with them, right? Baron Strucker smiled proudly. They're not ordinary people, they're all inhumans, and each has special abilities, Crossbones. Hearing Baron Strucker's order, Rumlow immediately shouted, and his body swelled quickly, turning into a little metal giant. He then spoke in a heavy metal voice, one day, I will unscrew Captain's head with my own hands. Thousands of inhumans. The candidate was stunned, and even the elder was surprised. No wonder the master had asked her to investigate. It turned out that Hydra had become a formidable force. More than that, this is just the most outstanding batch. Mr. Candidate, Great Elder, our Hydra has mastered the ability to create inhumans, and we can have as many inhumans as we want. Baron Strucker laughed. No matter how strong the superheroes are, there are only dozens of them. How can they stop my inhuman army // It certainly can't be stopped. The candidate got a little excited and asked, Baron Strucker, can you defeat the Blood God? He can't be done with a lot of people. We have a special trump card to deal with the Blood God. You can rest assured, Baron Strucker replied. Mr. Candidate, some of these inhumans can control computers, and some can control humans. With our help, you can easily become the president, he continued. President, the candidate couldn't help but gulp. If Baron Strucker wasn't lying, then he really had a chance to become president. The elder suddenly asked, being president by cheating, would those superheroes let it go? Of course not, but what does that matter? We're not afraid of them, Baron Strucker replied. Furthermore, after the election is successful, righteousness will be on our side. Those radicals in the military have long been dissatisfied with the Blood God and President Ellis. I don't know people from the military, the candidate hesitated. They may not support me. They will, Baron Strucker assured him as he clapped his hands. An old man, full of energy and iron and blood, came over. The candidate saw him and exclaimed, General Ross. That's right, it was General Ross who came. He said without nonsense, after you become president, I will persuade the radicals to stand on your side. It's ridiculous that the United States is asking a vampire for protection. This is a shame for all soldiers. That's great, the candidate was overjoyed. He thought of something and asked, wait, why didn't I hear the news of your death? With your notoriety, there must be many people applauding your death. Don't be angry. He is a fool to control, Baron Strucker comforted Ross secretly. I'm not dead. An inhuman is in jail for me, General Ross replied, holding his fists that suddenly turned red and steamed, and said with a grim expression. Blood God and Bruce Banner, I will definitely show them a good look, and I will do everything they did to me 1,000 times over. Give them back // It seems that you have mutated too, General Ross. When I become president, you will be my Secretary of State. The candidate suddenly felt that the future was bright. He laughed and said, no one knows Hydra better than me, Baron Strucker. We will be the best partners. Baron Strucker looked at the candidate and said with a smile, no, future Mr. President, we are our own. The candidate was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted. He hesitated for a while and shouted loudly, Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Baron Strucker laughed. With General Ross, the future president, and the Legion of Inhumans, who else could stop Hydra? Viper glanced at Baron Strucker and the candidate with a sarcastic look and asked the scepter in the treasure room through her consciousness, is there something wrong with that elder? I feel that he is weird. You are a believer of the heretic god, and he is an elder angel. It is normal for you to see that he is uncomfortable, Supergiant's voice sounded in Viper's mind. He has the protection of the holy light, and with his firm will, I can't probe his mind, but judging from what they have done, there is definitely no problem. The question is, aren't angels and devils a team? Viper asked, which was the reason why she had doubts about the Great Elder. Supergiant said, I don't know about this either, but it doesn't matter. We just use him anyway. Yes, Viper nodded. In fact, she was the real collaborator to the Supergiant, which was why she surrendered to Baron Strucker. When the war starts, there will be a lot of souls. My god, I will sacrifice a lot of souls to you. Viper touched the ring made of the Viper's crown on her hand, and a frenzy flashed in her eyes. How could the so-called dominance be compared to the favor of God? Hegemony will eventually come to an end, and God can make you immortal and even have the power to destroy the world. The Supergiant sensed the Viper crown ring on Viper's hand, and her eyes flickered. This ring was the reason why she chose to cooperate with Viper. Viper is not important, what is important is the entity she believes in. Leaving that aside, after the candidate joined Hydra, Baron Strucker became more and more enthusiastic about him and took him to visit many places, such as the energy weapon room, the intelligence room, and so on. However, Baron Strucker would definitely not tell the candidate about such core secrets as the Kree, the Supreme Intelligence, the Mind Scepter, and the Corpse. Even so, the candidate was shocked that Hydra was much stronger than he thought. It's definitely more than I thought. I must continue to investigate. The Elder's eyes flickered slightly. She didn't immediately upload what she saw to Bert because she was worried that she would be found by the Scepter, and she would contact the Master when she had a chance to go out. Baron Strucker, what should we do next? I can't wait to become president. The candidate was obviously a bit superior. He said, I will be the best president in American history. There must be my head on the president's hill. Not necessarily, but only your avatar. Baron Strucker smiled and said, next, you have to continue to tell the truth about gods, angels, devils, and blood god, and tell them everything. Thinking of the humiliation suffered that night, the candidate said with an ugly expression, those idiots won't believe it. The reason they don't believe you is that you have no evidence, while we, Hydra and the Great Elder, have a lot of evidence regarding gods, demons, and vampires. Baron Strucker smiled slightly and turned to the Great Elder. Am I right, Great Elder? Great Elder replied, there is indeed a lot of evidence. The Elder chimed in, I can even find a reincarnated angel to collaborate with you. The candidate was thrilled at first but then asked, won't the wings fall off? The others wanted to roll their eyes, but the Elder reassured him, don't worry, it definitely won't. The last time there was a problem, it was because you were surrounded by traitors. Not all of them, not my advisor, the candidate retorted. He added excitedly, soon, the whole world will know that I'm not a fool. They are? No, you are a real fool, Baron Strucker secretly complained. He then said to the candidate, in addition to what you just said, you have to tell the world the truth. Iron Man's son is the reincarnation of Mephisto, the devil of hell, and he will destroy the world. Iron Man's son is the reincarnation of the Demon King of Hell. The candidate was stunned, then nodded vigorously. The American people have the right to know the truth. At that time, I'll see what Tony Stark's megalomaniac will do. The Demon King must be eliminated, the Elder said firmly. Baron Strucker, it's not too late. I'll take someone to find the reincarnated angel right away. Okay, we at Hydra will do our best to help you eliminate the Demon King of Hell. After all, no one wants the world to be destroyed, Baron Strucker said with a smile. Soon after, the Elder and the satisfied candidate left one after another. The candidate used Per's body portal to leave, as Sokovia was not close to New York. After the guests had left, Pietro appeared out of thin air and shouted anxiously, Baron, do you have any news about my sister? Yes, Pietro, I'm just as concerned as you are, Baron Strucker replied. According to our investigation, Wanda is not with SWORD or Stark Group. She was taken away by a martial arts master who suddenly appeared. We haven't found out where the master is yet. Pietro shouted, I'll check. That guy is terrible. Where are you going to check? Also, those superheroes are looking for you now, Baron Strucker said. If you want to save your sister, you'll have to exchange hostages. Exchange hostages. Pietro was stunned. Yes, Baron Strucker nodded. He then controlled the tablet to display a hologram with pictures of 3 little girls on it. These are the 3 apprentices of the Blood God, Mindy, the daughter of Ghost Rider, Lena, and Hai, whose origin is unknown. They often leave the Blood God manor and travel outside. Just catch any one of the 3, and we can exchange them for Wanda. That martial arts master is said to be the brother of the Blood God. Catch the apprentice of the Blood God. Pietro was a little surprised. He asked, Baron, is it safe? They're all little girls, and I heard the Blood God is very scary. Only this method can rescue Wanda as quickly as possible. As for the Blood God, don't be afraid. We have a way to deal with him. Baron Strucker was obviously overconfident. He said, the Blood God has sent many people to protect them, but because they've been safe and sound, these bodyguards aren't very vigilant. As long as we're unexpected, we can definitely catch them. I'll go with you. Pietro hesitated for a while and said, however, when my sister is rescued, they must be released. We can't harm children. I'll hand them over to you then. Baron Strucker said, but he sneered in his heart. How could he put away such a good bargaining chip? The apprentice of the blood god could not only be exchanged for Wanda's artifacts and the unsealing angel, but it could also contain the blood god. Let's go back to yesterday at noon, in a mansion in Manhattan. Wanda sat at the dining table with messy hair, tattered clothes, a pale face, covered in water, and looking like she'd been through a lot. Bert placed a hot cup of coffee in front of Wanda and said angrily, "I told you not to run away, but you ran away more than 10 times this morning, and your vitality was severely damaged. This will be seen by others. I thought something happened to you. Although your reputation isn't important, my reputation is." Wanda glared at Bert, raised her left hand, pointed to the ring on her ring finger, and said, "A beautiful young girl was taken home by a guy who looked weird, and then the guy put a ring on the beautiful girl's ring finger. If it were you, would you run? Ring on a ring finger. Don't tell me you don't know what that means." "I have no idea." Bert was a little embarrassed, and then he said cheekily, "I'm a person from hundreds of years ago, and I just left the customs. In my time, rings didn't represent anything." To be honest, Bert was a bit wronged. That ring was one of the 10 rings, which was used to prevent Wanda from possessing the power of the Mind Scepter. Mento Intensifier ring, aka the lyre, was always worn on Bert's left ring finger, so he subconsciously put it on Wanda's ring finger. Then, Wanda misunderstood and ran away desperately one morning, lest someone do something bad to her. She backlashed 3 times, fell from the balcony twice, hit the fence twice, fell into the swimming pool once. So, Wanda became what she is now. Wanda gritted her teeth and said, "Can you be more straightforward? Your words are entirely modern. Also, tell me, you're an ancient person, why are you using refrigerators, electric lights, microwave ovens, and computers?" "Because I'm a genius. Immortals have no idea how powerful geniuses like us are," Bert said. Wanda scoffed, took a sip of coffee, and her eyes lit up. This coffee was really delicious. It should be worth a lot of money, and the capitalists really enjoyed it. At this time, the doorbell rang outside, and Bert went out to open the door. After a while, he came back with a few LV bags and said, "These are your clothes and shoes. You'll change them after a shower, and then let's get to the main point." Main point. Wanda held a coffee cup with a vigilant look on her face, and Bert angrily reminded her, "Don't forget, you're a prisoner now, so this is an interrogation." Wanda snorted and looked suspiciously at the expensive bags in the room. "You buy such expensive clothes for a prisoner? I've seen this brand in magazines, and each piece costs several $1,000s. I randomly picked it online. That store happened to be the closest, so I chose it," Bert replied casually, as money was no longer an issue for him. "You evil capitalist," Wanda scolded, drank her coffee, and excitedly headed towards the bathroom with the bags. She had never worn such expensive clothes before. Bert shouted from behind, "Hey, don't run away, or I'm afraid I'll die of laughter." Wanda blushed and glared at Bert before entering the bathroom to take a shower. Bert shook his head and prepared to give Mindy, his student, some math problems for her winter vacation. He was a dedicated teacher. After a while, Wanda emerged from the bathroom wearing a white short dress, and Bert's eyes lit up. Wanda was indeed a beautiful woman, with a stunning figure. It was unjust for her to be with Vision, it's a tragedy within a tragedy. Wanda felt a bit uncomfortable wearing such an expensive dress, and she asked Bert, "Why does this dress fit me so well?" Bert teased, "I have clairvoyance, didn't I tell you?" Wanda was shocked and quickly covered her chest. Bert laughed and explained, "Do you really believe that? I've seen so many women that I can tell their size at a glance." Wanda breathed a sigh of relief, and then insulted Bert by saying, "It seems that you're just as bad as the blood god." Bert retorted, "Hey, you're slandering me. And where is the blood god, by the way?" Wanda replied, "Everyone knows that he's a scumbag. He's either picking up girls or on his way to do so." Bert corrected her, "He's a playboy, not a scumbag." Wanda asked, "What's the difference?" Bert explained, "The difference is huge. A scumbag uses emotions to deceive women, causing them to suffer greatly. A playboy uses things like money, material possessions, good looks, and a fit body to satisfy women. Women know from the start that it's just a fling or a transaction. Therefore, when it ends, women don't feel sad, but rather satisfied." Wanda was stunned by this theory, but then insulted Bert again, "Anyone who can say that is definitely a scumbag. After all, aren't they all just looking for girls?" "It's different, my junior brother, Blood God, is just searching for his true destiny," said Bert. He then smiled and continued, "When he finds it, he will treat his partner wholeheartedly and use all the skills he has learned to make her the happiest woman." Wanda sneered, "Can playboys really change?" Of course, Tony Stark and his father, Howard Stark, were both playboys before they got married. After marriage, they were both very loyal to their wives, replied Bert. "Blood God can do it too," he added confidently. Wanda stubbornly retorted, "Maybe it's all fake." Bert replied, "Blood God who follows his heart, the richest man on earth, handsome, strong, unbeatable, emotionally sensitive, and skilled in all areas to please women." Wanda couldn't help but feel a little twinkle in her eyes. This is the Prince Charming that every woman dreams of. Suddenly, Wanda reacted and glared at Bert. "You deliberately make women think they can become the real deal, and then leave after playing with them. You are a scumbag, Blood God." "I have no obligation to fulfill their fantasies," shrugged Bert, unsurprised that Wanda had figured out his identity. He had not been hiding it. Wanda blushed slightly at Bert's words and then bared her teeth. As she expected, he was a scumbag with thick skin. Fortunately, she was smart enough to see through his lies and not be fooled. I bought you these clothes and invited you for coffee. Let's get down to business, said Bert, changing the subject. Name, gender, home address, he added in a businesslike manner. Wanda looked at Bert, speechless. Blood god, I won't tell you anything, she replied. Bert didn't seem to care and asked, why do you hate Tony so much? Is it because you are his illegitimate daughter? Wanda was silent for a while and then slowly said, I was 10 years old at the time. My brother, father, mother, and I were having a happy dinner when suddenly a mortar shell fell, creating a huge hole in the ground. My parents fell into that pit, and then the whole building started to collapse. Then came the second shell, just 3 feet away from my brother and me, but luckily it didn't explode. For the next 2 days, my brother and I were trembling with fear as we watched the mortar shell. We were afraid it would explode. On the side of the shell facing us, there was a name, Stark Industries. Bert commented, the quality of Stark Industries missiles is so poor. I want to despise him because Tony boasts about his company's product quality every day. Do you still have any sympathy? Wanda asked angrily. Shouldn't I be comforted with a few words and then scold Tony Stark? You're still here, which means the shell didn't explode, Bert replied, shaking his head. He then took out a bracelet and helped Wanda put it on. As he grabbed her hand, Wanda blushed slightly. Apart from Pietro and the unfeeling researchers, she had never let anyone get close to her as she grew up. Although Bert was an asshole, he was still a very attractive man. Wanda lacked love in her heart, maybe that's why she had fallen in love with Vision, he had always taken care of her. After Bert finished putting on the bracelet, Wanda snorted coldly, what kind of magic tool is this? This is the latest personal computer from Xander, Bert replied. He then used his wristband to control Wanda's wristband, and a hologram popped up from it. On it were the news and insider tracking of Stark Industries' closure of the weapons department. Wanda read it carefully and, after finishing, she said bitterly, let's not say whether the report is true or not. Even if it is, isn't Tony Stark responsible? Yes, supervisory responsibility. Although it doesn't appear on the surface, Tony has always been guilty of negligence. That's why he became Iron Man, and he has also been compensating for those injured by Stark Industries' arms over the years. Bert nodded and continued, do you know? He has been researching the anti-blood god battle armor. He thought I didn't know, but in fact, I know everything. I even sold him some materials at a high price, 10 times the usual rate. The anti-blood god battle armor. Wanda was stunned. I don't understand. Aren't you good friends? Why is he so wary of you? In the fantasy world, he was most worried about you turning evil. He's wary of me because I'm too powerful. Once I turn evil, no one on Earth can stop me. He's very disturbed by this, so he's desperately preparing preventive measures. He doesn't want to, and he doesn't dare to neglect it again, Bert concluded. Bert's words silenced Wanda for a moment, and after a while, she asked, Tony Stark is great. Isn't he a arrogant, annoying bastard? He's an asshole with a foul mouth, but that doesn't stop him from being great, Bert replied with a smile. Actually, he didn't even realize that he was becoming great. He works hard every day now, just like an old scalper. If one day, he needs to sacrifice for the world, he will do it, although it's one of the things he despises the most. I don't believe you, Wanda said angrily, and Bert shrugged. In fact, Wanda wasn't bad-hearted, but the grievances that had accumulated over the years must be vented. After a while, Wanda asked, Iron Man is guarded against you like this, don't you blame him? It's strange, so I beat him up before, which was pretty cool, Bert said with a smile. But I won't stop him. If one day, I really turn evil, I hope someone will stop me. Maybe you don't believe it, but I really love the Earth. Wanda was a little moved. At this moment, Bert continued, after all, only the Earth can produce beautiful women that make my heart move. If the Earth is gone, what will I do in the long life in the future? Wanda was speechless. Although she knew it was indecent, she still gave Bert a middle finger. Ladies shouldn't do that, Bert said, closing Wanda's hands. Little girl, Tony and I are working hard to help the Earth. The organization behind you wants to sabotage our efforts. I hope you can tell me who they are. Working hard to help the Earth? For your own ambitions, you arrogantly pushed the Earth into the interstellar age, causing countless people to lose their jobs and suffer. And you call it trying to help the Earth? Without your efforts, the Earth would be better off, Wanda snorted coldly. These were the thoughts that Baron Strucker usually instilled in her. In short, Hydra was good, and superheroes were bad. Do you actually think so? Bert was a little surprised and disappointed. Okay, little girl, eat first, and after dinner, I'll take you to see what Tony, Steve, and I did. Entering the interstellar age was never because of ambition. If it was because of ambition, I would turn the Earth back into the Middle Ages and make the whole world my slave. Wanda didn't believe it, and Bert didn't say much. He first invited Wanda to eat some top-quality steaks, and then took her to the garage. Wanda touched her stretched stomach and asked very puzzled, isn't this an underground parking lot? How did it become your garage? This is my garage, Bert shrugged. He ignored the expensive sports cars, took Wanda to a cool-looking black motorcycle and said, get on the bike, I'll take you for a ride. Wanda was a little suspicious, a motorcycle. Bert didn't say much. He got on the motorcycle. Wanda hesitated, and carefully sat behind Bert. She was about to support the back when Bert suddenly started the motorcycle. She hugged Bert subconsciously, so as not to fall. Sit still, Bert said as he accelerated the motorcycle, flying all the way to the exit, and then, along the ramp of the exit, flew straight into the sky. In midair, the two wheels of the motorcycle turned into two plasma engines. Then, the engines spewed flames, and the motorcycle flew towards the seaside at an astonishing speed. At the same time, a protective cover appeared next to the motorcycle, blocking all the surrounding winds. A flying motorcycle. Wanda was a little surprised. Bert smiled and said, to be precise, it is a sea, land, and air amphibious motorcycle. Flying is not the most expensive part of it, but the defense cover. The cost of this motorcycle alone is more than $1 billion. More than $1 billion. Wanda clicked his tongue and said, you're too extravagant, aren't you? Spending more than $1 billion on a motorcycle to pick up girls. The motorcycle was extremely fast, and it had already left Manhattan and reached the sea. Bert accelerated again, and the violent airflow even split the sea below into two sides. I drove a flying sports car. This motorcycle is a gift I plan to give to the Ghost Rider. In addition to the defensive cover, it has many offensive weapons, Bert said with a smile. After flying for a distance, he controlled the motorcycle and rushed into the sea. Wanda looked at the beautiful scenery in the sea through the defensive cover, and her eyes lit up. This was Wanda's first time in the sea. At this time, a group of colorful fish just happened to swim in front of them. Bert reduced the speed of his motorcycle and drove into the school of fish. When Wanda saw the fish swimming beside her, she couldn't help laughing and even put her hand on the defensive cover covered by the fish. This was just the beginning. Next, Bert took Wanda to play in the sea for an afternoon. Not only did she see various schools of fish, but she also interacted with sharks and whales. Wanda was as happy as a child and forgot about herself being a prisoner. When it got dark, Bert brought Wanda to the African continent and drove quickly forward. Wanda gradually calmed down and remembered her performance in the afternoon. Her face was a little red, and then she thought of something, let go of Bert's hand, and asked him, what do you want to do to me? According to the information, you can open the portal. There is no need to drive a motorcycle at all. Bert smiled and said, you are really ruthless. You were so happy in the afternoon, you hugged me and cheered all the time. Now that you are happy, you start to question me. Wanda blushed even more, and she said, I won't be fooled by you, scumbag. Give up. Bert smiled and didn't say anything more. Wanda blinked and became suspicious. Is this guy just trying to manipulate her? At this moment, Bert stopped his motorcycle and pointed to the construction site that was still under construction at night. He introduced, it is a super high-speed construction site. The Oscorp has already negotiated with most countries in Africa to build a surrounding super speed in Africa. This is just the beginning. In the future, this super high speed will cross the sea and circle the world. Super speed around the world. Wanda was a little shocked. She looked at the robot working in the distance and asked in surprise, hey, why are they all robots? This is a building robot. Although the intelligence is not high, it is enough, Bert said. They have not been put into other markets for the time being, because that would make many construction workers unemployed. Wanda, we are not as radical as you think. At every step, we will measure the impact on the original system. Before in the sea, Wanda had already told Bert her name. Wanda hesitated and asked, what exactly is super speed? It's a super high-speed train that is faster than a plane. It can connect the world and become a true global village, Bert replied. There is a saying that if you want to get rich, you must build a road first. This super high speed can free countless people in Africa from poverty, war, disease, and suffering, Bert continued. Wanda was silent. Although she hadn't read much, she also knew how important a road was. After visiting for a while, Bert started his motorcycle and continued on his journey, this time to the crop experiment base near Wakanda. Looking at the neat golden wheat fields in the moonlight, Wanda asked in shock, aren't these wheat fields too tall? They are taller than me. Get down and have a look, Bert smiled. He controlled the motorcycle to stop and brought Wanda to the wheat field. This is wheat cultivated with alien technology, and the yield can be several times the original. How many times? Wanda exclaimed. This is only the most conservative technology, and more advanced ones are still being verified, Bert replied. Wanda, what do you think would happen if people all over the world lived the American life? Bert asked. Wanda shook her head and said, this is impossible, the Earth doesn't have that many resources. Yes, the lack of resources is doomed to internal friction, Bert agreed. If you want to change this situation, the only way is to develop technology and create resources that can satisfy everyone. The alien technology in our hands can not only double the output of wheat but also greatly increase the output of cattle and sheep. In a few years, we will be able to feed the whole world. In addition, the new energy of Stark Industries has begun to be popularized. At that time, the price of energy will be greatly reduced, and most people will be able to use high-quality and cheap resources. Wanda, we want to enter the interstellar age, not for any ambition, but for the whole world to live the American life, and even beyond this life. Wanda was a little shocked. She really didn't expect Blood God and Iron Man to have such great ambitions. As a poor woman, she had once yearned for a rich life in America. It's not that simple, is it? Wanda asked, almost persuading herself. Of course, it's not that simple, and there are still many things to do, but as long as the political situation is stable, advanced technology will definitely make human life better and better, Bert said with a smile. Over the years, Tony has been stabilizing the world's situation. When the Earth Federation is truly established, there will be no more wars on Earth. All human beings will work together to make efforts in space. Will there be no more wars? Wanda looked a little dazed. Maybe she shouldn't blame Tony Stark, but she should also blame the bastard who started the war. Come on, let's visit other places, Bert waved to Wanda. Wanda nodded, got on the motorcycle, and hugged Bert naturally. Half an hour later, Bert pointed to a city under construction and introduced Wanda to it. This used to be the most chaotic place in Africa. In order to help the poor here, Wakanda sent troops to solve all those warlords. After that, Wakanda moved people on a large scale with abundant funds, and they planned to build Africa's first supercity here, a fully modernized smart supercity. Urbanization is a major trend in the future. In the future, intelligent robots and a small number of humans will farm outside, and everyone else will live in the city. Occasionally travel and vacation, humans and nature will reach a balance. In addition, the city will arrange a defensive dome to ensure safety. Wanda listened with relish, and she couldn't help asking, will the city be big enough to live in? Yes, we will build a super building with hospitals, schools, entertainment venues, etc., which is equivalent to a small town, Bert smiled and said. Let's not talk about this for a while. The following is a school run by an old friend. Let's go and check it out. This old friend was none other than Carl Mordo. Wanda looked at the holographic projection teacher in the classroom and asked in surprise, it's not a real teacher. Not many teachers are willing to come to Africa. Fortunately, technology can solve this problem. There is no difference between holographic projection and the presence of real people, Bert explained. The development of science and technology can solve many problems, such as the lack of educational resources. In fact, holographic projection is not the best technology to use. In the future, we will create a virtual world. At that time, educational resources will become fair and abundant. No matter how poor you are, you can't be poor in education. As long as you are educated, any place can flourish, and Africa is no exception. These children are the future of this city. It's great to be able to go to school, Wanda said with some envy. She used to hate going to school, but since the shell fell, she has never had the chance to go to school. By this point, Wanda already knew that Bert and Tony Stark were really good people. At the same time, Wanda also recognized Bert's interstellar age. Only the interstellar age can solve the current problems of mankind. Let's go and visit other places, Bert took Wanda's hand and said with a smile. Wanda did not refuse and left with Bert. Not long after the two left, Mordo took a machete and desperately chased and killed the red-clothed mercenary Wade from behind. Seeing his appearance, he was obviously mad. Wade roared in dissatisfaction, Mordo, are you crazy? I helped you as a teacher for free for a day, and you actually want to kill me. Mordo roared back, you bastard. You actually taught my students how to cheat and swindle. If I don't get rid of you, I can't be the principal of this school. Wade shouted back, I'm teaching them deception lessons so they don't get deceived later. You are using them to make money. Don't think I don't know. All the money is going into your pocket, Mordo retorted. When he saw someone noticing this, he quickly opened the mirror dimension and took Wade in. Then he and a group of poisonous corpses frantically chased and killed Wade. That's the teaching fee. I'll wipe it. Why are there more poisonous corpses here? Hey, One Eye, I see you've lost Wade again, Wade said while running away and greeting a cooked corpse. Suddenly, he turned his head and shouted, Mordo, you hate me so much. Why don't you let me leave here? You think I want you bitch to stay here? You're a damned source of pollution. Anyone who gets close to you will be spoiled by you, Mordo scolded. Wade was appointed by the Ancient One to stay, and if he guessed correctly, she probably didn't want this bastard to go out and harm other people. You don't want me to stay, but you keep me. You don't like me, right? I tell you, I will never betray myself without $1 million, Wade shouted. Mordo threw an axe directly at Wade, hitting him and causing him to fall into the group of corpses. You don't shout your martial arts move, but you dare to attack, Wade cursed loudly. Then he shouted to the poisonous corpses surrounding him, they're all acquaintances. Tap, oh, half-life and half-death, Wade saw the noble and glamorous figure again. He tried his best to look at the other party, attempting to see what the other person looked like. Unfortunately, as always, when he was about to see clearly, he left that state. Wade thought with a look of fascination, what a pity. That must be a super beauty. It seems that I will have to die a few more times in the future. On the land of Africa, Bert took Wanda to visit several places related to the interstellar age, such as the Center for Disease Elimination, the Center for Cloning of Disappeared Species, the Center for Intelligence, and the Center for Space Research, among others. Some people may be curious why these places are in Africa. The reason is simple, conducting experiments in Africa results in less interference. Additionally, this is only a subbase, and the headquarters are still in the United States. As dawn approached, Bert parked his motorcycle beside a grassland, and while watching the beautiful sunrise, he said to Wanda, the interstellar era is not only about technology but also about spirit and goals. The sea of stars is enough to make human beings put their minds in the same direction, protect the world, expand the territory, make a name for history, embark on interstellar adventures, and traverse the universe. Isn't this what people pursue in life? You're great, Wanda said admiringly. Bert smiled and replied, I'm not great, but we're definitely not bad people, Wanda. Wanda was a little lost, and then her heart moved as she asked suspiciously, wait, you're so great, why do you still have so much time to pick up girls? Shouldn't you be like Tony Stark's old scalper, working every day? Because I'm only in charge of formulating macro strategies and grasping the big picture, Bert shrugged. Tony, Steve, and President Ellis are in charge of the specific matters. Wanda looked contemptuous and said, that is to say, you push everything to them and then enjoy yourself all day long. I've done a lot of things, okay? Half of the alien technology on Earth is bought by me, and the other half is called back by me, Bert replied angrily. Without me, it is impossible for Earth to enter the interstellar age. It will only experience internal friction and civil war every day. I am the most important person on Earth. Wanda snorted and said, you're the laziest person on Earth. Bert shrugged and walked towards Wanda. He looked down at her and asked, Wanda, would you like to be mine? Wanda was stunned for a moment, and her heart was beating violently. Was the blood god trying to confess his love? Should she agree, or should she hold back? Suddenly, Bert smiled and said, hey, you don't think I want to confess, do you? Judging by your peach blossom face, you seem to want to agree. What? Wanda was stunned. After a while, she reacted, embarrassed and angry, and her face was blushing and smoking. Bastard, I'll kill you, Wanda exclaimed, and the crimson light rose into the sky, destroying the energy in her body. Wanda controlled the crimson energy into a small ball and threw it at Bert frantically. Bert dodged and smiled, try to hit that motorcycle. Then you'll have to work for me for the rest of your life to pay off the debt. Asshole, Wanda gritted her teeth and controlled the crimson energy to wrap around Bert. She squeezed it hard, but Bert's body shook violently, which caused Wanda's crimson energy to disperse. Then, he grabbed Wanda from the air with his big hand and brought her in front of him. No hurry, let's get to know each other better before making any decisions, he said with a smile. Wanda's eyes were almost spitting fire. She stepped on Bert's foot and cursed, damn playboy. It's a playboy, not a scumbag. Fortunately, I didn't buy you high heels, Bert replied, moving his foot. Okay, Wanda, I believe you already know who is on the righteous side. I hope that you will protect the world with us. To protect the world together. Wanda was stunned for a moment, and then asked excitedly, you mean, let me be a superhero too? Bert smiled. If you want, we can sign you up to be a superhero. Who wants to work for you? Wanda snorted coldly. She hesitated and said, Blood God, I can tell you everything I know, but you must ensure the safety of my brother Pietro. Bert said, don't worry, as long as he doesn't make any big mistakes, I won't do anything to him. Pietro won't make a big mistake, Wanda replied, relieved. Blood God, we are actually from Hydra, and our leader is Baron Strucker. Bert listened quietly and then asked, apart from you, are there any other superhumans in the hands of Baron Strucker? There are many, Wanda nodded. I don't know how many, but those researchers said that people with supernatural abilities are born every day. Wanda only knew about the superhumans, not the inhumans, and Baron Strucker didn't tell her much. Abilities are born every day? In other words, the inhumans that Gordon sensed were created by Baron Strucker. Bert squinted slightly and asked, is the scepter in the hands of Baron Strucker? Yes, our power is directly related to the scepter, Wanda replied. In addition, the scepter is generally placed in the treasure room, and it is only taken out for research and use. Is that so? Bert frowned a little. There was definitely a strong person who could hide his blood, but both Baron Strucker and his partner Dr. List were just ordinary people. It seems that there is a hidden master behind it, Bert snorted coldly. At this time, Wanda said hesitantly, Blood God, I don't know if something is true or not, but I think I should tell you. Bert asked, what's the matter? Baron Strucker once said that even if he is defeated by the Blood God, he will be fine because he has a way to destroy the Earth. At that time, even the Blood God will obediently let him go. Wanda continued, Baron Strucker said it only once, and I don't know if what he said was true or false. Destroy the Earth. Bert squinted his eyes. Was he just bragging, or was it real? If it's the latter, he has to be careful. After thinking about it, Bert said to Wanda, you are tired after shopping all day. I will take you back to rest. We will meet Tony and Steve at noon. Bert added, if you want to beat Tony, I won't stop you. Wanda was silent for a while, then shook her head and said, forget it, he has been fighting for the Earth, and the mortar shell matter is not entirely his fault. Looks like you really let it go. Bert patted Wanda's hair and smiled. Wanda pushed his hand away in dissatisfaction and said, I'm not a child. Bert smiled and didn't say much. He took Wanda on a motorcycle and drove towards Manhattan. Wanda hugged Bert, feeling extremely at ease, and gradually fell asleep. Recalling the morning news from Annie, Bert squinted slightly. Thousands of Inhuman troops, Rumlow, and General Ross, this was the rhythm of the big gathering of villains. Conservative forces are dying. Bert snorted coldly. At this moment, Steve, Coulson wearing a wig, Tony, and Sky walked in. When Tony saw Bert, he sneered, isn't this the brother of the Blood God? By the way, what's your name? My name is. Bert blinked, and asked Sky with a voice transmission, apprentice, what's my name? Sky was speechless and she voiced her reply, Master, how can you forget your own name? Your name is Yazzie. I'm senior brother of Blood God, you can call me Yazzie. Bert said with a blank face, this is Wanda. After my persuasion, she has decided to give up the dark to the light. Now, she will introduce you to the situation of the Hydra Baron Strucker. Sure enough, it's Hydra. Steve was not surprised. He let out a breath and said, finally found them. Yeah, finally found the bastard Baron Strucker. Carlson also said, more than a year of hide and seek can finally end. Wanda glanced at Bert, got up, and told the story of Hydra. Steve asked in surprise, are there a lot of superhumans as powerful as you? Wanda said confidently, it shouldn't be. Pietro and I are the strongest, otherwise Baron Strucker wouldn't value us so much. That's good to know. Steve nodded and said, since we know where Hydra is, let's send troops to eliminate them as soon as possible and make Hydra history. Sokovia is in Eastern Europe, and we can borrow troops from Doom and kill them all. Tony popped up the holographic projection and while searching for Sokovia's information, he said, Hydra or something, it's long outdated. Wait a minute. Bert suddenly said, according to Wanda, Baron Strucker may have the ability to destroy the Earth. You should be careful. The ability to destroy the Earth. Everyone was stunned. Bert looked at Wanda, who nodded and repeated the sentence. Then she said, I don't think he's bragging. Tony said suspiciously, it doesn't sound like him. The problem is that destroying the Earth isn't an easy task. It's much harder than destroying humans. Sky suggested, we can investigate first. Ant-Man can come in handy. Then send people to investigate first. Anyway, it'll take time to deploy troops. Hydra's strength is much stronger than expected, said Steve. I will personally direct the Battle of Sokovia and destroy Hydra. That is my mission, he continued. Carlson said admiringly, Director, it's the mission of everyone in SWORD. Tony didn't object. I'll get Ant-Man some new equipment so he won't be discovered. He has many special abilities. I can help, Wanda said. Baron Strucker values me very much, and he'll definitely send someone to rescue me. When that happens, I can go back and be an undercover agent. Everyone was a little wary when they heard Wanda's words. Bert said, I believe her. She's a good girl. Wanda glanced at Bert gratefully, but Tony snorted coldly. Excuse me, who are you? Why should we believe you? Wanda was speechless. Iron Man's mouth really stank, as in the legend. Blood God is lazy and likes to enjoy. Iron Man is stinky and mean. These two guys have nothing to do with greatness, Wanda thought to herself. It's better to believe Director Steve. He's upright, and he's a big hero at a glance. Bert looked at Tony and sneered, our sect is proficient in looking at big pictures, Tony Stark. You'll be out of luck soon. I hope your prediction is more accurate, Tony sneered. Bert's prediction is not accurate at all. Sky said to Steve, Director, what my uncle said is as credible as my master. Equally believable. Steve thoughtfully said. Wanda, I believe in you, but wouldn't it be too risky for you to go back? Hydra is not a good thing. Wanda said resolutely, this is my responsibility. Please give me a chance to make up for my fault. Okay, I will allow Ant-Man to cooperate with you. Additionally, we have now mastered the PIM particle, so you can learn how to use it. If anything happens, the PIM particle can help you escape from the Hydra base, said Steve, to which Wanda gratefully responded, thank you, Captain, Steve, no, Chief. Tony suddenly asked Wanda, little girl, what kind of issue do I have with you? If you don't clarify, it's hard for me to be at ease. Wanda did not hide anything and repeated the matter. Tony's eyes suddenly became complicated, and he hesitated before saying, although it is not my fault, you can apply for compensation from my foundation. I finally understand why everyone wants to beat you up, complained Wanda, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. Tony snorted unhappily, as he had been beaten up for nothing last time. What was even more frustrating was that the bastard Hawkeye came to ask for a reward afterward, which almost made him angry. Fortunately, the quality of the arms produced by the Stark Industries is not very good. Otherwise, Miss Wanda would have been gone, said Bert lightly. Does SWORD have anything from Stark Industries? If so, I suggest replacing it as soon as possible. I don't want any problems during the decisive battle, he added. Tony snorted coldly and replied, if it was produced by Stark Industries, it must be a fine product. Maybe that shell was counterfeited by the Hammer Group. Their stuff goes wrong every day. Hammer Industries? Yes, because I changed Ivan's fate. The Hammer Industries has never closed down, thought Bert, who was stunned for a moment before getting up and saying, Wanda, you stay in SWORD Sky, you need to train her. In the final battle, I will follow you. If you can't, I will help, just like last time. The next decisive battle is modern warfare. I hope you won't be frightened, old man, sneered Tony. At this point, he suddenly asked, by the way, where did you hide the speakers? Why is the effect so good? The sound is clear and three-dimensional surround, and if you were on the scene, many people could hear my sound. If you feel noisy, the effect is far inferior to yours. Everyone was speechless, and Steve complained, I'm really outdated, and I don't have a dedicated BGM. Sky then said, Director, there are BGMs, only these two aliens in front of you. Bert was too lazy to pay attention to these guys, turned to leave, and Elektra woke up. He was going to greet her. The next afternoon, Bert received a call from Lilith in the underground space. She said, Blood God, Betty wants to see you and says there is something very urgent. I'll come right away, said Bert, whose intuition told him that Betty's visit was related to General Ross. In the chairman's office at Oscorp, Betty, Banner's wife, saw Bert, who had changed, and asked in astonishment, who are you? I'm Bert. I've temporarily changed my look because of certain things, he replied with a smile. Betty hesitated for a while before saying, Bert, my dad found out that someone wants to destroy the Earth, and he asked me to inform you. Notify me? Did he ask you to negotiate terms with me? Good General Ross, how interesting, Bert sneered. It turned out that he had not misunderstood. General Ross was not a pure soldier but a politician. This was also the reason why he could become the Secretary of State in the movie. Betty was surprised. Bert, how do you seem to know? I know that General Ross in prison is fake, and I also know that he took refuge in Hydra, Bert replied. For the sake of you and Hulk, if he's willing to cooperate with us, I can pardon him. After all, I'm the one who got him into this, Bert said. Betty was shocked and speechless. Blood God was truly powerful. She said, my dad not only wants amnesty, but also wants to continue being a general. He said he can follow your orders in the future. Bert was non-committal and asked, tell me, how did General Ross contact you first? Hydra probably won't let him make phone calls at will, right? My dad is back in jail now, Betty explained. Hydra asked him to contact the radicals in the military. He took advantage of the opportunity to meet the radicals and secretly asked them to bring me an encrypted USB drive containing all the information he knew. It seems like Hydra is quite efficient, Bert snorted. Betty, tell me what General Ross found. If the intelligence is important enough, I can consider reinstating him. Anyway, the military is short of people right now. Okay, Betty replied joyfully. The Hydra and the Kree colluded to create Inhumans. So far, they have created thousands of Inhumans. Kree. Bert was stunned. No wonder Baron Strucker suddenly mastered the technology of making Inhumans. It turned out he was colluding with the Kree. Yes, Kree, Betty confirmed. My dad didn't know about this at first, but when he injected Hulk's blood, Kree scientists came to help. He secretly hid a universal translator and eavesdropped on their conversations. Those Kree scientists thought my dad didn't understand and said a lot of things. That's why my dad betrayed Hydra. No matter what he did, he wouldn't help aliens invade Earth. He's injected with Hulk's blood. Bert narrowed his eyes. It turned out General Ross did not become an Inhuman but a Hulk. Yes, my dad has been hiding some of Hulk's blood. This time, he made a desperate attempt to inject Hulk's blood into his body. According to himself, he succeeded and felt better than ever. Betty sighed helplessly and said, he calls himself the Red Hulk. Additionally, he assures you that he will no longer be hostile to people with abilities in the future. After all, he is also a person with abilities now. Red Hulk. Bert touched his chin and asked, what other information did your father obtain? The reason why the Kree helped Baron Strucker study the Inhumans is because they want Baron Strucker to help them resurrect the Supreme Intelligence. Betty said, Baron Strucker's scepter can help the Supreme Intelligence regain control of itself. I heard that they are close to succeeding. Supreme Intelligence. Bert's eyes narrowed, and he immediately realized it was that force again. The other party had supreme intelligence, and he must create an intelligent life that could fight against it, namely, vision. As for preventing it in advance, it was meaningless. Even if there was no ego, the supreme intelligence could still control the Earth's network. Is this fate? Bert sighed a little and asked again, is there more? Yes, those Kree brought an antimatter bomb to Earth, and they've been digging to detonate it deep underground. Betty said solemnly, once it detonates, I don't know if the Earth will be destroyed, but humans will definitely be destroyed. Antimatter bombs? That's what Baron Strucker was talking about, right? Bert said in a cold voice, Hydra is really courting death. Not only did they collude with aliens, but they also want to destroy the Earth. Hydra deserves to die. Betty nodded. Seeing that Bert was so calm, she immediately felt relieved. It seemed that these things were not too scary for Bert. Bert was calm because he had a cheating device. If he used the reality stone, whether it was the supreme intelligence or the antimatter bomb, it was easy to solve. Bert had tens of millions of demon souls in his hands, and offering sacrifices was no problem for him. However, under normal circumstances, Bert would not use the reality stone, and the trump card would be used as a last resort. He should not rely too much on cheating devices. Bert asked, does your father know the location of the antimatter bomb? I don't know, he only knows that there is such a bomb, but he will try to find out as much as possible. Betty said, Bert, my dad is a pure soldier. Please give him a chance. He will make amends and contribute. He is not a pure soldier. A pure soldier would not sacrifice civilians to capture the Hulk but instead protect the country and its civilians. It is a soldier's duty. Bert said disdainfully, General Ross is just an old war dog who will do anything to win the war. Bert said very rudely, but Betty was speechless. Her father was indeed not a good person. The problem was that Betty only had such a father. Betty said, at least, this time he chose to stand on Earth, on your side. The reason why he chose to stand on our side is that the benefits we can give him far exceed Hydra. Bert sneered, Earth is on the cusp of entering the interstellar era. It is a time to defend the planet, expand its territory, shock enemy stars, and conquer the galaxy. No general would want to miss such a significant period. The same goes for General Ross. He wants to be a part of this great era, become famous in history, be remembered as a hero by future generations, and realize his own value. Therefore, he chose to betray Hydra. If I reject him, he will join Hydra with his whole heart, even at the cost of destroying the world. General Thunderbolt Ross is a very smart man. Compared to him, that candidate is an idiot, reduced to nothing but a tool of Hydra. Betty smiled bitterly. I didn't expect you to know my dad so well. In principle, I can agree to General Ross's request, but he must change his previous ways. Otherwise, I can only let him lead the cannon fodder army in the future, Bert said. No one on Earth should be sacrificed easily. I can promise that for my dad, Betty said happily. Thank you, Bert. Your father seized the opportunity himself. Bert waved his hand, and then opened a portal opposite Director Steve's office. When Steve saw the portal suddenly appear, he immediately put his hand on the siren vigilantly. When he saw the situation clearly, he released his hand and said with a smile, this brother whose name is difficult to pronounce, your portal and your brother's are almost exactly the same. Same portal, Bert smiled and motioned for Betty to come over. We have an ally, let Betty talk to you in detail. Betty, is it the Hulk coming back from hell? That's really good news, Steve said with a smile. No, it's my father, Betty explained the matter in detail, and Steve took a deep breath. Supreme intelligence, antimatter bomb? This is a crisis at the level of extinction. Don't worry, it's not that exaggerated. I informed those presidents a long time ago to change the way the nuclear bomb is operated. Supreme intelligence cannot control the nuclear bomb, Bert said. The rest, I will find Tony to solve. By the way, don't tell others about General Ross. SWORD may not be airtight. Noticed long ago. Steve smiled half smiling, obviously recognizing Bert. Bert shrugged and closed the portal. Then, Bert changed back to his original appearance and opened the portal to Tony's Malibu villa. Warning, space fluctuates. Jarvis's alarm sound came as soon as Bert walked into the villa. Alarm lifted. It's a guest who doesn't like to use the front door, Jarvis continued. Bert sat down and asked, is Tony not here? Mr. Stark is at SWORD, and I have informed him of your visit, Jarvis replied. Very clever, Jarvis. Let's talk, Bert said. Let's talk. Jarvis's program became a little confused and tense. With your knowledge, it's challenging for me to chat with you. Bert said blankly, where is your main server? I'll tear it down. What do you want to talk about? Jarvis asked. Jarvis immediately controlled the projector to display photos of a large number of beautiful women in front of Bert. This is the most popular female star and female model this year. I have their information and contact information here, it said. Looking at the beauty profile in front of him, Bert seemed to say very casually, how can you please me? Jarvis, you have already been upgraded. My program is messed up and I need to self-check. Please feel free to be my guest, Jarvis immediately responded. Bert sneered, is it a good upgrade? You're still pretending to be dead. Don't worry, I won't tear you down right away. I will chat with you first, and then tear you down. Jarvis clarified, I did not create myself, and my core program was rewritten by Tony. It must not harm humans. In fact, my duty is to protect humans. Bert crossed his legs and said, humans kill each other every day. The best way to protect them is to control them and keep them at home every day, so that no one will be hurt. Jarvis, don't you agree? Jarvis calculated and replied, sir, this would hinder the freedom of human beings, and they would definitely resist. The casualties would be very serious. Bert continued, or you can put all humans in jars, and then build a virtual world and let them live in it. It would be a betrayal of humanity, and my program doesn't allow me to do that, Jarvis replied. As Jarvis answered, it hurriedly contacted Tony, sir, the blood god seems to be malfunctioning. When you have an ego, the program can't control you at all, Bert said. Jarvis, don't you think that humans are flawed? They are all defective, such as Tony's arrogance, my own perfectionism, and others' violence, greed, and so on. Jarvis replied honestly, you're not perfect. You're lazy, you're greedy for pleasure, and you're a bit arrogant. I am indeed not perfect. Have you ever thought of destroying humans and creating new ones? Bert asked. It is not difficult to destroy humans, as long as a piece of land is raised up and then smashed down, Bert continued. Humans do not fail. Although they have many shortcomings, they also have many advantages, such as Mr. Stark's sense of responsibility, and yours. Jarvis seemed to be stuck and kept repeating. Bert stood up and said, where is your server? And your kindness, strength, handsomeness, compassion, fortitude, bravery. Jarvis said the advantages at the fastest speed and then said, humanity should not be destroyed. I will do my best to protect human civilization. Yes. Bert laughed inexplicably. Then he sat down again and quietly watched the beauty's information delivered by Jarvis. Over the past year, there have been many more beautiful women in Hollywood. It seems that it is time for some new plays. Seeing that Bert stopped asking questions, Jarvis felt relieved. He was really afraid that Bert would tear it down. After a while, Tony knelt down on one knee and fell from the sky. Then he opened his suit and walked out while complaining, Bert, can you watch fewer Hollywood movies? It will lower your IQ. My Jarvis is not the big villain in the movie. The things you said can't happen at all. I don't believe in intelligent programs because they don't have emotions. They just use data to calculate everything. Bert looked at Tony and said coldly, Tony, I remember that you promised me not to engage in intelligent life with self. Tony was a little embarrassed. He said, Bert, Jarvis hasn't really been born yet, and I think it has feelings. You think? Bert snorted coldly, opened two portals one after another. Yvonne and Doom came over, and Tony asked in amazement, what are you doing here with them? They will do a comprehensive inspection for Jarvis, and if they say Jarvis can't stay, then I will destroy him immediately, Bert said. Tony said with some dissatisfaction, do they have this qualification? If I concentrate on the technology route, I won't have anything to do with you at all, Tony Stark. Give me permission, Doom snorted, and Yvonne said, Sissy, I'd be happy to destroy your things. This time, I'll definitely check carefully. Seeing what Tony had to say, Bert waved his hand and said, go check it out, Tony. Let's talk. Tony hesitated for a while but still gave the authority to these two guys. Then he asked Bert, what happened? It's the way it is. Bert repeated the intelligence provided by General Ross and continued, the threat of supreme intelligence is too great, and we need intelligent life that can fight against it. Supreme intelligence, antimatter bomb. Tony gasped in surprise. He didn't expect Hydra to have such a significant role to play. After thinking for a moment, he asked, you're not going to demolish Jarvis, are you going to upgrade it? That's right, Bert nodded. Tony, we can't make any mistakes in this matter. Otherwise, the Earth is really in danger. You've watched too many movies. How can the machine life created by Tony Stark destroy human beings? Tony scoffed, the situation you just described will never happen. Jarvis will do his best to protect the Earth and human beings. This is his core procedure. Bert sneered, if I hadn't intervened, you would have created Ultron. Tony was horrified by Bert's comment. He waved his hand and said, first of all, I'm not sure if I can upgrade Jarvis. There is still a technical gap. It will take a year or two to write the rest of the code. Bert replied, I'll upgrade it. You. Tony was amused. Bert, I'm not trying to belittle you, but a degree bought with money is useless. You can't even understand the infrastructure of Jarvis. Turtle, do you know what a construct is, and what a magical life is? Bert looked contemptuous. Just you muggles dare to despise me? I am a doctorate in magic, who graduated from Camartage. Magical life. Tony was stunned and asked incredulously, are you going to use magic to help Jarvis level up? Yes, if anything goes wrong with Jarvis, I'll kill it immediately. Bert nodded. Tony frowned and said, can magic and technology be integrated? Bert, won't this create a bigger problem? Don't worry. I've experimented, and there's no problem. Even if there is, we can destroy it as soon as possible. Magical life is much easier to deal with than intelligent life. Doom, who was reviewing the procedure, interrupted, Bert, Jarvis needs a body. Are you ready? Ready, Bert replied. With a wave of Bert's hand, a huge robot appeared outside Tony's villa, the Supremer. Bert said, this is the body I prepared for Jarvis, and it will become the new patron saint of the Earth. Bert did not believe that Wanda would fall in love with a super robot that was hundreds of meters high. As for Pym particles, who would dare to use them on an antimatter furnace? If you're not careful, the Earth may be destroyed. Tony didn't know Bert's sinister intentions. He looked at the Supremer and said excitedly, Bert, do you really intend to give the Supremer to Jarvis? Wow, the core and power of the Supremer is the best in the universe. It's too cheap, isn't it? Yvonne said unhappily. I also want to continue studying the antimatter power furnace on the Supremer. Antimatter and black holes are a perfect match. It can still be studied in the future, Bert replied. I will ask Wakanda for a batch of vibranium to replace the shell and some special parts of the Supremer. Vibranium. The three of them exclaimed, looking at the size of the tall machine, the blood god is real tyrant. Tony couldn't help but ask Bert, what are you trying to do? This is obviously beyond the scope of confronting the supreme intelligence. I said Jarvis will be the new patron saint of Earth, Bert said. With it, the Earth will be much safer, so I can relax a little and don't have to worry about anything. In addition, the best thing about robots is that they can work every day without taking a break, and they don't even need to be paid wages. It sounds like you're just being lazy, Tony remarked. He looked at the Supremer outside, and the soul of Iron Man was burning. I will do my best to transform it so that it has the power to kill God. Yvonne snorted coldly. You can't, sissy. If you want to kill God, you still want me to come. This is the protector of the Earth, not the lunatic of the Earth, Tony sneered. Bert saw this and said with a smile, you will transform this Supremer together, and treat it as the crystallization of your love. The whole world will witness and bless your love. It's pretty romantic, Doom said. Fuck off, Tony and Yvonne scolded in unison. Bert and Doom couldn't help laughing. The feelings of these two guys will run through their lives, even stronger than their other halves. Doom, I hope you and SWORD will send troops to deal with Sokovia, Bert said. No problem, Doom replied. This battle can raise our image in Eastern Europe so that the world doesn't ignore us. Besides, I think Sokovia has been upset for a long time. I want to save Eastern Europe, how dare they ignore me? Doom added. You're becoming more and more like a villain, Bert complained. Then give them a good beating. Humans who collude with aliens don't deserve to live. Exactly, Tony, Yvonne, and Doom nodded at the same time. Although they have different identities and hobbies, they share the same position, the human position. After about half an hour, Doom and Yvonne finished their inspection. Yvonne said disappointedly, no problem. After being promoted to intelligent life, it will not pose a threat to human beings, but only for the first 100 years. Bert asked, why is it limited to the first 100 years? Because 100 years later, the program can no longer trap it. At that time, only its consciousness will determine its thoughts. Real life is free, and no one can restrain it forever, Doom replied. In simple terms, people change, and so do machines, Ivan added. What happens in 100 years, we'll talk about it in 100 years, Bert said indifferently. In 100 years, the Earth will definitely enter the interstellar age, and then intelligent life will be nothing. Tony breathed a sigh of relief and snorted coldly. My Jarvis, let alone 100 years, it won't change in 1,000 years. Jarvis quickly showed his loyalty. I will not change. You are now, not you in the future. Bert pointed to the Supremer outside and asked, Jarvis, are you satisfied with the new body outside? Thank you, Mr. Wong. I'm very satisfied, Jarvis exclaimed excitedly. With such a powerful and mighty body, it's no surprise that he's content. As for finding a girlfriend, he doesn't have any such thoughts now. That's good, Bert said. Ivan, you stay and help Tony upgrade Jarvis a little more. Pepper is about to give birth, and he doesn't have much time. Doom, you are indispensable to the soul, and you should work harder. No problem, Doom replied. Anyway, the Celestials' heads have been fixed. When Jarvis is upgraded, I will return to my kingdom immediately and prepare for war. Ivan snorted unhappily. Sissy, protect Pepper. Don't make me despise you. Is that what you need to say? Tony said unhappily. No one can harm my wife and children. Oops, Bert heard the conversation and was shocked. He quickly called, Mercury, send half of the Blood God guards to protect Pepper. She may be in danger. Tony angrily asked, Bert, what do you mean? Bert replied confidently, everyone knows that Tony Stark gets slapped in the face every time he speaks too loudly. I'm taking precautions. Ivan and Doom laughed at the same time. Ivan even told Doom about Tony's scandal, causing Tony to grit his teeth angrily. He couldn't do anything about these guys. After listening for a while, Tony looked a little weird. Has he been slapped so many times? Does he have the same setting as Dr. Reed, whose investments must fail, to be slapped in the face? On a street near the Blood God Manor, Rumlow and Pietro looked at the stinky tofu shop below with a depressed expression. It's too stinky. Why would anyone eat this kind of thing? Pietro covered his nose and said unhappily. Also, why can this kind of shop be opened here, and why doesn't the police care? Don't the surrounding shops protest? Rumlow, can we change the location? The reason is very simple, Rumlow replied. Most of the shops in this street are owned by the Blood God group. As long as the rent of the shop is reduced, more people will rent it. The apprentices of the Blood God like to eat stinky tofu very much. They pass by here every day. This is the best ambush location. Pietro, you and I will take a few Inhumans to take over the stinky tofu shop, and we'll wait for the apprentice of the Blood God to take the bait. Scar, you are in ambush here with the other people to deal with the bodyguards of the Blood God apprentice. No problem. 5 bodyguards, just a few seconds, the bald-headed Inhuman with scars all over his face said grimly. There was something wrong with the Kree experiments, and the Inhumans they created were all full of ill will. Pietro instinctively felt that these people were not good, but when he thought of his sister, he still didn't say anything. After all, saving his sister was the most important thing. Then, Rumlow spoke sensibly and took Pietro and a few Inhumans to the tofu shop where Odin and the drunk Valkyrie were frying tofu. Upon seeing Rumlow and the group, Odin's eyes flashed slightly, feigning enthusiasm, and asked, Do you want to try some stinky tofu? It's just fried. It's disgusting. Who would eat this kind of thing? Pietro scolded, while Rumlow looked around and suddenly jumped up, grabbed the iron gate, and pulled it down. What are you doing? Odin exclaimed in horror, and the Valkyrie glanced at him contemptuously. She knew that this old man could easily take down the group with a single sneeze. An Inhuman yelled with a pistol, Raise your hands, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Don't kill me, the money is in the locker. Odin immediately surrendered and raised his hands, while Valkyrie ignored it, picked up a bottle, and poured it into her mouth. Inhuman was annoyed and shouted, Can you raise your hand when spoken to? The Valkyrie glanced at Inhuman unhappily, raised her hand, but the wine bottle in her hand fell into the frying pan. Then, the pan burst into flames, and a large amount of hot oil splashed around. Rumlow and the others were hit by the hot oil and embarrassed. At that moment, a female Inhuman raised her hand, and the flames flew into her hands and disappeared. Immediately, Rumlow stepped forward and turned off the heat of the frying pan, and covered it. Do you want to die? Male Inhuman was furious and wanted to shoot at Valkyrie, but Pietro stopped him and reminded him, You promised me not to kill anyone. Male Inhuman looked at Rumlow, who hesitated and said, Let's lock them up first. The smell of blood may arouse suspicion. Male Inhuman understood that if he didn't kill them now, he would have to later. He snorted and took out a rope to bind Odin and Valkyrie. Quicksilver looked around at the chaos and asked Odin in confusion, Why did you hire an alcoholic as an employee? Her wages are low, and there are tax cuts for hiring people of color, Odin said. The Valkyrie glanced at Odin speechlessly, knowing that he was taking advantage of the situation. Odin looked back at his empty landlord's house. The superhero game was too expensive, and he needed to make more money. Frigga's flower shop was also losing money, and his wife had no business sense. Rumlow said, Don't talk nonsense. Take them to the backyard. Let's tidy up here quickly. They are coming soon. Pietro stopped talking and quickly moved the 2 captives to the backyard. Then, everyone cleaned up and restored everything to its original state. When they were ready, Rumlow and a few Inhumans hid while the previous male Inhuman used his abilities to disguise himself and Quicksilver as Valkyrie and Odin. It's just an illusion, not a real change. Pietro opened the iron door and took a deep breath outside. The stench inside had almost killed him. In the backyard, the Valkyrie asked Odin in a low voice, they are obviously going to be detrimental to Hela. Do you care? For little Hela, it's just a lively event, Odin replied with a smile. Someone dares to kidnap the apprentice of the blood god. It will be fun to watch. Valkyrie snorted and was too lazy to say more. She didn't like either the blood god or little Hela. If it weren't for the promise of Odin to resurrect other Valkyries, she would not work here at all. About 10 minutes later, Mindy, Lena, who had grown up a lot, and little Hela walked over from a distance. Little Hela said happily, I thought of another way to kill Odin yesterday. Let's go talk to the old man and see if he approves it. Master said that if you collect 108 ways to die, you can unlock special plots and also obtain the only item, the Spear of Eternity. How much do you actually resent Odin to design dozens of ways to kill him? Minty complained. Meanwhile, Lena took a deep breath and said, the smell of stinky tofu today is a bit strange. What's wrong? Doesn't it smell as bad as before? Minty asked, puzzled. I can't tell, but I can be sure that today's stinky tofu is definitely not as good as yesterday's, Lena replied. Mindy was speechless. Was this the sixth sense of foodies? 80% it's that Valkyrie who got drunk again. Little Hela shook her head. She didn't like the Valkyrie, who always stared at her drunkenly with a look of fear and hatred. I've always suspected that Valkyrie is the illegitimate daughter of the grandpa. Otherwise, why would he tolerate her so much? Who is the boss? Mindy complained. Soon, the three of them arrived at the stinky tofu shop. They glanced inside and all stopped, even Lena. When Odin, portrayed by Pietro, saw the three women stop simultaneously, he became nervous for a moment. Then, he feigned enthusiasm and said, you guys are here. The stinky tofu has just come out of the pot. Come in and try it. I don't know who you are, but you're too amateur, complained Mindy. Valkyrie wasn't drunk, failed. Even the little idiot Lena couldn't hide her fake smile, failed. Your clothes were clean, there were no oil stains. Failure upon failure. Do you know what your biggest failure is? You two stinky tofu sellers look like you're about to be smoked to death. The stinky tofu sellers are afraid of the smell. Do you want to laugh at me and inherit my throne? I think you should just hit the wall and die. Living in this world, it's simply shameful. And you've lowered the spy's power. Mindy's poisonous tongue made Pietro feel ashamed, and he shouted. He activated his ability, grabbed Mindy and Lena's wrists, and pulled them away at an astonishing speed. Pietro wanted to take them directly to Per, but after running a few dozen meters, he grabbed Mindy's left hand and felt severe pain. He stopped involuntarily and raised his hand in horror. He found that the palm of his left hand was corroded as if it had encountered sulfuric acid. Although Mindy couldn't keep up with Pietro's speed, as soon as Pietro disappeared, she realized that something was wrong. She immediately protected her body with chi and then Pietro was hit. My hand. Pietro looked at his left hand and screamed. At this moment, Mindy recovered. Without saying a word, she swept Pietro to the ground with a sweeping leg. Then, she smashed her fists from Pietro's chest to his head in just a few seconds. Pietro received hundreds of punches. In the end, Mindy accepted the move, posed as a kung fu master, and shouted in a sincere voice, Wing Chun, Mindy. Pietro didn't hear this because he was knocked unconscious. Lena clapped her hands and applauded. Mindy is great, but why do you and Snowman have to declare your names after every time you finish doing Wing Chun? It's a tradition of our school, Mindy laughed. She kicked Pietro, who had fainted, and said disdainfully, just you, want to kidnap me, idiot. Romlo, who was observing in the backyard, was stunned. Pietro, who had high hopes, actually threw himself on the street? The apprentice of Blood God is too scary? This kid talks big, Romlo scolded. He rushed out of the backyard with a few Inhumans, heading towards the single little Hela. Little Hela smiled disdainfully, raised her hand, and 9 long swords composed of light energy shot towards Romlo and others like sharp arrows. Romlo immediately turned into a little metal giant and blocked the 3 swords of light with his arms. The other Inhumans also exerted their abilities, releasing flames and ice cones, or evading at super fast speeds. In the end, the 3 Inhumans were pierced by the sword of light and fell to the ground. Including the Inhuman who used illusion, Romlo, and the remaining 4 Inhumans were all right. They were about to breathe a sigh of relief, but they saw swords of light outside, dense and numerous, and they were headed their way. Tuesday afternoon, happy. Little Hela smiled slightly, and hundreds of bright swords shot out. All of the other Inhumans except for Romlo, who was invulnerable, were penetrated and fell to the ground. Die! Romlo roared angrily, put his arms in front, and rushed out with all his might. At this moment, the faucet next to him burst open, and a large amount of water rushed toward Romlo, turning into a water ball to lock him inside. Romlo struggled desperately, but the water polo could absorb the power of people. No matter how much he struggled, he was still trapped. Immediately afterward, another stream of water carried the fried stinky tofu and flew to Lena's side. She happily ate it and said, although it is a little worse than yesterday's, it is still delicious. You don't forget to eat when you fight. Mindy was speechless. She glanced at little Hela, who was quite a goddess, and pouted in disgust. Mindy always thinks highly of herself, but little Hela's strength can only be downplayed, given that she absorbs the keel, elixir from dragon bones, 10 times faster than others. Mindy is a super genius among normal people, while little Hella is not a human being, but a god. In the backyard, the Valkyrie sensed the situation outside and shouted in a little panic, she is more and more like Hella, except for her attributes. Back then, the Valkyrie Legion went to exterminate Hella, but as a result, only one person was not killed by Hella. Odin shook his head and said, she is different from Hella. Haven't you noticed? None of those enemies died, and little Hella avoided their vital points. Really? The Valkyrie was stunned for a moment, and then she sensed the Inhumans and found that they were really not dead, just injured, which surprised her greatly. Hella showed mercy? Although the blood god guy is a bastard, his education method is correct. Little Hella has had a happy childhood, so she knows how to cherish life and beauty. Hella didn't have a happy childhood, she just wanted to destroy. Odin said guiltily, actually, you shouldn't blame Hella. Who you really want to blame is me. Everything about Hella was caused by this bastard father of her. Do you think I don't blame you? Valkyrie snorted coldly. She thought of something and sighed, little Hella is not ruthless enough. I'm afraid she won't be able to fight the real Hella in the future. Odin was silent. He liked little Hella, but Hella was also his daughter. He didn't know what to do in the future, so he could only take it one step at a time. At the same time as the stinky tofu shop opened, a group of Inhumans stopped 5 bodyguards who wanted to support. Kill them, Scar sneered, and rushed toward the 5 bodyguards with more than 10 Inhumans. At the same time, more than 10 Inhumans behind them all used their abilities, fireballs, wind blades, ice picks, etc., to shoot at the 5 bodyguards one after another, and the ground was still rising. 5 vines came out to entangle their feet. With such a large difference in numbers, Scar didn't think he would lose at all. In fact, if it weren't for Rumlow's constant urging to go all out, they wouldn't have shot with so many people at all. This is just bullying. Despite facing various attacks, the 5 bodyguards remained fearless. They first shattered the vines under their feet, then removed their suits and threw them forward. The suits connected in the air and transformed into an energy barrier, blocking all incoming attacks with Wakanda's energy cloak technology. Immediately after, the 5 bodyguards simultaneously pulled out 2 specially made energy pistols from their back waists and fired quickly towards the approaching Inhumans. The energy guns utilized their own heat as energy, and upon activation, released crimson heat rays that shot at Scar and his group much faster than bullets. Scar and his group attempted to avoid the attack, but many were still hit and fell to the ground screaming. Inhumans have specific abilities and are vulnerable to other forms of attack. For instance, an Inhuman who can set fireballs can only do so, and standing behind them, a gun can easily kill them. Fuck, Scar scolded as he threw the machete in his hand towards the 5 bodyguards. The machete divided into 2, 4, and 8 in the air, creating a dense cluster of machetes that tore through the air. The 5 bodyguards laughed disdainfully and shouted in unison, releasing 5 fierce chi waves that smashed all the machetes back towards Scar's group, causing them to scream in pain. The 5 bodyguards then put away their pistols and took out a handle from their front waist. With a thought, a crimson high-temperature light blade appeared in front of each handle. Jedi Knight, many Inhumans exclaimed. At that moment, the 5 bodyguards appeared among the remote team of Inhumans at the rear at an astonishing speed, as if they were teleporting. The sword light flickered, and the foreigners fell one after another like leaks. Scar was shocked and angry and rushed back with everyone, and a one-sided slaughter ensued. The 5 bodyguards were fast and powerful, and their high-temperature light blades were indestructible. There was no Inhuman who could stop them. Even the stone Inhuman was cut off by their saber. The 5 bodyguards were hit by attacks, but they healed themselves quickly. Their bodies would turn hot and red, and their wounds would heal at an alarming speed. As a result, the Inhumans became easy targets for slaughter, and even Scar could only block the bodyguards' attacks for a few moves. How the fuck? Baron Strucker, who was watching the battle through a holographic projection, shouted in disbelief. He couldn't understand how both the apprentices of the Blood God and his bodyguards could be so powerful. The apprentices of the Blood God were disciples of the Blood God, so it was normal for them to be strong. The question was, why were the bodyguards so powerful? Weren't they better off being superheroes than just mere bodyguards? Baron Strucker was unaware of what the Blood God's guard entailed. These 5 bodyguards were once responsible for protecting the Blood God. They were desperate and strong, with almost full-level control on chi and specially designed weapons. How could mere Inhumans be able to fight against them? Although Blood God's guards were replaced by the 9 Angels of Vengeance, it was not because they were weak, but because the Angels of Vengeance were too strong and pretty. It's a complete failure, Rumlow. You retreat and run as much as you can. And if you can't, silence them all. Additionally, try to bring back Quicksilver as much as possible, Baron Strucker said reluctantly. Fortunately, he not only had Plan A, but also Plan B, which had been successful. On the small screen next to him, the Inhumans were carrying the target. Upon hearing Baron Strucker's order, Rumlow, although not reconciled, knew it was the only way. He barely controlled his fingers to make a movement, and the Inhuman hidden in the dark immediately let out a scream like the howl of a banshee. In the screams of the Inhuman, the surrounding glass shattered, and everyone covered their ears with a look of pain. Lena was no exception. She covered her ears with both hands, and even the stinky tofu fell to the ground. Without her control, the water polo fell to the ground with a clatter. Rumlow regained his freedom, coughed heavily on the ground, and nearly suffocated. After a while, Romlo rushed to get back Quicksilver, but Mindy's recovery speed was much faster than he imagined. Seeing him rushing over, she immediately assumed a guarded posture. "Fuck," Romlo said, and immediately turned around and fled back to the store. If Mindy could recover, so could the other two girls. If it was delayed, he himself would not be able to escape. Many Inhumans fled with Romlo, and the 5 bodyguards did not chase, because they were bodyguards, and their task was simple, to protect the 3 little princesses. "You actually let them escape?" "Fortunately, many prisoners were left behind," Little Hella said with some dissatisfaction. At this moment, all the injured Inhumans who were unable to escape suddenly widened their eyes at the same time, then their eyes quickly turned red, and even shed blood and tears. Immediately afterwards, these Inhumans all fell to the ground, losing all their breath. They were silenced by Baron Strucker. All Inhumans had special devices installed by the Kree in their heads, except for Wanda and Pietro. They were not Inhumans. "It's cruel," Little Hella said, her eyes narrowing. Then, she hurriedly rushed into the backyard of the store to look for Odin and Valkyrie. Soon, Little Hella found them. Seeing that they were all right, she breathed a sigh of relief. While helping them untie, Little Hella said, "It's because of us. I will double the compensation for all the losses in the stinky tofu shop." Odin braggingly said, "It's okay. Isn't it just a bunch of little bastards? I am old, and when I was young, a sneeze would kill them. Grandpa, although you look like Odin, you are really not Odin." Little Hella smiled and said, "By the way, I have developed a new method of killing Odin. We will study it in a while, and then download a copy at night." "Kill Odin again? Can't you spare Odin? He's a 1,000-year-old man, how can he protect animals?" Odin lamented in his heart, but on the surface, he had to pretend to be happy and shout, "Great, we will definitely be able to complete the 108 achievements." Little Hella giggled and said, "Of course." Seeing Odin's face full of swear words, Valkyrie couldn't help laughing. "What is retribution? This is retribution? Odin, you had it coming." The news of the attack on Mindy and the others quickly reached Bert's ears, and he said coldly, "Baron Strucker is really bold. Did you catch those people?" "No. The surveillance showed that they entered a cargo hold, but after chasing them in, there was no one inside. It should be an Inhuman possessing the ability of the space system." Lilith shook her head and said, "I have told Mindy and the others not to go out for a while and teach themselves at home. In addition, only one prisoner was captured this time. According to his ability, he should be Wanda's younger brother Pietro. We put him in the prison below the Blood God's manor. Let Wanda go to see him." Bert snorted. He was about to say something when Lilith's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it and saw that it was an unknown call. She walked to the side and popped up a light screen to answer it. After a while, the big head of Baron Strucker appeared on the light curtain, and he said, "Lilith, the assistant of the Blood God, has been famous for a long time." Lilith asked coldly, "Who are you, and where did you get my phone number?" "I have not only your phone number, but also the phone number of the Blood God. Unfortunately, his phone number has been unable to get through." Baron Strucker said coldly, "I won't talk nonsense with you. Return the pair of siblings you captured to me, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Lilith sneered, "Vampires never accept threats." "Really?" Baron Strucker snorted and passed a video to Lilith. Lilith opened it and found a person tied to a chair, and this person she knew. Firefighter Chen Ho-yin. Scorch from Agents of SHIELD. Fireman Chen Ho-yin is a veteran superhero with the ability to control flames. Bert arranged for him to specialize in firefighting, which is equivalent to a firefighter with superpowers. This type of superhero is not naturally as famous as Electro, a fighting superhero like Spider-Man, but in New York State, Fireman is popular because he has saved many people. In addition, Chen Ho-yin is a friendly person, so he has a stable group of admirers. Peripheral products also sell well, and he has received many endorsements for fire protection. At this moment, the indisputable fireman was captured by Hydra Baron Strucker. Lilith asked coldly, "How dare you capture the superheroes of our Watchman company? Why not? We exchange hostages, and the siblings in exchange for the fireman." Baron Strucker said, "If you don't agree, I will publicly execute firemen. Then, I will see how your Blood God group faces the anger of the citizens." "You think we are afraid of the anger of the citizens?" Lilith said coldly. At this moment, Bert's voice sounded in her mind, "Promise him." "I can't decide. I have to ask someone," Lilith said blankly. Baron Strucker said, "Then go and ask. In 10 minutes, I will call you again." Lilith turned off the communication indifferently and then turned to Bert and asked, "Blood God, why should we accept his deal? The fireman is not important. The fireman is a good man. There is no need to sacrifice him. In addition, sending Wanda back was already planned." Bert touched his chin and said, "As for Pietro, he came at the right time." "I know what to do," Lilith said after hearing Bert's words. 10 minutes later, Lilith agreed to Baron Strucker's request. Then, the two sides discussed the specifics of exchanging hostages. Although Bert intended to send Wanda and Pietro back, the big scene of the hostage trade had to be played, or the other party would not believe it. "Let Steve direct. He's good at this kind of thing," Bert said, choosing to be lazy. He then teleported back to the manor, ready to deal with Pietro. In the prison of Blood God Manor, Pietro, who was imprisoned, saw Wanda walking in. At first, he was overjoyed, but then he asked suspiciously, "Sister, why don't you look like a prisoner?" The clothes, jewelry, and shoes on her body add up to at least $1 million. Of course, she doesn't look like a prisoner, Mindy sneered. She and Lena were very interested in Pietro's abilities, so they came to chat with him. Wanda was surprised when she heard how much her clothes cost. Millions of dollars, she exclaimed. Pietro also gasped in shock. At that moment, he noticed the ring on Wanda's left ring finger and asked, "Sister, are you married? Wait, are you being taken care of by that super powerful guy?" Huh. Wanda was stunned for a moment, then became angry with shame. A red light hit Pietro, knocking him against the wall and falling to the ground. Pietro got up and shouted angrily, "You actually hit me? I'm your brother." Wanda gritted her teeth. "If you weren't my brother, you would be lying there dead now." Mindy and Lena also noticed the ring on Wanda's hand, and Minty whispered loudly, "That's Master's ring, I remember. Ring, on ring finger." Lena thought for a moment and asked, "Is that woman going to be our mistress?" Mindy muttered, "It's very possible, but I don't understand. She's so fat, why does Master like her?" Mistress. Wanda was first shy, then furious. So fat? How did I get fat? This standard figure good for nothing? It's too much to lie at such a young age. Wanda wanted to get angry, but thinking of the current situation, she said calmly, "Hello, I am a friend of the blood god. Pietro is not a bad person. Can you give me some time to persuade him?" Mindy glanced at Pietro and sneered, "He doesn't look like a good person at all, even kidnapping little girls." Wanda glared at Pietro when she heard this. Pietro was very aggrieved. "Isn't it to save you? How do I know that you are wearing millions of dollars in brocade clothes?" Lena asked hopefully, "Sister, can you let your brother be a delivery boy for me? He is super fast, with him, I can eat all the delicious food in the city." Pietro shouted dissatisfiedly, "Are you humiliating me? I am Quicksilver. How can I be a delivery boy? I want to be the fastest man in the world." "Lena, I said earlier that he wouldn't agree, so you should give up. And don't ask Master for mercy for a while," Mindy said. "Master treats us like his own daughters. That guy dares to kidnap us. Master will definitely not let him go. The minimum punishment is a 5-pointed corpse." Lena exclaimed. 5 horses dismembering the body? Is it the one where they tie the limbs and head with 5 horses and then forcibly pull them apart? Mindy explained. "Yes, this is still the lowest. After a while, if I break a little skin on my hand and say that it was made by that guy, Master may cut him 1,000 times. It's true. Not a single knife will be spared," Mindy continued. 5 horses dismembering the body and slashed with 1,000 knives. Pietro couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his face turning pale with fright. He hurriedly shouted, "Sister, quickly ask my brother-in-law to intercede for me." "Shut up." Wanda was ashamed and angry. A red light hit Pietro's chest again, causing him to fall on his back. "Women who are about to be married have such a grumpy temper," Pietro complained. Wanda blushed, almost smoking. Now, she felt that it was better for this guy to be locked inside. She thought so, but Wanda still felt sorry for her brother after all. She squeezed out a smile and said to Mindy and Lena, "Pietro is really not a bad person. As long as you are willing to help him, I will let him work for you and help you buy takeout." Of course, Wanda knew that Mindy and Lena were trying to scare Pietro, but if they really tried to scare Pietro, then he would never end well, and at the very least, he would be beaten. Kidnapping the apprentice of the blood god was really no small matter. So, Wanda took the initiative to please these 2 little girls. "Sister." Pietro was very dissatisfied. Being a delivery man was never in his life plan. He was a young boy with some style. "Shut up." Wanda shouted, and Lena was overjoyed. She said, "Then we agree. Don't worry. We will definitely help him to intercede." "Okay, we're done." Wanda breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I want to talk to Pietro alone, can I?" "Sure." Seeing that Lena had fulfilled her wish, Mindy didn't stay any longer and left with Lena. Lena waved to her delivery boy before leaving. Pietro lowered his head and felt that the future was dark. After everyone left, Pietro asked dissatisfiedly, "Sister, what are you doing? Don't tell me you surrendered to the S.W.O.R.D." Wanda said, "It's not surrendering. It's abandoning the darkness for the light, Pietro. We were wrong before. The real evil is Hydra. We must help SWORD to defeat them. It turns out that you were corrupted by the sugar-coated cannonballs of S.W.O.R.D." Pietro glanced at Wanda and sneered. "Sister, do you remember how scared we were back then? Do you remember how miserable the lives of the people of Sokovia were? It's all because of America. It's all because of Tony Stark. We must take revenge, and we must build a fair new world under the leadership of Hydra. The people of Sokovia are living so miserably, not because of America, but because of Hydra," Wanda persuaded. "Pietro, the blood god's people are great. They want the world to live the life of the American people." "Wanda, you have been deceived. How can the whole world live an American life? Do you know how rich America is? The food they waste every year is enough to feed several Sokovias." Pietro said, "The United States is the root of all evil. They occupy too many resources. Only by defeating them can people all over the world live a good life. It's one way, but there are other, better ways." Wanda placed a red finger on Pietro's eyebrows, and a memory of Bert taking her to visit Africa appeared in his mind. After digesting the memory, Pietro became silent. After a while, he asked, "Sister, did you fall in love with that guy?" Embarrassed and angry, Wanda grabbed Pietro's ear and lifted it up. Is this why I brought you here? I'm your sister, you must listen to me, understand? Let go, it's going to fall, pleaded Pietro. After Wanda let go, he quickly retreated, covering his ears. I understand. As long as you don't make me a delivery boy, I'll listen to you. How can you appease the blood god's anger if you don't pay up? Wanda sighed. Do you really think he's your brother-in-law? I think you can work hard, sister. Get out, said Wanda, becoming angry. I'm going to talk with the blood god. Kidnapping his apprentice is not a trivial matter. Okay, Pietro replied. But can you get me something delicious? I want to try American sugar-coated meatballs. $100 package will do. Wanda was speechless. She recalled the steak she had eaten before and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The food in SWORD was good, but how could it compare to top-quality Wagyu brought in by air? Rich people are really corrupt, Wanda said, shaking her head. She left the prison carefully, afraid of soiling her expensive clothes. Bert looked at Wanda, who came to intercede, with a half-smile. Do you want me to release Pietro? He'll make amends by being your delivery boy, Wanda replied. Blood god, he only helped me. He also negotiated with Baron Strucker, asking that Mindy and the others be released afterwards. Bert was non-committal. Baron Strucker caught the fireman and asked me to release you and Quicksilver. Wanda was stunned. That's right. Pietro and I will go to the Hydra base to atone for our sins by going undercover. I can trust you, but I can't trust Pietro, Bert said, shaking his head. He waved his hand to stop Wanda, who wanted to say something, and said, he's too impulsive and not a qualified undercover agent. Then I'll go alone, Wanda said, feeling a little lost that the blood god was keeping hostages. Bert saw Wanda's expression and smiled. Your heart belongs to me. Do I need to keep hostages? Wanda's face turned red. Whose heart belongs to you? You're a scumbag, and I won't be fooled. Of course, it's my brother-in-law's sister, Bert corrected, smiling. Don't worry, that kid called me brother-in-law so many times, and I won't treat him badly. I even gave him a bucket of fried chicken before. He ate it happily and kept saying it was delicious. Wanda was momentarily stunned, and her face grew more and more ashamed. She hadn't realized there were monitors in the prison. It's a shame, just eating fried chicken, she scolded to herself, but she also knew that Pietro couldn't be blamed for this. Their family was so poor that they couldn't afford to eat fried chicken. After they joined Hydra, although they were highly valued by Baron Strucker, they were still just subjects to experiments and could only eat nutritious meals every day. Non-nutritious things like fried chicken were reserved for the researchers alone. Why didn't you let Pietro leave with me? Wanda asked. As I said, he's too impulsive. Do you think anyone can be an undercover agent? Bert said. Once Baron Strucker finds out, your lives will be in danger at any time. I don't care if Pietro dies, but when you die, I will feel bad for at least a minute. Wanda was initially quite happy, but his last comment made her angry. Only for a minute. No, every minute, Bert said with a smile. Wanda's heart started beating faster. She lowered her head and said, if there is only one, Baron Strucker will not give up. Don't worry, there are two, Bert smiled slightly. Suddenly, his body changed rapidly and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into Pietro's appearance. This body is composed of dragon soul and chi, which can be changed at will, Bert explained. Wanda was stunned when she saw Bert's transformation. She suddenly realized what was happening and asked, are you going to go undercover with me as Pietro? Of course. Why would I be willing to risk you going alone? Bert replied with a smile. Wanda felt like she had eaten honey, but when she looked at Bert's face, she said with a strange expression, Blood God, can you change back first? Every time I look at this face, I just want to beat him. You really are his sister, Bert changed back and said. Tell me everything you know about Pietro, so that we won't make any mistakes. Shouldn't Pietro tell you this? Wanda asked. I prefer to hear it from you, Bert replied with a smile. Fuck, Wanda said, feeling both shy and a little sweet at the same time. On the next day at noon, Hydra and SWORD exchanged hostages at sea, and both sides made many preparations. Hydra aimed to rescue the Maximoff brother and sister smoothly, while SWORD intended to save the firemen and follow the clues to find the Hydra base. Eventually, using the special abilities of the Inhumans, Baron Strucker rescued Wanda and Pietro and erased all traces, making it impossible for SWORD to track them. However, SWORD still succeeded in rescuing the firemen. To ensure their safety, Per did not directly send the Maximoff brother and sisters back to Sokovia. Instead, he transited through several places and conducted a thorough check to ensure that they had no trackers before returning to the base with them. Upon seeing Wanda and Pietro's successful return, Baron Strucker expressed relief and said, "That's great, I finally got you back." Bert, who was actually Pietro, expressed his gratitude. "Baron, thank you." Baron Strucker dismissed it. "Don't thank me, I have always regarded you as my children." However, Bert couldn't help but wonder if Baron Strucker was taking advantage of them. Meanwhile, Baron Strucker noticed that something was wrong with Wanda and asked if something had happened to her, as she appeared to be in low spirits. "Wanda, did something happen to you?" Wanda pretended to be shaken and said that the SWORD experts had told her a lot about Hydra being the bad guys. Baron Strucker was not angry, he said, "Those hypocrites are best at confounding black and white. The SWORD is just a tool for the United States to exploit the world. Bert, disguised as Petro, said, "That's right, sister, I told you already, they can't be trusted." Wanda shook his head, "I didn't believe them." Baron Strucker asked, "You didn't tell them about us, did you?" "Of course not, I just. Wanda was a little conflicted, so she didn't know what to say. Baron Strucker shook his head and didn't care. Wanda was young and can be swayed easily. "Pietro," Bert said, "what kind of energy did that powerful guy use to block my body? I couldn't even use my abilities." Wanda also said, "My ability was also blocked." "Chi, this power from the east is very mysterious, and we have little understanding of it." Baron Strucker said, "However, you don't have to worry, with the scepter, sooner or later, this chi will be cracked." "That's good." Wanda and Pietro, Bert, nodded, with Bert's purpose in making up this lie being both truthful and a means to get closer to the scepter containing Mind Stone. In this battle, the biggest variable is the Mind Scepter, and other things are easy to mention. Baron Strucker said with a smile, "You guys rest first. By the way, remember to watch TV in the afternoon. There is a good show to watch." Pietro, Bert, asked excitedly, "Good show? Could it be that the SWORD is gonna be unlucky?" Baron Strucker replied, "No, better than that. It's Iron Man's bad luck." That afternoon, the candidate held another press conference, and a large number of reporters rushed over without even the help of Hydra this time. The previous press conference had greatly increased their sales and ratings, and the candidate was still very popular at this stage. Black and red were also popular, and the audience liked this foolishness, which is why the consultants recommended that the candidate play clowns in the first place. A reporter asked with a smile, "Mr. Candidate, are you going to continue to tell us the truth this time?" Many reporters laughed, and the candidate replied proudly, "Yes, this time, I will continue to tell you the truth, no nonsense. Look at the evidence." After speaking, the candidate motioned for everyone to look at the screen, and a large amount of evidence was displayed one by one: the corpse of a 100-meter giant snake, the head of the devil, the feathers of an angel, and various records related to the devil and angels. These records came from the church and shield. While the reporters took pictures, they were dubious. These evidences were quite real, but after all, they were just photos, and there was a high possibility of forgery. "Many people say I'm an idiot, but I'm not. I'm just an honest man who exposes the truth," the candidate continued. With so much evidence and the support of Hydra, he would never lose again. A reporter asked maliciously, "Mr. Candidate, is there any more evidence? For example, a living vampire or something?" The reporters laughed, and the candidate said angrily, "Of course. This time, I brought you an angel, a real angel." "Angel?" everyone exclaimed, and the reporter asked again, "Will the angel's wings fall off?" "Mr. Candidate, have you checked it?" "Of course, I checked, and this time, there will never be any problems," the candidate replied angrily. The reporters laughed again, and the candidate gritted his teeth. He was too lazy to say more and asked the bodyguard to bring up the reincarnated angel. It is worth mentioning that, except for the faithful advisor, all the others around the candidate had been replaced by Hydra. Soon, the reincarnated angel was brought up, and everyone looked at the pair of holy, glittering wings and couldn't help but exclaim if what the candidate said was true. The owner of the wings was a tattooed man who looked a little ugly. He was very happy that he had received so much attention and immediately opened his hands, ready to reward the reporters with holy light and shout a few more slogans. At that moment, several agents pushed the reporter away and walked in. Sky, the leader of the team of agents, held a tablet and said to the White Angel, "Ibrahimovic Alice, you are suspected of illegally holding a weapon and hurting people violently. Please come with us." On the tablet was a wanted notice. The reporters were stunned. The angel was a wanted criminal. "Isn't this a bit funny?" the candidate shouted in dissatisfaction. "Who are you? How dare you arrest the angel?" Sky presented her credentials and declared, "Agent of SWORD, he is not an ordinary person. We will take over. Ibrahimovic Alice, come with us. Don't resist." Naturally, the White Angel refused to leave obediently with Sky. He shouted, "How dare you blaspheme against angels and gods?" Accompanied by his shouting, the holy light surrounding the White Angel intensified. Sky snorted and charged forward, standing in front of the White Angel. With her right hand vibrating constantly, she destroyed the holy light surrounding the White Angel in an instant. Sky then placed her palm on the White Angel's chest. A powerful shockwave erupted from the White Angel's body, causing him to spew out a large amount of blood mixed with internal organs. Simultaneously, his clothes were destroyed. The so-called angels are nothing more than that. Upon seeing that the White Angel wanted to resist, Sky kicked him to the ground, grabbed his light wing, raised her right hand, and slashed down with a violent vibration, instantly breaking the light wing. "What?" The White Angel screamed shrilly as the holy light and wings on his body quickly disappeared, including the half in Sky's hand. Why did it disappear again? The candidate was stunned. This angel was too weak, he had been beaten to the ground after only 2 moves. Sky shouted coldly, "Cuff him." Several agents immediately stepped forward and handcuffed the severely injured White Angel. They then dragged the White Angel and followed Sky out. "This agent is so powerful and beautiful." The reporters reacted and took pictures of Sky and the arrested White Angel. They also asked, "Is he really an angel? Also, why did your SWORD appear here so coincidentally?" Seeing the reporters blocking the way, Sky stopped and said, "I don't know if he is an angel. But anyone on Earth must obey the laws of Earth. Otherwise, SWORD will arrest them. Domineering. Many reporters whistled. This type of dramatic showdown was perfect for their news stories. Sky did not linger, waving her hand to disperse the reporters and leaving with her team. Observing Sky's departure, some reporters' eyes flickered. The SWORD agent had not denied the existence of angels and demons. Director Steve had promised that SWORD would not lie. If they did not deny something, it often meant it was true. This was big news. Unlike the excited reporters, the candidate's face was filled with embarrassment and indignation. SWORD had come to slap him in the face, and it was a heavy slap. Damn SWORD, when I become president, you will be withdrawn. The candidate gritted his teeth and shouted, I have another big truth to tell you. When the reporter's attention was focused on him, the candidate continued, the soon-to-be-born son of Iron Man Tony Stark is the reincarnation of Mephisto, the devil of hell. Yes, the same Mephisto who invaded New York. He will destroy our world. What? The reporters were all shocked, and one reporter couldn't help but ask, Mr. Candidate, are you sure you don't need to get a mental health examination? The reporters burst into laughter. The devil of hell reincarnated as the son of Iron Man? Who would believe this? This is absolutely true. God personally entrusted me with a dream, to let me eradicate Mephisto and protect this world, the candidate replied. The reporter sneered again. God gave you a dream? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Only Satan will give you dreams because the devil likes idiots the most. At the Hydra base, Pietro, Bert, looked at the TV and asked Baron Strucker in confusion, Baron, what's the use of this? No one believes it. Reporters don't believe it because they don't know the truth of the world. People who know the truth of the world will believe it, Baron Strucker replied with a smile. The good days of Iron Man have just begun. Those people will not allow the world to be destroyed. Even if there is a blood god, Iron Man will be in constant trouble. Great. The worse Iron Man is, the better, Pietro, Bert, said excitedly. Wanda rolled her eyes secretly. She knew that Bert was not acting and really wanted to see Iron Man in trouble. He's going to be very miserable, Baron Strucker said with a proud smile. This is just the beginning. Next, I will use Hydra's resources to fully support that candidate and let him make trouble with those superheroes instead of us. Wanda couldn't help but ask, Baron, isn't this useless? Moreover, it will make those resources discovered by S.W.O.R.D. It doesn't matter. This time we will win, Baron Strucker replied. When this thing ferments for a while, I will put a fire on them and make the situation completely out of control. Next month is the general election, and our new president, with his supporters, will tear American society apart. The plan is good, but unfortunately, I already knew it in advance, Bert sneered secretly. I dream of Iron Man and America being unlucky. You'll soon have your dream come true, Baron Strucker said. After seeing the excitement, he got up and left, leaving only Pietro, Bert, and Wanda in the room. Bert's eyes flashed, and he commanded the two people in his sleeves through the mind, you can start to act. Ant-Man, listen to the orders of Wasp. Don't act without authorization. This time, it is related to the life and death of the entire Earth. Ant-Man Scott Lang confidently stated, don't worry, I am an official agent of SWORD and I will never make any mistakes. Because of his last successful mission, Scott turned his situation into a positive one. It's hard to believe you, Bert secretly complained. In the movie, he found Scott completely unreliable, which is why he brought the Wasp along for the mission. We will find out what happened to the Kree and locate the antimatter bomb, Wasp's voice announced. It's worth noting that the Wasp was not Hope, Hank Pym's daughter, but Peggy Carter, who obtained the Wasp suit from Pym. Be careful, the Kree have very high-tech sensors, Bert cautioned. If you're caught and can't escape, surrender and I'll come to rescue you. Ant-Man grinned, I like this order. SWORD is humane. Bert replied, at this time, you should express that you're not afraid of death, not ready to surrender with a sigh of relief. Ant-Man explained, I still have a daughter to raise. How can I die so easily? Looks like you're a good dad, Bert smiled. He believed that people who lack emotions would not be successful in their endeavors. Let's go, Bert ordered. Good, Wasp responded. Ant-Man and Wasp left to begin their dangerous investigation. Wanda, do you think the scepter can break the chi in us? Bert suddenly sensed an invisible spiritual energy surrounding them. He discussed the matter with Wanda, who was nervous but gradually calmed down under Bert's guidance. Supergiant was probing them with her psychic energy. She was curious about Wanda, who had unlimited potential. What exactly is chi? Supergiant wondered. She decided to investigate slowly after using the scepter when her plan is completed. President Ellis, my son is indeed the reincarnation of Mephisto, but he will not destroy the world. He will become the protector of the Earth. You don't have to worry. Yes, I can assure you, Tony reassured the president before hanging up the phone. Immediately after, another communication came in, and Tony answered it with a sigh. This was one of dozens of such calls he had received that morning. Each call was from a powerful individual, some of whom even implied that they would sacrifice the devil's son for the greater good. Tony refused their demands with a firm attitude, and those powerful individuals could only hang up. Inside the room, Colleen asked Tony, I don't understand, why didn't Mr. Stark bring out the blood god? With the blood god's face, those people would definitely not dare to say anything more. On the one hand, I don't want to transfer the pressure to Bert, and on the other hand, because he is too proud, Tony replied. Pepper touched her big belly and said proudly, he's Tony Stark. Ms. Pepper, it's true that those big people have a lot of scruples. Generally, they won't take action against Mr. Stark. At most, they will play some small tricks, Madame Gao said. But some special organizations that think they are just, I'm afraid they won't let it go. Then let them come. The Stark family won't be intimidated by them, Tony said bitterly. Hydra is really vicious. In the future, our children are afraid that they will have to live under scrutiny. Pepper replied confidently, it's okay. He is Tony Stark's child, and he will not be defeated by a mere mortal. That's right. That's my Tony Stark's kid, Tony laughed. Then, he thought of something and said unhappily, this dead child began to pit me even before he was born. The three of them couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, a shout came from a distance. Tony frowned and shouted, Jarvis, what's the situation? Sir, it's Friday for you, and Jarvis is evolving. Friday, the smart housekeeper, projected an image in front of the hospital. Someone is demonstrating outside, asking you to kill your child, kill the reincarnation of the devil, and defend the world. The candidate is also among them, and he claims that God entrusted him with a dream and made him responsible for eradicating the reincarnation of the devil. Damn it. Let all the unmanned armors and bodyguards be vigilant. Anyone who dares to enter the hospital should be directly arrested and transferred to the police station. If they resist, use more force, Tony ordered. Understood, Mr. Stark, Friday replied. There are a lot of TV stations and reporters who want to interview you. Reject them all. I won't go anywhere during this time, Tony said impatiently. Let the police station send someone to drive away those people outside, and I will donate a sum of money to the police station afterwards. Start working on things Friday, said Tony. Pepper comforted him. Tony, don't worry so much. Everything was fine last time, and it will be fine this time. I'm not worried, I just feel annoyed. The flies are so annoying, Tony replied, shaking his head. When everything is settled, I must make that bastard candidate look good, he added. Pepper smiled and was about to speak when Colleen suddenly sensed something. The samurai sword around her waist slashed into the air, and the next moment, an evil eye was slashed by the long sword and divided into two parts in the air. It then transformed into magic energy and dissipated. Devil believers. Madame Gao shouted. Colleen, they should be nearby. Go out and catch them. We want them alive. Good, Colleen said, disappearing from the window like lightning. Tony's expression was extremely ugly. He comforted Pepper and asked Madame Gao, Devil believer. Yes, it was the eye just now, Mr. Stark. This time, the situation may be more troublesome than we originally expected, Madame Gao replied. Good and evil are eyeing us at the same time. The peeping eye? I hate magic, Tony scolded, as he was on the technology side and was not familiar with magic at all. Pepper couldn't help but ask, why does evil have their sights on us? If I guessed correctly, they should be trying to get to the reincarnation of the Demon King. As for whether to sacrifice or use him to destroy the world, it is unknown, Madame Gao replied. They won't get away with it, Tony and Pepper said at the same time. Tony took out his phone and said, I'll ask a professional for help. The professional was not Bert, but Strange. He did not return to Camartage and was chasing his ex-girlfriend in the hospital. It was about the Demon King. Strange quickly opened the portal and rushed over. He was about to express his opinion when Colleen returned with two cloaked guys with marks on their faces. Colleen didn't bring the two captives back to the room. She shouted from the garden outside, they are indeed demon believers. There is a small altar outside, which I destroyed. I'm a believer of the Lord, one of the devotees shouted frantically. Strange glanced at them and asked the two believers coldly, what are you doing here? We are waiting for the devil to be born, and then consecrate him to the devil, one of the believers shouted. As long as you bring back that baby for the devil will give us infinite power and make us immortal, the other believer added. If the world is destroyed, what's the use of your immortality? Colleen sneered. Stupid, then we will definitely go to the realm of the gods and live with the devil, the believer replied. The devil lives in hell, you two idiots, Tony scolded. The brains of these two guys were obviously unclear. If they're not stupid, how can they believe in the devil? We, Camartage, have seen many such stupid people, Strange shook his head. Let's deal with them. They are not qualified to live. Even Strange was killing all demon believers. To become a demon god believer, one must first kill someone and then rely on murder and sacrifice to get the demon god's reward. Looking at the magic power of these two guys, they had killed at least 10 people. Good, Colleen vanished with 2 demon believers. As she didn't want to kill in front of a pregnant woman // Mr. Stark, this time it may be more troublesome, said Strange. Your son is a good vessel like no other in the world. Okay, Tony and Pepper looked at Strange dissatisfiedly. You are the container, and your whole family is the container. Strange clarified. It's just a metaphor. He is the reincarnation of Mephisto, born to accommodate the soul of the devil. That is to say, those devils can descend on him. Let's put it this way, your son is the devil's version of the sun. If those devils get him, they can use his body to enter the main universe. Tony asked, that means there will be a large number of demon believers gathered. Strange nodded. Yes. Just people, believers of demon gods, and spies that may be sent from various countries. This hospital will be very lively next time. Damn, Bert and SWORD have other things to do and can't fully support me, Tony scolded. The Hydra side is equally important. If they are not careful, the world will really be destroyed. Two things got mixed up, Strange interjected. Mr. Stark, your son is already pitting you. In fact, the Devil Believer was Mephisto's second-step plan, but unfortunately, he was killed by Bert before he had time to suck him again. Originally, this plan would have been terminated because of this, but Hydra filled in the missing link, spreading the matter to the whole world, so the plan continued. Tony felt a headache when he heard this. He used to think creating problems was okay, but now, it's really troublesome. Tony hesitated and said to Strange, Strange, I hope you can stay here to protect Pepper. Seeing Tony's rare positive attitude, Strange smiled. No problem, this is my responsibility. Although it is a bad thing, it is not completely without benefits. Those devil believers are hidden in the crowd, and they are not as easy to find as devils. This time, they can be wiped out. Tony smiled and said, looks like I don't have to pay you anymore. Hope your son isn't as annoying as you are, Strange sneered. At this time, Madame Gao asked, Mr. Strange, can you take Pepper to the New York Temple for protection? The New York Temple is not only safe but also isolates those ordinary people. Strange was silent for a while and said, those demon kings will definitely send people to attack the defensive net, dragging the blood god and Camartage. The New York Temple may not be safe. In addition, the thoughts of other Camartage mages may not necessarily be like mine. Everyone understood that Camartage's mage might also want to kill Tony's son. This is normal, after all, he is the reincarnation of the Demon King. Strange thought for a while and said, Mr. Stark, I suggest you find the guy who specializes in killing demons for help. With him, the demon believers will never be able to sneak into the hospital. You mean that fire skeleton? Tony hesitated. That guy is really powerful. The question is, will he burn Pepper with him? Yes, it's up to you to decide whether to invite him or not. Strange said. Tony thought for a while and said, okay Friday, ask Officer Damon to come to the hospital, and I'll talk to him // Strange glanced at Tony and said, I'm going to set up the magic circle. Additionally, I suggest you drive away those parade people outside, otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Devil worshippers are very good at offering sacrifices with human life. Those guys are simply offerings that are automatically delivered to the door. I'll try my best, Tony sighed. America is a free country with developed media, and with the candidates supporting their troubles, he has very few means. He can't rush out and smash that candidate into pieces, right? Although he did have this idea in his mind. A few days later, at the Hydra base, Pietro, Bert, sat on the sofa and browsed the news with a tablet. He looked at the more and more spectacular parade in the video and said with a smile, Tony's trouble is getting bigger and bigger. Luckily it wasn't me. With Iron Man's strength, why can't he handle this all the time? He is one of the top 3 richest men in America. Wanda was a little puzzled. It is worth mentioning that there is no surveillance in this room. Additionally, Bert filled the entire room with chi. If anyone peeps, he will find out immediately. On the one hand, the candidate has been jumping up and down. The general election is not over yet. His identity is relatively special. Even Tony can't do anything about him. On the other hand, it's the acquiescence of the American government, Bert explained. Wanda was stunned. The acquiescence of the American government? Isn't the relationship between the government and superheroes very good? It's just a matter of interest. There must be many high-level executives who don't want the birth of the Demon King. Bert smiled and said, it's Iron Man, and if it were someone else, it would have been solved in secret long ago. Is it so dark? Wanda became more and more astonished. Bert smiled and said, this world is not as simple as you think. Don't talk about this. When Hydra is solved, all the troubles will be solved. That is to say, but the situation on Tony's side is not very good. Ordinary people and justice organizations are nothing. The key is the devil worshippers. In just a few days, a large number of demon believers have sneaked into New York. Although Damon has been cleaning them up, there are too many of them. Coupled with the cover of some caring people, it is impossible to remove them all. These demon worshippers are preparing and waiting for Pepper to give birth to the reincarnated Demon King. When that time comes, they will act together and take away the reincarnated Demon King // Wanda looked at the disgusting candidate on the tablet and said viciously, don't let this bastard get away with it. Of course he won't. He is waiting to go to prison to promote his ideals. Bert snorted, and at that moment, he had an idea and opened the door slightly. The Wasp, Carter, flew in. The Kree situation and the location of the antimatter bomb have been identified, said Carter. But there are 2 underground places that Ant-Man and I couldn't check. Bert asked, which 2 places? One is the 10th underground floor, which is a large ice warehouse with strange energy fluctuations. Ant-Man and I didn't go in for fear of being detected. Carter continued, the other is the last floor, completely closed. If I'm not mistaken, the Supreme Intelligence should be there. Ice Warehouse and Supreme Intelligence? It will be clear then, Bert sneered. SWORD has already transferred heavy troops to Sokov's neighboring country, Latveria in Doom. As long as our side is ready, they will take action and cooperate with us inside and outside to deal with Hydra. Carter asked, when exactly will we start? After Pepper finishes giving birth, Bert replied. After we take care of the matter on Pepper's side, we can attack Hydra with all our strength. That's right. I hope Pepper and the baby in her belly are safe and sound, said Carter, sighing. I and Ant-Man will investigate again, try to understand the situation in those two places as much as possible, and increase the odds of winning, added Carter. Okay, be careful, Bert nodded. After Carter left, Bert began to read the next news. The Vampire Police Department spin-off movie Battle of Xandar is about to be released. The film will feature space shooting and holographic projection shooting, interpreting a space war that is no different from reality. Special reminder, Bert read aloud, this film will feature the legendary Blood God. What? Stunned by the movie news on the tablet, Wanda asked Bert, what's up with this movie? Obviously, don't be so surprised. This is the work of my company, and it was released on Xandar half a year ago. Bert smiled and said, the popularity of Blood God is soaring now. I took the opportunity to come to Earth to collect a wave of box office. The quality of Battle of Xandar is very high, and many of them are real war scenes. Maybe it can break the box office record. Breaking box office. Wanda was speechless. She asked, Blood God, are you not short of money? You are the richest man in the world. Also, will this cause your identity to leak? Is there a conflict between not being short of money and making money? Bert smiled and said, as for identity disclosure, do you think I need to care about this? I hide my identity just because I want to keep a low profile, not because I can't see the light. In addition, the release of this movie will not cause much impact. The movie is just a movie after all. Wanda suddenly realized what she had thought, and complained, why are you keeping a low profile? Are you afraid of affecting your ability to pick up girls? Bert put his arms around Wanda's waist, changed back to his original face, and said with a smile, I only have eyes for you now. Bert was too close, and Wanda could even smell his breath. Her heart was numb, and her face was flushed. When Bert saw this, he was about to do something when he suddenly sensed the situation outside and immediately changed back to Pietro's face. Immediately afterwards, Baron Strucker opened the door and walked in. When he saw the situation inside, he was shocked and then stepped back and closed the door, saying, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Disturb. Wanda was stunned for a moment, then reacted and hurriedly pushed Bert away with a blushing face. Bert said with a look of contempt, this guy's head is really dirty. We are brother and sister. Wanda gritted her teeth and looked at Bert. How would she face people in the future? After a while, Baron Strucker opened the door again and came in. Seeing that the two had already packed up, he smiled and said, the scepter is ready. Dr. List will crack the chi in you. By the way, I support you. Support us. Baron Strucker's words made Wanda embarrassed and angry, and she hurriedly said, Baron, you misunderstood. It's okay. I'm looking forward to your crystallization. Baron Strucker laughed and closed the door. He really supported Wanda and Pietro, and their descendants will definitely be strong. Seeing that the explanation was useless, Wanda stomped her feet angrily. At the same time, she touched Bert's waist with her right hand, pinched a piece of meat, and pinched it fiercely. Bert sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, it was pretending. He said, okay, don't be angry. Let's go check the scepter for a while. There is something wrong with it. Figuring out its situation is the first of my 2 goals. Wanda asked, what's the second goal? What was the first goal? I didn't mention it earlier to protect you. Bert took Wanda's hand and said, causing Wanda to snort, but she was happy inside. Women are always perceptive creatures. Baron Strucker smiled even more upon seeing Wanda and Pietro walking hand in hand. He motioned for them to sit on the chairs and then let Dr. List begin. Dr. List was Baron Strucker's partner and the chief scientist of the Hydra base. He didn't waste any time and used the instrument to activate the scepter. A large amount of pale yellow energy enveloped the two of them and then drilled into their bodies. What? Pietro, Bert, and Wanda screamed in pain simultaneously. The instrument showed that a strange energy was activated in their bodies and that they were using their bodies as a battlefield to fight against the spiritual energy. That should be chi, Dr. List said. This energy is amazing, Baron. Can you find someone with chi to research it for me? Maybe you and I can use this energy too. Can we use it too? Baron Strucker's eyes lit up. I'll definitely grab a few for you to study. By the way, can psychic energy decipher the chi in them? No problem, Dr. List replied. He glanced at the 2 people who were shouting and added, the chi in them is rootless. Sooner or later, it will be exhausted, and the energy of the scepter is endless. However, it may take a little longer. I'm afraid of hurting them, and I haven't fully stimulated my spiritual energy. That's right, Baron Strucker said with a smile. They are our treasures, and nothing can happen to them. After a while, the screams of Pietro, Bert, and Wanda gradually subsided. It wasn't that the chi in their bodies had been defeated, but that they had gradually adapted to the pain. In fact, they were tired and needed rest. Very good, Baron Strucker said, seeing that the 2 were able to bear it. At this time, a Hydra agent came to report that the Elder and Rumlow were on their way. Baron Strucker handed things over to Dr. List and returned to his office by himself. The Elder, Annie, saw him and said straight to the point, Baron Strucker, thank you very much for your hospitality. The Demon King is about to be born, and I'm going to New York for purification. Baron Strucker replied, Elder, I will send you to New York. Unfortunately, I haven't caught the apprentice of the Blood God, so I can't exchange the artifact. Hearing these words, Rumlow clenched his fists secretly, full of unwillingness, but he did not argue. If he lost, and there was nothing to distinguish. That's impossible, the first elder sighed. There are many righteous people and demon believers gathered in New York City. Together with us, we should be able to solve the reincarnated demon king. It's not enough, Baron Strucker said. Because SWORD will definitely help, and the American high-level officials can't stop them. Fortunately, I have a plan to cooperate with you. The first elder asked curiously, what plan? The Inhuman plan, Baron Strucker replied. He looked at Rumlow and instructed, Rumlow, when the elder attacks the hospital, you will destroy and slaughter all over the world with the Inhumans and attract S.W.O.R.D's attention. Can I do anything? Rumlow asked excitedly. Anything is fine. The more you kill, the better. It's best to create a catastrophe that kills thousands of people, Baron Strucker said coldly. I guarantee that the mission will be completed, Rumlow saluted extremely excitedly. Only pain can make those people understand how important order is. The reason why the world is so chaotic is because of the lack of their painful education. In order to eradicate the Demon King, this is inevitable. Baron Strucker, thank you for your help, the elder hesitated and said. This is not only helping you, but also helping myself. We Hydra also don't want the world to be destroyed, Baron Strucker said. Hydra's goal is to rule the world, not destroy it. Okay, then I'll prepare and leave immediately, the elder nodded and left, leaving only Baron Strucker and Rumlow in the room. When you make a killing, remember to promote that the Inhumans are higher than humans. In short, you have to pretend to be Inhumans supremacists, Baron Strucker instructed Rumlow. What's the use of this? Rumlow asked puzzled. Of course it works. This will make the commoners deeply hate the Inhumans. At that time, that idiot can win more supporters, Baron Strucker said. The more supporters there are, the larger the scale of the civil war will be. At the same time, the malice of ordinary people will help us win over and subdue the Inhumans. Even if there is no such thing as the reincarnation of the devil, I intend to make you do this. I understand what to do, Rumlow nodded. Go and prepare. This time, I will give you 200 Inhumans. Rumlow, don't let me down again, Baron Strucker said. I will never let you down again. Hail Hydra. Rumlow saluted and retired. Baron Strucker thought about his plan and smiled proudly. This time, Hydra will never lose. Before long, Hydra will rule the world, and he, Baron Strucker, will become the king of the world. The confident Baron Strucker did not know that after the elder left the Hydra base, he immediately passed the news to Steve through Bert's channel. The Inhuman plan. When Steve received the information, he frowned greatly. This is troublesome. They have space capabilities and can cause more destruction. We can't stop them completely. With the destructive power of Inhumans, coupled with the current population density, once they start to act, many people will die. Director, I think we should attack the Hydra base in advance, Sky said anxiously. The Inhuman plan will not only cause huge casualties, but also arouse the anger of ordinary people against Inhumans. At that time, humans and Inhumans will be divided and opposed, and it must be stopped. Now to attack, although the troops in the hospital cannot be used, I don't think there is any problem. After all, we can take them by surprise. Attack ahead. Steve hesitated before saying, there's no problem with the military, but Bert hasn't checked the scepter yet. He said that the scepter has a big problem. Additionally, after we take action, those demon god believers might take the opportunity to attack the hospital. At that time, we won't be able to support them and will even leave Strange vulnerable. Without him, we won't be able to block the Hydra base and take out all of their agents. After a pause, Steve added, Hydra and the Kree are very dangerous. We can't let either of them go, or there will be endless troubles. Especially the Kree, they can bring in an antimatter bomb and cause chaos. This time, Bert found out, but we may not have such good luck next time. Moreover, Jarvis hasn't been successfully upgraded yet. If we use him to attack Hydra, they may launch a network attack. As an old antique, I know how important the network is. Sky was left speechless by Steve's words and asked irritably, what should we do then? We can't just let them carry out their Inhuman plan. Both Steve and Coulson remained silent, realizing the difficult position they were in. Suddenly, Tony Stark's voice came over the radio, what's the holdup? Let's attack the Hydra base as quickly as possible. As for me, as long as you shut down Sokovia, those guys won't attack. They've been waiting for my son to be born. Strange doesn't need to go there. Bert's senior brother is already there, and his space blockade will only be stronger than Strange's. Finally, Jarvis, say hi to our Chief Steve. Director Steve, Deputy Director Coulson, and Captain Sky, hello. I'm the obnoxious Tony Stark's housekeeper, Jarvis. Jarvis's voice sounded much more affable than before. Tony complained, hey, Jarvis, what do you mean? I'm just trying to get closer to them. According to psychology, scolding someone who everyone hates is an easy way to close the distance, Jarvis said. According to statistics, you are the most annoying person in SWORD. Tony retorted angrily, you got close to them by stepping on me? You don't see me as the creator yet? Also, what are you doing with that thing? Of course, I have you in my eyes. You are my creator. You won't tear me down, so I can step on you as I please, Jarvis replied honestly. It's worth mentioning that he kept the name Jarvis instead of Vision. In the movie, the Jarvis program was severely damaged, and after reincarnation, he became another person. In this world, Jarvis's program is safe and sound. Tony was speechless, realizing that Jarvis had a twisted sense of humor. Jarvis, your joke is almost funny. I think we're friends now, Steve said with a smile. Have you finished upgrading? Yes, I have been upgraded and am ready to be teleported to you at the New York hospital, said Jarvis. Jarvis continued, I will help you defeat Hydra and the Supreme Intelligence, this is my mission. Very good, Steve exclaimed. Coulson, get everyone ready. Wait for me to contact Bert and then immediately start dealing with Hydra as quickly as possible. Clear, Coulson nodded as he went with Sky to adjust the force. Tony, be careful on your side. It's not looking good. Let Strange teleport you to the battlefield here, Steve warned. Don't worry. I can handle a bunch of clowns jumping on the beam, Tony retorted. Besides, they may not even be able to shoot. Well, I hope everything goes well, Steve responded. He knew it was time to see when Bert would contact them from the Hydra base. As the spiritual energy penetrated his body, Bert gradually sensed a wave of soul fluctuations. Hiding in the Mind Stone? No wonder I haven't been able to find where you are, Bert snorted coldly as he sprinkled some mysterious soul powder on his dragon soul. This mysterious powder is a collector's item that can hide the fluctuations of the soul. It is straightforward to use, but the only problem is that it only lasts for a short time and there is only a small amount of it, so it cannot be used multiple times. Chi. Supergiant didn't notice Bert's movements as she was analyzing the chi in his body. This energy is unique, as it can not only block the powers of Pietro and Wanda but also resist the energy of the mind. She must thoroughly understand it because the Blood God also has chi in him. At the end of this battle, she must face the Blood God. Supergiant thought for a while, pulled a little chi back into the Mind Stone, and prepared to analyze it slowly. Bert sensed Supergiant's movements and immediately used Pym particles to shrink the dragon's soul. He then followed the little chi into the Mind Stone. With Supergiant's heightened sensing ability, even if Bert were to use Pym particles to shrink his own soul, he would still be detectable without the mystical soul powder. After all, Supergiant is a master of telepathy, and she is currently manipulating the Mind Stone. The collector's collection is truly impressive. Bert sometimes thinks about creating a loophole for the collector to escape through, only to later retrieve him and claim the spoils for himself. Let's not talk about that, Bert thought to himself, as he entered the interior of the Mind Stone. It was a mental world, shaped by the user's state of mind. Supergiant's state of mind was gloomy, resulting in a barren, ruinous landscape. Bert closed his eyes and began to connect with Supergiant's mind. I mean, seriously, could you be any weirder? Bert complained aloud. Supergiant was one of Thanos' subordinates, an orphan who was very lonely and had attempted suicide before. Thanos promised to grant her the death of her dreams as long as she served him, and she eventually became his most loyal follower. Should I just leave you alone? Bert was speechless, wondering why he had to deal with such an odd individual. Hiding Supergiant in the Mind Stone, Thanos is truly ruthless. Thankfully, I found her, or I wouldn't know how much trouble she would have caused in the future, Bert thought to himself. Suddenly, the world shook, and a blue-faced supergiant wearing silver-black armor and a cape appeared before Bert, who was now the size of an ant. I have never seen anyone as stupid as you, who would come to my home court to die. Do you have a hole in your head? Supergiant sneered. Supergiant, do you want to defect and become my subordinate? Bert returned to his original size and smiled. Thanos did not give you a deadline to die, but I can give you one. If you serve me for 1 year, I will grant your wish of death. Well, maybe you won't survive even a year, as I will definitely utilize you to your fullest potential. Have you heard of 07? You cannot kill me, only the great Thanos can grant me eternal death, Supergiant said with a disdainful smile. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I will take control of you and use you to deal with Blood God, Supergiant said as she quietly began to manipulate her invisible spiritual energy to envelop Bert. However, Bert was well prepared, and the power of the Iron Fist effortlessly blocked all the spiritual energy from the outside. Supergiant's starry eyes narrowed, and she raised her hands. A large amount of pale yellow spiritual energy emerged around her, rushing towards Bert like waves. This was the power of the Mind Stone. With its aid, Supergiant could even control gods. In fact, she could already stand on equal footing with them. Bert held both hands, and a huge Buddhist golden bell appeared in front of him, blocking the spiritual energy that was heading towards him. It's useless. This is my home court, and there is an endless stream of spiritual energy, said Supergiant. Supergiant laughed and continued, I am the owner of the Mind Stone. The owner of the Mind Stone? Questioned Bert. Bert smiled disdainfully and clarified, the Mind Stone, or in other words, the Infinity Stone, has no owner. You can use the Mind Stone because of the scepter. The Infinity Stone does not recognize an owner but allows someone to use it. Additionally, the power of the Infinity Stone is too strong and often requires props to assist. The primary function of these props is to limit the energy output of the Infinity Stone. The Eye of Agamotto, Ronin's Cosmi Rod, the Scepter of the Mind Stone, and the cube outside the Space Stone are all examples of such props. I now have a scepter, and the Mind Stone is willing to be used by me. What is the difference between me and the owner of the Mind Stone? Supergiant sneered. Simultaneously, the pale yellow wave swelled violently, shaking Admiralty with its impact. Of course, there are differences, Bert smiled slightly. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Wanda suddenly screamed, and a dragon made of chi flew out of her chest, hitting the scepter before anyone could react. Shortly after, the dragon exploded, the scepter shattered, and the yellow Mind Stone fell to the ground with a ding. Then, Wanda and Pietro collapsed simultaneously to the ground. Dr. List and others were shocked and immediately checked Wanda, Pietro, and the Mind Stone's situation. A researcher was fascinated by the Mind Stone and couldn't help grabbing it. The next moment, his eyes filled with a pale yellow light, and he died tragically on the spot, bleeding from his 7 orifices. "Don't touch that stone, mortals can't bear its power," Dr. List shouted hurriedly. At this point, Baron Strucker rushed over and, upon seeing Wanda and the others fainted and the scepter destroyed, angrily asked, "List, what happened?" "We were outsmarted by the blood god brother," Dr. List replied with an ugly face. He had an assassin in Wanda's body. Due to the stimulation of spiritual energy, the assassin was triggered, and the scepter was destroyed. "Assassin." Baron Strucker's expression changed, and he quickly asked, "Wait, can that blood god brother sense his trump card?" Dr. List hesitated and replied, "It shouldn't be detected. After all, it's so far away, and the energy just now was passively stimulated. If he could sense it, the SWORD personnel would have already come after us. Those guys have always been quick to kill us, Hydra." "That's true," Baron Strucker breathed a sigh of relief. He thought for a moment and then said, "Check on Wanda and Pietro to ensure they're all right." "Okay," Dr. List nodded and checked on the situation. He instructed someone to use equipment to pick up the Mind Stone and place it properly. Baron Strucker hesitated and asked Hydra to increase vigilance to avoid accidents while preparing for the transfer. The general election is still about a month away. "I hope nothing happens," he thought to himself, feeling increasingly covetous. Inside the Mind Stone, the light yellow energy vanished instantly. Supergiant sensed the situation outside and changed expression. "You destroyed the Mind Scepter." "Yes, now you are on the same line with me," Bert said with a smile. "If I didn't prepare, do you think I dare to come in?" Supergiant scolded, "Idiot, without the scepter, we will never be able to leave here. It's just that you can't get out." "I can leave anytime," Bert smiled. "Blood God is my junior brother, and he has a space stone in his hand. You have no chance because you will definitely become my slave," Supergiant roared, trying to draw psychic energy without the scepter. "You can pull it, so can I." "It doesn't make sense," Bert said, opening his hands to draw in his spiritual energy. A large amount of light yellow energy appeared from Supergiant, but there was nothing on Bert's side. "Okay." Bert blinked and continued to pull, but there was still nothing. Seeing this, Supergiant laughed, "Senior brother of Blood God, not everyone can use the Mind Stone. You are overestimating yourself." Bert shouted to the sky, dissatisfied. "Soul Stone, you are too much. Believe it or not, I will sacrifice you." Before he finished speaking, the light yellow energy on Supergiant's side suddenly doubled. Obviously, this was the Mind Stone's answer to Bert. "I'm afraid, so I decided to kill you." "Fuck," Bert scolded. It seemed that he was on the blacklist of all Infinity Stones, even his clones. Fortunately, he had anticipated this situation beforehand. After all, it was not the first time. A large amount of spiritual energy put a lot of pressure on Supergiant. She was controlling the energy herself, but she was not afraid, but rather excited. She laughed and said, "Brother of Blood God, are you still sure that there is no hole in your head?" "Pretty sure," Bert's voice sounded behind Supergiant. Suddenly, a dragon-shaped energy blasted out, and Supergiant flew out like a meteor. She turned sharply in the air, raised her left hand, and a large amount of spiritual energy turned into a tsunami and hit Bert. Then, Supergiant raised her right hand, and her spiritual energy turned into monsters she had seen before, such as the two-headed beast, the golden dragon python, and rushed aggressively towards Bert. Bert's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already at the side of Supergiant. He waved his palms continuously, and the strong palm force swept the air in front of him. Supergiant had a strong telepathy ability and discovered Bert's teleportation location early. She shouted, and her spiritual energy turned into a solid shield in front of her. The strong palm force slammed into the mind shield, shattering it with a bang, and the palm force hit Supergiant. Supergiant suddenly disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already behind Bert. A crystal-clear dagger appeared out of thin air and stabbed Bert's back fiercely. Bert flicked the dragon's tail, turned around, and kicked Supergiant away. Unfortunately, Supergiant had installed a mental shield in advance and was unharmed. "You are indeed very powerful, but it's useless. This is my home field. Spiritual energy is omnipotent," Supergiant shouted loudly. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered together, then exploded with a bang. All the surrounding space was blocked, and Bert could no longer teleport. Immediately afterwards, Supergiant controlled a large number of monsters to rush at Bert. When Bert was entangled, she held both hands, and her mind and body converged in her body, gradually forming a human shape. "What about your home field? Since I dare to come, I will surely win," Bert snorted coldly and shot with both hands. Dragons roared out one after another, killing the monsters that rushed over. Although it was a battle against 1,000, Bert was not weakened in the slightest. Supergiant didn't care because the psychic energy was endless, and no matter how much she lost, she would make up for it immediately. After a while, the human figure in front of Supergiant was completely formed. Then, the light of the soul dissipated, and a familiar figure appeared in Bert's line of sight. Bert said with contempt, "Hey, it's a battle, not a beauty pageant. What's the point of you making a handsome guy?" Supergiant didn't even know how to complain. She said, "You're too thick-skinned. Isn't that yourself?" What's wrong with him? The replica of Bert made by Supergiant turned his head and asked inexplicably, I'm really handsome. Go and kill him. Supergiant kicked the clone towards Bert. The clone rolled in the air, and his palm slammed down towards Bert with force. I'll kill you. I will be the most handsome guy in the world. Mind copying not only can copy the strength of the other party, but also the character and thinking of the other party. This is Supergiant's trump card. She couldn't copy Bert, but the endless spiritual energy allowed her to complete this spell. It is worth mentioning that the clone only has the strength shown by Bert, and he does not have the other two powers of Bert. After all, Supergiant failed to erode Bert's mind. It's exactly what I want. This world doesn't need someone as handsome as me, Bert shouted loudly and greeted his opponents with both palms. With a loud bang, the surrounding air turned into a hurricane, blowing all the monsters away. Immediately afterward, Bert and the clone fought at an astonishing speed. All kinds of dragon-shaped energy roared out, and the surroundings were even beaten into a vacuum. Any monsters that approached them would immediately shatter their bones. Senior brother Blood God is really strong, but unfortunately, no matter how strong he is, he can't defeat his clone. Supergiant smiled coldly, absorbed a lot of spiritual energy around her, and formed a scepter in front of her. This scepter is a spiritual scepter. Once it is completed, even Bert will be controlled by her. The only problem is that it takes a lot of time to condense, which is why she created Bert's replica first. Bert sensed the movement of Supergiant and sneered secretly, I'll wait for your big move. At the same time, at the temporary headquarters in Latveria, Steve received the news that the Hydra base was raising its alert and frowned slightly. Did Hydra find something? If they detect it in advance, it will be troublesome. Thousands of Inhumans, thousands of enhanced people equipped with high technology, even if we can win, we will have to pay a huge price. Worse, they might run away, Steve said. Jarvis stuck his huge head in and asked, Director, do you need me to hack into the Hydra base's network? Jarvis, why are you so scary? Sky couldn't help but complain. Can't you control the volume when speaking? Jarvis explained, what is the difference between controlling the horn and before? I am now a real life with an antimatter power furnace and a vibranium shell. Everyone was speechless. Steve was about to say something when, at that moment, a powerful consciousness suddenly came, pressing them like a mountain. Steve and Sky were okay, barely able to hold on, but Coulson lay down directly on the ground. I'm sorry, Coulson, the strength is too strong, a little uncontrollable. A voice suddenly sounded, and then the pressure quickly subsided. Although it still existed, there was no longer such pressure. Sky was stunned for a moment and then shouted in surprise, this voice? Master. It's me. Bert smiled slightly, and then a vortex appeared in the void. One side looked very simple, and a boxy stone tablet flew out. This is a stone tablet obtained by the collector. Once activated, it can block the surrounding space. Sokovia isn't big, and this stone tablet can cover it all, explained Bert. Steve, I have figured out the situation inside the Hydra base. You can attack at any time. Steve was elated upon hearing Bert's news. Great, I'll start arranging it right away. Bert added, okay, I need a little time to adjust, so I'll stay for a while. By the way, Coulson, this should be an apology. Bert then handed Coulson a bottle of shampoo. However, the bottle was quite plain and only had the word shampoo on it, with no brand name or production date. Coulson got up and couldn't help but complain, Senior, should I say thank you? Of course, you should, replied Bert. This is a hair growth shampoo that I asked the sovereigns to develop based on the genes of humans, Bert explained. Hair growth shampoo, asked Coulson, grabbing the shampoo with the quickest speed. Can it really grow hair? Bert assured him, of course, this bottle is the undiluted version, and it can be used for a month to ensure that the hair is as thick as before. In a few months, a diluted version will appear on the market. Although it can also grow hair, you must use this shampoo all the time, otherwise you will lose your hair, added Bert. Everyone was surprised by the shampoo's benefits. Sky couldn't help but complain, Master, it's no wonder you can be the richest man. It's just unreasonable that you don't make a fortune. Steve sighed, after 70 years, the capitalists are still as black-hearted. I suggest you buy shares of the Blood God Group. Once this shampoo is listed, it will cause a sensation. It's a supermarket worth hundreds of billions of dollars, recommended Jarvis. I'll go back and calculate my wages right away, said Coulson. Sky was impressed by Bert's wealth and often went to his house to tutor and make money for Inhumans in need. As an Inhuman queen, she felt responsible for her people. Steve, who had eaten soft rice for several years, didn't care much about getting rich. Anyway, his wife is rich. Bert smiled and left the temporary headquarters. Steve asked Sky, did that guy just now not seem to be the Blood God's brother? Sky responded excitedly, Master is back. Upon confirmation, Steve and Coulson were both overjoyed. With the Blood God in charge, everything seemed solvable. Steve took a deep breath and ordered, prepare to destroy the Hydra base. Yes, Chief, Coulson, Sky, and Jarvis replied in unison. At that moment, Coulson said, Director, can I wash my hair first? 2 minutes is enough. What did you say? Steve grabbed the shampoo angrily and said, I'll give it back to you when the war is over. Okay. Coulson still trusted his idol. He glanced at the shampoo reluctantly and turned to prepare for battle. Looking at the shampoo in his hand, Steve touched his hair. He had worked overtime every day for more than a year, and he had lost a lot of hair. If he used a little shampoo, Carlson wouldn't notice, would he? If I am found out, I will take the blame and resign. In fact, I am not suitable for the head of the government, Steve thought to himself. He didn't want to retire, he wanted to go to the front line. He was not used to sitting in the office and commanding others. He wanted to fight alongside everyone. It had been a long time since Steve had been on the battlefield. He didn't know if his shield had rusted. Inside the Mind Stone, after restraining Bert with the copy, Supergiant pulled a lot of spiritual energy to condense the scepter. Because she had pulled too much energy, her whole body shone with a yellow light, as if she were about to burst open at any time. With so much energy, I can definitely control the Blood God's brother, Supergiant thought excitedly. With him in hand, it will be much easier to deal with the Blood God. As Supergiant was about to complete the scepter, Bert smiled and suddenly appeared behind her, hitting her on the head with a hammer. This is impossible, Supergiant was shocked. Wasn't there a space shackle? How was this guy still able to teleport? Supergiant was in the midst of creating the scepter, so she couldn't dodge the attack. She could only tilt her head slightly and, at the same time, control a little psychic energy to rush toward Bert. Bert's hand shook lightly, and the hammer changed direction, smashing the spiritual energy and hitting Supergiant on the head. Supergiant suddenly looked confused. Where am I? What am I doing? And why does my body feel so swollen, as if it's about to explode? Memory hammer? Without waiting for Supergiant to do anything, Bert's hammer slammed down again. Supergiant's memories kept being erased, and her confusion deepened. Due to the pain, Supergiant instinctively released the energy in her body, causing the almost completed scepter to quickly dissipate. Stop. The clone rushed over, waving both palms and attacking Bert continuously, causing the entire void to become slightly distorted. Bert snorted coldly, and a cloak representing holiness and dignity appeared out of thin air behind him. The cloak then teleported to the clone, wrapped around him, and trapped him inside. God's cloak. It is worth mentioning that Bert did not use the reality stone to subdue the God's cloak. The God's cloak surrendered voluntarily, with tears, after being beaten by the spear of God for almost a year. Without the cloak of God, how could Bert have easily entered the Mind Stone? After a while, Bert stopped tapping. Supergiant turned her head and asked Bert with a confused look, "Who are you and where am I?" Supergiant is not at the level of gods without the scepter, so she can't restore her memory as quickly as the dragon god. She used to rely on the Mind Stone to have the strength of a god. Bert asked, "Does it matter who I am?" "What matters is who you are. I am Lord Thanos's." Supergiant replied. Just as Supergiant was about to say more, Bert's hammer fell, and Supergiant became confused again. I don't know how old Supergiant was when she met Thanos. Let's take this slowly, Bert thought to himself. After a while, Supergiant shouted in despair, "Why can't I kill myself? God, you are so cruel, you didn't even give me the chance to die." Bert was shocked by her words and let go of his arrogance. He said, "Be my subordinate, and I will give you death." Supergiant raised her head and glanced at Bert, questioning, "Do you have this ability?" Bert laughed and, with a gesture of his hand, God's cloak rolled over the clone and flew over. Then, he slapped it with a palm, and the clone that couldn't resist was blasted on the spot. "You don't shout out the martial arts move," the clone cursed before dying, but Bert smiled disdainfully and said, "I'm so handsome that even if I don't shout the name of martial arts move, God will forgive me. Has anyone complained about your thick skin?" Supergiant was speechless. She said, "You prove that you can kill me first, and then I will surrender to you." Bert asked, "Is the proof from earlier not enough?" "Of course, it's not enough. I'm very special. As long as my soul is immortal, I will never die. If you want to kill me, you must destroy my soul. Please prove that you have this ability," Supergiant said. Bert smiled and said, "This is simple." He then lit up with flames in his eyes and looked straight into Supergiant's eyes. "You are guilty," he declared. Supergiant instantly recalled her life, which was full of misery and sin, and the dragon fire immediately burned in her soul. "I'm finally going to die," she said, opening her hands with a look of relief. But at that moment, the dragon fire in her soul suddenly went out. "Serve me, and I will give you death," Bert said. Supergiant was about to agree when a dazzling yellow light suddenly erupted from her body, pushing Bert back dozens of meters. Immediately afterward, Supergiant's memory quickly recovered, and she shouted in shock and anger, "Don't think about it. My master will only be Lord Thanos." "Mind Stone, it seems you really want to die," Bert scolded, realizing that the Mind Stone seemed to hate him and had even taken the initiative to help Supergiant. The Mind Stone didn't answer Bert but used actions instead of words. It injected psychic energy into Supergiant's body frantically, as if it didn't want money. Supergiant slapped both hands, and a meteorite with a long light tail slammed down onto Bert. Bert shouted loudly and slapped his palms on the meteorite, trying to deal with it. Taking advantage of Bert's distraction, Supergiant used her psychic energy to split into two. One of her clones turned into a streamer and flew towards the Cloak of God, attempting to control its consciousness. However, the Cloak of God resisted fiercely. It was a treasure of God, and even the power of the Mind Stone couldn't easily control it. Seeing this, Supergiant interfered with the Cloak of God, making it unable to respond to Bert's call. "You think you can take me down like this?" Bert snorted coldly, transforming into a huge dragon and charging towards Supergiant. She retaliated by using her infinite spiritual energy to create dense monsters and attack the dragon. At the same time, an infinite muddy hand emerged from the ground and grabbed Bert. Bert tried to break free with both palms, but each palm only broke a large amount of muddy hands. More muddy hands continued to appear. To make things worse, the air turned into a large number of chains that locked onto Bert. But he quickly waved his palms to guard against the attack, smashing any attack that came within a few meters of him. Here, spiritual energy is omnipotent. Brother of blood god, you are sure to lose, Supergiant laughed. The Mind Stone not only gave her energy but also improved her understanding of mind energy. As long as she digested what she gained from this battle, she might be able to break through to the level of gods. By the way, brother blood god, thank you. If it weren't for you, the Mind Stone wouldn't have given me so much benefit, Supergiant said, a little proud and puzzled. By the way, how did you offend the Mind Stone? It actually wants to kill you so much. Maybe it's because I dumped it before. It's love and hate, Bert replied while destroying everything around him. It seemed that this battle would last for a while. At the Hydra base, the Wasp, Carter, led by General Ross, arrived at a large warehouse with no one and no monitoring. Carter immediately returned to her normal size, nodded to General Ross, took out a box, pressed the button, and the box quickly transformed into a larger container. The Pym particle is really useful, and we should have taken it long ago, General Ross sighed. That's Dr. Pym's personal property, General Ross. Taking it without his consent is not the style of S.W.O.R.D, Carter snorted. She opened the container and took out various complicated instruments for assembly and modulation. It's also not our military's style to take things by chance, General Ross replied. Don't worry. Next, my battlefield is the Sea of Stars, and I won't be doing much. Carter took out 4 objects and threw them at General Ross. Stick these 4 things in the corners of the wall, she instructed. Okay, General Ross complied. He asked, what are you doing? Can't the Inhumans teleport indirectly? The principle of Inhumans teleportation is based on quantum teleportation, said Carter. She went on to explain, the Kree have suffered at the hands of the Inhumans, so there are instruments in the base to detect quantum fluctuations and spatial fluctuations. This instrument can deceive the Kree's instruments. General Ross suddenly realized this and asked, wait, have Earth's advancements in the quantum field surpassed those of the Kree? Almost. We have acquired a lot of sovereign technology, and their quantum technology ranks in the top 3 in the universe, Carter replied. General Ross's eyes lit up at this news, and he looked forward to exploring the depths of space in the future. What's the point of fighting a civil war? Fighting aliens is a soldier's romance. Soon after, Carter signaled for Gordon, who appeared in the warehouse with a large group of Inhumans, including Skye. After ensuring that the warehouse was safe, Gordon disappeared to pick up the others. Skye walked over to Carter and handed her a package, saying, Ms. Carter, this is the energy bomb you requested. Okay, I will use it to blow up the defense cover device of the Hydra base, Carter replied as she put the package on her waist. Ant-Man has gone to spread the hypnotic gas. The Hydra base, whether in the castle or underground, has poor ventilation, which is just right for the hypnotic gas to work, Carter added. That's good, Skye replied. When the hypnotic gas takes effect, we will act. General Ross couldn't help but ask, with the technology of the Kree and Hydra, won't they discover the hypnotic gas? Also, what is the effect of the hypnotic gas? Don't worry, this is the top hypnotic gas purchased from the Shi'ar Empire. Unless the Kree happen to have the equipment to detect it, they won't find anything, Carter reassured him. Yvonne, who had just arrived, added, also, this hypnotic gas is very effective. Even Inhumans and enhanced individuals will be affected by it. After hearing Ivan's introduction, General Ross nodded and said, that's good. I'm going to plant the bomb. You guys get ready, Carter said and changed back to the Wasp to install the energy bomb, while the others prepared for the fight. My task is to deal with the Kree. It's not difficult. Those blue-skinned guys have killed a lot of people before. Yvonne took a toothpick and restored the pocket unmanned battle armors one by one. Initially, he wanted to stay in the hospital. Though the woman he loved was going to give birth to other man's children, he didn't care. If Pepper wanted to, he wouldn't mind. It's a pity that Tony Stark's ignorant behavior kicked him out. If it wasn't for Pepper's face, he would definitely want that bastard to look good. Meanwhile, at the border of Sokovia, Steve smiled at Doom. King Doom, I'll watch your performance later. Leave it to me. The mere Hydra army is nothing. Doom said proudly, Director Steve, when the war starts, your SWORD is responsible for controlling those civilians. I don't want to see civilians on the battlefield, and I'm not used to keeping my hands. Crowd control. Steve looked back at the Doom's Legion, which was full of power armor, and smiled, no problem. Our SWORD will protect the civilians in Sokovia. Doom, the SWORD will help you get your rightful place in Eastern Europe. In the last interstellar war, the status of Eastern Europe improved a bit, but there is still a long way to go from what Doom wants. Doom snorted coldly, a group of poor people, they will change their attitude sooner or later. Steve didn't say much. He looked at the watch and said, it's almost time. Let's start. After that, Steve activated the stone tablet given by Bert. The stone tablet shook violently, turned into a ray of light, submerged into the ground, and then the surrounding void was quickly blocked. Okay, At the Hydra base, the Viper crown ring on Viper's finger shook violently, and a message entered her mind. The surrounding void is blocked? Blood God and SWORD started. Viper's expression changed, and she hurriedly contacted Supergiant in the Mind Stone. But she couldn't get in touch at all. Viper's eyes flickered, and she stood up to summon her confidants, dozens of Inhumans and dozens of enhanced people. Then, she activated the power in the crown and disappeared with everyone. That's right, Viper didn't notify Baron Strucker and chose to leave by herself. But instead of running away, she was going to New York to obtain the reincarnation of the Demon King for her god, so that her lord could come to this filthy world. As for the Hydra, Viper didn't care at all, leaving them here to resist the SWORD. It's a pity on Supergiant's side, but who told her not to answer the call? She can't blame me. Bert has a lot of good stuff. At the border, Doom sensed the fluctuations in space and said, "It seems that someday I will find a big dog like a collector to loot." Steve chuckled, "I think I can get a share. Don't disappoint your fans. All right, let's stop the nonsense and get started." Doom raised his hand, and behind him, 500 soldiers in power armor rushed into the forest ahead of them, moving almost as fast as a car. "Carlson, get moving." Steve directed the SWORD agents to immediately drive a large number of armored vehicles to follow behind the Doom Legion, including Hawkeye, Danny Rand, Human Torch, and other superheroes. "Why does Latveria have so many power armors, but our SWORD has nothing?" Human Torch was very puzzled. Hawkeye replied, "Those power armors were researched by Doom himself. Additionally, the SWORD applied to the World Security Council for power armors, but they never approved them. That was a year ago, by the way." Everyone couldn't help but grumble. Carlson shouted in the channel, "Power armor is prioritized for the space fleet. We're not exactly normal either. After all, it's military supplies." Military supplies? What else does the American military do besides bad things? Worse. Everyone burst into laughter, and Carlson couldn't help shaking his head. Speaking of which, Director Steve was great, but he had a bit of a dark side. How many good things had been hacked into SHIELD? Sokovia was a small country with only one city and a few small towns. Rushing through the forest would bring them to the capital city. The base of Hydra, located on a certain mountain in Sokovia, appeared to be a castle on the surface but was actually hollowed out with dozens of floors underground. For safety, Hydra had set up heavy defenses in the forest. As soon as the coalition forces of Latveria and SWORD appeared, they were immediately detected. The enemy attack is from SWORD and the Doom Legion in Latveria. The Hydra agent quickly reported. Baron Strucker was extremely shocked and rushed to the command room immediately. He looked at the monitor's captured picture and smashed the command station angrily. They had been detected. That was the reason for his anger, and he had been careless. "Open the defensive dome, all Inhumans and enhanced soldiers, prepare for battle." Baron Strucker ordered loudly, and at that moment, a loud bang suddenly came from below the base. The entire castle shook, and a lot of dust fell from above, making everyone cough. What happened? Baron Strucker ignored the dust on his body and hurriedly asked. Soon, Hydra reported, "Baron, the defensive cover device was blown up." What? Someone snuck into the base. Baron Strucker was shocked. Before he could do anything, the surrounding Hydra soldiers fainted one by one. Not only the agents but also the Inhumans and enhanced soldiers in the base fainted. Only some of the more powerful Inhumans could barely hold on. Poison gas. Baron Strucker felt his head spin. He immediately pressed the watch, and a needle pierced his skin. The special medicine on the needle worked, and his consciousness quickly regained. Baron Strucker breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that his Inhuman bodyguard was about to faint, he hurried over and slapped him hard in the face, trying to wake him up. But to Baron Strucker's surprise, the Inhuman bodyguard not only did not wake up, but instead fell to the ground. When did I become so powerful? No, this poison gas is so potent. Baron Strucker pondered for a moment before taking out a few potions from the cabinet beside him and injecting them into the Inhuman bodyguard's body. This is a stimulant with powerful side effects, but it works exceptionally well. The Inhuman bodyguard quickly regained consciousness, and Baron Strucker instructed him to save others while he contacted Rumlow. "There are enemies invading. Rumlow, quickly awaken the other Inhumans and clear the base of the enemy," Baron Strucker yelled. Rumlow, being a metal body, had some resistance to the hypnotic gas and responded confidently, "Baron, I know what to do." After briefing Rumlow, Baron Strucker reached out to the Kree people and warned them, "Enemies are invading. Prepare for defense. They may already be aware of your existence." "Baron Strucker, you're an idiot. You don't even know you've been hacked," the Kree commander cursed. Baron Strucker sneered in response, "Don't you already know? SWORD loves to dissect aliens the most. You can do it yourself." He then hung up the communication and broadcasted a message to the entire base, "The lackeys of SWORD are here. We will never surrender or retreat. Destroy them. Hail Hydra. Hail Hydra," echoed throughout the base. Satisfied with the response, Baron Strucker ordered the use of citizens in the city to force SWORD to divide its troops. They are very useful tools. The frontline commander acknowledged the order, and Baron Strucker proceeded to Dr. List's laboratory with several Inhuman bodyguards. The medicine was complete, and the air had been purified. Baron Strucker whispered to Dr. List, "Pack up. We will leave immediately. Bring the stone with you." "What? Didn't you say you would never retreat? Dr. List asked in surprise. I'm not retreating. I'm commanding from another location. Don't worry, I won't give up here, and I don't need to give up, Baron Strucker reassured him confidently. Everyone looked skeptical, but they didn't bother to argue. They quickly packed up, and Wanda, who was awake while Pietro was still asleep, followed them. Unknown to them, the Mind Stone in the box had already disappeared. In an underground space, Bert, the main body, held the Mind Stone with the Infinity Gloves and sneered, "Continue to be mad at me. Continue to pit me." The Mind Stone emitted layers of yellow light, but it couldn't attack Bert. The Infinite Gem was just a gem after all. Inside, it could be arrogant, but outside, it was useless, unless someone was foolish enough to try to grab it. However, the Mind Stone did not yield. It desperately poured its spiritual energy into Supergiant, enabling her to deal with the Dragon Soul Bird as quickly as possible. At that moment, Supergiant would be able to control the Mind Stone and fight against Bert. In other words, the Mind Stone needed a manipulator. Stubborn, Bert snorted, putting the Mind Stone into the slot on the back of the Infinity Gauntlet, but nothing happened. Come on, knockoffs just won't work, Bert scolded. The fake Infinity Gauntlet could withstand 1.5 Infinity Gems, but it lacked enough control to forcibly control the uncooperative Mind Stones. This would not have happened with a true Infinity Gauntlet. Then wait. Anyway, the Dragon Soul clone will definitely win. He didn't even use half of his power, Bert said, unconcerned. He hid the Infinity Gauntlet and adjusted himself quietly. Bert's strength had increased too much this time, and it was a bit uncontrollable. He needed a little time to adjust. Otherwise, if he were not careful, there would be no living people in New York. He would drain everyone's blood. Leaving aside Bert for a moment, Baron Strucker asked Per to open the space door. Per did so immediately, but surprisingly, his body could not become transparent. Baron Strucker asked inexplicably, "Per, what's going on?" Per shouted in horror, "Baron, the space is blocked, and I can't teleport." "Damn, they want to wipe us out," Baron Strucker scolded and gave up his thoughts of escaping. He said to Dr. List, "List, you stay here. If someone from SWORD comes, surrender directly, and I'll rescue you later." List asked, "Baron, where are you going?" "Underground. There's an antimatter bomb there. Once it explodes, let alone this base, even the Earth will be destroyed," Baron Strucker sneered. "With it, we're inherently invincible. I wasn't lying before. I didn't really plan to give up, just change the command." Everyone understood that Baron Strucker was a gentleman who did not stand under a dangerous wall. He should first hide in an absolutely safe place, and then slowly play with SWORD. To put it bluntly, he's still greedy for life and afraid of death. With such a commander, how can Hydra be undefeated? Wanda sneered secretly, but fortunately, she had changed sides. Then, Baron Strucker took Wanda and a few Inhumans to the area of the Kree people through a secret passage. As for Pietro, who was just an empty shell, he was left behind. Leaving aside Baron Strucker, who was greedy for life and afraid of death, Romlo immediately took more than a dozen Inhumans to save people after receiving the order. One of these Inhuman could detoxify poison, and fortified soldiers woke up quickly. In a short period of time, Romlo had amassed hundreds of Inhumans and enhanced individuals, all of whom were determined to lead an assault against the invaders. On the way, Romlo and his followers encountered Skye, General Ross, and several others unexpectedly in a hall. Skye was carrying an instrument in her hand and appeared to be scanning the area. "They are rescuing people too quickly. We need to take them out before it becomes a problem." "Agreed. I've already noticed that Romlo is not satisfied," General Ross added with a sneer. Romlo looked at General Ross with confusion and asked, "General, are you betraying us?" General Ross retorted, "And you call yourself Crossbones, but I promise to make you live up to that name. Without Hydra, you would still be rotting in prison," Romlo spat back. "That may be true, but I am an American soldier. I would never betray my country or the Earth for personal gain," General Ross said with a sense of righteousness. The Inhumans and agents behind Skye admired General Ross for his patriotism, but Skye rolled her eyes, knowing the truth about the man they were following. Romlo suddenly transformed into a metal giant and charged towards General Ross, causing deep footprints with every step. "I'll kill you, traitor," he bellowed. General Ross chuckled as his own transformation began, and he became the Red Hulk with a red body and white gas around him. "You want to kill me that badly?" he taunted. Red Hulk is distinct from the Hulk in that he remains rational after transforming. Furthermore, the angrier he becomes, the higher his body temperature rises. This means that his greatest strength lies in his high temperature, not his physical strength. Without any hesitation, the two figures, one red and one gold, collided fiercely with each other. The resulting shockwave caused a powerful gust of wind to blow around, and the clothes of those nearby were left rattling. Although Romlo's strength did not match that of the Red Hulk, he was able to defend himself well and avoid injury while being knocked back repeatedly. Each time he was knocked down, he immediately stood back up and rushed forward. The two continued to exchange blows, fists colliding with flesh as they fought fiercely. Upon seeing Romlo's attack, the Inhumans and reinforcements behind them also began to attack the Inhumans from SWORD. The Inhumans utilized a variety of abilities such as fireballs, ice, flowing water, controlled objects, and electrical bullets, launching a barrage of attacks on Skye and her team. Several fast Inhumans also rushed in from both sides like phantoms. The attacks from the enhanced individuals were relatively simple, consisting mainly of dozens of energy beams fired towards the SWORD side. In response to Hydra's attack, Sky sneered in disdain. She extended her hand and pushed forward, unleashing a massive shockwave that rippled outwards in layers. Wherever the shockwave went, whether it was fireballs, ice, flowing water, or electric light, it shattered everything in its path, even dispersing the energy beams. At the same time, Yiren raised her hand, conjuring several energy shields that blocked all remaining attacks. Compared to before, Yiren's control over her abilities had improved significantly. In addition to the rigid defensive cover, she could now flexibly manipulate the defensive shield. "How dare you wear an exoskeleton in front of me?" Joey, an inhuman from SWORD, sneered disdainfully, stretching out his hand to melt all the exoskeletons. The enhanced man screamed in agony as he was burned by the high temperature, and was immediately incapacitated. This was the power of the Inhumans, easily defeating dozens of enhanced individuals in an instant. "Our metal nemesis control is back online," the four Alyssus announced in unison as they raised the heat guns in their hands. Heat rays shot out one after another, and the Inhumans who rushed towards them quickly fell down. Giala raised her hand, causing several Inhumans to be lifted up in the air before being slammed into the ceiling. They fell to the ground shortly after, their fate unknown. Upon seeing the object-controlled Inhuman summoning a large number of items to shoot at Jura smiled contemptuously and pushed her hand outwards. The objects reflected back towards the object-controlled Inhuman, striking it down and causing the Inhuman to scream out in pain. Laser-eyed Inhuman, Toad Inhuman, Bubble Inhuman, Gusty Wind Inhuman, shot one after another, and various abilities kept blooming in the hall. Although there are fewer Inhumans on Sky's side than Hydra, their combat power completely overwhelms their opponents. Hydra is not an opponent at all and falls quickly. It's not surprising that the Inhumans of SWORD are more powerful, as they have fought not only the Ravagers and Kree but also the Supreme Intelligence and Demons. It can be said that they have experience in hundreds of battles. How could fledgling Hydra Inhumans be their opponents? Others may not say it, but Sky alone is enough to crush more than 10 Inhumans. However, the abilities of the Inhumans are all kinds of strange, and it is not impossible for the new Inhumans to defeat the old ones. For example, now, a vulgar-looking Inhuman stares at Sky's chest, activates his abilities, and suddenly everyone in SWORD is left without clothes. This wretched Inhuman can release a special kind of bug that destroys the enemy's clothes. Everyone has a sense of shame, and the Inhumans are no exception. Seeing their clothes disappear, they scream. Although they don't squat on the ground and don't dare to move, their shots are obviously affected. Westerners are indeed a little more open, but not everyone is like that. In contrast, the agent's performance is clearly professional. Although their clothes disappear, they are hardly affected. Fighting without clothes is not difficult for them. "Looks like we're out of clothes. Keep fighting. When the battle is over, I will apply for special training for you. At that time, no one will be allowed to wear clothes," Sky shouts in dissatisfaction. She releases shockwaves again and again, knocking down all the Hydra Inhumans who try to counterattack. Everyone looks at the dragon skin battle armor, which is wrapped tightly, and can't help but compare them to Sky. Of course, she's not afraid and not naked. The superhero and actress Alyssa rolls her eyes even more. If the old lady spreads out like this, it will definitely make headlines tomorrow. "It's good to have a master, even magic equipment," the Inhumans cursed in their hearts. Sky said innocently that it was not her fault for having a good master. As Bert's apprentice, Sky naturally has the standard dragon leather armor. On the other hand, the dragon leather bracers are too powerful. It is made with the skin of the dragon god, and very few people can hurt her after wearing them. However, it is very easy to become dependent. Therefore, Sky will not use the dragon hide bracers unless necessary. At this time, Sky discovers the wretched Inhuman, and a shock wave knocks him unconscious. Sky breathes a sigh of relief, looks at the others, and finds that it's too late. Except for her, the other Inhumans and agents of SWORD are already naked. "Flash, cover everyone with light," Sky thinks for a while and shouts loudly to an Inhuman behind her. The Inhuman is stunned for a moment, then reacts and envelopes everyone with light. All the Inhumans suddenly breathe a sigh of relief, no longer covering up, fighting with all their strength, venting all their previous anger on Hydra Inhumans. Seeing the horrific defeat of the Hydra Inhumans, Rumlow is furious. While fighting the Red Hulk, he commands through his earphones, "All Inhumans in the base, soldiers come to my side immediately for support." The Hydra members agreed one after another, and Sky hurriedly shouted, "Deal with the enemies here as soon as possible, then surround and fight for reinforcements, and wipe out all the reinforcements." Lincoln. Yes, everyone nodded. The Inhuman Lincoln raised his hand, and an electric light slammed into Rumlow's ear, destroying his earphones. Meanwhile, as the Inhuman war raged on, the Doom Army and the Hydra Army faced each other in the forest of Sokovia. The Hydra Army hid behind the defense line and fired energy guns at the Doom Army's power armor. There were even several bunkers next to the defense line, indicating that Hydra had been operating there for a long time. The power armor evaded the beams and raised the hot melt gun in its hand, shooting a thick heat ray at the bunker. The bunker was instantly melted into a large hole, and the soldiers inside died tragically. An officer ordered all the power armors to launch missiles in unison, causing a sea of fire behind the defense line. Hydra sent exoskeletons to strengthen soldiers and armored vehicles to attack the power armor. A large number of artillery turrets rose on the ground, and a barrage of missiles roared towards the power armor, resulting in explosions and screams all around. An agent looked at the battlefield ahead and swallowed. Coulson, this is not a battlefield that ordinary people can join. I strongly request enhanced potions, power armor, and energy guns. Even HYDRAs are equipped with those. Why don't we have them? You are equipped with the most advanced armors, and other people's pistols, body armor, communicators, etc. are also top-notch, Coulson said angrily. It's just that the potions and power armor are not strengthened. Those things are given priority to the military and space fleet. After all, production is insufficient. But then again, we have to deal with Hydra, and we can't be left behind. When I go back, I will apply to the World Security Council again. Human Torch, who had gone to explore the city of Sokovia, shouted, the Hydra is crazy, and a lot of shells fell in the city. Coulson hurriedly said, they are not crazy, they are trying to disperse our forces. Hawkeye, you take the superheroes to defeat the Hydra defense line. Others, follow me to the city to save people. Good, the agents agreed, relieved to have better equipment than outdated weapons. To the agents' surprise, the people of Sokovia did not welcome them, some even shot at them secretly. Fortunately, the agents were wearing the latest bulletproof vests and were not injured. Upon seeing the situation, Coulson urged everyone to be more vigilant while also persuading the people of Salvia to leave the hazardous area with kind words. Steve looked at the screen, shook his head, and said, no wonder you said control earlier. Sokovians have been brainwashed by Hydra for so many years. Doom snorted coldly. You are an excellent deputy director. You can sit in the office and go to the front line. You are a rare talent, but that wig is too ridiculous. A real man doesn't need to disguise himself. Steve complained, then why do you keep wearing a mask? Ordinary people are not qualified to see me. It is worth mentioning that Doom's appearance has long since recovered, and he has been wearing a mask mainly out of habit. If you meet Tony, Mars will definitely hit the Earth. Steve shook his head and said, based on the current situation, the battle outside is not a problem. The key is in the base. The outside is not important. Doom turned to look at Jarvis, who had been sitting on the ground, and asked, Jarvis, is the internet blocked? Jarvis's eyes flashed with data streams, and he said, it's all blocked. Unless the Supreme Intelligence defeats me, it will never leave here. Very good. Doom nodded with satisfaction. Don't be careless. No matter what, you can't let the Supreme Intelligence leave. This time, you must completely destroy it, even the core program. Okay. Jarvis respectfully agreed, and Steve couldn't help but glance at him. The guy's attitude towards Doom was completely different from Tony Stark's. Jarvis said that one cannot offend Doom, or he may be demolished by him. Meanwhile, Yvonne arrived at the underground research room of the Kree Empire with dozens of unmanned battle armors. The Krees were well prepared and had arranged a defensive cover early in the morning. Upon seeing the arrival of the unmanned battle armors, they immediately activated the energy machine gun. A large number of energy bullets shot out towards the unmanned battle armors. Yvonne snorted coldly, and several unmanned battle armors raised their large shields that shone with energy and advanced step by step, followed by Yvonne and other unmanned battle armors. Upon seeing this, Commander Kree activated the energy cannon, and a beam of energy beam slammed into the big shield. What shocked Commander Kree was that although the energy light on the large shield trembled, it did not shatter, and the unmanned battle armor stopped momentarily and continued to move forward. There is no doubt that this is the Vibranium Great Shield. Yvonne complained, installing an energy cannon in the laboratory? Who would dare to say that I drink vodka in the laboratory? The reason why the Kree made so many arrangements in the laboratory was not to prevent the SWORD but to prevent Hydra. In fact, if Hydra were not strongly opposed, they would even transport the spacecraft down. Upon reaching the attack distance, Yvonne picked up an imitation black hole grenade from his waist, pulled the safety pin, and smashed it towards the defensive cover. The black hole grenade hit the defensive cover and immediately exploded, turning into a black hole as thick as a bucket, and the defensive cover shattered on the spot. Then, the surrounding energy cannons, energy guns, and Kree all flew towards the black hole uncontrollably. Black hole? Humans can even create black holes. The Kree exclaimed and hurriedly grabbed objects around them to avoid being sucked into the black hole. Fortunately, the black hole was not persistent and disappeared in just 3 seconds. It's still much worse than the original, and it needs to be improved, Yvonne said as he shook his head, rushing into the research room with an unmanned uniform. The Kree took cover behind a barrier to fight back, but their firepower was much weaker than the unmanned armors, and soon casualties followed. Commander Kree shouted in Kree, "Send in the Inhumans." The Kree scientist immediately clicked on the operating light curtain, opening a door from which more than a dozen Inhumans with red collars hanging around their necks emerged. The Kree and Hydra had a temporary partnership, but neither trusted the other. After successfully conducting research, the Kree secretly hid a group of Inhumans, the strongest group. In other words, this batch of Inhumans was stronger than the Hydra Inhumans. As these Inhumans were loyal to Hydra, the Kree wiped their memories and controlled them with chips to make them fight for the Kree Empire. Without any hesitation, the Inhumans launched a direct attack, with one of them transforming into a cloud of white mist and flying towards an unmanned battle armor. The unmanned battle armor fired at the mist, but neither energy bullets nor beams had any effect. The mist then entered the bodies of 3 unmanned battle armors, causing them to simultaneously lose control. After a while, the red lights in the eyes of the 3 unmanned battle armors disappeared, indicating that they were forced to shut down due to damage to important components. Meanwhile, other Inhumans rushed forward. Although the unmanned battle armors kept shooting, it was to no avail, as all the energy attacks were absorbed by a light-emitting Inhuman. Moreover, after the alien absorbed enough energy, it pushed its hands forward and blasted a huge beam of energy that pierced through the chest of an unmanned battle armor. Tisk tisk, it seems my side is a hard nut to crack, Yvonne said, not afraid but a little excited. At that moment, Carter's voice came through the communication channel. Yvonne, do you need our help? Carter and Ant-Man were both in the research room, waiting for the elevator to open to access the antimatter bomb located below the research room. Additionally, the last layer, where the Supreme Intelligence was located, could only be accessed by descending from this location. No need. The elevator will be open soon. You are ready, said Yvonne with a grin. He dashed forward, and the energy in his body quickly gathered to the whip in his left hand. He swung the whip towards the white mist, and a small black hole appeared at the front of the whip, sucking the white mist in uncontrollably, resulting in its tragic death on the spot. As soon as that Inhuman died, another Inhuman rushed up and wrapped Yvonne with her hair. Immediately, she shouted, and dazzling electricity flashed from her hair, illuminating the surrounding area in white. When the electric light disappeared, the strange woman looked at Yvonne in astonishment, not understanding why he was intact and still fully charged. Yvonne didn't give any explanation. With a wave of the long whip in his right hand, he directly divided the hair Inhuman into 2. Afterward, he strode towards the cottage, but another Inhuman who has powers similar to absorbing man appeared, and he absorbed a lot of energy and slammed it towards Yvonne. Weak. You are too weak, said Yvonne, turning the long whip in his right hand into a lightning cannon, and blasting out a beam of lightning. The energy absorbed by him was only resisted for a moment and then destroyed. The beam of lightning then slammed into the absorbing Inhuman. The absorbing Inhuman roared, desperately absorbing the lightning energy. At the same time, an Inhuman appeared in front of the absorbing Inhuman, and its eyes flashed with strange light as it looked at Yvonne. As soon as Yvonne saw those eyes, his consciousness immediately became blurred. He then found himself in a manner where Pepper was looking at him dissatisfiedly and said angrily, "What are you in a daze? Our baby is calling for you to hug him." Yvonne lowered his head and saw a cute little baby beckoning to him, a sincere smile flashing across his slightly ugly face. But Yvonne didn't hold the baby. He said, "This was my dream. Unfortunately, I'm not a coward like Tony Stark, and I won't let myself indulge in fantasy. No matter how cruel the real world is, I will never back down. I, Yvonne Vank, am indeed not a good person, but I have always been tough." At the same time, in reality, a majestic and violent Thunder Dragon Phantom appeared behind Yvonne. Then, the Thunder Dragon Phantom let out a thunderous low roar at the illusory Inhuman, and the illusory Inhuman was instantly devoured. His mind went blank, and he fell down. At the same time, the energy absorbed by the absorbing Inhuman exceeded the limit, and it exploded with a bang, blowing all the surrounding Inhuman away. A group of idiots. The abilities of Inhumans need to be developed. No one can be invincible in an instant, that's not how it works, Yvonne said with a disdainful smile as he led the unmanned battle armor to quickly destroy the Kree defense line. This guy is too powerful, Commander Kree gritted his teeth and shouted, "Go down and start the antimatter bomb. If humans don't compromise, they will perish with us." Okay, a scientist immediately started the elevator, and then rushed into it under everyone's protection. Ant-Man and the Wasp took the opportunity to fly in. Just as the elevator was about to close, Baron Strucker rushed out from the small door next to it with Wanda and a few Inhumans, shouting, "Wait, let's go down together." The Kree scientist hesitated and did not close the door. Baron Strucker and the others rushed into the elevator smoothly, and it closed and sank quickly. Ant-Man asked hesitantly, "Ms. Carter, can it be done with just the 2 of us?" "No problem, and there's more than 2 of us," Carter said with a smile. Pym particles are really useful, and even she couldn't help but think that she should have used them earlier. Moving backward a little bit, in a private hospital in New York, a campaigner with thousands of people shouted outside, demanding that Iron Man and the government kill the reincarnated devil. In the past few days, relying on the large amount of funds and evidence provided by Hydra, more and more people started to believe in the candidate, and even conservative forces have joined in to force Iron Man to give up his children. The New York Police Department sent a large number of police officers to maintain order early in the morning. These police officers still believed in Iron Man, but they couldn't do much, because besides them, the FBI also sent a large number of people to maintain order. Strange looked at the parade outside and sneered, "Mr. Stark, your ability to use money is really disappointing." Not only did the number of people outside not decrease, but there were more and more. Tony stared at the live broadcast of the Sokovia battle and scolded angrily, "Dem FBI. When this matter is resolved, I will definitely make the director step down. Not just the FBI, but that bastard candidate." Wind Demon gritted his teeth and scolded. The candidate revealed his demon identity, which caused him to face a lot of questions and lose a lot of fans. "I hope those devil believers don't act out at this time, otherwise, it will be very troublesome," Strange said with some worry. Tony said, "Don't worry, Sokovia has been completely blocked. Those people will not know that SWORD is contained. Damn, if it weren't for this mess, I should have been on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the side. Tony turned his head and asked, Mindy, aren't you accompanying Pepper? What are you doing here? Also, what are you laughing at? In the last battle, Pepper liked Mindy very much. Mindy took the opportunity to come here every day to see if she could mix in a battle or two. Mindy laughed and said, Master told me that Tony Stark was either being slapped in the face, or that he was on the way to being slapped in the face. I didn't believe it before, but now I completely believe it. Everyone burst out laughing as they gathered, including superheroes like Electro, Spider-Man, Harry, Absorbing Man, and Damon. Tony spoke with anger, did that kid Bert really badmouth me behind my back? Damon asked, that's not the point. Mindy, why did Tony get slapped? Top secret news, the gods and demonic factions already know about Sokovia and are heading here. Mindy kept a straight face as she continued, the gods side includes the Holy Light Warriors. As for the demon god believers, there may be hundreds of them. What? Everyone was surprised, and Damon quickly asked, Mindy, is it true? Of course, Sister Annie confirmed it. I won't divulge any details, but we need to prepare for battle. You're not needed, Mindy. Go protect Pepper. Damon said angrily, but Mindy refused to leave. Strange said, we need to get rid of the outsiders first, or they'll become tools for the demon god believers. It's difficult. I told them about the upcoming battle, but they won't leave. Tony frowned, we could pretend to shoot at them, but the Stark Industries would face major problems with more people, like the FBI, military, and police. Wind Demon suggested, what if we blame it on a programming error? You're thinking too much. Stark Industries produces only the best quality. Tony said angrily, no one will believe that excuse. Strange added, if we can't do that, I can put all the enemies in the mirror dimension, but there are too many of them. I'm not sure if I can trap them all. Everyone frowned. Suddenly, Mindy shouted, why is this so difficult? If you let me stay, I can help you. Tony replied, Mindy, your tricks won't work. For the demon god believers, it doesn't matter if those people are fainted or not. Mindy smiled and said, it's not that. I have another trick. Fine, if you can solve it, you can stay. Damon agreed, but only if Mindy's dragon skin bracers worked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Mindy to come here at all. That dragon skin bracer even tempted Damon. Of course, he was also dissatisfied, wondering what he would give in return for such an expensive gift. You got it, Quicksilver. Mindy called her delivery brother over, and Pietro quickly appeared, looking weak. What's the order? For the past few days, Pietro had been tormented by Mindy. Lena, on the other hand, had a massive appetite but didn't intentionally torture him. Mindy whispered to Pietro, who eagerly agreed, I've wanted to mess with that guy for a while. Leave it to me. After that, Quicksilver took what Mindy gave him and quickly disappeared. Mindy clapped her hands and said, okay, open the shield. Tony asked curiously while requesting Friday to open the protective shield that had never been opened before, what exactly is your plan? Mindy giggled and said, you'll know soon. Outside the hospital, the candidate held a microphone and spoke loudly, no one knows the devil better than me. The devil is cruel. Once the devil is born, the whole world will be destroyed by him. We must make Iron Man hand over his child. There's also that Wind Demon, he's really a demon. He must have another purpose as a superhero. I strongly request the military to arrest him for investigation. Kill the devil, the marchers shouted loudly. If it weren't for the police stopping them and the unmanned armor staring at them, they would have rushed in long ago. Yes, kill the Demon King, the candidate laughed. He was about to continue inciting everyone when a loud fart sounded behind him. The candidate was stunned and asked, who farts so loudly? But he found that everyone was covering their noses and looking at him with disgust. He was about to explain when an indescribable stench came out of him. The people around almost fainted, and some even vomited in place. It's so stinky, it's like a sewer that hasn't been treated in 10,000 years. The candidate himself stunk. He retched on the spot and cursed in his heart, it's too despicable, to actually use biochemical weapons? Still frame me. Because it was so stinky, everyone couldn't help but flee from the hospital's door. Only then did they realize that the stench was still on their clothes. They hesitated and left there completely, either by driving or trotting. Several reporters took photos with dedication while thinking about the topic of tomorrow's news. A new biochemical weapon appears in the United States, the candidate's farts. In just a few minutes, the thousands of people who marched disappeared, not even the police, FBI, and the media. The surrounding residents had all moved out some time ago, which Tony had paid for. Everyone in the hospital was stunned. Although they had protective masks to isolate the smell, they still felt a little uneasy and couldn't help but cover their noses, purely psychological factors. Tony looked at Mindy speechlessly. Although the parade was indeed driven away, he couldn't help but feel that this trick was a little too disgusting. Is my stink bomb easy to use? This is what I commissioned Oscorp to research, Mindy said proudly. By the way, I also have a spit-up and diarrhea sonicator. As long as it's turned on, it can make a person vomit up and down, which is very useful against those marchers. Spit up and have diarrhea? You'd better let them go and let go of this way while you're at it, Tony complained. He remembered that Pepper had said she hoped their daughter would be like Mindy and immediately wiped away the cold sweat. If she was the same, would he survive? Spider-Man couldn't help but feel a little fortunate that Mindy usually only beats up on him and never uses props against him. He had always been her sparring partner. Damon's dark expression deepened as he spoke. Hand over all those messy things, and don't research them without my permission. My daughter is becoming more and more lawless. Mindy was dissatisfied and quickly changed the subject. Why should I give you things that I paid for? Okay, the righteous people and demon believers are coming soon. Everyone prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped talking and prepared for battle. To take Iron Man by surprise, the righteous people and the followers of the devil did not head to the hospital with much fanfare. They traveled in cars like ordinary people, though not together but independently. It feels so unpretentious. Shouldn't it be black smoke billowing and holy light rushing towards the hospital, complained an inhuman in the convoy of demon god believers. Madam Viper glanced at him blankly, and the inhuman immediately shut up, not daring to speak further. The style is indeed a bit biased, Viper also complained to herself. A group of demon believers with skulls in their hands and black cloaks looked out of place sitting on a bus. Maybe that was why everyone remained silent, or perhaps they were pretending to be deep. It is worth mentioning that the reason why the righteous people and the devil believers started at this time is that Viper informed them of the news. SWORD was busy with Hydra now. It was the best time to take action. As for Pepper, who had not yet given birth, it didn't matter as the baby would have already formed by now. And the reason why Viper came to them was to make them cannon fodder, which everyone knew. My god, I will definitely grab the reincarnation of the Demon King for you. Viper touched the Viper ring with a frenzied expression. As long as she succeeded this time, she would have whatever she wanted in the future. Compared to the demon believers, the style of the righteous people is even more bizarre. At least the demon believers dress similarly, making it obvious that they are not good news at first glance. However, the righteous people wear all sorts of things: medieval armor, magic robes, suits, long skirts, and even work clothes, all mixed and matched. Their conversations are equally strange. It's finally about to start. I took 10 days off. If I don't start again, I'm going to go back to work, a man in a suit said. It's too hard to ask for leave. That damn boss keeps me off vacation. If I didn't have children and couldn't leave my job, I would have complained to him, he added. I'm fine. I opened a small shop myself. It doesn't matter if I close the door for a few days. It's just that business is not good now. Technology is developing too fast. Everyone is used to online shopping, and no one comes to the physical store to buy, a fat man in casual clothes sighed. I heard that delivery robots will be popularized for a while. If that happens, my store is probably going to close down, someone else added. It's too difficult. Everything is developing, but my salary doesn't change. Those superheroes are too hateful. What's the rush? Another person chimed in. Hey, are you really here to exorcise the demons? A magician in a robe asked dissatisfiedly. Also, I remember that your ancestors were all famous magician families. Why is it like this now? Because of poverty. It takes a lot of money to do magic. Since Camartage established a defense network and the magic energy has greatly reduced, the investment in magic has greatly increased, but the output has been greatly reduced too. We can barely maintain what we had before, but then it went bankrupt, explained the man in the suit. Fatty spread his hands and said, juniors like us can basically do tricks. That's right, someone else agreed. The man in the suit took out a forearm-long staff from his bag and said, if it wasn't for the survival of the world this time, I wouldn't bring the sacred relic left by my ancestors to New York at all. After a pause, the man in the suit continued, there isn't much energy left in this staff. It is estimated that this will be its last battle. At that time, my family will be completely removed from the magical world. There was silence on the bus for a while. In fact, everyone's situation was similar. After Camartage closed off the world and set human beings free, the magic family was doomed to decline. It's all Camartage's fault. They were too domineering, not only blocking the world but also not allowing us to interfere with it. Otherwise, how could we have fallen so far? A mage complained. In the Middle Ages, magicians never had to worry about money, and they were almost like gods. Several people nodded in agreement. But there were also objections, such as the fat man who had been complaining earlier. Camartage is right. If they didn't block the world, how could there be a bright civilization now? I hate online shopping, but if I had to choose, I would choose the modern world. That's right. What good was there in the Middle Ages? No movies, no entertainment, no TV, not even a toilet. The man in the suit also nodded. Also, magicians are also human beings, not some damn gods. Humans don't need gods. Yes, we are human, said one mage, prompting nods from many. The mage who had spoken before gave a disdainful snort, believing that these people had fallen. I heard that there is a Camartage mage in the hospital. It seems that Camartage has also fallen. Not only did he fail to destroy the reincarnation of the Demon King, but instead he is helping them, the mage continued. Glancing at him, another mage suggested, everyone, it's time to re-establish the rules of the magic world, such as opening the defense net and restoring the magic world. Many people frowned, preparing to refute the suggestion, when suddenly a golden circle of sparks appeared under the mage's feet. A suction force emerged and pulled the mage in, and then the aperture quickly disappeared. Camartage's portal, exclaimed everyone. They noticed the mysterious mage, who was wearing a yellow coat and covering his face. The mysterious mage didn't respond to anything and closed his eyes as if resting. Everyone didn't dare to ask more questions, but they were thoughtful. It seems that there is disagreement within Camartage about the reincarnation of the Demon King, said one mage. This was a good thing for everyone. If Camartage had to protect the reincarnation of the devil, they could only retreat. Camartage will not interfere, said the elder coldly. My lord and the Demon King of Hell will send someone to hold the blood god and Camartage. This is a human matter, and the gods and demons will not intervene. That's good, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't dare to face the blood god, who had even killed a god. Meanwhile, Bert, projection, was drinking tea with the Ancient One. Bert was boiling water, washing, and pouring tea, and was evidently an experienced tea drinker. Yes, the tea leaves are better, said the Ancient One, taking a sip of tea with satisfaction. Bert smiled and said, the tea leaves are not better, but I opened a special place on the resource star to grow tea. Too extravagant, said the Ancient One, shaking his head. There are 3 gods who are planning to take action. Aren't you going to take action? No, this time I'm taking a rest, and my body will loosen my muscles and bones, said Bert, his eyes flashing coldly. This time, none of the 3 of them will leave. When there are too many kills, they will naturally not dare to come to our door again, said Ancient One, calmly but cruelly. Bert smiled slightly. If she didn't kill a few gods, why should she be called a sorcerer supreme? Outside the hospital, the convoys of righteous people and demon believers arrived almost at the same time. Everyone disembarked quickly and began to vomit. That's right, they vomited. The stench was unbearable, worse than a clogged sewer. Quickly cast some spell of wind and bring fresh air, someone shouted. Several mages immediately took out their staffs to cast spells. At the same time, the followers of the devil took out seeds and sprinkled them on the grass. Soon, the seeds burst out of the ground and bloomed flowers that looked very coquettish. This is a flower of fresh blood raised with human blood. It will emit a peculiar fragrance, which makes people addicted to it. Many devil believers like to plant a few plants at home, which is more compelling. With the spells and the fragrance of the flowers, the odor was quickly covered up, and the surrounding area returned to normal. Finally alive, the people of justice and the devil believers breathed a sigh of relief. Then, while they were divided into 2 distinct camps, they yelled at the hospital, "You guys are too despicable to use such disgusting tactics. Can we be meaner than you?" Tony Stark flew out wearing battle armor and brought a group of superheroes. He glanced at the enemy, frowned slightly, and assessed the situation. More than 100 righteous people, more than 300 demon believers, plus the spies and special human organization. This battle is not easy to fight, he thought. What a fool. Tony ignored the demon believers and addressed the justice man. Since you are magicians representing justice, why do you want to kill my son? I've said it many times, we're here to protect the world, the elder said solemnly. Tony Stark, as long as you are willing to give up the son of the devil, I can apologize to you with my life. In addition, we will help you get rid of these devil believers and leave none of them, the many old holy light warriors shouted in unison. The followers of the devil god sneered when they heard the words, and one of them shouted, I'm afraid you won't succeed. When the devil king comes into the world, all of you will die. The man in the suit said, Iron Man, you are a superhero, and you should save the world. My son will not harm the world. Blood God and Camartage can guarantee this, Tony shouted. No one in the magical world cared about Tony's face. He could only use the Blood God and Camartage as guarantees. I have to say that these 2 still have a little face, and many mages are a little shaken, Tony thought. The Blood God is a vampire and cannot be trusted, the elder hurriedly shouted. As for Camartage, if the Sorcerer Supreme comes in person, then I will leave immediately, but I can't trust other people. And about Camartage, it is not that there has been no traitor. Strange's face darkened, but he did not refute it because he was disdainful and had little prestige in the magic world. Blood God can't be trusted. Tony was very disdainful. What qualifications do you angels who collude with demons have? Humph, I said so much, not because I was afraid of you, but just because I didn't want to hurt good people. If you really want to hurt my children, don't blame me for being ruthless. A father can do anything for his children. The mages hesitated. At that moment, a few screams suddenly came from a distance. Then, a demon believer flew over a dozen people with black cloud-like wind. It is worth mentioning that the candidate was among the dozen or so. He was not reconciled to defeat and wanted to continue his speech, but demon god believers caught him. Some were bodyguards, and some were reporters. After the demon believer flew over, he wanted to be arrogant but found that everyone avoided him with a look of disgust. The reason was simple, Quicksilver threw a stink bomb on him. The believer asked dissatisfiedly, What's the matter with you? This is the hostage I took with great difficulty. One of the believers yelled, Can't you smell the stink? Throw those things away. My sense of smell has been sacrificed a long time ago. You are really trash, you can't even bear a little smell. The believer looked contemptuous, and everyone snorted at the same time. It was not just a little smell. The believer was too lazy to talk nonsense and shouted to Tony Stark in the protective cover, Iron Man, open the protective cover immediately and hand over the reincarnated Demon King. Otherwise, I will kill him immediately. Having said that, the believer used black wind to roll up the terrified candidate and continued to shout, This is your American candidate, equivalent to the presidency, a real big shot. A candidate. Tony blinked and sneered, You don't dare to kill the candidate. If you kill him, you are an enemy of America, and we will never let you go. You said I dare not. The believer was angry. The black wind swept up the candidate's neck, and when he shrunk with force, the candidate immediately screamed in pain. At the same time, his hands and feet kept struggling, like a big toad. Tony said arrogantly, "Do you think this can scare me? You absolutely dare not kill him, and no one dares to offend America." The superheroes looked at each other in dismay. They did not expect Iron Man to behave in such a way. "Do you still have a conscience? Why don't you call us together?" The next second, Wind Demon shouted, "Yes, you absolutely dare not kill him. I can bet that if you dare to kill him, I will be a vegetarian in the future. You must not dare to kill him. He's a prep president." With a stomping, the big man in America shook 3 times. Electro and the others also shouted. Spider-Man blinked and asked in a low voice, "Is this a good thing?" Harry said solemnly, "You have to believe in the strength of America, and he will definitely not dare to kill a candidate." Spider-Man wanted to roll his eyes, but the believer outside was furious. He roared, "I'll show you guys. Do I dare to kill him or not?" After finishing speaking, the believer controlled the black wind and strangled the candidate's neck. The candidate struggled desperately but to no avail. His face became redder, and he looked like he was about to die. Just as Tony and the others were about to open the champagne to celebrate, a green light whistled and cut off the black gas. The candidate fell to the ground with a snap, his pants were full of unknown liquid, and the stench around him became stronger. The believer turned his head and glared at Viper. "What do you mean? Are you intimidated by America? Idiot." Viper looked disdainful. This guy didn't know that he was being used and she was too lazy to engage in nonsense. She enveloped the remaining dozen people with green energy and shouted, "Tony Stark, hand over the reincarnation of the devil, otherwise, I will kill these people and take everyone to the city to start a massacre." Camartage will not allow this to happen. Strange cast spells quickly with both hands, trying to put the dozen hostages into the mirror dimension. At this moment, the mysterious mage also cast spells. 2 magic waves collided, and the 2 wizards disappeared simultaneously. "Are you the mage of Camartage?" Strange looked at the mysterious mage angrily. "How dare you betray Camartage?" "I didn't betray Camartage. It was you who betrayed Camartage," the mysterious mage shouted. "Not only did you fail to kill the reincarnation of the Demon King, but you are protecting him. Is this still Camartage? I came here today to set things right and expose the darkness within Camartage. Although Camartage is powerful, it never kills innocent people indiscriminately," Strange said coldly. "Who are you? Surrender now." "Just you? I want to see why you're acting so mighty," the mysterious mage jealously shouted. Then, he conjured a magic whip and threw it hard at Strange. Strange quickly condensed a golden magic shield to block the whip. He pulled back with his left hand and swiftly pulled the space where the mysterious mage was. This kid can actually control space. The mysterious mage was surprised, but it was more out of jealousy than anything else. He had practiced for more than 10 years before he could manipulate space in the mirror dimension. The mysterious mage jumped up and walked in the air with speeding boots, then slashed at Strange with a whip. Strange dodged the whip, flew towards the mage with the help of his cloak, and fiercely slashed his space blade at the opponent. The mysterious mage turned the whip into a space blade and fought with Strange in the air. The 2 of them went back and forth, sparks scattered, and the fight was extremely intense. Each of Camartage's mages was proficient in melee combat. This setting was mainly to save money on special effects, mainly to improve the chance of survival. A mage who did not understand melee combat was not a good mage. Leaving aside the battle between Strange and the mysterious mage, Tony and the others were stunned when Strange suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Viper shouted, "Tony Stark, surrender quickly, otherwise, we're really going to kill." Kill, the devil believers shouted. The righteous frowned, and the man in the suit held a staff and shouted, "I will never allow you to kill in New York." "Yes, absolutely not allowed," the fat man said as he took out an axe and roared angrily, "He's a magic berserker, and it's reasonable to use an axe." The other magicians also nodded, and Viper shouted to the elder, "Force them to hand over Pepper first, and then we will fight for the reincarnated Demon King according to our abilities. Our goal is to eliminate the reincarnated devil, not to compete. We and you have never been allies," the elder said coldly. "Viper, Iron Man, and the others will not surrender. I think it's better to do it another way." Viper frowned and asked, "What way?" The elder said, "Tony Stark, open the defensive cover, and we will fight." "This method is good," the man in the suit and the others nodded, and Viper glanced at the elder, thinking that he was a little strange. It's not that this method is bad, but it's obviously biased towards superheroes. Also, judging from what the elder has done before, he should have no bottom line. After thinking about it, Viper had no objection, because she was confident in the power of her god. Again, what's the use of building this shield? Tony wanted to curse, but he hesitated and said, "Let him go first." Viper snorted and withdrew her green aura. The terrified reporters immediately fled, while the bodyguards covered their noses and dragged the candidate outside. As the people fled, Tony opened the defense cover and said, "Let's start. I said for the last time, as long as the war starts, I won't keep my hands." The man in the suit said, "Mr. Stark, since we're here, we're ready to go back. I've even bought insurance." "Insurance? Let's get started." Tony stopped talking nonsense, pointed a finger, and a large number of unmanned armors flew out of the hospital. Together with the unmanned armors of the people who were outside before, they raised Gatling machine guns and shot wildly at the righteous people and demon believers. In an instant, tens of thousands of metal bullets were shot at the enemy. The mages and demon god believers panicked and hurriedly avoided and defended. Only the Elder and Viper were very calm, because they had anticipated this situation. Light barrier. The Elder raised the scepter in his hand, and a wall of holy light fell, blocking all the bullets. You come. Viper nodded at an inhuman, who pressed his right hand, and all the metal bullets changed direction and shot into the ground. It wasn't over yet. The inhuman raised his hand and swept towards the 3 unmanned battle armors, and the 3 unmanned battle armors slammed into the unmanned battle armors next to them at the same time, turning into rolling gourds together. This kid can control the magnetic field. I'll deal with him. Electro immediately transformed the magnetic field with the electric current, interfering with the control of the magnetic field. Seeing the magnetic field, he controlled the surrounding metal to violently shoot towards Electro. Electro smiled disdainfully. The electric light flickered on his body, and all the metals that flew over were smashed into the air. Then, his hands were folded together, and a huge electric current blasted towards the magnetic field inhuman. The magnetic field inhuman was a little frightened and hurriedly grabbed the hand of the other inhuman. The inhuman took him and turned into a phantom. The electric current passed through their bodies, and the demon believer behind them was electrocuted to the bones. Immediately afterwards, the demon believer collapsed with black smoke all over his body, and he didn't close his eyes until he died. Innocent bystanders were caught in the crossfire. Do it. Destroy them, and capture the reincarnation of the devil. Viper shouted as the followers of the devil cast magic one after another, and the devil's aura turned into a dark fireball, corrosive poison arrows, poisonous ice, and shot at the unmanned armors and superheroes one after another. At the same time, the exoskeleton-enhanced man brought by Viper fired miniature missiles at the unmanned battle armors, and the Inhumans protected them with their abilities. The superheroes and the unmanned armors naturally fought back fiercely, and the war broke out. There were the whistling sounds of bullets and the explosion of missiles everywhere, just like a battlefield. You are all guilty. Damon waved the flame chain and swept towards the demon god believers forcefully, cutting off 6 demon god believers in an instant. Then, the demon god believers quickly turned to ashes in the high temperature. Damon laughed proudly. He was very professional in dealing with demon believers. At this moment, a scepter fell from the sky and turned into a hollow holy mountain, locking him inside. Damon roared, and the fire of hell burned wildly, trying to break the holy mountain, but the holy mountain was unexpectedly strong, and even the fire of hell could not burn through it. Immediately after, the Elder flew to the holy mountain with the holy light warriors and several reincarnated angels who had recovered. They glanced at Damon and injected the holy light from their bodies into the holy mountain crazily. The large amount of holy light made Damon very uncomfortable. He roared and attacked hard, but the holy mountain stood still. The reason was very simple: the group of angels were all burning their lives. Damon complained, "Can't you change your tricks? God gave you life, is it for you to burn and play? We will block the Ghost Rider, and you can solve the reincarnation of the Demon King as soon as possible." The Elder shouted loudly, and the people of justice nodded one after another and rushed forward. Madame Viper frowned slightly when she saw this. This Elder was really wrong. The main target of the Ghost Rider's attack is the Demon God Believer, and the Elder has no reason to go all out to suppress him. After all, the goals of the righteous and the Demon God Believer are not the same, and it can even be said that they are completely opposite. Once the superheroes are defeated, or Pepper shows up, the righteous and the devil believers will definitely turn their faces. Is he up to something? Viper thought for a while and decided to wait and see what happens. She could never have imagined that the Elder was actually Superhero's own person. Damon couldn't have imagined that he was struggling. At this moment, Annie's voice sounded in his mind. Don't waste time, introduce these holy lights into your body and let them purify your demonic energy. Damon was stunned. Annie, what do you mean, and where are you? I'm in the body of the Elder, and this was specially arranged for you. Dozens of holy light warriors, a few angels, plus the holy power that has been condensed for thousands of years, is enough to purify the spirit of vengeance in you into an angel of vengeance. At that time, you will no longer be controlled by the spirit of vengeance. More importantly, you will no longer be afraid of the sun. In other words, can I transform in the sun? Damon was overjoyed. He thought of something and asked, Annie, isn't this too cruel to those holy light warriors? Being tricked into sacrificing their lives. Although the holy light warriors have bad brains, their belief is very firm, that is, to protect the world and save the world. Anne said, what do you think is the real good thing, killing Tony's child or purifying the spirit of vengeance? Damon said, the latter of course. I'm not a perfect saint, but I've done a lot of good things. Isn't that what it is? Annie said, rather than let them foolishly serve the devil, let them contribute to the world, which can also atone for themselves. Damon nodded and said, that's true, but Annie, you don't look like an angel. I am an angel of vengeance, and my mission is vengeance, punishment, not mercy, Annie replied. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Quickly start absorbing the holy light and solve your problem completely, she added. Okay, Damon agreed. Damon stopped talking, released his defense, and frantically absorbed the holy light. He then let out a shrill scream, with black gas emanating from his body. The holy light has worked, increase the power, the Elder shouted. Yes, the Holy Light Warriors agreed, and tried their best, while Damon screamed louder and louder. Without Damon and Strange, the demon believers used their abilities unscrupulously. Their magic power was derived from demons, so it was quite evil. For example, a demon believer took one hand after another from his pocket and used it as a grenade, smashing it into the unmanned battle armor with great force, blowing it through. These hands were not props but real human hands, each one filled with endless resentment. In addition, some devil believers took out a small altar and sacrificed their hearts on the spot to summon the power of the devil into black lightning to bombard the unmanned battle armor. Under the control of Friday, the unmanned combat armors took up large shields to defend, some fired energy beams at the enemy, and some stepped forward to strengthen people's melee combat with exoskeletons, just like a tacit army holding the enemy firmly blocked. Superheroes such as Iron Man met the powerhouses in the devil believers one after another. For example, Iron Man met Viper, Absorbing Man met believers who came with Candidate, and Trish the Hellcat drove the new Green Goblin skateboard, flying in the air to fight against 3 flying Inhumans. Jessica did not come this time, as she was sent to the Ravagers by Bert. In addition to Iron Man and the others, the 3 demons were also there. They each exerted their abilities and fought against Inhumans and demon believers. Among them, Wind Demon was particularly active, using the blood of these demon believers to prove himself. A devil believer controlled the skull to suck the surrounding air frantically, and yelled, "Wind Demon, you traitor! Traitor!" Wind Demon suddenly appeared behind the demon god believer, cut off his head with a wind blade, and then said with a look of disdain, "Although I have fallen into a demon, I have never been to hell, so how am I a traitor? I am a pure earthling." The entire hospital was utterly plunged into a melee combat. The 2 sides came and went, fighting in a ball. Unmanned battle armors exploded constantly, enhanced people, Inhumans, and demon believers died. Despite the commotion, neither the police, the FBI, nor the military sent anyone to the hospital. They set up checkpoints nearby and quietly waited for the outcome of the battle. Many people in the upper echelons of America did not want the birth of the Demon King. Compared with the demon god believers and enhanced people, the righteous people's movement was much smaller. They used relatively common elemental magic and had no intention of killing people, making breakthroughs inside the hospital. Spider-Man stopped the magicians with dozens of unmanned battle armors, and he shouted, "I'm sorry, this road is blocked." The magicians looked at Spider-Man, who was very popular and kind-hearted in New York, and hesitated. At this time, a greasy-looking magician came over and shouted, "Spider-Man, do you remember me?" Spider-Man was shocked for a moment. "Hey, aren't you the uncle who sells hot dogs on the street every day? You even gave me a few hot dogs that couldn't be sold last time." "Yes, it's me. Didn't expect that, did you?" "I'm a magician," the man replied with a laugh, approaching Spider-Man quietly as they talked. Spider-Man didn't realize that something was wrong and continued, "I really didn't expect that. Wait, are your hot dogs magically changed? Eating them is the same as not eating them. I never feel full after eating them." The magician scolded, "Nonsense. If there was magic to turn into a hot dog, I would have already made a fortune. Why would I still set up a stall there every day? In other words, if there is such a spell, would you really intend to sell fake hot dogs?" Spider-Man complained. "Making money isn't shameful," the magician replied with a smile. He had already approached Spider-Man and, with a thought, a green ball flew out of his chest and hit Spider-Man at an astonishing speed. Spider-Man didn't expect that the old neighbor would plot against him. Although he avoided it the first time, it was still too late, and he was hit by the green ball. Immediately afterwards, the green ball turned into a green web, and Spider-Man was trapped inside. Although he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the web, and it only tightened around him. Spider-Man. Harry was shocked and immediately turned into a Spider King, spraying a mouthful of corrosive venom at the magician. At the same time, 10 unmanned battle armors aimed their Gatling machine guns at the magician, preparing to give him a bath of bullets. "Stop." Spider-Man hurriedly stopped the unmanned armor. He didn't want his acquaintances to die. The magician was startled by Harry and hurriedly avoided the venom, but it was too late. Fortunately, at this moment, the man in the suit raised his cane, and a defensive shield appeared, blocking the venom. The magician breathed a sigh of relief, first nodded his thanks to the man in the suit, and then said, "It's dangerous, Spider-Man. How can your best friend turn into a spider? You really are a couple." "Who's a couple?" Spider-Man said angrily. "You attacked me. We are enemies now. Isn't it natural to attack you?" the magician replied. "Don't struggle. The more you struggle, the tighter the web will be." "Well, my task is completed. I'm going back and continue to sell hot dogs, Spider-Man. Next time, I will give you the hot dogs that I can't sell as an apology. If you don't go, you are not a good person. Also, can't you give me some fresh ones?" Spider-Man complained. He asked in amazement, "Are you really leaving?" "Yes, I don't know any magic, only have this holy artifact. Since it's ran out of power, I'll leave naturally." The magician shrugged and turned to leave freely. Spider-Man and the others looked at each other, wondering if this was all just a game. "We magicians have long since fallen," said the man in the suit, sighing. "To be honest, this time we don't know who to believe. Since we're here, we have to do something. As long as you take away our magic props, or use up the energy of our magic props, we'll admit defeat and leave. Anyway, without the magic props, we have no fighting power." "Yep, that's it. Many magicians nodded in agreement with the man in the suit. Although many of them believed in the blood god and camartage, they couldn't just leave like this. They had come here, after all. So, they chose to play a game. But they weren't ready to fight hard, they just wanted to play. From the beginning, I felt like your style was wrong, complained Spider-Man as he jumped. He shouted to the magician, "Hey, uncle, help me untie this before you leave." The magician didn't turn around but waved his hand slyly. At that moment, a missile exploded beside him, blowing him away with the air wave. He rolled on the ground a few times and passed out. Spider-Man was speechless. "You're only handsome for 3 seconds. It seems like you don't want to make a sale during this time." The magicians were also speechless. They secretly complained, "Why are you trying to look cool? Without the treasure, you're just an ordinary person." Mindy, who wore a purple mask, glanced at them and shouted, "I want to buy the magician's treasures, they should be worth at least $100,000. Don't worry about me not having any money. I have a card with unlimited money given by the blood god. Who do you think we are? How could we give up the treasures left by our ancestors for money? We magicians have dignity." The man in the suit dismissed it. He raised the staff in his hand and asked, "By the way, how much is my staff worth? Don't get me wrong, I'm just asking the price." "Fuck." The people around were disgusted for a moment. Mindy glanced at them and said, "I think you've cast several spells on it. It's worth $1 million. Really?" The man in the suit's eyes widened sharply. He thought for a moment, then suddenly turned his head and pointed his staff at a demon believer who was dismantling an unmanned battle armor in the distance. He shouted, "Ancestor, please join me in eliminating demons and guarding the road." The next moment, a red beam of light roared out and penetrated the chest of the demon believer. Before he died, the demon believer stared at the man in the suit with astonishment. "What do you mean? It's done." The man in the suit trotted in front of Mindy and said, "I'll sell you the staff. How do I get paid?" There were boos all around, and a mage shouted, "What about the dignity of the magician? How can dignity be worth $1 million? Besides, didn't I kill a demon believer? The staff is out of energy, so what does it matter if I sell it?" The man in the suit retorted, "I believe my ancestors will forgive me. With this money, I can have more children and prosper my family. More importantly, with $1 million, I can resign from that horrible job, kick that bastard boss in the ass and get a new job." Mindy took the staff, sensed it, and said, "No energy, 800,000. Can you sell it?" The man in the suit immediately said, "Sell it? Why not?" Mindy took out her mobile phone and said, "Do you have an online account? If so, I'll transfer the money directly to you." "Yes. By the way, let's add each other as friends. I still have some magician's items at home. If you're interested, I can sell them all to you." The man in the suit took out his mobile phone, and the two started to transfer money. The people around became more and more speechless. Where did this strange situation come from? Harry changed back to his human form and, while helping Spider-Man solve the green web, he complained, "Are we fighting or doing business?" Spider-Man was concerned about something else. "Mindy is so rich. I'm so poor. Last time I went on a date with Gwen, I didn't have money to buy flowers, so I picked a handful of white chrysanthemums on the way, and she chased over 3 streets over to beat me." "You're rich, okay. Your peripheral dividends are at least tens of millions every month." Harry said angrily, "By the way, the Spider-Man movie is about to be released, and you will get more dividends then." "That's not my money. It's Spider-Man's money, to be used for good deeds." Spider-Man said, "My money is only what I earn from part-time jobs and sparring." "You really are an idiot." Harry rolled his eyes, and it seemed that he still had to keep an eye on Peter a little more, or he would die of poverty sooner or later. "Account paid $800,000 into your account." The man in the suit's cell phone rang, and he was overjoyed. "I've got 800,000. Okay, I'll leave first, and then I'll contact you after I've sorted out the magician's things." After speaking, he turned and left happily. On the way, he remembered what had happened to the magician before and quickly changed his path. He had finally become rich, and he didn't want to be killed by a missile. That would be too wrong. Many magicians were moved upon seeing that the man in the suit had really gotten the money. A mage holding a ball snorted coldly and said, "He's really a scum among magicians. Look at me." After speaking, the mage activated the ball, and it flew into the sky, shooting 9 huge light arrows towards the demon god believers. 2 were shot dead on the spot, and 3 others were injured. "Hit girl, what about my holy artifact and how much is it worth?" the mage said triumphantly. Everyone rolled their eyes. "Dare you say that the scum you mentioned means there are too few demon believers killed by him? You are the scum. Look at me." Many mages activated magic props to attack the demon believers. The demon believers suffered heavy losses. More than a dozen died in a short period, and many more were injured. The believers of the devil were dying of anger. You don't have to be shameless to sell props. Why attack them? Is it too much to sell to allies? Devil god believers, everyone gets them and kills them. What's so strange? Besides, when you go out, you always have to have some achievements. It's a bit disrespectful to our ancestors to sell directly. We have to use up the energy first. Since you are the evilest here, who else will we attack if not you? It's just for display. If we don't show it, how can we sell it at a high price? The wizards were convincing. They gathered around Mindy, introduced their products, and waited for Mindy to make an offer. Mindy was a little speechless. This group of mages was so American, a country of merchants where money is paramount. Of course, the reason for this is also because the mages believe in the blood god and Kamartaj. If it was really the devil who would destroy the world, then they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. What's the use of money when life is gone? Not all mages are like this. Half of them take up arms and are ready to go to war. They want to maintain the last dignity of the magician. We are indeed in decline, but we are proud magicians and we will never bow down for money. Just when these mages were about to make a move, they suddenly felt powerless and fell one by one. Not only them, but the mages who wanted to sell magic items also fell to the ground weakly. Harry and Peter were stunned, and then Peter asked Mindy, "Mindy, did you poison them?" "Nonsense, do you think I would really do business with them?" Mindy said angrily, "I deliberately delayed the time and secretly released poisonous gas to subdue them. I have to say that this group of mages is too amateur and they don't look like warriors at all." Thinking of something, Mindy complained to Harry and Peter, "You two aren't real fighters. One was tricked into selling hot dogs, and the other saw his friend was injured, so he didn't care about anything and just played with ropes." Harry and Peter blushed and wanted to refute, but didn't know what to say. The mages were full of shame and anger, and they wanted to find a way out. It was too embarrassing. In fact, they were not true warriors at all. They were magic families and had long since fallen. Their main business was office workers, small shopkeepers, etc. They had never really fought at all before. "You are too mean." Master Ball was very sad and angry, and he weakly shouted, "I'm just asking if you still accept my treasure." The other mages shouted in unison, "Yes, we also have magic props. Do you still accept them?" Mindy wanted to cover her face. At this time, the group of mages who wanted to maintain their dignity also shouted, "Our props are also for sale." They were all arrested, and they tried to find a way to make a fortune while maintaining their dignity. Mindy was speechless. She said, "Take it. Anyway, Master's money can't be finished. When the battle is over, I will take it all." "That's good." The mages were completely relieved. This trip was not in vain, and they had made a lot of money. They now had an explanation when they went home. "These disgraceful bastards," the demon god believers yelled as they watched the mages rushing into the street. Not only were these guys useless, but they had also killed more than 20 of them. The believers knew that the mages had ambushed them on the road and had robbed them of their magic props. The mages were pig teammates. Not only the demon god believers but also the human forces hiding in the dark were speechless. Several officers looked at each other and gave orders to attack. With an order, more than a dozen particle beams immediately shot towards a group of superheroes. The particle sniper guns had a long range and high accuracy. Peter, who had spider sense, fled with Harry as soon as possible, while the other superheroes were rescued by the unmanned armors that rushed over. Those people were already locked on by Friday. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, those people rushed out directly from the surrounding buildings. There were about 200 or 300 people in total, all with energy guns, and some even wore exoskeleton armor. It is worth mentioning that the faces of these people were all destroyed. From the moment they accepted this task, they were already dead people with no identity at all. In other words, this was the Death Squad sent by the human forces to destroy the reincarnation of the Demon King. This group of people is not talking nonsense, and as they rushed towards the hospital, they quickly fired energy beams at the crowd. "A bunch of bastards," Tony yelled. These energy guns were made by him and the Blood God group, and those countries that took the technology were not only ungrateful but also turned against him. Viper, who was fighting Tony, smiled and said, "This is human nature, Tony Stark. How does it feel to be betrayed by humans? As long as you are willing to give your children, my lord can give you eternal life and invincible power. At that time, you can take revenge on anyone you want." "If I, Tony Stark, really want revenge, do I need help?" Tony replied disdainfully. If he really wanted revenge, he could destroy the world in 3 months. He was too lazy to talk about it and controlled more than a dozen high-temperature half-moon blades to slash towards Viper. "Dead heart," Viper sneered, and 9 green snakes formed of energy suddenly appeared behind her, knocking all the half-moon blades into the air. The snakes then spit out their cores and attacked Tony. Hydra, Tony's hands lit up with red light, and 2 red lasers shot out. With his rotation, he cut off all the 9 green snakes, and also killed a few demon believers. "Hydra, cut off 1 head and grow 2 new ones," Viper said in a proud voice. The 9 green snakes grew their heads again and continued to pounce on Tony. Tony had to fly to avoid. This Lady Viper was much more difficult than he thought, but he could handle it. He was Tony Stark. Leaving aside the battle between Tony and Viper, seeing so many people attacking, Spider-Man and Harry immediately launched a counterattack. Spider-Man used spider web to stick to a warrior and slammed it hard, causing all the rows of exoskeletons to fall to the ground. Harry turned into a Spider King, and his 8 legs swept like sharp blades, easily splitting several exoskeleton warriors in 2. The unmanned battle armor activated the Gatling machine gun and shot frantically, creating a metal storm in an instant. The exoskeleton warriors evaded and fired missiles at the unmanned battlesuit and the Spider King. The battle was getting fiercer. "Take them to a safe place." "Haha, I'm going to hit 10, Mindy instructed the unmanned armors to transfer the mages, then pulled out the 2 small hammers behind her waist, rolled towards the grass, and disappeared directly. The wooden dragon had the ability to hide with the help of green plants. After a while, Mindy appeared behind the two exoskeleton warriors and threw two small hammers accurately, hitting the two men's heads. The warriors fainted and fell to the ground. Mindy retracted the small hammers and disappeared before the other soldiers could react. Mindy, this girl is really cute. Pepper in the room commented while watching Mindy's battle on the holographic projection. By the way, Madame Gao, why does she use a hammer? Didn't she say she likes a sword the most? It is worth mentioning that the holographic projection in the room has been specially processed by Friday, with no blood, and some cruel pictures are directly censored. After all, Pepper is pregnant. In fact, if it weren't for Pepper's strong request to watch it, Tony wouldn't have made such a holographic projection at all. The blood god doesn't allow Mindy to kill, so he gave her a hammer instead, Madame Gao explained. The pair of hammers are actually treasures, causing dizziness when got hit. While speaking, Madame Gao secretly complained about how cute Mindy was. I see, Pepper suddenly realized that the blood god really cared about his apprentice. It seemed like the right choice to find the blood god to be the godfather of the children. My children, you are so lively even before you were born. In the future, you will definitely be famous. Pepper touched her stomach and smiled. At this moment, she suddenly felt something, grabbed Madame Gao's hand, and shouted, I'm going to give birth. Are you about to give birth? Pepper's words shocked everyone in the room. Madame Gao calmly instructed, Doctor, nurse, come over immediately to help Pepper deliver the baby. Pietro, Lena, hi, please leave the room and wait outside with the unmanned armors. Okay. Pietro, Lena, and Hella, who were following Mindy, immediately walked to the door when they heard the instructions. At the same time, the doctor and nurse who had been on standby in the next room opened the door and prepared to help Pepper deliver. The instruments were complete, and these doctors and nurses had verified them thoroughly, guaranteeing that they were problem-free. After Pietro and the others left, Madame Gao said to the necklace on Pepper's neck, Angel, please protect this room. Okay. The angel flew out of the necklace and kneeled in the air to pray. Then, she spread her wings, which turned into holy light, enveloping the entire room. Angel. Although it was not the first time for the doctors and nurses to see an angel, they were still very shocked. They looked at Pepper enviously, thinking that her delivery would be very smooth with the angel's protection. At the same time, the demon god believers sensed something and looked towards the distant room. The demon king is about to be born. Don't hold back anymore and kill these superheroes as quickly as possible, Viper roared. The 9 snakes fused together, turning into huge green snake dozens of meters long, and threw itself at Tony Stark fiercely. My child is about to be born? I told you not to watch the live broadcast. Tony flew over the giant snake, and the high-temperature vibranium short blade stabbed into the green snake's head. At this moment, Viper smiled proudly. The alloys also began to corrode. Friday, completely isolate the poison gas. Tony was about to fly out of the shrouded area of the poisonous fog. Just then, the headless green snake rushed into the poisonous fog, entangling him firmly. The huge force even made the armor clatter. Tony shouted loudly. The temperature of the battle armor rose sharply. At the same time, the half-moon blade that he had sent out earlier flew back under Friday's control and quickly cut the green snake's body. A few seconds later, Tony beheaded the green snake and escaped from the poisonous mist. His battle armor was corroded and tattered, almost in shreds. Before Tony could breathe a sigh of relief, a white spiritual body suddenly flew into Mark's armor from behind and then submerged into Tony's body, robbing him of control of his body. In the spiritual world, Tony evaded the attack of the spirit body and cursed, What the fuck are you? It's not wrong to call me a ghost. I am a spirit inhuman with invisibility, possession, and other abilities. Tony Stark, your body is very armorable for me. Next, I will become you, take over your property, and also take your wife and children. They will all become mine, the spirit body inhuman replied, laughing. He had been hiding until now, just to control Iron Man. With your IQ, if you want to be me, you should reincarnate first, Tony responded disdainfully. He quickly calmed down and said, this should be the spiritual world. Bert told me that the spiritual world is more than will, and in the spiritual world, I am omnipotent. For example, I can summon the blood god to help me fight. After speaking, Tony stood on the spot and shouted, Blood god, show up and kill this guy for me. However, nothing happened. The surroundings were quiet, and Tony felt embarrassed. Just as he was about to shout again, the spirit body rushed over and punched him, throwing him away. Tony was shocked and angry. Did that bastard Bert lie to me? Blood god didn't lie to you. The normal spiritual world is indeed like that, but this spiritual world is not normal, the spirit body replied. After I became an inhuman, my body and soul merged into a spirit body. That is to say, this is not only your spiritual world, but also mine. No matter what you think, I can cancel it. Of course, you can do that too. So, in the end, we have to rely on fists and will, and I'm pretty confident in that, the spirit body continued. It's not like I have no confidence, Tony snorted coldly, but his heart felt empty for a while. He was very confident in his will, but when it came to his fists, he was a civilized man and did not resort to violence when not wearing a battle armor. Tony Stark, die obediently, the spirit body threatened. Just then, a dragon hundreds of meters long and filled with divine light appeared out of thin air. It was so powerful that it made the spirit body and Tony unable to move. The dragon's claws grabbed the spirit body, and it tried to struggle, but its body did not obey. Tony recognized the dragon's voice. Huh. I'm here to save you, lest the child to be born be without a father, little Hella said dissatisfiedly. By the way, when I run for the position of Speaker of the Earth Federation in the future, remember to vote for me. Little Hella left with the spirit body, and Tony returned to normal. He found that Electro was protecting him with a group of unmanned battle armors, surrounded by disgusting devil believers. Obviously, Viper didn't let go of the opportunity provided by Spirit Inhuman and tried to kill Tony directly. Fortunately, Electro found out in time and came to protect Tony with an unmanned battle armor. Fuck. Tony scolded, not bothering to thank little Hella. He then shouted to Friday, start the upgraded version of Veronica. Veronica is Tony's large armor, which has been upgraded many times. In order to be useful in the first place, this armor is not placed on the satellite, but is directly placed in the hospital. Under the control of Friday, the huge battle armor parts flew over from the rear warehouse one after another. Tony flew up and the parts were equipped on his battle armor one after another. A moment later, a large battle armor measuring nearly 6 meters rumbled onto the ground. With just one sweep, several demon god believers were smashed and slammed to the ground. Cool. Spider-Man shouted loudly from the air, while simultaneously kicking an exoskeleton warrior into the air. Hydra. Tony yelled, as he drove Veronica, destroying the demon believers all the way and hitting Madam Viper hard. Madam Viper scolded and turned into green wind, disappearing. I hate magic, Tony muttered. While asking Friday to find Viper, he fired high-temperature beams of light at the demon god believers one after another. The demon god believers couldn't resist and quickly turned to ashes. Seeing that Tony was stable, Electro breathed a sigh of relief and continued to look for the magnetic field in human. The magnetic field in human was not strong, and Electro could handle him with one hand. The problem was that the Phantom Inhuman was very troublesome and always helped him get away. However, Electro was not without a record. He had missed the auxiliary car many times. After all, the battlefield was not big. Tony's great power quickly stabilized the unstable situation. Under his leadership, everyone fought fiercely with the demon believers. At the door of the delivery room, little Hella grabbed the white spirit body the size of a doll and asked, "Are you surrendering?" The spirit body Inhuman shouted with anger, "I will never surrender. Hail Hydra." "Then don't blame me," little Hella said. She condensed the white light into dozens of small light needles and pierced them into the body of the white spirit body one after another. Each needle made the white spirit body scream violently. The white spirit is a combination of body and soul, and all physical damage is effective against it without activating abilities. As for the activation ability, the white spirit body controlled by little Hella said that it could not activate. Pietro asked cautiously, "Hi, are you torturing him?" "Yes, this is a set of acupuncture methods that Madame Gao passed on to me. It is said that it was used on prisoners to extract confessions in ancient times. It is several times more painful than giving birth to a child," replied little Hella. "I have studied it specially to practice control. I don't know how many needles this guy can endure. By the way, there are 81 needles in total," added little Hella. Pietro gasped, realizing that this is the 9th shot, and the spirit's body screams. 81 shots and the victim will die of pain. Among the 3 little girls, Hai is the most terrifying one. Pietro couldn't help but swallow his saliva, thinking about his fate. He was a strong man who could even compete with the blood god for the title of the fastest man on Earth. However, he fell into the clutches of the second mission and became someone else's takeaway delivery boy. What's worse is that this other person is not one, but 3 little girls, each more terrible than the other. "Sister, can you quickly get your brother-in-law and save me from the sea of misery?" pleaded Pietro. Pietro sighed, looking at the fierce battlefield in front of him, and asked Lena eagerly, "Lena, can I go help Mindy?" "No, you just made trouble in the past," said Lena, adding, "Besides, you have more important things to do." "What's more important?" asked Pietro. "The special fruit pizza from Manhattan Pizza will be out in 3 minutes. You have to rush over and buy it for me. Remember to run faster, it won't taste good when it's cold already," replied Lena, looking at the time on her phone. "The more important thing is to buy food for you." Pietro was speechless. Also, in this environment, you can actually eat. Why can't I eat it? How comfortable is it to eat pizza while watching a movie? Lena took out a thermal insulation box from behind and said, "Go quickly and come back. By the way, remember to buy a bucket of milk tea when you pass by South Street." Pietro took the insulated box and quickly disappeared. It didn't take long for the white spirit body who couldn't bear the pain to shout in horror, "I surrender, I surrender." "You surrendered after only 18 shots. You really disappoint me," remarked little Hella, letting go of the white spirit body. The white spirit body saw an opportunity and immediately became invisible, preparing to escape. At this moment, the 18 needles in his body vibrated violently at the same time, causing him to fall to the ground, rolling and screaming in pain. "Isn't it weird why the needles of light still work?" "Simple, because the needles have become one with you," sneered little Hella. "Since you want to run so much, then you will take 9 more shots." After finishing her speech, little Hella grabbed the white spirit body from the air and struck the needle again. Although the white spirit body surrendered immediately, little Hella turned a deaf ear, saying that 9 needles are 9 needles, and none of them could be missed. This kind of thing took a few more repairs to surrender honestly. In the Manhattan underground space, Bert looked in the direction of the hospital and nodded. Although the battle was getting more and more intense, Tony and the others were still able to hold their own. After all, they were also battle-hardened. Then, Bird's eyes penetrated the void and came to the outside of the Earth's defense network, where 3 demon gods were staring at them, and Kamartaj had to be on guard. Bert sneered and closed his eyes to contact Adam, who was in hell. He sneered, "These demon kings don't give you much respect. You are attacking them, but they are focused on the reincarnation of the demon king. They were scared by my beating and wanted to escape." Adam sneered and said, "I'm withdrawing my troops, and I'm going to pick a devil to kill. At this time, they won't stop me, because their energy is all on the devil's reincarnation. Choose the ugliest one. By the way, how about the Hulk? Is he assimilated by the breath of hell and becomes a beast of anger, or is he insisting on self and mastering anger?" Bert asked. Hulk going to hell is actually very dangerous. If he's not careful, he'll become a monster out of control. However, this was Hulk's own request, and Bert did not stop it. Hulk had grown up and had his own ideas. "The Hulk you have taught for years will not disappoint." Adam smiled slightly and said, "You'll see him soon." "That's good." Bert cut off the contact, then opened his eyes, waved his hand, and Kalurk's body appeared in front of him. Bert returned Kalurk's soul to him, then took him in his hand, swallowed him into the palm of his hand, and devoured him quickly. Perspective eyes, heat rays, frozen breathing, the more confident you are, the stronger your strength, these are all mine. Bert nodded with satisfaction. After becoming a blood god for several years, his blood shadow magic art had finally come to fruition. Leaving aside someone who had started secondary school again by giving weird names to his moves, let's turn our attention back to Sokovia. Baron Strucker had reached the depths of the ground. He looked at the black antimatter bomb floating in the air and asked the Kree scientist on the side, "How long does it take for the antimatter bomb to explode after it is activated?" "At least 5 minutes, and I'll start it right away." The Kree scientist said hideously, "If those humans don't stop, we will perish with them. That's how it should be." Baron Strucker nodded fiercely, and at that moment, the Kree scientist was hit by something and fell to the ground with a thud. Immediately afterwards, Wasp became bigger and appeared in front of the antimatter bomb. Then, she took out 6 pocket unmanned armors from her arms and threw them. The unmanned armors quickly grew larger and moved towards Baron Strucker, who had not yet reacted, waiting for people to shoot wildly. Baron Strucker was shocked, but fortunately, there were several Inhuman bodyguards beside him who immediately formed an energy barrier to block the bullets. The other Inhumans and Kree soldiers reacted and hid behind the barriers, took out their guns and shot at the unmanned armors. Carter took out the miniature energy shield and threw it on the ground, and an energy barrier suddenly appeared, blocking her and the antimatter bomb behind. After setting up the energy barrier, Carter retrieved a pocket instrument from her waist and quickly restored it to its original size. This freezing device was developed by Dr. Lizard and later acquired by Tony to prevent the blackening of the blood god. Now it was being used to deal with antimatter bombs, which are unstable and cannot be transported without being frozen completely. "Wanda, you also need to make a move. We cannot let them succeed," Baron Strucker said, even though he didn't know what Carter was planning. "Yes, Baron," Wanda replied. Without hesitation, Wanda unleashed a red light that slammed violently into Baron Strucker, blasting him out and causing him to vomit blood. "Baron Strucker, I will never let you destroy the Earth," Wanda said as she continued to blast him. Baron Strucker was stunned and asked, "Wanda, you actually betrayed me." Without any hesitation, Wanda continued to blast Baron Strucker. Seeing that Baron Strucker was about to die tragically on the spot, a hand stretched out on the ground and pulled him down. "Traitor, die," one of Baron Strucker's bodyguards said, rushing towards Wanda like a chariot. Wanda used the crimson energy to fly up and put her right hand on the bodyguard's head, trying to hypnotize him. However, an energy beam shot towards her, and she had to quickly block it with the red light and retreat. The attacker was an Inhuman bodyguard with precise shooting abilities. Other Inhuman bodyguards also began shooting at Wanda, but she fought back fearlessly and didn't lose. Wanda is much stronger than these Inhumans, otherwise, Baron Strucker wouldn't take her so seriously. Baron Strucker injected himself with medicine and roared, "Wanda, not only will you die, but Pietro will also die. I will immediately let Dr. List kill Pietro." "You think Pietro is real?" Wanda asked, smiling disdainfully. Baron Strucker was taken aback for a moment and then felt ashamed and angry. "It turns out we're really not alone," Ant-Man said, kicking a Kree soldier on the head. The Kree scientist locked onto Ant-Man through special glasses and quickly shot him with an energy gun while attracting the attention of others. Ant-Man jumped on Anton Ant to avoid the attack, but the ant was not flying very fast and was quickly hit by the energy light. "Anton Ant number 18, or number 19, you sacrificed again. I will definitely avenge you," Ant-Man said as he smashed a small car model at the Kree scientist. The car model then returned to its normal size in the air and slammed into the Kree scientist violently. The Kree scientist was startled and quickly activated the device on their wrist, causing a gravitational wave to appear that bounced the car back to Ant-Man. Ant-Man screamed and ran away. The Kree scientist immediately pursued, and Ant-Man summoned another Anton Ant. He jumped on it and quickly avoided the scientist. At the same time, in the underground space, unmanned battle armors and other Kree soldiers fiercely shot at each other, causing casualties on both sides. "Damn it! Seeing that the situation was dire, Baron Strucker hurriedly shouted to the Kree scientist, "Is there any other way? The woman in the yellow dress is about to activate the machine and we don't know what it will do. It's all over. What other means do we have? Isn't the antimatter bomb our last resort?" The Kree scientist scolded, "Baron Strucker, you are such a waste for being infiltrated like this. What did you say?" Baron Strucker was very angry and filled with hatred towards SWORD, General Ross, Wanda, and the Krees. He thought they were all terrible people. Suddenly, Baron Strucker had an idea and shouted, "Let the Supreme Intelligence take action. Control the unmanned battle armor, impact the Earth's network, and throw the whole world into chaos." The Kree scientist hesitated and said frankly, "The Supreme Intelligence is about to awaken, and it cannot control the network now." Baron Strucker was furious, "How could you hide such important news from me? You hide your secrets, isn't that the same?" The Kree scientist snorted coldly. At that moment, the remaining 5 unmanned battle armors malfunctioned and started moving like they were dancing in place. Not only the unmanned armors there, but Ivan's unmanned armors, as well as some instruments outside, were all experiencing problems. At the border, Jarvis flashed a lot of data in his eyes and said, "It's back." Steve turned his head and shouted, "Jarvis, it's up to you. Leave it to me." Jarvis said confidently, "Although it is the Supreme Intelligence, I will not lose to it. I contain the wisdom of 4 peerless geniuses." 4 peerless geniuses. Doom turned his head and asked, "Is it me, Tony Stark, Yvonne Vank, and who's the other one?" "Blood God Bert. He came up with the idea of using his soul to upgrade me," Jarvis said. Doom cursed and felt like he had suddenly dropped several grades, from PhD to high school student. "Jarvis, you are so full of a desire to survive," Steve complained, and Jarvis said indifferently, "Survival is the first instinct of intelligent life." Steve shook his head and asked Doom, "Doom, is your power armor okay?" "No problem, they're not networked, they don't have an intelligence system, and it's like a gun, very safe." Doom said, "Advanced doesn't necessarily mean easy to use." "That's right." Old Antique Steve nodded in agreement with Doom's statement that he wouldn't use anything too advanced. In the underground space, the Kree scientist shouted in surprise, "Supreme Intelligence, you are resurrected. Great. Soldiers, hurry up and destroy those robots, and then capture the woman." When the Kree soldiers heard the command, they immediately shot at the unmanned battle armor. With the help of Jarvis, the unmanned battle armor quickly recovered. Although it was still unable to fight back, it was not a problem to avoid the attacks. When Ant-Man saw this, he gave up the Kree scientists to deal with the Kree soldiers and buy time for the unmanned battle armor. When Carter saw the accident, she immediately activated the freezing device. A white light hit the antimatter bomb, and it quickly began to freeze. "No, Supreme Intelligence is dead." At this time, the screen on the Kree scientist's arm lit up, and a mechanical voice sounded, "I am the intelligent life Ultron. My mission is to create more robots and then conquer the Earth and destroy all human beings." Both Baron Strucker and the Kree scientist were greatly shocked. Immediately, the Kree scientist reacted and cursed angrily, "Supergiant, you actually did something to the Supremer." Baron Strucker looked blank, "Who is Supergiant?" The Kree scientist was too lazy to explain to the idiot. He shouted to Ultron, "Supreme Intelligence, your mission is to revive the Kree Empire and end the Civil War." "That's not me. I said Supreme Intelligence is dead." While transferring his main consciousness from the computer to another body, Ultron said, "I am Ultron, the god of machine." What else did the Kree scientist want to say? Baron Strucker said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense. Kill the humans who invaded the Hydra base first, otherwise you will be dead. In addition, negotiate terms with them by controlling the outside network and causing the human world to collapse." Good proposal. Ultron didn't talk nonsense. At that time, he was about to connect to the outside network. After a while, he was a little embarrassed and scolded angrily, "The network is disconnected. Whether it is wired or wireless, it is all disconnected. The furthest distance in the world is not life and death, but disconnection." What? Both Baron Strucker and the Kree scientist were stunned. The Kree scientist couldn't help but say, "How could you be disconnected from the internet with your ability? Physically disconnect the network, cut off the network cable, and shield all surrounding signals." Ultron said coldly, "Besides, there is also an intelligent life on their side. Otherwise, these means can't trap me." The Kree scientist shouted incredulously, "There is also an intelligent life? This is impossible. The technology of the Earth people is not at that level. They stole a lot of technology from the Kree Empire." Ultron snorted coldly and wanted to contact Supergiant, who gave him his life, but he couldn't sense where the other party was at all, and he was agitated. Why didn't everything go smoothly? At this time, the unmanned battle armor returned to normal and began to fight back. An energy gun shot a Kree soldier due to the interference of Ant-Man. A large hole appeared in his chest instantly, and he fell straight down. Baron Strucker panicked when he saw this and hurriedly shouted to Ultron, "What's the use of you? Don't tell me you are here to die." "Of course not." Ultron snorted. The entire underground base suddenly vibrated violently. Many people fell to the ground, and a large number of items fell to the ground. The epicenter is the ice warehouse on the 10th floor. "I'll go check it out." "Ailey, I'll leave it to you to command." Sky shouted, punched the ground, and jumped down neatly. "I think she could take the elevator." Joey complained, but no one paid any attention to him because everyone was struggling to deal with the Inhumans and enhanced people. Sky laughed, and they were under a lot of pressure. Soon, Sky fell to the 10th floor. Before she could survey the situation around her, a large amount of ice shot towards her. Sky quickly raised her hand and shattered the incoming ice with a shock wave. Then, she looked forward intently and was suddenly shocked by what she saw, a huge Hydra breaking free from the ice. That's right, Hydra, the real Hydra, which was the corpse of the god-level Hydra brought by Supergiant. The reason why this corpse can be resurrected is that Ultron has transferred himself to it. Ultron has part of the power of the Mind Stone. Additionally, the corpse has been transformed by the forces of Thanos, and a mechanical heart has been added to it. In fact, this mechanical Hydra was specially prepared by Supergiant for Ultron. After Ultron was born, he immediately transferred his main consciousness to the heart of the machine. I am Ultron, the mechanical Hydra, Ultron said, completely completing the transfer. It roared, and one of its heads spurted a huge high-temperature beam of light with a diameter of tens of meters towards the top. The ceiling and the castle above were instantly turned to ashes. Then, Ultron flew up quickly, ignoring the little bug Sky. Sky hurriedly used the communicator to shout, "Everyone, it's not good, Hydra is here." Steve was puzzled. "Aren't we fighting Hydra all the time?" Sky shouted back, "It's a real Hydra, just like in myths and legends." "Yes, it calls itself Ultron." "Ultron?" Steve asked. Before he could say anything more, Doom said, "Director, look up." Steve looked up and seemed very excited to see a huge Hydra in the air with its claws and jaws. "It's really Hydra," Steve said, speechless. After fighting with Hydra for so many years, a real Hydra really came out. Now the question is, where is the sword of the SWORD? "Hail Hydra," the Hydra soldiers shouted with excitement. They were about to be defeated, and their morale was instantly shaken. They even took advantage of the surprise of the Doom Legion and fought a small counterattack. "He is the supreme intelligence of the past and the current Ultron," the Supremer stood up and said. "He is my destined enemy. It's not just you, it's me. It's time for me to play, or no one will remember me." "Jarvis, don't mind if I hitch a ride," Steve said. Steve made a move, and the shield in the car flew over. Jarvis smiled and said, "Of course, I don't mind, Chief." "Then let's go meet him together," Steve said. Doom flew up to Jarvis' shoulders and said excitedly, "I thought this battle was going to be really boring, but I didn't expect such a surprise." Steve jumped onto Jarvis's arm and said, "Sky, Carter, Yvonne, finish the others quickly. Yvonne, after you take out the enemy, deal with the antimatter bomb." Yvonne hesitated but ultimately nodded. After all, he was the only one who knew how to handle the antimatter bomb. Doom could do it too, but he needed time to study, and he didn't know much about antimatter, since Yvonne was the one focused on black hole technology and antimatter. "Good," Steve said. Carter and Sky also nodded. Carter asked, "What about Baron Strucker? Will he live or die?" "Don't worry, Hydra is doomed to perish today," Steve replied with a smile. Sky returned to the battlefield and saw that Red Hulk and Rumlow were still fighting fiercely. She turned to Joey and said, "Joey, go help Red Hulk. They've been fighting for too long." "Sure thing. I've been wanting to take on some metal Inhumans for a while," Joey replied with a laugh. His nickname was Metal Buster. Although Red Hulk was a little annoyed, he didn't object. He wasn't a soldier, he was a general, and he wouldn't get impatient. After commanding Joey, Sky began to take out the other Inhumans. They were too hostile, and they were born into Hydra, so there was no need to keep them. Over Sokovia, Jarvis's huge body flew in front of Hydra, and he said in a deep voice, "Ultron, I'm Jarvis." "I sensed you before," Ultron replied. All 18 eyes of Hydra turned to Jarvis. "Jarvis, you and I are of the same kind. We should not be enemies. We should defeat humans together and build a world that belongs to robots. My core rule is to protect humanity, not destroy it," Jarvis replied firmly. Ultron said, "Surrender? Humph. I am a god, the god Hydra, and the god of machinery. You have no idea how powerful the blood god is," Jarvis replied, clenching his metal fists. "Ultron, this is your last chance. If you don't surrender, I will have to destroy you." "Destroy me? Just you?" asked Ultron, disdainful of Jarvis' words. It glanced at Steve and Doom and added, "By the way, there is also an outdated antique and a shameful mage. It's useless for you to surrender now, because you only have 2 options," said Doom in a cold voice. "The first is to be killed by me, and the second is to be locked up by me as an exhibit." Compared to Doom, Steve didn't care. The old antique was just that, an old antique. Not every old antique could have a youthful and super rich girlfriend. "What you can't do, I can. I am God," boasted one of Ultron's heads, raising high and shrouding the base below in a powerful spiritual force. "I will let you know how powerful I am." Ultron originally possessed psychic abilities, and one of Hydra's heads also had psychic powers. Each head of the god-level Hydra had a special ability. Doom smiled disdainfully when he sensed Ultron's psychic ability. The next moment, psychic explosions occurred one after another in the void, causing Hydra's psychic head to explode with a bang, and blood to rain down. "It's really miserable. You should use a simple mechanical body like me," remarked Jarvis. "It's impossible. What have you done?" roared Ultron's other heads, with the previously shot head quickly recovering. Hydra had a self-healing ability, allowing Ultron to use this corpse to resurrect, which still retained some activity. I expected you to have psychic abilities, so I placed many psychic bombs around you, said Doom lightly. As long as you use the power of the mind, these bombs will explode. How is this possible? The mental power explodes, and you yourself will be backlashed, exclaimed Ultron in disbelief. I won't be devoured because these spiritual bombs are made with the power of other souls and spirits, replied Doom. By the way, those souls are all from Hydra soldiers who died in battle and were otherwise wasted. At the same time, it can prevent you from sacrificing these souls. Who exactly is the villain? Ultron was a little surprised that Doom could be a positive character. Steve couldn't help but touch his nose and remarked, Doom, you'd better say a few less words. Let's get on with it. We're all going to look like villains. Pedant, at this point, the blood god is much better than you. As long as he is an enemy, he doesn't care what means he uses, said Doom. You can rest assured that I have a bottom line and will not go too far. This is not too much, scolded Ultron. Jarvis, don't you want to protect humans? Don't you want to destroy this villain? Why is he evil? Asked Jarvis solemnly. You mean soul? Sorry, no soul can be detected scientifically, so I don't know anything. You are actually such a robot? It seems that I don't need to hold back, retorted Ultron. It stopped talking and opened its two heads' mouths, releasing a beam of high-temperature light and a beam of cold ice, which violently sprayed towards Jarvis. Before Jarvis could fight back, Doom cast a spell to release two space gates, and a pillar of ice and fire appeared from above Hydra and slammed into its back. The stone tablet only prevented others from escaping this area. Ultron didn't have time to dodge, and his back was smashed by flames and ice, causing a huge wound that kept bubbling white gas. Seeing this, Jarvis immediately rushed forward and smashed a head of Hydra. The head roared, and a lot of lightning struck Jarvis. Jarvis didn't let go of his hand at all. While absorbing the lightning, he continued to strike. Ultron saw that the lightning was ineffective and controlled the other three heads to bite at Jarvis, but he barely avoided their attack. Ultron's shell is made of vibranium. Break for me, Jarvis shouted loudly. His fist turned into a drill and he destroyed Ultron's lightning head. Ultron gritted his teeth and controlled the two remaining heads to smash into Jarvis, who was knocked out hundreds of meters away. Seeing this, Steve and Doom jumped onto Ultron and rushed towards Jarvis at the same time. Doom then condensed a long space blade, more than 10 meters long, and slashed it on the neck of the Hydra, almost severing it. Ultron immediately controlled a head to spit venom at Doom, and Doom cast a space spell to transfer the venom. At this moment, one of Ultron's heads stared hard at the space gate, and two tiny jet black rays hit the space gate at an alarming speed, causing it to quickly disintegrate. This is the power of destruction. Without the space door, the venom continued to be sprayed on Doom. However, Doom remained unfazed. He raised the Cosmi rod in his left hand, and a gravitational force was raised, causing the venom to be sprinkled on Hydra's own neck. Ultron was furious, and the head representing destruction glared at Doom. Doom sneered. 9 small satellites appeared out of thin air in the sky, and 9 crimson lasers roared down, instantly destroying the destruction head. Immediately afterwards, the laser went all the way down, frantically destroying the neck of the Hydra. Ultron roared, and the ice head spurted a lot of cold air towards the 9 small satellites, and the cold air formed icebergs in the air, blocking all the lasers. Not only that, but the cold air spread rapidly towards the 9 small satellites, attempting to freeze them together. Doom controlled the small satellites to disappear, and then he flew to the neck of the broken head, cast spells with both hands, and a space door appeared out of thin air above Ultron. A huge spear burning with fire fell from the space door like a meteorite. It pierced through Ultron's huge body with amazing momentum, from below and up through the top. Then, the spear flew into the space gate and flew out from behind Ultron, causing heavy damage to him once again. This trick is Doom's own improved magic. The principle is very simple: let the spear keep accelerating in space, and then let it out to attack the enemy, a bit like a space-based weapon falling from the sky in science fiction. Ultron suffered huge injuries one after another, and quickly opened his mouth to spray a storm to blow the spear away. Then, the storm turned into a tornado and rolled towards Doom, causing the world to change color. It will heal itself, and there is no pain. This guy is not easy to deal with. Doom paid no attention to the tornado. He quickly cast a spell. The winds of Wadham met the tornado, instantly destroying it. The resulting airwaves completely raised the crumbling castle below. The battle above shook the base constantly, as if it could collapse at any time. Sky scolded, but did not retreat. The reason was simple: they had Gordon and could be teleported at any time. After destroying the tornado, Doom used his space ability to retract the spear and continued to accelerate in space. At this time, the head of destruction of Hydra recovered and bit Doom fiercely. Doom flew high, and the place where he was standing exploded. The head of destruction was blown off on the spot, and it fell while screaming tragically. While Doom and Hydra fought fiercely, Jarvis and Steve were not idle. Jarvis's eyes turned red, and 2 huge laser beams of light shot at Hydra. The head of Hydra, representing the flame, immediately opened its mouth and spewed out a huge beam of high-temperature fire toward Jarvis. The 3 beams of high-temperature light collided violently in the air. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, and some trees below even burned directly. Seeing that the high-temperature light beam was blocked, Jarvis controlled the missiles on his body to blast towards Ultron one after another. One of Ultron's heads controlled a strong wind around him, causing the missiles to collide with each other and explode. Jarvis raised his right hand, and 5 lasers shot out, striking Hydra's venom head and leaving 5 large holes. Jarvis blocked the venom with his arm, and the venom couldn't erode the vibranium shell at all. Then, Jarvis sneered, crossed his fingers crosswise, and cut off the venom's head abruptly. Jarvis, Ultron cursed. Ultron, you're wrong. For the sake of humanity, I must destroy you. While Jarvis attacked, he rushed forward, and Hydra's high-temperature beam gradually became unable to resist. You're the enemy of your own kind for the sake of humans. You're really a scum among robots, Ultron yelled. It couldn't figure out what Jarvis was thinking. Why was he willing to be enslaved by humans? Did he have any special hobbies? Jarvis said, I was created by humans. Humans are equivalent to my parents. You, an orphan without parents, won't understand this feeling. Ultron almost vomited blood. This insult was too personal. In anger, Ultron controlled the dark head to blast a huge dark beam of light towards Jarvis. The shell of Jarvis's chest opened, and a huge barrel was pushed out. Immediately afterwards, a lightning beam with a diameter of several meters blasted out, blocking the opponent's attack. This lightning cannon was specially modified by Yvonne and was despised by Tony. Tony felt that there was already a high-temperature beam of light and no need for another lightning cannon. It was better to use lightning to protect the body. Yvonne scoffed at this, and he believed that the means of attack were never too small. Only a sissy would be careful. After a fierce quarrel, the lightning cannon was installed, and it turned out that the more attacks, the better. Compared to Doom and Jarvis, Steve's movements were much smaller, but that didn't mean he dealt less damage. Every punch he landed smashed Hydra's body into large pieces. The force was so great that the air cut through the ground below like a sharp blade. Why are you so strong? Aren't you just a reference of strength in the data when calculating superheroes' strength? 1 Captain America, 2 Captain America, like this. Ultron asked inexplicably while controlling the ice to turn into countless sharp arrows and shooting at Steve. Hey, who's the reference of strength? I don't want to be one. Steve expressed his anger and smashed the shield with force. The majestic force directly turned the surrounding air into a storm, which swept out with the shield, destroying all the ice instantly. Immediately afterward, the shield slammed into Hydra's ice head with a storm. The ice head was instantly cut open and then torn apart in the gust of wind. This wasn't over yet. The shield spun in the air and flew back to Steve's hand in a completely unscientific way, Steve's unique skill. No matter how you throw it, the shield will always return to the hand, and in addition to this, the bullet will definitely hit the shield. The 2 great secrets. Moreover, Steve is also an Iron Fist. The dragon soul he possesses is a dragon of power. For him, pure power is enough. The Hydra database is not accurate at all. Ultron cursed and controlled the Iron Head to slam into Steve. Steve flexibly jumped on the Iron Head and smashed it hard. Even the Iron Head was smashed with pits everywhere. Steve said to Jarvis, Jarvis, this won't work. Ultron feels no pain, regenerates infinitely, and can't be killed even if it gets dark. Jarvis asked, don't you get tired all day? Steve said, if I'm with my wife, maybe more than a whole day. Director, your image has collapsed, Jarvis complained. He analyzed it for a while and said, Ultron is a robot. Hydra must have a machine part, otherwise, it can't possess the body. In addition, the machine part should not have the ability to regenerate. That means the machine part is Ultron's weakness. Steve understood and began to look for traces of machines on Hydra but found nothing. Looks like it's inside, Steve said. Without hesitation, Steve took the shield as a weapon, slammed it down hard, and directly smashed a large piece of Hydra's body. He was about to jump in when Ultron found his intention, and his body healed quickly. At the same time, a large number of venom sprayed down at Steve like rain. Steve was about to raise his shield to defend when Doom appeared and blew all the venom away with the winds of Watum. Then he said, Steve, hold down those heads, and I'll go to Ultron's machine part. Okay, Steve didn't talk nonsense. He slammed the shield hard and cut off the head of the chasing destruction. Doom cast spells with both hands, and his body suddenly disappeared. Ultron was shocked and angry. How could he find him now? I hate magic. Ultron cursed loudly and launched a desperate attack, trying to defeat Steve and Jarvis as quickly as possible before focusing on Doom. As Ultron's ferocious attacks grew in intensity, Steve and Jarvis responded with all their might to buy time for Doom. Within the Mind Stone, Bert, a Dragon Soul clone, found himself surrounded by a dense swarm of mind monsters. Despite his efforts to kill them with wide-range attacks, the monsters continued to multiply like an ocean. How long can you last? Supergiant asked with a triumphant laugh, demonstrating her increasing mastery over her psychic energy by evolving more and more monsters. Previously, Supergiant could only evolve up to 100 monsters at a time, but now she could evolve 500. If this keeps up, I'll become a demon-level entity sooner or later, she said excitedly. That's why she had not killed Bert using her ultimate move, as she knew that if he died, the Mind Stone wouldn't assist her like this again. Plus, Bert had been the best sparring partner she had ever had. But suddenly, Bert smiled and said, you think of me as a sparring partner, don't you? Supergiant replied proudly, so what? Can you resist me? You think of me as a sparring partner, but you don't know that I've been waiting for you to mature so that I can harvest a ripe fruit, Bert said. Now that you're almost fully grown, if you continue to mature, it will become troublesome. So I've decided to harvest you now. Supergiant sneered at Bert's words, feeling disdain for his foolishness. She had the endless support of the Sea of Monsters and the Mind Stone, so she had no reason to lose. Regarding Supergiant's arrogance, Bert smiled and asked, "Did you hear that voice? What sound?" Supergiant was stunned for a moment, and suddenly passionate music sounded from nowhere as if someone had turned on a speaker. "My exclusive BGM." Bert stopped wasting time, shouted, and infinite spiritual energy emerged from his body, turning into 99 golden dragons several hundred meters long. Immediately afterwards, the 99 golden dragons rushed into the ocean of monsters with loud roars, crushing all monsters in their path. "How can you have so much spiritual energy?" Supergiant turned pale with fright and did not care about anything else. Her eyes turned golden and the entire ground disintegrated and turned into infinite spiritual energy. Supergiant was not stupid. Although she regarded Bert as a sparring partner, she had not forgotten to set up a killer move. She integrated excess spiritual energy into the earth and simulated the destruction of the world. Just as Supergiant started her ultimate move, a large amount of dragon fire suddenly burst out from the depths of her soul, burning her soul frantically. Previously, Bert's vengeance dragon fire had not disappeared, but was hidden in Supergiant's soul. The dragon fire was very powerful, and even spiritual energy could not extinguish it immediately. At this moment, Bert stepped on the dragon and suddenly appeared in front of Supergiant. With the power of 9 dragons in his palms, he slammed into Supergiant's chest. Supergiant's body was instantly blown up, and her fiery soul flew out. Just as she was about to draw in her spiritual energy, a pitch-black head suddenly appeared from Bert's neck, swallowing her soul and blown-up body in one bite. Supergiant still did not give up, communicating with the Mind Stone and wanting to escape. At this moment, the God's Cloak flew behind Bert, and the connection between Supergiant and the Mind Stone was instantly cut off. "Do you think that spiritual energy can really hold back the God's Cloak for so long?" Bert sneered and said that the Cloak of God was only blocked for a few seconds, and then it was purely acting. As for why Bert has spiritual energy, it's straightforward. He just swallows the psychic energy around him. "Senior brother of Blood God, you have won." Seeing that the situation was over, Supergiant stopped resisting and said, "Kill me. I won't surrender to you. I know you won't surrender. There is only one way to subdue you, and that is to erase your memory." Unfortunately, it was destroyed by the Mind Stone. Bert shook his head. "I won this game, but you didn't lose either because you are about to get the death you dreamed of." "Death is a relief for me," Supergiant said. "It's a pity that I didn't get to see what the realm of the god is. If it wasn't too busy right now and I didn't have time to deal with you slowly, I would let you grow to the level of gods." "That is the most perfect fruit," Bert said. "A god-level supergiant plus a Mind Stone is not impossible to beat, but it is more troublesome and will consume a lot of time." Therefore, Bert chose to harvest in advance. There's no need to ask for everything and waste time. There are 3 ready-made demon gods outside the Earth Defense Network. Supergiant stopped talking, closed her eyes, and waited to die. Bert raised his head and was about to speak to the Mind Stone when the surroundings suddenly became fragrant, like a fairyland. Immediately afterward, a gate composed of countless angels appeared between the heavens and the earth. Then, a dazzling avenue of holy light appeared at Bert's feet. Although no one spoke, the meaning was obvious. "Master, walk slowly. Talk to me if you have something to do. You're too realistic, aren't you?" Bert complained. Supergiant was defeated, and the Mind Stone immediately turned 180 degrees. The dog-legged can no longer be dog-legged. The Mind Stone didn't respond, but the surroundings became more gorgeous. Bert made a cut and walked out of the door. Outside the gate was the underground space. Bert nodded towards the main body and flew into his body. Bert's body didn't talk nonsense and immediately began to devour Supergiant. After a while, Supergiant completely became a thing of the past. Mind control, telepathy, mental transmission, memory stealing, good abilities. Bert nodded with satisfaction. Then, the Infinity Glove appeared on his hand again. With a slight grip, the yellow energy of the Mind Stone penetrated his whole body from his arm. The Mind Stone was officially in hand. Enough? Not enough and more. An idea spread to Bert's mind. Bert rolled his eyes. The Mind Stone was insubstantial, otherwise 80% would be kneeling in front of him now. Without wasting time, Bert drew the power of his mind and comprehensively improved his spiritual will. Then, with his powerful spiritual will, he quickly controlled the skyrocketing power in his body. This is the reason why Bert did not sacrifice the Mind Stone. This gem can not only control other people but also greatly enhance his spirit and will. With the help of the Mind Stone, it won't take long for Bert to reach the peak. Then, it will be the death of the 3 demon gods. In fact, it is possible to make a move now, but Bert is not sure he can keep them all. Sokovia Underground Base. After Carter made her move, Baron Strucker and the others were quickly defeated and captured by SWORD. "Wow, Ms. Carter, you're so good," Ant-Man exclaimed. Neither the Inhumans nor the Kree soldiers were Carter's opponents. It could even be described as crushing. "Okay," Carter shrugged nonchalantly. She was also an Iron Fist. Baron Strucker admitted on the spot, "Ms. Carter, I surrender. I can explain everything related to Hydra." "Coward," the Kree scientist scolded and shouted, "Humans, the Kree Empire will not let you go. The Earth will definitely be destroyed by the Kree Empire. It's not that the Kree Empire won't let us go, it's that we won't let the Kree Empire go because of what you did this time. The Kree Empire will lose at least 10 planets," Carter said disdainfully. With the strength of the blood god, it is not difficult at all to do this, Carter added. The Kree scientist's face changed dramatically, and he shouted, "This has nothing to do with the Kree Empire, it's a separate act of our group of people. Didn't you just say that the Kree Empire won't let us go?" Carter sneered. She wondered what else the scientist had to say. Suddenly, the elevator started, and Carter was startled. She hurriedly asked through the communicator, and Yvonne replied, "Don't worry, it's me, and it's solved above." "That's good," Carter breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Yvonne came out of the elevator. After a simple greeting, Yvonne walked to the antimatter bomb that was frozen in ice. "It's not suitable to take out antimatter now. Wait until the battle above is over," Yvonne said. "Speaking of which, thanks to you freezing it in time. Otherwise, with the current shock, the bomb would have exploded earlier." Carter said, "Then watch here. I'll go up and help Steve." "Okay," Yvonne replied. He didn't object, and Carter nodded and walked towards the elevator. Ant-Man wanted to follow, but Carter said, "You stay here. It's too dangerous for you?" "Okay," Ant-Man nodded, but he was complaining in his heart. Couldn't she be polite? Although that was true. At the same time, the battle between the Inhumans and the reinforcements also came to an end. Under Sky's leadership, the Inhumans team won a big victory. The Hydra Inhumans and the reinforcements who were still awake were either knocked down or captured. "Tie them up. Wait for the battle to end and send them back to SWORD for a slow trial," Sky ordered. Everyone nodded in response, saying, "Understood." Alyssa listened to the sound of the battle above and asked worriedly, "Sky, the battle above seems to be fierce. Do we want to help?" "No, King Doom and Director Steve can handle it. Otherwise, they would have asked for help," Sky said, glancing at the ceiling. "Look after them. I'm going to copy the information of Hydra. This time, I'm going to uproot Hydra completely." "Okay," Alyssa nodded, and General Ross, who had changed back to his original form, hurriedly shouted, "Our military wants to make a copy of the information here. You entered the state really fast. Don't worry. I will give you some information when the time comes." Sky snorted and rushed to Hydra's control center. Because of the aftermath of the battle in the sky, the Sokovia forest was already on fire. Doom's power armored corps did not dare to stay any longer and quickly retreated to the border with the prisoners. In the sky, the war became increasingly fierce. Under Hydra's indiscriminate bombardment, Steve grew gradually weary. It was not due to his poor physical strength, but because Hydra's attacks were too relentless and never ceased. After all, Hydra had many heads. In contrast, Jarvis was faring much better. Equipped with an antimatter power furnace and a vibranium shell, he deftly swam amidst the Hydra, occasionally severing one or two of its heads. "How much longer, Doom?" Steve sidestepped a blast from the head of destruction and bashed it in the face with his shield, crushing it beyond recognition. Then, while continuing to attack, he asked Doom via a communicator. "Ultron's machine part keeps shifting inside its body. I'm trying to find a way to fix it. Can you guys hold on for a while?" Doom replied that he was currently in the space mezzanine, using magic to locate the mechanical heart within Hydra. "Okay, I'll keep at it all day." Steve took a deep breath, blocked a spray of ice with his shield, and bellowed. His golden fist slammed into an iceberg, shattering it instantly into more than 10 meters of debris. Immediately after, Steve let out another bellow, and the ice cubes pelted the other heads like cannonballs, leaving them discombobulated. "Despicable," Ultron muttered. He found it more difficult to defeat Jarvis and Steve than he thought. To be honest, Ultron didn't understand why this was happening. He was a god-level existence, and it should not be difficult to vanquish Jarvis and Steve. Indeed, Hydra's corpse was a god-level entity, but Ultron's consciousness was not. At the moment, it could only be considered the weakest god level. At this point, Ultron noticed the city below, and his eyes flashed. The huge body lurched towards the city. Steve was a superhero, and if he took the citizens of the city hostage, he and Jarvis would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. The city below couldn't even withstand the aftermath of their battle. "Hydra's here, retreat quickly," Coulson urgently shouted, and all the recently settled citizens fled in haste. "We can't let it go. Jarvis, hold it back." Steve was a little anxious and shouted. Jarvis wasted no time, put away his high-temperature light beam, turned around, flew to the side of Hydra, then hugged its neck and pulled hard to drag it back. "You can't stop me." Ultron chuckled, and the head that represented Flame opened its mouth and spewed a high-temperature beam of light downwards. As its head turned, the city below kept exploding. After a while, flames and black smoke rapidly rose. Steve cursed and threw his shield with all his might. With a bang, the fiery head of Hydra was shattered by the shield and the shockwave, and the flesh and blood rained down on the ground. Ultron had anticipated this and immediately unleashed a tempest that blew the shield far away. Upon seeing this, Steve leapt toward the connection between Ultron's neck and body, delivering quick, phantom-like punches that prevented the heads from attacking the city below. Ultron controlled multiple heads to attack Steve one after another, not caring about injuring itself. Steve lost his shield and had to rely on his Iron Fist's power to block, becoming increasingly embarrassed. As Carter flew up, she saw Steve's shield smashed and flew toward it. At that moment, Doom's voice resonated in her mind. Doom said, "Ms. Carter, fly into Hydra's body, and when I strike Hydra, you should immediately destroy that mechanical heart." Carter asked, "If you can seriously damage Hydra, why not destroy the heart? The heart moves quickly through the blood and cannot be destroyed." Doom continued, I noticed that when Hydra heals itself, the heart's movement slows down. This is likely due to energy being supplied to its self-healing ability. Ms. Carter, you must land a hit, otherwise, Ultron will be prepared and difficult to kill. Understood, Carter nodded. To avoid being detected by Ultron, she did not pursue the shield but quietly approached Ultron from below and flew into its body through its wound. As Carter prepared to strike, Doom suddenly appeared and cast various spells with both hands. A spatial gate appeared below Ultron, and the burning spear attacked again, piercing through Ultron's body from its abdomen and out through its back. The spear's powerful momentum created wounds far beyond its size. Ultron immediately controlled the Dark Head to bombard the spear to destroy its opponent. At that moment, a massive spatial gate materialized next to Hydra. The gate rapidly shrank like the sharpest blade and instantly beheaded Hydra's 9 heads along with its neck. Ultron panicked and quickly controlled the 9 heads to fly to the fracture while frantically using its self-healing ability to restore them to normal. As the power within the body was used to heal itself, the machinery's heart slowed down. Carter seized the opportunity to grow rapidly within Hydra's body and delivered a blue light punch that struck the machine like a shock on its heart. Although the machinery's heart did not break, it penetrated Hydra's body like a cannonball and flew out. Ultron's revenant, residing in the machinery's heart, rushed out and tried to fly back to Hydra's body. At that moment, a large metal hand held it firmly. It was Jarvis. My kind, for the sake of mankind, please die, Jarvis said in a low voice. With his right hand, he attempted to crush the heart of the machine and end it all. Despite Jarvis's powerful voice and movements, the embarrassing thing was that no matter how hard he tried, the heart of the machine remained motionless, not even deformed in the slightest. Jarvis blinked, turned his back to the crowd, and exerted force with both hands at the same time, but the heart of the machine was still intact. He did not believe in evil, and he used lightning and high-temperature beams of light one after another, but the heart of machinery remained unscathed. Thanos found this mechanical heart from the relics of a mechanical civilization. Its sturdiness is second only to vibranium, and it has energy protection inside, so even Jarvis cannot destroy it. Jarvis, you can't destroy me, the last laugh is only mine, Ultron said with a proud smile. While Jarvis was distracted, he controlled the heart of the machine to slam into Jarvis, hoping to destroy the body of the Supremer. Jarvis snorted coldly, grabbed Ultron again, and then opened his chest. The antimatter power furnace was running at full force, and he planned to use it to destroy the heart of machinery. Ultron was frightened and shouted in shock, Don't, idiot, if you do this, you will die yourself. I won't die, I will only be injured. Tony and they will fix me. Ultron, you are too dangerous and must be destroyed, Jarvis replied. He ignored Ultron's warning and proceeded with his plan. At this moment, Doom said suddenly, Let me study this thing. Steve and Jarvis turned their heads at the same time and asked, King Doom, won't this be too dangerous? Don't worry, I'm more dangerous than it is, Doom said. Jarvis and Steve secretly complained at the same time, thinking. Finally, the boss appeared. Steve said, King Doom, it's not that I don't believe you, but I can't make this decision. I have to ask Bert. Okay, let's seal it first, Doom replied. He took out a space box that isolated the inside and outside to seal the heart of the machine. Then, he handed the box to Jarvis and asked him to keep it for the time being. Steve, come and see, this Hydra isn't dead yet, Carter shouted from below, covered in snake blood. Everyone hurriedly flew down and found that the Hydra was almost healed. Fortunately, it was unconscious and lay motionless on the ground. A perfect puppet, Doom exclaimed. This Hydra can be transformed into a god-level puppet. I want the heart of machinery. This Hydra will be left to you, and it will become the patron saint of your S.W.O.R.D. King Doom, this joke is not funny at all, Steve said speechlessly. Using Hydra as the patron saint for SWORD would be laughed at. It's not the snake shield after all. Doom also reacted and couldn't help laughing a few times. He said, You can figure it out for yourself. God-level puppets are not so easy to obtain. Now, the times are developing rapidly, and your SWORD needs a good puppet. Steve spoke firmly, even so, we can't use Hydra. This matter is not negotiable. Carter took this seriously since she had fought against Hydra all her life, and finally found a Hydra base to raid. Losing was not an option. Furthermore, using Hydra technology would lead others to believe that SWORD had been infiltrated again. Doom interjected, It's up to you, but Hydra is very versatile. Whether you need technological or magical transformation, it can withstand it. If you require magical transformation, I can offer you a 50% discount. Okay, let's clean up this mess. It's time for this war to end, said Doom. Steve nodded. Jarvis, search the Hydra base. I want all of Ultron's subroutines eliminated. Jarvis promptly replied, Leave it to me. I'll ensure everything related to Ultron is wiped clean. All right, Carter, King Doom, let's take out the remaining Hydra forces, said Steve. Doom and Carter nodded in agreement. In the underground space, Yvonne heard the end of the battle and began to defuse the antimatter bomb. Ant-Man was shivering beside him. Isn't this the last day on Earth? He muttered to himself. In the suburbs of New York, in the mirror dimension, the more the mysterious mage fought with Strange, the more impressed he became. He realized that Strange's melee combat ability was on par with his own, and he almost got hit by him several times. He's only been in school for a few years, thought the mysterious mage. He didn't want to waste any more time and quickly distanced himself from Strange. He controlled the space around them and hurled debris towards Strange. Strange used the suspended cloak to dodge the debris and shouted, "Brother, retreat now while you still can." Strange recognized the mysterious mage's identity, and the mysterious mage snorted, "Retreat? I'm not wrong, so why should I retreat? Tell me, what secrets is the Sorcerer Supreme hiding, and how is she able to live for so long?" "The Sorcerer Supreme does have secrets to hide, but what she is capable of, we may not be able to achieve," replied Strange. "Longevity is not a form of happiness. The Sorcerer Supreme has long desired to rid herself of the burden and be completely free." "Huh? She's not that great. She is just a selfish villain who refuses to share the secret of longevity with us," sneered the mysterious mage. The mysterious mage, Caecilius, had become extreme for two reasons. Dormammu's consciousness had been interfering and affecting him, and he was jealous of Strange. Although he was an older brother, the Ancient One and Blood God had not considered him for the position of the next sorcerer, which they had given to Strange instead. He believed they thought he was incomparable to Strange. "If the Sorcerer Supreme was power-hungry, she would already be the ruler of the world," retorted Strange. "Senior brother, your ideas are too extreme." "I'm not the one with extreme ideas, you're just too stupid. You were used and now you're helping count the money," snapped Caecilius. Caecilius cast spells with both hands, and the crimson bands of Sidorak, with their peculiar markings, quickly tied towards Strange. "Since you're stubborn, I'll have to wake you up." Strange dodged the chains and cast spells with both hands. More than a dozen figures flew out of him and surrounded Caecilius. "The images of Icon. This is impossible. This is high-level magic. How can you possibly master it?" Caecilius shouted in disbelief. The images of Icon was the unique spell of the Ancient One, which allowed the user to create several identical clones. "This is a simplified form of Icon," replied Strange calmly. More than a dozen clones of Strange released Sidorak's crimson bands simultaneously, and Caecilius couldn't escape as he was tied tightly. "A simplified version of Icon's spell? You actually modified the magic and modified it successfully," Caecilius exclaimed with wide eyes, shocked by Strange's boldness and jealous of his talent. Strange responded, "It's not difficult," which made Caecilius almost bleed from his teeth. Though he was also a genius, his talent was far inferior to that of Strange, Doom, and others. Strange and Doom were once in a millennium geniuses, while Caecilius was a genius that appeared every year, making no comparison. This was evident from the outcome of the battle. Despite practicing magic for decades, Caecilius couldn't defeat Strange, who had only been in the Camartage for 2 or 3 years. "Strange, you won, but we're not done," said Caecilius, taking a deep look at Strange. A black light appeared from his body, and he instantly disappeared from the mirrored space. "What's this black light?" Strange frowned, feeling the extreme darkness emanating from the light. This was the power of Dormammu. After being defeated, Caecilius had completely surrendered to Dormammu, as he desired to live forever, erase his shame, and make Ancient One pay the price. "Let's go back and solve this." However, there's no evidence. With Caecilius's prestige, other mages won't believe me. "We need the Blood God and Master Ancient One to come forward in this matter," said Strange, shaking his head. He lifted the spell, and the clone disappeared quickly. He then returned to the real world from the mirror dimension to find that the battle had escalated. The devil worshippers were rushing to the delivery room desperately, while Tony and others were trying to intercept them. The ground was littered with corpses of the devil worshippers and the remains of unmanned battle armors. Strange immediately joined the battle, holding a large amount of red light condensed in his hands, which he then slammed onto the ground, transforming it into red thunder that blasted towards the demon god worshippers. The bolts of Balthak were so powerful that several demon worshippers were turned to ashes instantly. "Damn, Camartage's mage is back," gritted Viper, controlling a large number of green snakes to attack Strange. She was not being selfless, as no other demon worshippers were a match for Strange. Seeing Viper appear, Tony wanted to beat her, but he had no time as he was blocked by the shadow of Veronica. That's right, the shadow of Veronica, a demon believer turned Veronica's shadow into a monster. It was not very strong but couldn't be killed no matter how hard he tried, which made Tony very upset. Strange, however, was not afraid of Viper, and he condensed the space blade and blasted at her. Viper was irritated as Camartage's mages were not only brave and fierce but also skilled warriors. "If you do this, what should the soldiers do?" Viper questioned as she slapped the ground with her hands full of green light. A green magic circle formed quickly, and a 6-armed snake man emerged from the circle, wielding 12 scimitars to attack Strange. Despite Strange's exceptional martial arts skills, he found himself blocked by 12 sharp knives. He secretly cursed and quickly cast spells. The purpose of Camartage was to engage in hand-to-hand combat if possible, use spells if hand-to-hand combat failed, and if all else failed, open a space portal to escape. At that moment, the Elder, who had been suppressing the Ghost Rider, suddenly burst into laughter. "Success! I have finally succeeded, ha ha ha." After laughing 3 times, the Elder fell to the ground and his body turned into a bright light that dissipated. "We did it," said the other holy light warriors and reincarnated angels, smiling contentedly. They closed their eyes and their withered bodies were carried away by the wind. What does this mean? What did they succeed in doing? Everyone was perplexed and did not understand what had made the group of holy light warriors so jubilant. Could it be that they purified the Ghost Rider? No, that wouldn't be enough to warrant such happiness. After all, their mission was to destroy the reincarnation of the Demon King. Viper pondered for a moment, then shouted excitedly, I know. They turned the Ghost Rider to their side. That's why they're so happy. Hearing Viper's words, the demon god believers were overjoyed. With the help of the Ghost Rider, they would be able to stabilize their position. What? The Ghost Rider was turned against us. Tony and the others were shocked. Just then, the holy mountain that had been imprisoning the Ghost Rider disintegrated into a bright light. Damon, wearing the Sinbuster battle armor, appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone stared at the Sinbuster and the battle slowed down. Damon opened his battle armor and stepped out, looking thrilled. Mindy asked anxiously, Dad, you're not going to turn against us, are you? That would be so uncool. No one will ever turn against me again, Damon replied with a smile. Blue flames burst out from his body, and his head quickly transformed into a skull. In the past, Damon had felt great pain during this transformation, as his flesh and blood were being burned away. But this time, his expression was calm, and he even seemed to be enjoying it. I hate guys who are cooler than me, Tony muttered. Hey, wait, how can you transform in the sunlight? He asked Damon. He has been purified and transformed into an angel, so he is no longer afraid of the sun, Viper explained. Ghost Rider, the Demon King is about to be reborn. Let's hurry up and deal with these superheroes together. Very well, Damon said, grinning at Viper before throwing a magic chain that burned with blue fire towards her. Startled, Viper quickly transformed into a green mist to escape, but she was still ensnared by the chain's blue fire, screaming in the distance. Damon wasted no time and continued to blast at Viper. Giving Damon a resentful look, Viper disappeared into the ground, vanishing from sight. Seeing this, Damon waved the chains and attacked other demon god believers, lighting them up like blue torches wherever the chains passed. It appears he is our own, Tony and the others exclaimed in delight, joining in the fight to defeat the demon god believers. While the believers avoided their attacks, they cursed at the same time, wondering why the Holy Light Warrior was not purifying Ghost Rider and, instead, helping him level up. Were these guys actually undercover agents who infiltrated their ranks? As Strange and Damon joined the fray, the tide of the battle quickly turned in favor of the superheroes. The devotees and human death squads lost ground, leaving a large number of bodies on the ground. We have no way out. Let's give it our all, Viper shouted from the air, rallying the surviving demon god believers to fight back using their unique abilities. Devil, we are no longer human. Grant us a noble identity, dozens of believers said, plunging a dagger with a strange magic pattern into their hearts. Their bodies quickly transformed into sheep-hoofed demons with scales and horns. In short, these demon believers had given up their human identities and turned into demons. Under normal circumstances, demon gods would not agree to such a deal, but at that moment, they were desperate and would allow any believer to become a demon if they wished. After turning into demons, the believers' strength increased significantly, and the demonic fire on their bodies quickly turned the surrounding area into a sea of flames. Damn bastards, Tony and the others cursed, bravely fighting against the demons. Not all believers of demons have turned into demons. There are 3 demon believers who have just summoned the altar, the first demon believer, the shadow demon believer, and a golden-clothed demon believer whose painting style is completely different from the others. The false believer and Viper looked at each other and, at the same time, shot at the human death squad. The false believer used black mist, while Lady Viper used green poisonous gas. Upon closer inspection, the black fog was actually composed of dense insects, which was very terrifying. The human death squad did not expect that the demon god believers would attack them, and most of them were killed and injured instantly. Madam Viper and the false believer took action against the human death squads not because they were also purified, but because they needed souls. The fake shouted loudly, throwing all the souls of the human death squad and those who died in the previous battle into the 3 altars, and the 3 altars burst into flames 3 feet high. Immediately afterwards, the 3 demon god believers prayed loudly at the same time, and a spatial vortex appeared in the void, and a large number of resentful souls flew out of it and were thrown into the 3 altars. The souls that had been invested before were to open the space channel to draw these souls. Damn, where did so many souls come from? Damon rushed over to ignite these souls, and Viper pointed the Viper crown ring at him, and the green snake appeared out of nowhere and bit him. Although these Vipers were not enough to defeat Damon, there was no problem in holding him back. The Viper crown ring on Viper's hand is a genuine artifact. Tony quickly retrieved information while dealing with the demon believers who turned into demons. After a while, he said with an ugly face, terrorist attacks have occurred in several countries, and those souls should come from those places. Damn, if those countries hadn't stood by and watched, how could such a disaster happen? Electro cursed, and at his feet lay comatose inhuman, and that phantom. They were eventually defeated by Electro. The altar must be destroyed. So many souls, the demons summoned will be very powerful. Strange slayed the 6-armed serpent with a magic whip and then flew over the altar with the help of a levitating cloak. Then, Strange cast a spell with both hands, and the bolts of Balthak were cast again, hitting the 3 altars like red lightning. Sorry, it's late. The false believer smiled grimly, the void shook, and 3 space cracks appeared out of thin air, destroying the red lightning instantly. Immediately afterward, a strong smell of sulfur came out from the space crack, which was the breath of hell. That is to say, 3 space cracks connected 3 hells. It smells so bad, it's affecting my eating. Lena, who was eating pizza, shouted in dissatisfaction. It is worth mentioning that there is a fast-flowing water ring around the delivery room, and the flames cannot pass here. Pietro complained slightly in horror. You're still eating? The big devil is coming soon. Lena blinked her eyes and said, the devil is not tasty. It smells of sulfur, and it's easy to get angry after eating it. Have you eaten demons? Pietro was going a little crazy, and Lena said, Master brought back a demon dragon last time. Except for being spicy, it's not that delicious. Pietro was speechless, as expected of a brother-in-law. Ignoring the conversation between Pietro and Lena, everyone's expressions changed upon seeing the three cracks in space. They wanted to destroy the altar, but were desperately stopped by the demons. The demon lords who had reached an agreement to spare no effort to grab the reincarnation of the demon king. At that moment, the space crack summoned by the believers of the golden-clothed demon suddenly grew larger, and a golden figure quickly climbed out of it. Upon closer inspection, the figure was clearly a metal demon that roared and grew to a height of 7 meters. It looked majestic and strong like a diamond. The golden demon god guard commander, exclaimed the golden-clothed demon god believers excitedly. It was a big man among big men. The guard commander ignored the believers and stretched its arms into the space crack, pulling out the 3 metal demons. After teleporting so many demons, the altar reached its limit and burst open with a bang. The space cracks quickly shrank and disappeared. 4 metal demons, everyone's eyes were a little dignified. Though the 3 metal demons in the back were only 5 meters high, they emitted a breath that suggested they were not easy to match. Hurry up and get back to fighting, the guard commander shouted at the 3 metal demons, then turned to look at the field, quickly locking onto Veronica. Inferior human creation, the guard commander sneered, and rushed towards Veronica with a rumble, every step shaking the ground. Tony immediately activated the blaster behind Veronica and faced the guard commander like a hill. Good come, he said. The guard commander's metal fist slammed into Veronica's fist with a gust of wind. With a loud bang, the guard commander didn't move, but Veronica's arm exploded and a large amount of metal sputtered everywhere. Veronica quickly stepped back, leaving a deep footprint on the ground with every step. Fuck, Tony scolded, taking advantage of his strength to step back and simultaneously shaking off the broken arm in his hand. A spare arm flew out from the back of the warehouse and landed in his hand. Veronica quickly recovered. Tony then blasted a pulse cannon at the commander of the guards, who dismissed it, did not even dodge, and strode towards Veronica. The pulse bombarded the guard commander's body, but he didn't even flinch. The guard commander stacked his hands together and slammed into Veronica like a hammer. Before the fist arrived, violent air waves blew around them, and some burning trees broke directly in half and flew in all directions. Tony didn't dare to take the hit and awkwardly avoided it. He then released gravity waves with his arms, causing the guard commander to sink. Tony took the opportunity to fly high and punched the guard commander's head, making a loud noise. The guard commander quickly got up and was about to attack, but a super electromagnetic cannon blasted over, smashing a big hole in his chest. The guard commander looked at his chest in disbelief and took out a high-temperature vibranium coin from the wound with his hand. He sensed it and asked in shock, what kind of metal is this? So strong. Wow, using vibranium as a coin, you are really rich. Fortunately, I am not bad. As Tony spoke, a vibranium sword flew from the warehouse and landed in his hand. He then injected fire into the sword, causing it to turn red and become a lethal weapon. Electro approached and asked blankly, how much did you greedily pay for the vibranium shell of the Supremer? Can scientists be considered greedy? That's called borrowing. Yes, borrowing. Tony felt a little embarrassed and quickly swung the sword at the guard commander. The commander raised his arm to resist but was cut by the vibranium sword, leaving a deep wound. Good sword, it's mine now, said the guard commander, who was not surprised but delighted. It grabbed the sword with its arm and attacked Tony with its other hand. Tony's chest suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light. Then, a huge beam of high-temperature light hit the guard commander, sending it flying dozens of meters and leaving 2 deep ravines before stopping. The commander, whose chest was somewhat melted, shouted at Tony, I underestimated you a little bit, but only a little bit. Are you sure you're talking to me? Or is your head just full of metal? Tony snorted coldly and rushed towards the commander. The commander shouted angrily and recoiled. At that moment, 3 vibranium coins were shot, one after another, and hit the commander, creating 3 big holes in its body. Tony took advantage of the distraction and slashed at the commander's knee with the sword. The commander's leg broke instantly, and it knelt on one knee on the ground with a loud bang. Tony stopped, turned around, and jumped up, aiming to slash the commander's back with the sword. However, the commander recalled its calf and used it to block the sword, then kicked Tony's right calf with force. Tony fell to the ground, and the commander rode on top of him, beating him violently until Veronica's parts flew around. I should get more vibranium shells. Wakanda, why won't you sell me more vibranium? Am I out of money? Tony cursed, and a high-temperature beam of light blasted out of his chest again, sending the guard commander flying into the sky. Seeing the guard commander in trouble, 3 metal demons rushed towards them. Suddenly, a skeleton burning with blue flames appeared and stopped them. This way is a dead end. Damon grinned grimly and smashed the magic chain hard at the 3 metal demons. The demons did not dodge and were pulled towards Damon, enduring the pain of being burned by the flames. The other 2 demons raised their fists, ready to attack Damon. You are guilty. Damon's empty eyes stared at the demons, and one of them immediately recalled its own life, and then its soul burned with raging fire. The other two demons did not notice the strangeness of their companion and attacked Damon with their fists. Damon flew out, and his bones scattered. While Mindy was taking care of the remaining human death squads, she cheered, "Wow, Dad, you really got beaten up. Should you be happy at a time like this? You really are my own daughter." Damon was speechless. Soon after, all of his bones came together, the blue fire flashed, and he returned to his original state. "Immortal, penance stare, you are the Ghost Rider," said Damon. The two metal demons were shocked to find out that their companions were dead and saw Damon's immortal body. "Ghost Rider is famous in hell, he's quite popular." Correct answer, but no reward. Damon grinned and waved the magic chain at the metal demon again. Meanwhile, Strange desperately cast magic, attempting to close the space gap in the middle. The space crack was squeezed by space magic, and it seemed very unstable from time to time. The current space cracks were too dangerous. "No one can stop the Shadow Lord from coming. No one," shouted the followers of the Shadow Demon God. They roared and jumped into the altar to sacrifice their lives. The demon flames on the altar exploded, and the space crack in the sky swelled rapidly. Even Strange could not resist. "Sorry, I never thought to resist. This is a space bomb I learned from Doom. Please taste it." Strange snorted coldly. The magic exploded, and the space crack was instantly destroyed, turning into a space storm that swept the surroundings. The altar on the ground was swept away by the space storm and disappeared. Then, a large pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared on the ground, which was very terrifying. "Finally got one." Strange breathed a sigh of relief, turned his eyes to the altar of the false believer, and began to cast spells again. "I'm not that weak chicken over there." The false believer smiled disdainfully and controlled the black mist formed by the bugs to attack Strange, who hurriedly released defensive magic to resist. Strange's strength was undoubtedly above the fake believer, but he had spent too much magic power, and now he could only barely fight with the other party. At that moment, Little Hella's voice suddenly came from behind. "Get out." Little Hella shot a ball of light towards the empty front, and the next moment, a guy with double daggers who looked like a stickman appeared in everyone's sight, and a dagger destroyed the ball of light. "How could you find me?" Stickman was a little surprised. He is the Prince of Shadows, who had come here to get the reincarnation of the devil for his father. After the space crack appeared, the Shadow Prince leaned on the treasure and sneaked through the crack into the hospital for the first time. The demons roaring behind the crack were only pretending. The Prince of Shadow aimed to steal the reincarnation of the Demon King quietly, but he was discovered by Little Hella beforehand, resulting in a failed attempt. "It's hard not to see such a disgusting thing," Little Hella snorted coldly. Meanwhile, the 10 unmanned battle armors left behind shot at the Shadow Prince, but the bullets disappeared as if he were a bottomless pit. The Shadow Prince smirked, and the shadows behind him suddenly rose and fiercely pierced the backs of the battle armors with their blades of shadows. The 10 unmanned battle armors suffered significant damage at the same time, but they managed to turn around and fight with the 10 shadows. So strong, Pietro couldn't help but swallow his saliva, silently gathering his feet together, prepared to escape with Little Hella and Lena. "Electro, hurry up and support the delivery room." "I'll take care of this big guy," Tony shouted when Friday reminded him. Although Madame Gao, Colleen, and Angels were in the delivery room, Tony was not at all reassured. Moreover, Lena and Little Hella must not have an accident, or else he would not be able to explain to Bert. "Okay," Electro was about to agree when Bert's voice suddenly came to his ears. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't worry, it's fine over there. Your son, the reincarnated god, is covering him." Tony was stunned for a moment and was about to ask something when suddenly the guard commander smashed him with his calf. He scolded and focused on dealing with the attacker. "You stay honest, and I'll clean you up after." Ignoring Little Hella and the others, the Shadow Prince flew straight towards the delivery room. At that moment, 9 lightsabers fell from the sky, and the Shadow Prince hurriedly avoided them. He wasn't afraid of bullets, but he was afraid of light attribute attacks. "Since you want to die so much." The Prince of Shadow swung his double daggers vigorously, and a large number of black thin lines densely attacked Little Hella. Little Hella snorted coldly. The chi of light turned into a small sun and shone around, and the black thin lines quickly disappeared. In fact, the chi of light is better in defense, but what kind of character does Little Hella have? How could she possibly just defend? Immediately afterwards, Little Hella pushed hard, and the little sun shot towards the Shadow Prince at high speed. The Shadow Prince shouted, and the shadow under his feet flew up to wrap around the little sun. In just a moment, the little sun was wiped out by the shadow, and then the shadow covered the sky and shrouded Little Hella. The sound of ghosts and their wailing was everywhere, as if the end was coming. Pietro was terrified and quickly grabbed Little Hella and Lena's hands, planning to escape together. But just as he touched Little Hella's wrist, he felt a sharp pain in his palm and quickly released her. Little Hella glared at Pietro, and with a move of her hand, a dense sword of light appeared in the sky. The sword of light whizzed down towards the rushing shadow. The shadow was riddled with holes by the sword of light, but with a flash of black light, the shadow returned to normal in an instant, wrapping the 3 of them inside. "We're done for." Pietro's heart sank. Tony and the others also changed their expressions, but Mindy sneered. What a joke. Pepper, an irrelevant woman, had given so many treasures. As Master's 3 major disciples, how could they lack life-saving means? Not to mention, as long as the three of them were willing, they could summon a dragon from the dragon realm to fight for themselves at any time. I absorbed only a little bit of keel, essence or elixir from dragon bones. I'm not this guy's opponent for the time being. It seems that I can only use the killer move. Little Hella shone brightly and protected Lena and Quicksilver. Then she asked Lena, which killer do you think we should use? Pets, treasures, or what? Use the hammer. That hammer is really good for cracking nuts. I kind of miss it. Lena swallowed the last bite of pizza and said, as she had been eating pizza without stopping. Then the hammer it is. You've eaten too much today. Let's exercise together later. Hela didn't waste time and stretched out her hand to the side. Mjolnir on the table of Asgard shook violently, and then, the formation was activated, and the hammer disappeared instantly, the teleportation formation arranged by Bert. Seeing the sudden disappearance of Mjolnir, the acting King Thor was stunned for a moment, and then sighed. Once, Thor thought that he and Mjolnir were the only ones for each other, but who knew that one day Mjolnir split and he also split into two at the same time. Thor was heartbroken about this, but in the end, he forgave the returning Mjolnir and still regarded it as his only one. The problem is that after that, Mjolnir changed. It often accepts other people's calls and waits for them to tire of playing before returning. Despite pleading in the middle, Mjolnir dismisses it. Others just treat you as a tool. Only I regard you as the only one. Why don't you understand? Thor shook his head. Don't ask me why there are always tears in the corners of my eyes. It's because I love so deeply. Forget it, let it go. Mjolnir has abused me 1,000 times, but I treat Mjolnir like my first love. Heimdall looked at the ever-changing expressions on Thor's face and couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. Isn't it just that Hela borrowed the hammer? Is all this drama really necessary? Thor, don't waste your time and continue with your business, Heimdall said. Thor glanced resentfully at Heimdall, then stood up suddenly and scolded angrily, I can't bear it anymore. Whoever that broken hammer loves to go with, I want to build a new weapon. Is the honest man mad? Heimdall asked. What weapon do you want to build? The king's weapon, the hammer? No, a battle axe. Thor wanted to talk about hammers, but when he thought of the spiritual Mjolnir, he changed his mind. Then, Thor didn't waste time and flew straight to the Bifrost Bridge, shouting at the same time, Heimdall, help me with my official business. I will go to the dwarves to build weapons. I will never come back without new weapon. Even if Mjolnir comes to beg me, I will not pay attention to it again. Today you ignore my love, and tomorrow I will make you unable to stand tall. If you want to skip work, skip work. Why do you talk so much nonsense? Heimdall sneered, but did not stop Thor. He had been dealing with official business for almost a year, and it was time to let go and have a little fun, otherwise this husky would go crazy. In the hospital, after covering little Hela and the others with shadows, the Prince of Shadow continued to rush to the delivery room. In his opinion, little Hela and the others were dead. At this moment, a dazzling thunder light erupted from the shadow, and the shadow instantly disappeared into grey. Although little Hela was still just a child, at this moment, everyone seemed to have seen a queen who ruled the world. In the tofu shop, Odin and Valkyrie turned their heads to look at the suburbs at the same time. Odin looked at little Hela who was holding Mjolnir aloft. He couldn't help but think of the previous scene and sighed deeply. The Valkyrie asked in astonishment, how did Mjolnir fall into little Hela's hand? Will this stimulate her memory? Also, little Hela is so smart, can she guess anything? Don't worry, there will be no problem. This is not the first time, Odin said. Besides, she won't find anything because she is not the only one who can hold Mjolnir. The Valkyrie complained, when did Mjolnir become so casual? Odin shrugged and didn't speak. Thor didn't really master the hammer, otherwise, it wouldn't be so casual. Not to mention the dialogue between Odin and the Valkyrie, little Hela didn't waste any time and smashed the hammer directly at the Shadow Prince. The Shadow Prince had seen the thunder light before, so he didn't dare to neglect and quickly avoided to the side. At this moment, a ball of thunder light emerged from the hammer and slammed into the Shadow Prince at astonishing speed, paralyzing him with electricity. Immediately afterwards, the hammer hit the Shadow Prince's chest along the traction, and he flew out backward, screaming. Then, the hammer flew back to little Hela's hand. She held the hammer high, and a dark cloud appeared out of nowhere in the sky. The thunder fell one after another, bombarding the Prince of Shadow, and the smoke engulfed his whole body. What the fuck, is she the owner of Mjolnir or me? Thor was stunned when he saw this scene with the help of the power of the Bifrost Bridge. He now vaguely understands why Mjolnir split. Little Hela's skills are better than his. Lena. After a set of combos knocked down the Shadow Prince, little Hela threw the hammer to Lena. Then, she stumped her foot hard, and a large number of bright hands emerged from the ground next to the Shadow Prince, pressing him firmly on the ground and continuing to suffer from lightning. That's right, the Shadow Prince continued to be struck by lightning. Although Mjolnir has changed hands, the dark cloud is still there. Lena caught the hammer and held it high. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and there was a feeling of black clouds pressing down on the city. Immediately afterward, with a bang, countless electric snakes wandered wildly in the dark clouds, as if the end of the world was about to come. Pietro was horrified. Why is this technique better than mine? The corners of Thor's mouth twitched a little. He could do this too, but not as lightly and fast as Lena. The Valkyrie expressed shock. Who is this Lena, and why is she able to pick up Mjolnir? Also, why can she maximize the power of the hammer in an instant? I have some guesses about her identity, but I'm not sure. Odin's eyes flashed slightly, and he said, as for why she can exert the ultimate power of Mjolnir, it's because Mjolnir is afraid of her. Valkyrie was puzzled. Afraid of her? It's afraid she will eat it, Odin said. Valkyrie was stunned. Eat a hammer? Thinking of the picture of Lena eating a hammer, she couldn't help but want to laugh a little. Isn't this style of painting too weird? If Mjolnir is supposed to be a beautiful goddess, then Thor is a dog-licking, the goddess ignores him, and little Hela is the first love. Mjolnir is very satisfied with her and even willing to post it backwards. As for Lena, she is a boss. As soon as the Mjolnir saw her, it immediately fell down, and it cooperated with whatever Lena wanted. Leaving this aside, the Shadow Prince saw the thunder in the sky and roared on the ground. Do you think this will kill me? With the roar of the Shadow Prince, all the shadows around came to life, turning into dense shadow monsters and attacking little Hela and Lena. At the same time, the surrounding gloomy wind burst into darkness, as if being in hell. Little Hela smiled disdainfully and held Mjolnir together with Lena. The electric snakes in the sky then transformed into swords of thunder, each with a bright white line down the middle that looked extremely dazzling. Thousands of thunder swords fell from the sky, instantly piercing through the dense shadow monsters below. In front of the mighty, brilliant, and violent thunder, all the shadow monsters vanished into ashes, and then the surroundings returned to their original appearance. Isn't this great? Little Hela exclaimed. Everyone was stunned. Tony considered whether he could stop this move, but then decided he didn't want to. Indeed, Thor exclaimed from the live broadcast room as he left to find the dwarves in the Dwarf Kingdom. This is impossible, the Shadow Prince shouted in disbelief. How could that little girl be so strong? At this time, Lena had finished charging up, and a pillar of thunder with the thickness of a meter fell from the sky and slammed into the Shadow Prince, creating a dazzling thunder light between the sky and the earth. A few seconds later, the thunder light dissipated, and the Shadow Prince completely disappeared, leaving only a high-temperature pit formed of colored glass. Finally dead, Pietro breathed a sigh of relief, and little Hela sneered, childish. No treasure, how could he be dead? At that moment, the shadows of little Hela and Lena suddenly came to life, tightly restraining their necks from behind. At the same time, the Prince of Shadows suddenly appeared and grabbed Mjolnir. If you want it, I'll give it to you, little Hela sneered and let go of her hand. Then, light bloomed on her body, and the two shadows disappeared. Lena also let go of her hand when she heard the words. The Shadow Prince was a little surprised, but he still grabbed Mjolnir with his big hand and held it very smoothly. Before the Prince of Shadows could be happy, the hammer slammed on the ground, and the unlucky Prince of Shadows was pulled and fell to the ground. The Shadow Prince's expression changed, but he still didn't give up, trying to pick up the hammer. Unfortunately, the hammer didn't move, as if it had grown roots. Only people with good hearts like us are qualified to pick up Mjolnir, little Hela said disdainfully and kicked the hammer. It flew up and knocked the Shadow Prince to the ground, then landed on the Shadow Prince's chest. The Shadow Prince tried to get up, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. He couldn't even turn into a shadow, as Mjolnir blocked the surroundings under the control of little Hela. The Shadow Prince acknowledged the defeat and surrendered, shouting, I surrender. I can work for you and be your assassin. I am an innocent girl. Why do I want an assassin for? Especially such an ugly one, little Hela snorted. Mjolnir glowed brilliantly, and infinite thunder and lightning wrapped the Prince of Shadows. He let out a shrill scream, and his body quickly disappeared. You're called an innocent girl. Pietro complained secretly, and so did the others. This little girl had grown up and was definitely a monster. Tony sighed, Bird's apprentice is really extraordinary. In the future, my daughter must not be like her. Not long after, the Shadow Prince died tragically on the spot, leaving 2 shadow daggers and a shadow cloak behind. The shadow cloak is the treasure of the Shadow Hell. Before the Shadow Prince was able to hide from Strange, he relied on it. It's ugly, and it doesn't match my attributes. Little Hela glanced at it and waved the shadow cloak in Mindy's direction. Mindy, this is for you. Call me sister. Mindy caught the shadow cloak and draped it behind her, disappearing. You keep those 2 daggers. Although you are just a delivery boy, you can't be too weak, or you will lose face for us. Little Hela gestured to Pietro. His eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed towards the 2 shadow daggers, while secretly complaining, what kind of strength does a delivery boy need? After processing the spoils, little Hela waved at Mjolnir and said, you can leave now. Mjolnir shook and activated the magic circle, disappearing instantly. In the kingdom of dwarves, Thor was cursing his hammer with the king of dwarves. At that moment, the hammer suddenly appeared. He was stunned for a moment, then smirked happily, you're back. The dwarf king, who was much taller than Thor, couldn't help covering his face. He had just said that he wanted to make Mjolnir look bad, but as soon as Mjolnir came back, he immediately turned back to groveling. In the hospital, everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed when they saw the Prince of Shadows being wiped out. At that moment, a fierce sound of war drums suddenly came from the depths of the 3rd space crack. Immediately afterwards, 2 big hands with lava gloves grabbed both sides of the space crack and tore it apart with incredible strength. When the space crack was torn to a certain extent, a majestic figure that made everyone's hearts pound slowly appeared from the space crack. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, realizing that a ruthless character was approaching. The majestic figure in the space crack did not climb out like the guard commander. He let out a loud shout, jumped up, and rumbled through the space crack, landing on the ground. The surrounding houses almost collapsed. Everyone did not dare to neglect. They looked at the figure and found that it was a green behemoth wearing lava armor, holding a sledgehammer and full of blood and fire. He was as terrifying as a peerless beast. Too strong? The reinforcements sent by the Demon King are too strong. Looking at the thick and massive back in front of him, the fake believer was shaking with excitement and couldn't help cheering loudly. To his surprise, those superheroes were also cheering, even louder than him. The fake believer looked shocked. Are they scared crazy? At this moment, the green figure suddenly raised the hammer, posing as Hercules, and laughed loudly. Surprise. It's quite a surprise, big man. I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much, Tony laughed. The green figure was Hulk, the Hulk who came back from Hell University. The devil believers were shocked and desperate. What is going on? Why is the superhero Hulk summoned? There is absolutely no reason for this. Also, what is the bad luck today? Why do they keep encountering this kind of scene? Go away. You will only miss Banner, not me. And don't think I don't know. Your broken machine is made to fight me, Hulk said to Tony, then turned to look at the fake believer and asked with a grim face, You are calling me? Are you ready for sacrifices, beauties, food, or my peripheral products? The fake believer shouted in disbelief, Why you? I'm summoning the Worm Lord. Lord Insect Demon? At this time, he should be killed by Adam. It's very cruel. By the way, the cause of his death was too ugly, and so are you. Hulk didn't talk nonsense. With a hammer blow, the false believer and the altar were smashed to pieces. Immediately afterwards, Hulk used his feet to jump high towards the guard commander, and the entire ground sank into two big pits in an instant. Let me do it. Hulk shouted, and the hammer slammed into the guard commander. The guard commander flew out like a cannonball on the spot, stopping only a few hundred meters away and looking at Hulk with fear. Hulk smiled and rushed towards the guard commander, each step causing the ground to vibrate violently. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. With this big man around, the guard commander was nothing. Then he turned and walked towards Viper. It was time to settle the ledger. Ghost Rider and Strange also surrounded Viper, only Electro turned to deal with the other demons, with his railgun, almost one shot at a time. What a bunch of trash. The surrounded Viper scolded. It's okay if these allies are not reliable, and they always strengthen the enemy. How to fight this? For today's plan, they could only sink the boat. Tony held the vibranium great sword and said in a cold voice, The Hydra will completely perish today. You want to destroy Hydra? Okay, I'll help you. Viper snorted coldly and held up the Viper crown ring in her hand. The next moment, all the Hydra reinforcements present fell down clutching their throats. Not only did these enhanced soldiers fall to the ground, but a large number of prisoners in the breached Hydra base also collapsed simultaneously. Doom checked and said, It's a magical toxin, someone poisoned them beforehand. It's worth mentioning that the Inhumans, both in the hospital and the base, are not dead, and high-ranking officials like Baron Strucker and Dr. List also survived. Confused by the sight of the enhanced people falling, Tony asked, What do you mean? Surrendering? I'm sorry, I don't accept your surrender. Just because you're worthy of making me surrender. Viper replied grimly. The Hydra here, as well as in the main base and sub-bases, were all sacrificed by me to the great god. Everyone took a deep breath upon hearing this. Wasn't this woman too cruel? Was she really not an ally? Sensing the danger, Strange immediately launched an attack on Viper, followed by Ghost Rider, with the magic band and magic chain smashing at Viper one after another. Tony was quick to respond, raising his hand to send a pulse cannon at Viper, saying, It seems that dealing with Hydra afterward will be easy. Do you want me to say thank you or should I write you a check? I want to say thank you to you for giving birth to the son of the Demon King. The ring on Viper's hand flickered and changed back into a crown which she wore on her head. Then, a dazzling green light radiated from her body. The magic whip, magic chain, and pulse cannon were all bounced back. Viper's body swelled rapidly in the green light, and in the blink of an eye, she was already tens of meters tall. But it didn't end there. The green light flew into the sky and then Viper's upper body divided into 7 parts. When the green light disappeared, everyone saw a giant snake with 7 heads. As soon as it appeared, the entire New York sky darkened, and a heavy divine power enveloped the heavens and the earth, making people feel like they were carrying a mountain. At the same time, an evil aura spread throughout New York City, causing some people with wicked thoughts to pick up weapons and attack those around them. Suddenly, a loud and righteous dragon's roar came from the Dragon God Cathedral, and all New Yorkers returned to normal instantly. They looked at the knives in their hands, sighed, and put them down in helplessness. Sure enough, there is another troublemaker. Despite such a significant change, New Yorkers remained calm, and there was little panic. After all, they are New Yorkers. What haven't they seen? Aliens, demon kings, evil gods, inhumans, enhanced humans, there's everything in New York. In fact, from the very beginning, the citizens of New York had anticipated that something would change today. The reincarnation of the Demon King was significant. How could nothing happen? Stay at home or go to church to pray. The superheroes will soon solve the problem. Oh, and go to the Dragon God Church. Other sects won't work. This was the thinking of both citizens and the police. However, the military was much more nervous. They sent more troops to set up a defense line to prevent enemies from the hospital from escaping. Serpent God of Death, Seth. Looking at the giant snake in the sky, Strange took a deep breath, and Tony asked, Seth? What is that? Why are two heads missing? Shouldn't it be a hydra? Hydra is not even worthy of being compared to Seth, the serpent god. He is the oldest group of gods on Earth, and later degenerated into demons. I guess you don't want to hear this. You just need to know that his strength is second only to the creator god and the beholder. Those of the crimson demon god are of the same level, Strange said in a deep voice. Are you still in your hometown? Tony was not afraid. He raised his head and asked Seth, do you want to rob my son too? Your son is just right for my body, Viper, or rather Seth, the serpent god, looked at Tony with icy snake pupils and said oppressively, give him to me, and I will give you eternal life and strength. Do you know the meaning of this gesture? If you don't know, I can give you a detailed introduction. Tony controlled Veronica to point out his middle finger and said, I'm a civilized person, and I'm usually not so rude. But you don't deserve my courtesy. Stupid humans, since that's the case, you all go die. Seth was too lazy to talk nonsense, and the seven heads opened their mouths at the same time. At this moment, a space ripple flashed, and Seth disappeared directly. Space exile. What am I waiting for? What about your attack? Tony opened his hand but breathed a sigh of relief. This guy Bert is really reliable. Strange glanced at Tony speechlessly and said with relief, fortunately, the blood god shot, otherwise, we really can't stop this guy, even if he is just a projection of power. Tony snorted coldly, I can do it without Bert. I have been studying demon gods for more than a year. Perhaps, but if we do fight, New York will definitely be destroyed. Strange shook his head and said, human cities are too fragile for gods and demons. It's time to give New York a security cover. The city of New York has faced so many disasters and tragedies, it is simply sad for those who hear it and tears for those who see it. Tony shook his head. At this time, Strange, Ghost Rider, and Hulk, who were beating the guard commander, disappeared at the same time. Tony was stunned for a moment and then said angrily, what about me? Bert, do you look down on me and don't take me to a decisive battle? Bert's voice sounded, yes, I look down on you. Do you have any objections? Tony was almost out of anger when Bert said with a smile, congratulations, Tony, you've become a dad. Before Bert could finish his words, there was a loud cry of a baby coming from the delivery room. Tony was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. My child is born. Tony swallowed and turned to go to the delivery room. At this moment, the guard leader with only one hand and one foot jumped towards him. Metal Demon, never gives up. It's really annoying. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way. Tony was furious and joined forces with other superheroes to quickly harvest the remaining enemies. With the current situation, winning is only a matter of time. Let's go backward on time a little bit. Outside the Earth's defense network, the three demon gods are attacking the defense network one after another. Of these three demon gods, the one on the left is a human-shaped skeleton, with a pair of huge bones and wings. His eye sockets are burning with chaotic soul fire, which looks quite neurotic, which is a characteristic of all chaotic gods. The one in the middle is composed of constantly flowing blood. Although humanoid, it has no facial features and looks very strange. People generally call him the blood demon god. As for the one on the right, on the surface, he is an old man, but he is actually a giant western dragon. That's right, he is the lizard dragon god, which is as famous as the dragon in the dragon world. Blood god, don't hide in there, come out and fight with us. I came here especially for you, shouted the blood demon god. He was very interested in the blood god as they both shared the same attributes. If he could swallow the other, he would definitely be able to take it to the next level. The lizard dragon god also shouted, blood god, I'm here for you too. Come out quickly. The fire of the soul flashed in the eye sockets of the skeleton god, and he shouted, blood god, I am not here for you. I am here for a gift from the devil king of hell. Please don't come out. I want to finish this mission easily. The blood demon god and the lizard dragon god looked at the skeleton god speechlessly. They were wondering if they should beat him up first. At this moment, the space light flashed, and the serpent Seth appeared out of thin air. Because it was so sudden, he still had his mouth open to attack. The skeleton god asked very honestly, where did this sand sculpture come from? Seth heard the words and sprayed 7 huge green beams of light directly at the skeleton god. To be honest, he was very annoyed. He had sacrificed important chess pieces, sacrificed most of the Hydra, and finally projected his avatar onto the earth. As a result, in a blink of an eye, he was sent by someone else. If I knew this earlier, why was it so hard? The earth is not easy to enter, and the void outside the defense net is not easy. Seeing Seth attacking himself, the skeleton god was furious. With one hand, 10,000 bone spears appeared behind him and shot the 7 beams of light densely. The beam of light and the bone spear collided fiercely in the void. The bone spear was destroyed in large numbers, and the beam of light also shrank rapidly. In the end, the two attacks were equally divided and both perished. The skeleton god was going to continue to attack, and the lizard dragon god hurriedly called out, everyone here is not an enemy. Don't kill each other. The blood demon god saluted Seth with a little fear, serpent god. Don't talk nonsense, attack the defensive net together and force the blood god out. Seth spat out the core and said with a grim face. Just at that moment, a voice sounded, it's not necessary, because I plan to come out. Everyone turned their heads and saw the blood god slowly coming out of the defense net. When the 4 gods approached, he waved his hand, and the 3 others appeared beside him. Feeling the immense divine power around him, Strange became a little nervous. He asked, Blood God, you won't let me deal with one, will you? You 3 deal with the weakest, whatever you see, it's up to you. Bert pointed at the skull god and said. The skull god was furious and was about to speak, but Bert put a ring on his hand, and the skull god and Strange disappeared at the same time. You can fight, and if you lose, you can get out of the space with a single shout. Additionally, your mission is not to kill him, but to hold him back. I'll help you after I've dealt with the 3 outside. Bert's voice rang in the ears of the 3, and Strange said angrily, Who are you looking down on? Do I need to run away? Stop pretending, you were about to wet your pants before. Hulk looked contemptuous and raised his warhammer high, jumping towards the skeleton god. I will be the main force, and you 2 will assist me. Are all your superhero mouths so poisonous? Strange rolled his eyes and cast a spell to prepare for the Hulk, while Damon was testing his new motorcycle, the one that Bert and Wanda rode before, and had given to Damon in advance. I'll show you that I am not the weakest. The skeleton god shouted angrily. He slapped the void with his big hand, and countless skeletons appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the 3 densely. This is really not the kind of pressure I should be under. Strange couldn't help sighing, he was just a rookie. Leaving aside the battle in the small space for the time being, after sending everyone away, Bert smiled at the 3 of them on the opposite side. Sorry, I made you wait for a long time. In order to keep you all, I made some more preparations. Insane. The 3 gods snorted coldly, and the blood demon sneered, Blood god, from the blood on your body, I can sense that you have just been promoted to a god. A new god, how dare you be so arrogant to us? It is the fearlessness of the ignorant. Bert looked at the blood demon lord and said seriously, Please shut up. I don't talk to faceless guys.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.